All chosen ones, please prepare for teleportation. Beginning teleportation. A youth rummaging through a trash bin suddenly heard this voice in his mind. He turned around warily and looked around, but saw no one. He then turned back and continued searching for food in the bin. But in the next second, a flash of white light streaked past. The light stung his eyes, and he instinctively closed them. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and what greeted him was not the familiar trash bin and filthy environment, but unfamiliar furnishings. A clean room, a desk filled with books, and a phone on it. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, falling on him. He raised a hand to shield his eyes. After a moment, he lowered his hand, but still squinted curiously at the scenery outside the window and the sunlight streaming in. He knew that every move he made was being watched by many. Outside world. Haha, looks like the Dragon Kingdom is truly going to be destroyed. This chosen one is actually a high school student who hasn't even graduated. Although he's tall, he looks so young, and the school uniform doesn't look out of place on him, so he must be a high school student. When I saw his confused face, I knew the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't last long. I'd like to see who still dares to claim that kimchi is their Dragon Kingdom's thing. Kimchi is something only our All Things Kingdom has the capital to create. I support the above. Kimchi is clearly our All Things Kingdom's thing. Shut up, all you above. Our Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich. We won't die before you. As expected of people raised on kimchi, even your words taste like kimchi, and so does your breath. Your Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Another round of mutual bickering. Inside the weird world, the youth's squinting eyes fully opened. He felt the sunlight freely shining on him, and his eyes had grown accustomed to it. He looked around the room. He knew he was in the weird world. He had no phone or internet access, but he had seen it on the big screen. That big screen said the weird world was a very dangerous place, and so far many people had died inside. He pulled out the chair beside him and sat down. After a long moment, he covered his face with both hands and let out a deep, muffled laugh. He didn't know what a huge controversy this act had caused in the outside world. Outside world, see, your Dragon Kingdom is destined to lose. This chosen one can't take the pressure. He's gone crazy. What breed of dog is the above? Whose dog wasn't leashed and came out biting? A mad dog. Take it home and put it on a leash. Humph, just keep being arrogant now. After this lunatic fails and gets eaten by the weird, you'll start to regret it. Wow. The dog upstairs is so well behaved, although it likes to bark a bit. It looks okay. Oh my god, I'm so ignorant. This dog looks just like a little Japanese bim. Old, my eyes are starting to fail. You people are damn terrible. How can you say I look like a Japanese? This is an absolute insult to me. Weird world. The youth sat on the chair, eyes closed back, leaning against the backrest, his right heel resting on the edge of the chair, his left hand hanging naturally into the air outside the chair. Under the sunlight, that hand swayed gently in the air. Was he really crazy? Of course not. Ask yourself, when you've been away from home for a long time, stuck in another country for unknown reasons, and one day you open your eyes to see the sights of your own country standing in the land you've been longing for. What would you do? The smile on the youth's face was unrestrained. The sunlight fell on his jade-like face, creating a beautiful scene of alternating shadow and light. Finally, he was finally home. He was a weird that everyone outside feared. Here, this weird world that everyone dreaded was his home. This was the homeland he had yearned for. He had grown up here, carved out his own territory, but for some reason had been forbidden to enter again. He took a deep breath. The fresh air lingered around his nose. Slowly opening his eyes, it was time for his He had laughed so happily just now because he knew he could take revenge. After all, taking a step back never brings a broader view. It only makes you angrier the more you think about it. Since he was young, he had always been vengeful. If he suffered a little grievance, he would make the one who caused it suffer a great. He knew very well who had caused him to end up in the human world, and as for why he couldn't come back, of course he had to find that bastard and ask. Starting random talent selection. As soon as the voice sounded, the youth shook his head. What a damn thing, always disturbing his peace. Outside world. I'm really curious what talent this lunatic from the Dragon Kingdom will get. Haha, could it be level? That would suit you. Our small volcano is much more impressive. I support the above. There's no way his talent is better than our All Things Kingdoms. A little Japanese, a little kimchi-ator. Didn't your big daddy the USA leash you? How dare you come out barking and biting? Get out of our Dragon Kingdom live stream. Don't infect us with rabies. Wait, go look at the Dreadnought Kingdom. Their chosen one actually got S level. At this, even those who had been insulting stopped. Everyone clicked into the Dreadnought Kingdom's live stream. Inside the weird world, your talent is after angering a weird, you can injure or kill it. Using the ability once has a cooldown of 12 hours, half a day. Upon hearing his talent, Poyuo raised an eyebrow. Not bad. In the real world, he was originally planning to kill his whole family and then go to prison. But just before he acted, he was inexplicably teleported here. He knew this world and had watched many live streams. Poyuo was not scared at all, though in fact he was extremely excited. He had always wanted to enter the weird world, and today his wish came true. This was his sanctuary. After all, killing here wasn't illegal at all. Outside world. Wow, that's so awesome. Their luck is amazing. With this ability, it would be outrageous if our chosen one doesn't sweep through the weird world. Our Dreadnought Kingdom is finally saved. Hurrah! Like the Dragon Kingdom, the Dreadnought Kingdom hadn't had a chosen one clear the weird world for a long time. The Dreadnought Kingdom was in chaos inside and out. But now with this extraordinary person, even their high-level officials were excited. However, the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials were frowning deeply. They had already lost 7 consecutive matches. No matter how vast and rich their land was, they couldn't withstand such a drain. Now they could only place their hopes on the youth on the screen. Inside the weird world, your talent is. Alert. Alert. Distribution error. Wrong chosen one. The youth irritably dug at his ear. What the hell? No talent then no talent. Why are you barking? He appeared very calm, without a hint of panic. Outside world. Oh, I thought your chosen one would get level, but I didn't expect your chosen one to not get any talent at all. Ha ha ha, that's absolutely wonderful. Look at the Dragon Kingdom, chosen one's expression, he's already given up. He's a sensible guy. The rest of you from the Dragon Kingdom should learn from him and take things easy so you won't have psychological issues. No one replied because the Dragon Kingdom people had already given up on this chosen one. Inside the weird world, knock knock knock. A knock came from the door. Time to go to class. The youth raised his eyes towards the door, then opened the drawer beside him and took out a piece of paper. He stood in the sunlight looking down at it. Rules 1. Every morning go pick up your girlfriend and escort her to her classroom. 2. If you see a dead person in a toilet stall, you must tell the teacher. 3. Never leave the dormitory late at night. 4. Do not enter the office when a teacher is inside. 5. When the principal is in the office, do not enter the principal's office alone, nor stay in the office alone. 6. Do not touch things belonging to the dead. 7. Do not meet the principal when alone. 8. Remain quiet in class, never show a scared expression. 9. Always wear the jade pendant on you. 10. For big problems, seek help from a leader. 11. Do not rely on anyone for so-called fairness, rely on yourself. 12. Do not fear classmates and never scream in front of them. How to clear survive 10 days. Uncover the truth and expose the school's crimes. The youth crumpled the paper in his hand and tossed it into the wastebasket by his feet. He walked to the door, reached out, and pulled it open. Outside stood a boy in a school uniform. Let's go, class. The youth nodded and followed the boy out. Which class am I in? The other boy scratched the back of his head and asked, You don't even remember your own class? The youth replied, Yeah, I woke up and forgot everything. You are in class 7. Where's the girls' dorm? Why are you asking? I'm going to pick up my girlfriend. The boy walking ahead paused, then said, How, Wei Jisheng, you really forget your bros? Wei Jisheng said, Don't worry about it. Anyway, we won't be bros for long. The other's face instantly darkened. He never expected a human to dare say such a thing. Wei Jisheng followed him down several flights of stairs to the first floor. The boy had stopped. He pointed in a direction and said, Wei Jisheng, you're quite arrogant. I'm watching you. Hope you live long. That's the girl's dorm. She's in class 3. Wei Jisheng nodded. Thanks. He'll leave. He'll return to the human world. He said this, and that was his plan. In the human world, there was someone he still remembered. That person was like a fool, a bit scatterbrained. He was especially kind to strangers, helping as much as he could. He had also received favors. He was petty. If someone wronged him, he would make them pay back tenfold, but those who helped him, he would repay tenfold as well. Wei Jisheng walked toward the girl's dorm. Revenge was important, but he had to repay kindness first. If he died, the debt would remain unfulfilled. But dying seemed quite hard for him. He waited downstairs for a while before a very pretty girl walked up to him. Sorry, Jisheng. I woke up late today. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Wei Jisheng looked down at the pretty girl who only reached his chest and replied, It's fine. Let's go. He walked ahead of the girl. He had been to this world before and was familiar with the classroom layout of this instance. Speaking of the past, he raised his hand and looked at his palm, empty. If it were his former self, he might have been fearless, directly destroying this instance to return to the human world. But his abilities hadn't returned yet. Since returning to the eerie world, he knew his power was sealed and unusable. Forget it, head wait a bit longer to see if the eerie power would return to him. Jisheng, why aren't you talking? Are you angry because I kept you waiting too long? Wei Jisheng glanced at her. Then why won't you talk to me? The girl looked at him with a hurt expression. Don't you love me anymore? Wei Jisheng thought about the rules. They didn't say he had to coax his girlfriend. But based on his understanding of this world, this woman could be useful later. Wei Jisheng looked at her and said, It's not that I don't love you. It's that I love you so much I don't know how to talk to you. Also, do you know what I like most about you? The girl's face instantly reddened. She whispered, What? Wei Jisheng quickened his pace and replied expressionlessly, Your silence. You look best when you're silent. I like you most when you're silent. So if you stay silent, I'll like you more and more. The girl looked at Wei Jisheng's face, her smile growing wider, even splitting to her ears. Her cheeks flushed with. She remained silent, all the way staring straight at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng quickened his pace until he finally reached class 3. Go in quickly. I won't come find you later. I have something to do. The girlfriend looked worried, about to ask why when Wei Jisheng said, Remember, I like you most when you're silent. The girlfriend hesitated for a while, then nodded reluctantly, entering the classroom. Wei Jisheng turned and went upstairs, following vague memories to find class 7. Other countries' chosen ones were all asked for their jade pendants by the girlfriend, but Wei Jisheng wasn't because of his words. Some scared chosen ones gave it up, but others remembered the rules and refused. When they refused, the girlfriend's face instantly turned sour, gloomy, and deadly. Some chosen ones were already starting to panic. But Puyo was an exception. When the girlfriend's mouth split to her ears, he was already used to it. Outside world. Holy crap, Wei Jisheng's move is really slick. He basically confessed his identity and fooled the girlfriend. He's not afraid of death. What's so great about that? Cheap tricks. My oppa is the best. Sida. Hey little Kimchi, can you open your eyes and talk? Your parents gave you eyes to see the truth and mouths to tell the truth, but how do you manage to avoid the correct usage? Oh, your oppa is so great. His voice was trembling when he talked to his girlfriend, and he looked like he didn't want to talk to her at all. No EQ, no brains, no guts. Apart from being small and shameless, you really have nothing to offer. The rules probably say the jade pendant can't leave the body. What happens to these chosen ones if they lose the pendant? Don't know, watch the stream. I noticed that other countries' streams don't have that guide boy. Where did he come from? The people in the live chat were happily cursing, and nobody noticed this sentence. In just a few seconds, the sentence disappeared. Others didn't notice, but the country's high-level officials might have. They noticed even earlier than the person who sent the bullet comment. Eerie world. As soon as Wei Jisheng walked into the classroom, someone greeted him. The person held several exercise books and flattered, "Brother Sheng, your homework. I've finished it all." Wei Jisheng glanced at him disdainfully. The man's face bore terrifying burn marks. His whole body was pitch black, and when he smiled, even his teeth were invisible. Wei Jisheng frowned involuntarily as the man approached, covering his nose with his hand. He didn't even acknowledge the person as he spoke, staring straight ahead and quickening his pace. With each step he took, the eerie beings around him transformed one by one, becoming extremely horrifying. Some were covered in dense knife wounds with eerie smiles on their faces. Some had only a strip of skin connecting their mouths to their ears, clearly slashed from behind. Others were completely rotten, with soft white maggots on their faces, bloodied arms, where flesh had fallen off, leaving only white bones. The entire class, over 50 eerie beings, each looked different, the only commonality being the eerie smiles on their faces. Real world. Holy crap, holy crap 6. This is both disgusting and terrifying. I should have memorized geography and biology instead. This scene has left me with lifelong psychological trauma. I'll never have the courage to enter a classroom again. Even though I've watched so many eerie world streams, this scene still made me drop my phone in fright. On my poor phone. By the way, I bought it yesterday. This guy named Wei or something seems okay. He didn't even flinch when he saw these people become so terrifying. He looked pretty calm. I'm a bit optimistic about him. Hey, I was just busy cursing those motherless dogs earlier. Now I realize Wei something is pretty handsome. Holy crap, look what he's doing. Isn't he asking for death? Eerie world. Wei Jisheng sat in his seat, stretched his legs, and crossed them on the desk. He covered his nose. Can you all turn back into normal human forms? You look ugly and stink. Can't you smell this strong stench of corpses? The other eerie beings were stunned at first, then glared at him with resentment, but they still returned to normal human. As they transformed, the strong stench of corpses in the classroom instantly vanished, making Wei Jisheng feel. The person who had first approached was still standing nearby, holding the notebook's flattering smile on his face, but now he also looked like a normal person. Wei Jisheng leaned one hand on the desk behind him, resting his head on it. Why give me the notebooks? Am I the one? The person paused in his smile, then said, Of course not. But you came very late, so you need to deliver the notebooks to the teacher's office. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes, looking tired. A lousy homework assignment needs me to deliver it in person. I slept late last night. I'm going to take a nap. You deliver them. The man stood there at a loss, holding the notebooks, not knowing whether to go or stay. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. Still not going. If I'm punished for not handing in the notebooks, will you take the beating for me? The man under that gaze felt an inexplicable weight pressing down on him, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Okay, you'll go right now. With that, he ran off. Wei Jisheng watched his back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Trying to scheme against him. He could scheme too. If they dared to pull a trick on him, they'd have to face the consequences. The eerie beings in the classroom saw this and couldn't help but feel uneasy. This human was different from the ones before. He wasn't easy to deal with. Just that look he gave Wu Mo made them feel an undeniable pressure. What was it like? It was like a born strong man amusing himself with ants, and to mortals, it became the pressure of a strong man. Real world. 6 really 6. Brother Sheng, you are my god. From now on, my short hair will be for you. Get a grip, Brother Sheng doesn't need your short hair. And your meme is outdated. It's so cringy, I dug out a two-room apartment. Holy crap, that one look from Brother Sheng just now gave me not only a sense of coolness, but more of a sense of oppression. An indescribable feeling. Right, it's like when you're cheating in the college entrance exam and look up to see the proctor staring at you without blinking. Or when you're dozing off in class, and open your eyes to see the homeroom teacher looking at you with a half-smile. Don't discuss the sense of oppression first. Go check Xiao Hushin's live stream. It's really hilarious. Eerie world, what are you doing? Wu Mo looked at Sakura Ermu kneeling on the ground, his pitch-black face full of contempt. Sakura Ermu stood up trembling and said cautiously, I just got too excited seeing you all and lost my footing. Wu Mo sneered. Then you'd better be careful. Sakura Ermu closed his eyes and walked to the seat he had eyed earlier. With every step, he felt more eyes on him. He fumbled to sit down, then slowly opened one eye to survey the surroundings. At the sight, he nearly fainted. All dead people one after another. Eerie beings with red eyes or no eyes were all staring at him. Fortunately, he didn't scream or show fear on his face. The seat in front of him had a person with no skin, one eyeball dangling outside the socket, the other socket completely empty, staring at him intently with an eerie smile. Notably, the front desk's mouth was empty. In short, there was no mouth, just a bloody chunk of flesh where the mouth. Sakura Ermu only took one look, and a whiff of urine mixed with the stench of corpses in the classroom. Wu Mo, being the closest, frowned and covered his nose instinctively. He directly threw the notebooks in front of Sakura Ermu. You take your own notebooks to the teacher. Hearing this, Sakura Ermu felt like he had been saved. He grabbed the notebooks and ran out. When he reached the teacher's office door, he remembered the rule, do not enter the teacher's office if the teacher is present. But now the knife was at his throat, the arrow had to be shot. He gathered his courage and knocked. Hearing no sound from inside, he opened the door and walked in. The moment he entered, he regretted it. A group of teachers sat in the office. They looked normal, but the moment they saw Sakura Ermu, they instantly turned eerie and lunged at him. Just as the long black nails were inches from Sakura Ermu's eyes, a burst of golden light erupted from his body, repelling all the oncoming eerie beings. The powerful force sent them crashing into the wall. Sakura Ermu stood there, eyes wide, trembling all over violently. The eerie beings that had been knocked down got up, returned to their seats, and didn't seem to attack again. Sakura Ermu was completely scared out of his wits. He threw the notebooks on the ground and ran back to the classroom. He was lucky. His drawn talent was golden light immunity. Passive usage, a minimum of 3 chances per eerie instance. The harder the instance, the more chances golden light immunity gives. Relying on this talent, Sakura Ermu had passed 2 eerie instances. But today, out of instinctive fear, he used 1 chance prematurely. Real world. TSK Tisk, is this the chosen one of your little volcano country? Trash, wasting such a good talent. You Dragon Country people are really bad. Our country's chosen one has passed several rule incidents and has a talent while yours has none. Alas, it's a pity he has no talent. But rule incidents are always fair. Your country's chosen one is weak, so naturally the talent is strong. But our chosen one is strong, so of course he has no talent. Otherwise, how would your little volcano survive? As for passing a few rule incidents, isn't that just because they started earlier? What's there to compare? This retort left the little volcano netizens speechless, and Dragon Country felt vindicated. Dragon Country's high-level officials had already decided after seeing Wei Jisheng's performance when he entered the class to bet all their chips on him. If this man passed this rule incident, he would be Dragon Country's future. Dragon Country would offer him everything. Eerie world. Wei Jisheng said he was sleepy, but he didn't actually sleep. After all, he didn't need sleep. The class bell rang. Wu Mo hadn't returned yet. Wei Jisheng looked at the empty seat not far away and thought he's probably dead now. The teacher came to their class. The moment Wei Jisheng saw this teacher, he was certain this eerie being was extraordinary. In Wei Jisheng's eyes, the man lecturing at the podium was surrounded by a thick, dark aura filled with resentment that seemed to reach the heavens. He gazed at the densely scribbled chalk characters on the blackboard, lost in thought. Such strong resentment is not something that can exist in this simple instance. From which instance did he come? Wei Jisheng stood on the stool, resting his head on one hand. He had never seen this person. There was no trace of him in any instance, and it was possible that he was a newcomer recruited by that despicable being. If that were the case, then taking revenge might be a bit more challenging. If only Wang Lingjun were here. With Wang Lingjun at his side, he would fear nothing, even if all the anomalies from every instance were combined. But this teacher would be difficult to deal with. As he pondered, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The strange figure at the podium glanced in his direction before taking the textbook and leaving. Wei Jisheng reviewed the rules in his mind. If he saw a dead body in the bathroom, he must inform the teacher. The bathroom? Well, since there's nothing else to do, he might as well check it out. Wei Jisheng stood up and walked toward the door. When he reached the entrance, he thought for a moment before turning around and bracing his hands on the desk at the front, asking, "Excuse me, how do I get to the bathroom?" The person didn't even lift his head, his pen continuing to scribble rapidly. Turn right at the end of the hallway. Wei Jisheng thanked him and turned to exit the classroom. As Wei Jisheng began to explore actively, some chosen ones had already been caught by the principal for not arriving in class on time. Even though they were unwilling, they were still taken to the principal's office. Soon after, their live broadcast went dark and a familiar notification appeared on the screen. The chosen one has failed to clear the instance. XX city of XX country will fall into the realm of urban legends. Like Wei Jisheng, Piluo also thought about checking the bathroom. When Piluo first entered the classroom, he did not exhibit the same fear as other chosen ones from different countries. However, when he saw the normal people turning strange, he felt considerable shock. The ideology of wanting to survive supported him, allowing him to suppress his fear. His face remained calm, but inside a storm was brewing. Upon entering the classroom, Piluo noticed his high standing among the class, so he used the same method as Wei Jisheng, asking Wu Mo to deliver a notebook to the office. This method successfully resolved the notebook crisis. After thinking for a while at his desk, he ultimately decided to ask someone for directions to the bathroom before checking it out. Piluo scanned every person in the class and noticed that although they were all busy with their own tasks, their eyes frequently turned toward him. He observed the person at the front who had been focused on writing something. It seemed that person's gaze had never left the desk. He stood up and walked over to that person. How do I get to the bathroom? Turn right at the end of the hallway. Receiving a confirmed answer, Piluo exited the classroom. As he left the classroom, he remained alert behind him, fearing that someone might sneak attack without honor. Fortunately, no one did. Wei Jisheng was much faster than Piluo. By the time Piluo hesitated at his seat, Wei Jisheng had already found the bathroom. There were 5 stalls in total, and all the doors were closed. 3 sinks were located 2 or 3 meters from the stalls, and the area with stalls was about 10 centimeters higher than the sinks. He opened each stall, but found nothing useful. The footsteps outside the bathroom changed Wei Jisheng's intention to leave the restroom. He walked into one of the stalls and locked the door behind him. Looking at the partition, it seemed clean enough, at least free of any filth. He turned, crossed his arms, leaned against the partition, and closed his eyes to listen carefully to the sounds outside. The sounds of the stall door opening, closing, locking, urinating, flushing, unlocking, and opening could be heard. Hey, did you see that Wei Jisheng today? I saw him acting all high and mighty. Who doesn't know about his past? I don't know who turned on the faucet, but the sound of water splashing and flowing against the white porcelain sink echoed outside the stall. If it weren't for that phone, XX, he'd be the one dead right now. Wei Jisheng only caught the word phone, the rest of the name was unclear. He knew it was the urban legends causing trouble. What's he acting tough for? If it weren't for his powerful girlfriend backing him, my buddy, and I could easily slap Tisk with that pretty boy look of his. If someone beat him up, he'd probably cry and run to tell his girlfriend. But the stall door was forcefully kicked open, and after hitting its limit, it emitted a loud noise. The 2 people discussing outside were startled by the sound. When it reached their ears, both their bodies involuntarily shivered, their heads stiffly turning to look back. As expected, Wei Jisheng stood expressionlessly at the stall door. He was positioned inside the stall, making him taller than the 2 who stood by the sinks. Wei Jisheng walked down the steps, leisurely stretching his wrists while slowly approaching the 2. When he reached them, he shoved his hands into the pockets of his school uniform. He was tall, over 180 centimeters, taller than many anomalies in this instance. Wei Jisheng bent slightly, smiling as he asked, "What were you 2 just saying?" "I have trouble hearing you. I often can't catch what others say lately." Though he smiled, his grin seemed to freeze the air around him, causing the 2 anomalies to feel a sudden drop in temperature. Why did his smile feel scarier than theirs? One of the anomalies trembled and replied, "Nothing much, just discussing some trivial matters." Wei Jisheng straightened his waist, removing his hands from his pockets and placing them on the shoulders of the 2 anomalies. "Oh, it's just a trivial matter. So talking behind my back is just a small thing for you 2. It seems I need to clarify what constitutes big and small matters." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his hands strong enough to make both anomalies question their very existence. The one that had remained silent attempted to resist, beginning to transform. But unexpectedly, in the next second, it felt its body lighten, as if countless gales struck its uneven and terrifying face, and finally, its back slammed hard against the wall. The sound of its body crashing against the wall was quite loud, echoing throughout the entire building. The magnitude of Wei Jisheng's strength was evident as the building shook slightly. The anomaly sat on the ground for a while, and when it regained its senses, it realized it was now outside the bathroom. The commotion had attracted many onlookers among the other anomalies. Wei Jisheng dragged the other anomaly out of the bathroom, raised his foot, and kicked it in the lower back. As he loosened his grip on the anomaly's collar, it flew out, landing on the ground only after reaching its limit. The anomaly took a while to recover, not realizing that most of its teeth were now embedded in the cold floor. Wei Jisheng clapped his hands while walking over to the 2 anomalies. "Remember, not everyone can speak ill of others. This is just a warning." He looked at the 2 anomalies on the ground, confused and disoriented, and bent down with a mocking gaze. "I, Wei Jisheng, have never relied on women my entire life." He straightened up, hands back in his pockets, and turned to leave. The crowd of anomalies watching quickly parted to make. Only after Wei Jisheng had walked far did one anomaly dare to approach. It reached out and tugged at the one stuck in the wall, but it wouldn't budge. "Hey, stop watching. Come help. I can't get this thing out. In the real world." Wait, what did I just see? Did I see it wrong? What did Wei Jisheng just do? Damn, I got goosebumps. It looked like he just beat the anomaly to a pulp. Right. Upstairs, no need to express anything. Ooh, all of us viewers are with you. Wei Jisheng, is he still human? I suddenly realized, do you think it's possible that Wei Jisheng actually has a talent? His talent is being able to rub anomalies into the ground, right? Hey, if you say that, I might just understand what's going on. But isn't that a mistake? Mistake my ass. If talent is a mistake, then how did he manage to rub the anomalies into the ground? Let's not discuss that for now. Just now he acted all tough and confident. Simply mesmerizing. Yes, those upstairs feel the same, especially that line, I, Wei Jisheng, have never relied on women my entire life. Shungu, come kill me, hurry. Wei Jisheng's actions left foreigners at a loss for words, causing them to hesitate to speak up. By the way, some countries were particularly sore. Dong Zhuyu, the highest commander of the Urban Legend Analysis Bureau, excitedly slammed the table and declared, go investigate Wei Jisheng and bring his family to the capital. Our country needs heroes like him now. Yes, Director Dong. Although the Urban Legend Analysis Bureau of Long Country did not fully endorse Wei Jisheng's arrogance, they could not deny their happiness. Initially, they held no hope for this urban legend, but Wei Jisheng's performance told everyone that he was the one to turn around Long Country's dire situation, the hope for the ancient nation, the new light rising in the east. Or perhaps he was hope itself. With joy for some, there was naturally sorrow for others. The other countries also watched Long Country's live broadcast, and when they saw Wei Jisheng beating the anomalies, their expressions were not pleasant. They had originally thought they could destroy Long Country with this urban legend, but unexpectedly, such a formidable person suddenly appeared. Some countries envied Long Country for having such a powerful chosen one who could beat anomalies, equivalent to having a life-preserving trump card. If he can beat anomalies, why would you worry about him not clearing the instance? Wei Jisheng walked neither slowly nor quickly, his gaze fixed upon his own palm. There was still no familiar fluctuation of eerie power. He had assumed it would manifest upon returning to the eerie world, yet after being back for so long there was no sign. In his former days he had been an eerie king, a ghost who had conquered the eerie realm. Even without eerie power, slaying a high-level eerie was not beyond him. It would merely cost him half his life, let alone dealing with a few minor ones. The suffering he had once endured was something these minor eeriest could not bear even 100,000th part of. But if that wretched creature discovered him and sought to uproot him entirely, the situation would turn dire. Wei Jisheng slipped his hands back into his pockets, silently assessing how many slaps from that bastard he could withstand without his eerie power. Upon reaching the classroom, his thoughts drifted again. If the bastard found him, which dungeon should he flee to? Staying low profile was impossible. He didn't even know how to spell the word. Besides, it was the eeriest who had provoked him first this time. He was merely seeking justice for himself. What was wrong with that? Pu Luo had also encountered such incidents. He had hidden in a toilet cubicle listening to the eeriest outside speak ill of him. How did he respond? With utter indifference. He stood by the door listening, his heart unruffled, his face expressing complete disregard. Little did he know that the bullet comments in his live stream had turned into, "You're such a coward," hearing someone badmouth you and not daring to step up. "You got a good talent, but you're not as brave as your neighbor, truly trash. You're unworthy of being a citizen of our great dreadless nation." No one knew that Pu Luo wasn't indifferent. He had simply grown accustomed to it. Endless unwarranted scolding and beatings from his family, relentless targeting and bullying from his classmates, the inaction and willful blindness of his teachers. All of this had numbed him, convincing him that this sinful world held no meaning for him to exist. Compared to this, the malicious gossip outside the door was nothing. Pu Luo recalled a teacher who had once stood up for him. It was in his senior year not long ago. That teacher was a fresh graduate intern. He had seen Pu Luo cornered and bullied in a dark alley, yet instead of looking away, he stepped in front of him, using his identity as a teacher to drive away those mongrels. He said, "When others bully you, you must learn to fight back." Pu Luo had wanted to say that fighting back would only bring worse beatings, but he merely thanked him and returned to that dark home. After that, the teacher often helped him, sparing him many beatings and much verbal abuse. Until the teacher was he had no idea where, nor did the teacher know where he would be assigned. Pu Luo had no way to contact him. No, there had been contact information, but it was torn up by his drunken, raging father, and his cowardly mother even defended the bastard. That night, he began to dream of revenge. When the only light in one's life vanishes, many lose their sanity. Pu Luo was exactly that kind of person. All he remembered was the teacher telling him to fight back. If fighting back invited more beatings, then he would make sure they could never touch him again. So he started working desperately to save money, using it to purchase tools for his plan. When everything was ready, he found himself thrust into the eerie world. The sound of footsteps outside interrupted Pu Luo's reverie. "Come on, we're almost late for class. If the principal catches us, we're done for." Those words reminded Pu Luo. He had been in the restroom too long. Time to leave. After making sure the eeriest had moved away, he opened the cubicle door and prepared to head back to class. But the moment the door swung open, a horrifically magnified face stared directly at him. Subconsciously, his foot stepped back, retreating from the cubicle. The two eeriest outside had twisted bodies, their joints a bloody mess marked by stitched sutures. One eeriest had a stitched eyeball clearly sewn onto, the other had a stitched jaw, but the threads on the left side of its face had come undone, its jaw hanging precariously. Pu Luo's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the visual assault, and a foul odor invaded his nostrils. But he did not lose his wits. A split second before screaming, he bit down hard on his own tiger's mouth. The force drew blood trickling from the wound. "Oh, it's classmate Pu Luo. We thought someone was eavesdropping." So. The ensuing laughter inflicted irreparable damage on Pu Luo's ears. His senses of smell, hearing, and sight were all assaulted and injured. Only a few of his 5 faculties remained alive. Pu Luo swallowed hard, silently commanding himself to stay calm. He still had revenge to exact, grudges to settle. After a moment, under the predatory gazes of the two eeriest, he struggled to control his trembling voice. "Yeah, you two carry on. I'm off." Pu Luo hurried down the steps and strode toward the exit. After he left, one of the eeriest revealed a look of regret on its hideous face. Such a pity. So close. Having found no leads in the restroom, Wei Jisheng stayed in the classroom. The other eeriest, having witnessed his prowess today, dared not make a move. So he waited until nightfall after evening self-study. Wei Jisheng returned to the restroom. His intuition told him there was something useful there. Now that it was dark, the lights in the restroom were on. As soon as he stepped inside, the yellowish lights began to flicker. With every step he took, a light flickered. He quickened his pace, opening each cubicle door, but they were all empty, just like during the day. Until he opened the last one. A pair of feet swung before his eyes back and forth. The tips of the toes nearly brushed his eyes. Wei Jisheng looked up. A person hung from a white rope, the rope disappearing into the ceiling. The pale face of the hanged person suggested they hadn't died recently. Wei Jisheng eyed the white rope. He stepped back, then kicked the corpse squarely in the chest. The violent impact sent the swaying body tumbling from the rope. Stepping on the corpse's chest, he stood on tiptoe and pulled the white rope down. He coiled it around his hand several times, tucked it into his pocket, and walked out of the restroom. Behind him, the corpse's head moved slightly, barely perceptible. In the real world, what is Brother Sheng doing? Why did he go to the restroom? Are you blind? Obviously there's a clue in there. So the clue is a suicide rope. Why isn't anyone concerned about how fearless Brother Sheng was seeing a corpse? He's so calm, it makes me think he's the murderer. If he were an adult, being calm would make sense, but he's clearly just a high school student. Why is he so composed in the face of this? Same question, why is Brother Sheng so unfazed? He seems perfectly at ease with these corpses, and eeriest not scared at all. And he wasn't gentle at all. He kicked the body down like it was dirty. Although I thought the move was cool, on second thought it's wait, the rule says we have to report to the teacher, right? Holy crap, Brother Sheng didn't forget, did he? The agency, how could the Horror Analysis Bureau forget? They had already reminded him as soon as he left the restroom. But what did Wei Jisheng say? He said, "Of course I know. But some things need to be nourished better with an Erie's life." This statement stunned not only the Bureau, but also the top brass of Dragon Nation. This child looked harmless, but his words were so bloodthirsty. His calm tone sent a chill down the spines of everyone. It was like a high school student telling you which part of a human corpse tasted best, and which was toughest. How could a high schooler say such things? Coupled with the bullet comments in the live stream, the Horror Analysis Bureau and the Dragon Nation's high officials couldn't help but question, was this seemingly harmless high school student really just an ordinary teenager? Wei Jisheng moved quickly, so by the time he left the teaching building there were still some students on the path. He walked expressionlessly under their greedy gazes back to the dormitory. Stopping at his own dorm door, he placed a hand on the handle, but hesitated to open it. He turned his head to glance at the staircase corner, then looked away, opened the door, and entered. Wei Jisheng walked to the desk, scanned the surface. Unchanged from morning. He crouched down, opened the bookcase beneath, glanced inside, then pulled out several books. He placed the books on the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Opening one, the first thing he saw were a few photos. He picked them up for a closer look. One photo showed a teenager in a blue and white school uniform, tall with a good build, but his face was indistinct, a blur of pixels. Other photos were group shots of several people in school uniforms. Among them was Wu Mo, who had schemed against him that morning. A few others looked familiar, probably classmates. The one in the center had his face pixelated. There was another photo of a girl in a floral dress, the face belonging to the girlfriend from this morning. Wei Jisheng examined the backs of the photos. On the back of the group photo was written, "We will be brothers for life. Today is July 3rd. Happy birthday." On the back of the boy's photo, written in black ink, "Little Phone is the best. We are brothers for life." The black ink had been crossed out with red ink, but the words were still legible. Below that, a line in red ink. "I'm sorry, little Phone, truly sorry. Today is XXXX. I wish this day had never existed. It's the birthday I hate the most." Wei Jisheng stared at the words on the back of the photo, lost in thought. Apologizing? What good was an apology? Brothers? There weren't that many true brothers in this world. Just empty words and exploitation. He tossed the photo in his hand back into the bookcase and picked up the photo of the girlfriend. I really love you so much. But why did you do that? I can't betray my brother, yet I can't bring myself to hurt you either. Wei Jisheng raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, a love triangle. This girlfriend was Feng's lover, but the original host had feelings for this girl. She likely wanted to play both sides, but was rejected by the original host. The more Wei Jisheng thought about it, the more amused he became. He hadn't expected such a melodramatic story in this instance. But wait, if the original host refused her, how was she his girlfriend now? Couldn't the original host resist temptation? Tisk, he was right. Brothers were just empty talk. He placed the 2 photos back into the book. Just as he was closing it, his sharp eyes caught a name written in red ink. But his closing motion was too quick, he only caught a glimpse. Wei Jisheng reopened the book and flipped through page by page, finally finding the name on page 73. Feng Yimian. So it seemed the 2 eeriest in the restroom earlier were talking about this Feng Yimian. The little Feng on the back of the photos was likely the same person. The person with the blurred face in the photos was also probably Feng Yimian. Wei Jisheng looked at the page number 73. How thoughtful. 73. It must be an important number. Wei Jisheng closed the book, stood up, stretched, drew the curtains. He lay on the bed, tossing his school uniform jacket aside, hugging the soft blanket with both arms. It had been so long since he felt this comfortable. Except his stomach was a bit empty. If he had known, he would have eaten. Tomorrow he thought he should go get some food. In the past he hadn't needed to eat, but having stayed in the human world too long, his body had become more human. All because of that bastard. Damn him to hell. Once he regained his eerie power, he would surely knock that dog's head off and feed it to the lowest level eeriest. Oh, what a nuisance. Wei Jisheng turned around and looked, just look. Wei Jisheng had already entered the realm of dreams where he heard someone calling him. He furrowed his brow instinctively and asked, I don't have a crush on you, so why should I turn around and look at you? Turn around, just turn around, and take a look, turn around quickly. Annoyed by the persistent urging, Wei Jisheng turned around to look behind him. He had expected to see some grotesque creature lurking in the shadows to frighten him, but instead all he saw was a figure clad in a blue and white school uniform, standing in the darkness. The figure was so far away that his features were indiscernible. Wei Jisheng took a few steps closer, yet still could not make out the face. He advanced a few more steps, but then found himself unable to move, his feet held fast by the darkness. Suddenly the young man charged toward him with an eerie grace, only to halt inexplicably upon reaching him. Wei Jisheng narrowed his eyes. The distant youth seemed to be saying something, but he could neither hear the words nor read his lips. Abruptly sunlight pierced through the darkness. Wei Jisheng stepped back, retreating from the light. The sunlight was warm, yet he disliked it. In his eyes it was glaring. Strange that he could move backward, but not forward. The sunlight expanded, devouring the surrounding darkness, and the youth's silhouette grew fainter. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes as the sunlight reached him. It was blinding. Go Sheng, leave this school. Get as far away as you can. Wei Jisheng sat up with a jolt, his hands braced on the bed, sweat dripping from both sides of his cheeks. He sat on the bed in a daze for a moment, then lifted his head to look at the sunlight streaming in through the window. He remembered clearly that he had drawn the curtains last night. Wei Jisheng threw off the covers and got out of bed, heading to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He sighed, puzzled as to why Feng Yimian had told him to stay far away from this school. He went back to the bedside, picked up his school uniform, and slipped it on while walking toward the door. When Wei Jisheng opened the door, he found someone outside with a hand raised as if about to knock. Up early, Wei Jisheng closed the door and fell into step with the person. Who is Feng Yimian? The person ahead halted mid-step and turned to look at Wei Jisheng with confusion. Xiao Feng. Isn't he one of our closest buddies? What's gotten into you asking such a thing? Asking that would make Xiao Feng sad, even beneath the earth. Wei Jisheng did not stop walking. Beneath the earth. So he was indeed dead. But had this person lost his memory? He was shouting fiercely yesterday, wasn't he? Wei Jisheng asked again, what's your name? The other replied, MGU, have you lost your mind? Jiu caught up with him and said, whatever happens, you'd better not mention Xiao Feng in front of Lian Shui. Before he died, all he wanted was for the two of you to get along. Wei Jisheng raised an eyebrow. So it was indeed a love triangle. But why did it feel so odd? When they reached the ground floor, Wei Jisheng asked, do you remember what happened yesterday? The man looked confused. Yesterday? I took a leave yesterday. Why do you ask? Wei Jisheng shook his head. Nothing, just asking. You go ahead. The man chuckled. I get it. You want to go with Lian Shui. Tisk, ever since you started dating, you've abandoned your buddies. As he spoke, he walked away. Wei Jisheng watched his retreating back, lost in thought. It seemed the person from yesterday was also that teacher who looked hard to kill. Wei Jisheng turned around and stared at the stairwell corner of the dormitory building for a while, then looked away. Ashun, where did you go last night? Why didn't you wait for me? Wei Jisheng looked at the girl before him, her face full of grievance, and replied dismissively, I was kept behind by a teacher last night to clean up, so I didn't wait for you. Lian Shui walked alongside him. Which teacher? Wei Jisheng turned to look at her and asked, you don't believe? Lian Shui quickly shook her head. Of course not. I just want to know who dared to keep you. I'll make sure they regret it. Wei Jisheng shifted his gaze forward. This Lian Shui seemed quite formidable, worth using. Do you have anything to do today? What for? Lian Shui blushed and said softly, I want to go to the cap. Wei Jisheng initially wanted to refuse, but remembered how his stomach had growled last night while lying in bed. Alright, I'll find you when it's time to eat. Whatever you want to eat today, it's my treat. Wei Jisheng patted his pocket and found his meal card. No thanks. I prefer to spend my own money. It's fine, I have money. You don't need to worry. Wei Jisheng looked at the classroom door in front of him and sighed, finally an escape. Lian Shui, don't bother with this. I don't want people saying I'm a kept man. Go to class first. Lian Shui wanted to say more, but held back, walking reluctantly into the classroom. Wei Jisheng turned and headed upstairs. Eating at the cafeteria might yield some useful information. He entered his classroom, and after yesterday's events, none of the students dared to scare him. Ridiculous. This human was clearly no ordinary one. Dare to provoke him, and end up like the two anomalies yesterday stuck in the wall. Wei Jisheng had originally planned to pull out a few anomalies to intimidate the others, but they hadn't transformed into their eerie forms. They were being sensible. In a fairly good mood, he sat down at his seat. Before leaving the dorm, he had grabbed his phone from the desk. He turned it on and started playing with it. This wasn't anything new to him. He had used it for a couple of days back in the anomalous world, and in the human world, he had seen many people playing with such devices. When class started and the teacher entered, Wei Jisheng put his phone away and told the teacher about the corpse from last night. The teacher's face turned deathly pale. He stopped teaching and rushed to the principal's office to report it. But when the principal and teacher went to the restroom, it was completely empty. The teacher and principal returned to the classroom to confront Wei Jisheng, who laughed and said, I saw it last night. If it ran away, why are you asking me? What? Did you expect me to keep the corpse tied up beside me waiting for you to come so I could pull it out for you to see? The teacher and principal were left speechless. Though furious, Wei Jisheng had broken no rules, so they couldn't touch it. Moreover, there was still a corpse to find. That night, everyone had the same dream as Wei Jisheng. In the dream, the young man charged at each of them. For some chosen ones, the youth stopped. For others, he did not. He lunged forward and bit through their necks. Everything in the dream was clearly visible to the outside world. Many realized that those who were bitten to death had given their jade pendants to their girlfriends. The previous morning, each girlfriend had demanded the jade pendant from her boyfriend. Most out of fear handed it over. A handful let reason overcome fear and refused. But Wei Jisheng was an exception. Pulu sat in the classroom, still enduring the greedy stares of the anomalies around him. A sudden urge to urinate struck him. Pulu found it odd. He had already gone to the bathroom before leaving the dorm. He hesitated, debating whether to go. In the end, he got up and headed to the restroom. Upon entering, he first checked to make sure no one was inside. Covering his mouth, he crept cautiously toward the stall. He opened the stall door, just a crack, then gradually wider. When it was fully open, Pulu was stunned. When he first opened it a little, the stall was empty. But now with the door fully open, a body lay inside. The corpse's face was twisted in agony, a large gash on its left wrist, oozing black blood. In its right hand, it held a black blade, eyes wide and fixed on Pulu outside the stall, as if accusing Pulu of being the one who killed him. The corpse was actually quite good-looking with delicate features. Pulu remained calm. He was only surprised by the sudden appearance of the body. When he had peered through the small gap, there was nothing inside. He stood at the door for a moment, then stepped forward and took the blade from the corpse's hand. Pulu took a photo with his phone, closed the door, and returned to the classroom. After closing the door, the corpse's left hand twitched. Strangely, once the chosen ones had gone to the restroom and seen the body, the urgent need to urinate vanished. Except for Wei Jisheng, every chosen one saw, without exception, a corpse that had slit its own wrist with a knife. All of them returned to their classrooms. None of them had the nerve to relieve themselves beside a corpse. What if it came back to life? Apart from Pulu, none of the chosen ones touched the body. After class began, Pulu told his teacher about the corpse in the restroom. The teacher accompanied him to check, but when Pulu opened the stall, it was empty. The teacher's face darkened. Pulu, deceiving a teacher is wrong. Don't think you can do as you please just because you have. Pulu didn't argue. He took out his phone, opened the album, and held it up to the teacher. When he produced his phone, the teacher's expression shifted. He seemed even angrier. But the next second, the anger vanished from his face. The same restroom, and inside a corpse. It was him. The anger on the teacher's face morphed into terror as he stared at the photo. He checked the timestamp. It was indeed from this morning. Pulu, you'll come with me to the principal's office. In the real world, how annoying. One hurdle after another. The rules clearly say not to go to the principal's office. Good thing Pulu was smart enough to take a photo, or he would have been done for. Why did the corpse disappear only in Pulu's live stream, and not in any other chosen ones? Because Pulu took something from it. In the anomalous world, Pulu still followed the teacher to the principal's office. The principal was quite handsome, not ugly at all, in fact rather attractive. But compared to Pulu, he was a few steps inferior. When the principal saw Pulu, his eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, Pulu, how are things between you and Lian Shui lately? Pulu nodded. The teacher beside him explained the situation. Pulu carefully observed the principal's expression. No change, still that hypocritical smile. Pilu, may I have a look at your phone? Pilu unlocked it and handed it over. The principal looked at it for a while before, teacher, and you may leave. I need to speak with Pilu alone. Yes, sir. With that, the teacher walked out of the door. Wait, teacher. Pilu called after the teacher's retreating figure. There are some things I think should be said all at once. After all, I'm going to find Lian Shui soon. At the mention of Lian Shui, the teacher's steps faltered, and he glanced back at the principal. The principal still wore that fixed, genial smile. Though he sat smiling in his office chair, the teacher felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The principal looked at Pilu. Pilu, if you have something to say it quickly. Teachers are busy. Pilu considered for a moment and replied, I took something from the corpse. The principal's expression flickered, then smoothed so swiftly Pilu barely noticed. It is a black dagger. The principal rose and fixed him with a stare. If you don't want to die, hand the dagger to teacher. Pilu produced the dagger, turning it twice in his palm before offering it to the principal. Principal, I still think this thing is unsafe for the teacher. It's better that I give it to you myself. The principal took a step back, bracing himself against the black leather chair. The earlier smile had vanished. I told you to give it to teacher. Did you not hear me? Pilu held the dagger and folded his arms. What if I don't? The principal's face darkened, his voice turned cold. If you refuse, then you will die. Pilu laughed. Die? Do you mean you want teacher to kill me? The principal snorted. And do it. Pilu seized the dagger and turned to face and who had transformed into something ghastly. Pilu's face changed more than once at the sight of In's grotesque state. Were you raped? The creature before him was naked, its body mottled with bruises, and blood still trailed from its back. You look like the victim of a brutal rape, like someone who was gang raped and could not survive. Pilu delivered the barbed remark without any expression, as if driving a blade with his words. In the real world, he had exchanged insults with those who beat him countless times. They had never outmatched him in words. The principal reason was his venomous tongue and filthy curses. A sharp tongue and obscene invectives cut, like thrusting a knife into an old wound. It was not only words, there had been fights as well. Pilu was very tall, over 1.9 meters. Against a single person, he would usually prevail. But his opponents always came in numbers. One call and 20 or more would answer. Because of family circumstances, he was quiet, which left him with few friends both in and out of school. Outnumbered and unable to win, he could only endure the blows. But this time was different. He faced a ghoul alone, and victory was uncertain. As he spoke, the creature opposite him erupted in fury. Pilu gave a low, bitter laugh. Perhaps that really was how it had died. He stood where he was, watching the maddened creature charge, his face calm as still water, utterly without fear. Still, his heart beat with tension. It was his first fight with a ghoul. As the beast's maw loomed before him, he slashed with the dagger and tore open its abdomen. For a moment, both the ghoul and the principal were stunned. They had not expected a human to harm the creature. Using that instant, Pilu dashed behind it, raised the dagger, and thrust toward its heart. The ghoul reacted quickly. Its left hand struck back, while its right hand seized Pilu's blade hand, pinning it in place. Pilu could not move his right hand, though his left remained free. The creature opened its blood-smeared mouth and lunged to bite the trapped hand. Pilu released his right. The dagger fell, but his left hand snatched it, and in a swift reversal plunged it into the ghoul's neck. The ghoul had no time to react. Its neck was driven through. Pilu's hand was savagely bitten as well. Feeling the agony in its neck, the creature recoiled its head. Pilu pulled his hand back. The wound throbbed with a peculiar stinging pain, like salt and chili pressed into a fresh cut. He looked down. His right hand was dripping with blood so soaked that the exact wound could not be seen. Only the burning pain marked its place. Pilu hissed. The injury was milder than some he had suffered before, yet it hurt far more. The ghoul fled with surprising speed, the dagger still lodged in its neck. It reached back to grip the dagger at its throat and pulled hard, but could not free it. Alarmed, Pilu strode forward and grabbed the creature's bruised purplish hand. The ghoul's other hand latched onto Pilu's outstretched arm and pressed fiercely toward the wound. Cold sweat broke over him. He strained, and the blade plunged further into the creature's neck. Oh! Ignoring the pain in his right hand, Pilu wrapped both hands around the hilt and pulled with all his might. The ghoul clung to the dagger with one hand and dug its other fingers into his wound. Sweat streamed down Pilu's forehead. His uniform had long since been soaked through. The exposed skin gleamed with moisture. The liquid running from his right hand was no longer sweat, but blood. He looked wrecked, as if pulled from water. A classmate showed me a video of you being assaulted. Your expression didn't look unwilling. You looked as though you were taking pleasure. How many people were there? I counted, over 10. They made you feel good, didn't they? You should demand a copy of that video and watch it. The ghoul before him flared with anger once more, but that was precisely what Pilu wanted. Only when the creature's fury reached its extreme could he hope to destroy this thing. As for any video, he did not even know how this ghoul had died, so where would such a recording come from? As expected, Pilu's words sapped the strength in the creature's grip at once. The principal stamped frantically at the side. You fool. He's provoking you, can't you see that, you idiot? Pu Luo did not rush to pull the dagger free. Instead, he dragged the ghoul toward the office door. With every step the blade sank a little deeper into the creature's neck, and the principal doggedly followed. When Pu Luo retreated a step, the principal advanced one. When they reached the threshold, Pu Luo slid the dagger out with little effort. He did not hurry away, however. He planted his left foot over the doorway, his right foot braced against the ghoul's back. The creature held his right hand fast, but his palm gripped the ghoul's throat while his left hand held the dagger. He raised the dagger high and brought it down with force. Each strike found the ghoul's heart, driving in deep and then wrenching free. Black blood spattered across the floor onto Pu Luo's hands and upon his face. Again he raised it, again it fell upon the chest. After repeating the motion several times, the creature in his grip finally ceased moving and the intense pain in his right hand eased considerably. Goodbye, principal. Pu Luo kicked the ghoul aside with his right foot, slammed the door with his left, clutched his wounded hand, and ran. He did not return to the classroom. Instead, he went down to the first floor to find Lian Shui. When Lian Shui heard he had come looking for her, she brightened and hurried from her classroom, only to find not a composed Pu Luo, but a man drenched in sweat, his right hand soaked in blood. Lian Shui quickly came to his side, gingerly supporting him toward the infirmary. Who did this? Pu Luo, tell me who did this to you. She was furious, crouching by his feet and staring at the wound with tears in her eyes. The doctor at hand dressed his injury with utmost caution, wary that a single wrong move might invite disaster. It's all right, it's nothing. Pu Luo knew the principal harbored some dread of Lian Shui, which was why he had sought her out. Although he had just realized the principal feared the dagger he carried, he planned, just in case, to shadow Lian Shui for the entire day. Lian Shui's eyes were rimmed red. She extended a slender hand and gently, cautiously stroked the shocking wound. The blood had been cleaned away and the wound lay exposed. Seeing the injury, Pu Luo finally understood why it hurt so much. A sliver of flesh along the outer forearm was missing, white bone showed faintly. A clotted flap had turned outward and raw tissue leaked through the skin. Tell me, Pu Luo, tell me. I will avenge you. Pu Luo closed his eyes. He would not let Lian Shui go and throw her life away. If one of the principal's underlings was so formidable, the principal himself was even more dangerous. Had he not guessed the principal feared the dagger and fled clutching it, a single slap might have been enough to kill him. But Lian Shui would not stop asking who it was, and Pu Luo, irritated, said it was the principal. I fought one of his underlings, and his underling is dead. He expected that would silence her, but to his surprise, she rose and headed for the door. Pu Luo called after her, Lian Shui, what are you doing? Her tear-streaked face vanished as she shifted back into the ghoul's likeness. I'm going to kill the principal. Pu Luo's pupils widened in shock. This was nothing like what he had imagined. He tried to get out of bed and stop her, but his lower body was fixed to the mattress and would not move. He could only ask, are you determined to go? Lian Shui nodded. Pu Luo sighed, hesitated, then drew the dagger from his pocket with his left hand and handed it to her. The principal fears this. If you cannot win, take this and run. Lian Shui stared at him, and the dagger stunned. It knew humans were only using it, but this was what it had to do. The rules compelled it. It had not expected this human to offer such an important thing. This dagger will be important to you. Keep it. I can avenge you. The principal will not dare touch me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lian Shui stepped out of the infirmary. Truthfully, it was reluctant to let the human go, but he clearly did not want to stay. Let him leave. Reality, Pu Luo did well. Truly a talent of our De Wuwei nation. It's not so different from the neighboring place. From today, our De Wuwei nation will rise. Why would he give his life-saving thing to Lian Shui? Has he truly fallen in love with her? Shut up, you bastard, upstairs. Our nation's heroes would never fall for that ugly girl. He's only trying to win the favor of that female ghoul. I agree. Pu Luo only did it to curry favor. Is it all for affection? No. The moment Pu Luo laid eyes on Lian Shui, a long-buried memory stirred within him. Someone he had not thought of for so long that he had nearly forgotten her. When he was 7, he once had a little sister. She was the neighbor's child, 4 years younger than him. Their first meeting was on a rainy night. The rain poured down in relentless torrents, and the raindrops from the eaves fell to the ground, splashed up, and fell again. He had been beaten by his drunken father and thrown out of the house. The night was bitter cold, and a fierce wind howled. The narrow shelter under the eaves was far too meager to shield him from such a heavy rain. He was burning with fever, his body as hot as a furnace, yet his heart was as cold as an icicle. In such a state, he would not last half an hour outside, let alone an entire night. He knelt on the ground, casting a pleading gaze toward his mother. But the timid woman personally cast him out. The wind outside was strong, driving the falling raindrops to lash against his frail frame. Pu Luo did not pound on the door or cry out. He simply sat there quietly. He knew it would be futile. It would only waste his strength. He sat there thinking that dying like this wouldn't be so bad. But then an umbrella appeared before him, shielding him from the wind and rain. Pu Luo lifted his head with difficulty. A black-haired girl gazed at him with her dark, limpid eyes. Then he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he was in a beautiful room, lying on a warm bed that smelled of flowers. After that, whenever he was beaten, the girl would apply medicine for him. When he went hungry, her family would cook for him. When he had no one to play with, she would buy him a toy car and play with him. When he had no clothes to wear, her family would buy him new ones. During that time, he was both hurt and happy. He had long thought that his existence was nothing but a burden to the world, and it would be better to just die. But the girl told him that if he died, she would be very sad, and so would her parents. The girl had a heart condition, and her family had brought her here to recuperate. They indulged her every wish, and her family was quite wealthy. If the girl were sad, she would have an attack, and though it could be treated, it would be very painful. Pu Luo was very young then, but he understood pain, so he abandoned that thought. Until one day the girl said she had to leave. She asked Pu Luo to live well, to grow up, and see the world on her behalf. Pu Luo knew she was going to die. He had overheard her family talking about it. An indescribable feeling spread through his heart. Pu Luo was not sad, or so he thought. But that was merely his own perception. He asked the girl for her name. She said, "A name will become a rope that binds you. When you grow up, the first girl who is kind to you, that person's name will be my name. That person will be me." With that, the girl vanished, and the neighbors moved away. He returned to his hell. They say he had forgotten, but if he truly had, would he still remember? While Pu Luo endured torment, Wei Jisheng was having a joyful meal with Lian Shui. Lian Shui watched him eat, saying, "Aishing, the day after tomorrow some leaders will come to inspect our school. The principal will have to receive them, and the teachers will be busy too. Tomorrow the teachers have to arrange the venue, and the day after is the rehearsal." Wei Jisheng continued eating without answering. "So tomorrow they'll be rehearsing, which means you can come to the rooftop with me." Wei Jisheng frowned. "Why go to the rooftop?" Lian Shui smiled brightly. "No reason. You promised me this a long time ago." Wei Jisheng chewed his food and said, "Then let's push it back a little more. I have something to do tomorrow." Lian Shui pouted. "Something to do? What could you possibly have to do? Are you lying to me?" "No," Wei Jisheng replied dismissively. "I'm preparing a gift for you. Tomorrow won't be enough time." Hearing that, Lian Shui immediately brightened. "Fine then, okay. You set the time." Wei Jisheng put his spoon back in the tray. "All right, how about the day after the day after the day after tomorrow?" He picked up his tray and left, and Lian Shui hurriedly grabbed hers to follow. The day after the day after the day after tomorrow would be perfect. He would be gone by then anyway. He returned to the classroom. Everyone was dozing at their desks. Wei Jisheng walked past them to his seat. That morning he had downloaded a game called WZRY, and it was quite fun. He opened the game again, and the eerie world zoomed in on his phone screen. Back in the real world, Xinga plays this game really well, looks super smooth. The strange world is pretty considerate, making it human-friendly. Under these conditions, others fight to survive, while Xinga is living life. That guy next door, what's his name? Luo something. Pretty impressive, using his phone to take pictures, strong vigilance. Did you guys not see his wounds? That big. It looks terrifying just to look at. There's a kind of pain that hurts even through the screen. TSK. Didn't even cry out when he was injured. I respect him as a real man. When I watched the stream, I could tell how much it hurt just from the cold sweat on his head and body. Did you guys see him completely drenched like head just been pulled out of water? He didn't even utter a cry of pain. I truly admire him. I declare him my third idol. In the country of Wu Wei, who isn't a tough guy, lifting a car with a tree branch, not even needing a jack. Just look at this comparison. Need I say more? Back in the eerie world, Wei Jisheng played games during class, played games after class. In fact, he played games. Finally, he managed to kill time through gaming. Wei Jisheng followed the crowd out, but when he reached the dormitory gate, he paused and looked back. Then he went upstairs. Let the line run long enough to catch the big fish. The time had come. The line was long enough, and it was time to reel in the catch. As his foot stepped onto his dormitory floor, the corridor lights began to flicker. One moment on, the next off. The first light lit, the second went dark, the third lit, the fourth went dark. And so on in a repeating cycle. Wei Jisheng straightened his back and began to stretch his wrists. He didn't go looking for trouble, but if trouble came to him, he would deal with it. However, this time was an exception. As he started to stretch his ankles, a dark silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor. With the flickering lights, the shadow drew closer and closer to him. When the shadow was only 2 steps away, Wei Jisheng raised his foot and kicked it in the neck. He put all his strength into it, so much so that the sound of his kick was audible, but to his surprise, the shadow did not move. It neither retreated nor advanced. Under the flickering lights, Wei Jisheng saw a face that was deathly pale. Its tongue lolled out, there were livid strangulation marks on its neck, and its face was ghastly white. It had clearly been strangled to death. Wei Jisheng withdrew his leg, but the corpse seized it tightly, its grip tightening, as it mumbled, "Give it back, give me back my thing. You took my thing. You'll die a miserable death." Wei Jisheng shot it a disdainful glance. If anyone was destined to die a miserable death, he had already experienced it. But he simply could not die. No matter what he went through in this life, he would never die. His ankle was being crushed, but the contemptuous expression on Wei Jisheng's face remained unchanged. His left hand toyed with the white cord in his pocket. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the empty, quiet hallway. A sharp pain shot through his ankle, yet it did not alter Wei Jisheng's expression in the least. He did not even blink. Wei Jisheng said, "Last night was my fault. Consider this ankle as compensation." Wei Jisheng pulled his leg back, but the corpse held on tight, though it was no match for his strength. He dragged the corpse to the ground. The corpse immediately scrambled up and reached out to strangle him. Wei Jisheng raised his right hand in front of its face. Thinking he was defending himself, the corpse grabbed his hand with both of its own. It gripped fiercely with tremendous force, and blood began to seep through the blue and white school uniform. Looking at the injury on his right hand, Wei Jisheng frowned and asked, "Is this all you've got?" As if understanding his words, the corpse's fingernails quickly grew long and black. The sharp dark nails pierced into Wei Jisheng's skin. Its grip tightened, the nails sank deeper until finally they pierced straight through his forearm. Wei Jisheng could clearly feel his tendons snapping and bones cracking. He tried to move his right hand. It was useless. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Wei Jisheng's mouth. The next second his body was lifted into the air. The corpse grabbed his right hand and swung him. He was slammed repeatedly into the ceiling, the floor, and the surrounding walls. Back in the real world, what is Shinga doing? Why isn't he fighting back? He's not this weak, right? He could have pulled his leg back from the start. Why didn't he? He only withdrew after it broke. What's the point? What is he up to? Trying to die together with Longhua. With his skills, how could that weirdo ever catch his right hand? Everyone shut up. I'm always on Sheng's side. Of back when this madman was beating up the weirdos, you Longhua people were so crazy about him. Now look, what's become of your so-called hero? What right do you have to mock our Sakura heir Mu? Little Baja is getting cocky again. At least our chosen one didn't wet his pants, unlike some Sakura whatever. It's getting cold, little Baja. Cover yourselves with more dirt. If you freeze to death, they'll be delighted, but you're not worth me dying for. A little Sakura is so arrogant. What's up? Found Erling Shin to be your master. Oh wait, I forgot. Your Erling Shin is the US. That's true. You Longhua people are always clinging to unrealistic dreams. You should just sleep forever and never wake up. We Longhua are not Zhuge Liang. Don't unload your shamelessness on us. TSK tisk, you little Baja are so small. Small in vision, small in every way. Noses small, ears small, eyes small. Can't smell your place, can't hear your own barks, can't see your own status. You're ready to take a coffin lid as a snowboard and fly up to the sky, not even knowing how you died. Back in the eerie world, Wei Jisheng lay amidst a pile of rubble. The entire dormitory building had been reduced to ruins. The corpse had used him as a battering ram. The outside world was in an uproar, but he was unaware. However, some grudges must be settled no matter what. Wei Jisheng used his left hand to prop himself up against a wall. He pried loose a steel bar about 10 centimeters long with a rock. The bar clattered to the ground, and he ignored it. His left ankle was fractured. He couldn't move it, and it didn't hurt much when still. His right hand was completely useless, and it throbbed with pain, even when motionless. Wei Jisheng surveyed his injuries with satisfaction. He said slowly, "We were even, but you destroyed my right hand, so now I want your dog's life. Left ankle twisted, right hand broken. My whole body is battered. Fighting you like this counts as me not being unfair to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Jisheng vanished into the dust-choked corridor. He was completely out of sight. The corpse looked around in confusion, but still found nothing. This was the eerie world, Wei Jisheng's turf. Wei Jisheng wasn't angry that someone else had stolen the spotlight on his own turf. He never bullied people without, even though his eerie power had not yet returned in the realm of hand-to-hand combat. No one in the eerie world, not every eerie being, is born with supernatural power. It has to be taken by force. Wei Jisheng's formidable eerie power was earned through countless bare-knuckle brawls. In the domain of physical combat, he was second to none in the eerie world. To fight such a low-level eerie being, without first crippling himself, would have weighed on his conscience. Someone sometimes still has a shred of conscience. Bang! Clang! The two sounds came almost simultaneously. Wei Jisheng stood behind the corpse on both feet. In his left hand, he held a large rock, as big as two fists clenched together. The rock was dripping with a black liquid, the blood from the corpse's head. There was a huge dent in the back of the corpse's skull, a complete concave. The clang was the corpse hitting the steel bar. Wei Jisheng had sharpened that steel bar, and it had pierced straight through the corpse's heart. The exposed part of the bar was covered with flesh and blood. Wei Jisheng limped over to the corpse like a cripple, but compared to the corpse, he looked more like the dead one. His blue and white school uniform was stained with blood and dust. Through the 10 holes in his right sleeve, one could see the collapsed wall beyond, a stark reminder to those watching that his hand had been pierced 10 times. His left foot dragged with a limp like a lurching zombie. In his left hand, he carried the bleeding rock still clinging with wriggling bits of flesh. Wei Jisheng's once handsome face was now grimy with dust and marked with terrifying bloody gashes, one along the left jawline, another across his forehead. Blood from the gash on his forehead dripped onto his eyelashes, into his eyes, across his cheeks, and down his chin, where it had begun to coagulate on his face. Drenched in blood and dust with limp limbs and a shuffling gait, Wei Jisheng looked far more like a ghost than the corpse beneath him that had been impaled through the heart. He resembled a vicious demon crawling out from hell. Back in the real world, holy crap, Shinga is going beast mode. Holy crap, maybe Shinga could have gone beast mode in a less terrifying way. I can't tell who's the ghost anymore. Where did that barking Sakura mad dog run off to? Get the hell out here. Look at that. Our guy is on a killing spree. I'm very curious. Why did Shinga let the eerie being hit him in the first place? Based on what Shinga said, it seems he's too strong. He felt it wasn't right to fight an eerie being that hadn't provoked him while he was whole, so he let the thing hurt him first. Well, Shinga is pretty nice, huh? Am I the only one wondering why Shinga suddenly disappeared? I want to know too. I didn't even blink, and he just vanished into thin air. I literally jumped up, watched the replay several times, and still couldn't figure it out. It left me totally confused. That's obviously Sheng's talent. Hasn't someone been talking about it? Does Sheng's talent come with built-in pain immunity? The bullet comments fell into a long silence at those words. Everyone knew that talents were singular. It was impossible to have another one bundled in. At the Enigma Analysis Bureau, who exactly is Wei Jisheng? Haven't you found anything yet? Reporting to Director Dong, Wei Jisheng. Our database shows no such person. What? Wei Jisheng took out a white rope, placing one end between his teeth while approaching the immobile corpse. He crouched down, threading the other end of the rope around the corpse's neck, the other end tightly clenched in his mouth. Then he pulled back with his hand. The body began to struggle. Its hands tried to grasp the rope around its neck, but found nothing. Its arms flailed wildly in the air, while its feet kicked outward incessantly. The corpse was no longer human. It did not require breathing, yet it could be killed again by the same method that had slain it in its previous life. Wei Jisheng knew this well. After an unknown period of time, the corpse finally ceased moving, its struggle ceasing. Yet Wei Jisheng did not release his grip. He maintained the same posture, one hand strangling fiercely, his mouth biting down tightly. Only after another few minutes did he let go. He did this as a precaution. He had once been tricked before. He had chopped off that anomaly's head, and its body had gone still. But the moment he lowered his guard, the anomalous body suddenly moved again. At that time, Wei Jisheng was stabbed through the chest by that anomaly with a knife. He had to exert great effort to. When first stabbed, he thought the wound was only to his chest. It was only later, while treating the injury, that he realized the blade had pierced straight through his heart. He did not die. Initially he was shocked, but later he grew accustomed to it. No matter what, he could not die, and wounds never became infected. This was to him quite fortunate. Sitting beside the corpse, Wei Jisheng recalled this past incident. After a while he withdrew his thoughts and staggered to his feet. He then walked toward his dormitory. In his hand, he still held the white rope. The rope swayed in the air as he carried it, one end short the other. The entire floor had been destroyed by him, and the corpse now a ruin of scattered rubble and dust floating in. He limped to the window and sat down, kneading the soft rope in his hands. He looked up at the red moonlight streaming onto his face. He had once regarded this moonlight as a place to rest his longing. He believed it was normal for severed limbs to regrow. He thought killing was ordinary. He believed it was normal that he could not die. But later, upon reaching the human world, he came to know the truth. The moon appeared red only in the eyes of the dead. Losing a limb was excruciating, and limbs would not regenerate. Killing was an unforgivable crime, deserving death. He was like a monster, undying, imperishable, ageless, indestructible. The Gi world and the human world differed in many ways. The only commonality was that anomalies too could be killed, could be destroyed. But he could not. Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes to look at the rope in his hand. When provoked enough, anomalies would undergo an anomalous transformation. He called it shapeshifting. He had tried countless times, but his body always remained the same, never changing no matter what. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes, expressionless. In the Gi world, he was called a monster because of his immortality and imperishability. He deeply understood that he was incompatible with that world. The first time he came to the human world, he was somewhat excited. He thought the people here were his kind. But reality told him he remained an outcast here. Some people are born as favored children of heaven. But these people bear unwavering gazes. Someone like Wei Jisheng needs to learn to enjoy solitude, yet Wei Jisheng could never learn that. He was a favored child of heaven, his strength dwelling in high places. Yet an unfortunate childhood, unchanging solitude, strange gazes, and the label of a monster would accompany him day and night, every detail of his life seeping into his entire being, turning him cold and ruthless. He was like a madman. How could someone who had lived alone in the world for an unknown span of time, bearing what normal people could never endure, not go mad? Wei Jisheng sighed. He had once hoped someone would come to save him. Loneliness was his constant companion, and no one had taught him how to express emotions, and he did not know how to convey feelings. Naturally, no one dared approach someone called a monster. Wei Jisheng sighed again. He no longer needed these things now. What was the point of living? He might as well die. After all, no one in this world cared about him. There was a saying in the human world, early death brings early rebirth. Perhaps after death, he could be reincarnated into the human world, become an ordinary person, and no longer be lonely. Wei Jisheng rubbed the white rope in his hands, his mind dizzy with thoughts. He closed his eyes and wound the rope around his neck. No. He jerked his head up and opened his eyes. The red moon hung high in the sky, its crimson rays piercing into Wei Jisheng's dark eyes. He stood up and limped back toward the corpse. That moonlight was problematic. He knew full well that he would never think of death at any time. The moonlight might have been problematic for a long time, he just hadn't noticed it. Spiritual contamination. Wei Jisheng plopped down beside the corpse. He had forgotten that the Gi world was not only about anomalies, there was also spiritual contamination. Tisk, he had been careless so close. He put away the rope, looked around, and finally used his uninjured left hand to lift a large stone not far away. He blew the dust off the stone, placed it behind him, and rested his head on the stone, falling asleep. Brother Sheng is in a pretty good mood, huh? He still has the heart to sleep with those injuries on him. Is he really not going to bandage them? What do you guys think? Will Brother Sheng's injuries heal on their own? The barrage in the live stream fell silent again. Shouldn't be. Brother Sheng probably isn't that overpowered. Brother Sheng was fine at the wall. Why did he go back to the corpse? Isn't he afraid of the corpse rising? To the comment above, I can only say respect. If he were afraid, he wouldn't sit back next to the corpse. Do you guys think it could be the moon's problem? Don't say anymore, it is the moon's problem. Many countries' chosen ones didn't draw the curtains. Once the moonlight hit them, they went crazy, banging their heads against walls in mass suicide. The comment above isn't something from the Gi world, is it? Pu Luo lay on the hospital bed, anxiously staring at the infirmary door. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. The red moon had already shone through the window into the room. The room was empty except for Pu Luo. The infirmary doctor had left at some point. Pu Luo grew increasingly anxious. He didn't know why he suddenly felt so worried, but he was restless. The heart in his chest was pounding fiercely against his flesh. Just as he was about to get out of bed, the infirmary door opened. In walked Lien Shui, covered in wounds and utterly disheveled. Pu Luo quickly got out of bed, reaching out to support the tottering Lien Shui, carefully helping her to sit on the bed. With worry and a hint of anger, he asked, "I told you not to go. Why didn't you listen? I'm already fine, so why did you have to provoke the principal?" Lien Shui looked up, her red eyes surveying Pu Luo as he rummaged around the room. I also. It's the rule. Pu Luo's hand reaching for medicine paused. So it was just the rule, not because she cared about him. He picked up the medicine and walked to Lien Shui's side. "Which of these medicines are beneficial to your body?" Lien Shui glanced at the medicine in Pu Luo's hands and shook her head weakly. "None of these medicines are useful for us anomalies. The most effective thing is human blood or a heart." Pu Luo dumped the medicine on the nearby table, took out a dagger from his pocket, and quickly slashed his left palm. Blood welled out. He grabbed a paper cup from the table, emptied the water, and used it to collect the blood. Lien Shui stared blankly at his action. "What are you doing?" Pu Luo clenched his left hand, the pain in his palm intensifying, but the blood flowed even faster. "To make medicine for you to heal your wounds." Lien Shui was silent, tilting her head to look at Pu Luo's blood. Blood held a fatal attraction for them. Every cell in her body screamed for her to devour the human before her. But Lien Shui seemed somewhat reluctant. She raised her hand and touched her own chest. It was cold and numb, devoid of sensation. Then she reached her hand toward Pu Luo's chest. Pu Luo was startled, but did not stop her. Thump, thump, thump. Lien Shui felt the warmth coming from her palm. The rhythmic beating seemed to awaken her heart, which had long ceased to beat. It was as if her heart had started working again. Pu Luo brought the cup to her lips. The delicious scent lingered at her nose, and she unconsciously licked it. Pu Luo said, "Take it and drink yourself, and my hand can't support it much longer." Lien Shui immediately cupped the paper cup and began to drink carefully. "Why didn't you defend just now? Aren't you afraid it'll eat your heart?" Pu Luo stood up and stretched. "You're not a greedy anomaly. Tell me, why did you touch my heart?" Lien Shui sipped the blood in small sips. "I'm curious about how your human heartbeat feels, and also curious about what a human heart tastes like." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, as if embarrassed. Pu Luo sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. "I'm curious about how you anomalies came to be. I don't know either. Ever since I can remember, I've been here. We all have our own rules. If we break them, we die." Lien Shui leaned closer to Pu Luo and sniffed. "You humans smell very fragrant. As soon as I get close, I can smell the scent emanating from you, especially the heart." Pu Luo chuckled, shifting his body closer to the girl. "Then let you sniff more to satisfy your craving. Have you ever eaten a human?" Lien Shui nodded. "Yes, I've eaten human hearts. They are especially delicious, really tasty, fragrant. Your blood is also delicious, fragrant, and especially sweet. Your meat is good too. They'll treat you to some someday." Pu Luo gave an awkward smile. "That's really not necessary." He looked at the girl sipping the blood and said, "I want to stay here forever. You need to prepare for my departure." Lien Shui paused in her drinking, looked at Pu Luo, his handsome face reflected in her red eyes. "Why do you have to leave? Can't you stay? Can't you just stay here and keep me company? Pu Luo shook his head. There are people waiting for me in the human world, but I might come to see you. Lian Shui lowered her head in disappointment. Thanks to the blood's effect, her wounds began to gradually heal. Pu Luo stroked her hair. Drink up quickly. Once you finish, go to sleep. He'll watch over you. Lian Shui nodded reluctantly. After she finished drinking the blood, her wounds visibly healed, and her pale complexion became quite rosy. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Pu Luo knew she was exhausted. That guy outside shouldn't have made her clean up again. He stood up and walked out the door. When Lian Shui opened the door, he had already seen the ghostly thing behind her. As expected, the moment he stepped out, a dark shadow charged at him, but he dodged it. Give my stuff back. Give it back. You took my things. You deserve to die. Pu Luo watched the corpse's furious state. It seemed he didn't need to deliberately provoke it anymore. He brandished the dagger, and sure enough, the corpse grew even angrier. Pu Luo instantly felt that the corpse before him was easy to deal with, mindless with only brute force. This is my thing. Why should I give it to you? You say it's yours, but do you have any proof? There's no name of yours on it. The corpse flew into a rage and mindlessly charged at him. Its speed was so blinding that ordinary people couldn't track it. But in Pu Luo's eyes, its movements seemed like slow motion. Extremely slow, the slowest of slow motion. Pu Luo's side bent down to easily evade the corpse's attack and slashed the dagger across its abdomen. Leveraging the corpse's own momentum, a large gash instantly tore open across its belly. The corpse showed no sign of pain. It still charged at Pu Luo recklessly. The earlier dodge and attack had caused the scabbed wound on Pu Luo's right hand to split open again. It felt as if someone had torn the skin open with bare hands, sprinkled chili powder on the exposed flesh, and set countless ants to gnaw at it. It was not exactly painless. Rather, it hurt so much that Pu Luo grimaced through clenched teeth. He looked at the wound on the corpse's wrist. That must be the weak point to destroy this ghastly thing. In Pu Luo's eyes, the corpse moved at an extremely slow pace as it reached him. He raised his hand and thrust the dagger directly into the wound on its wrist with great force, causing its hand to fall off entirely. Then the corpse froze for a few seconds before collapsing instantly. With a loud thud, the corpse crashed to the ground. Pu Luo's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, beads upon beads streaming down. His left hand clutched his right hand that held the dagger. The pain was a bit too much. Red moonlight fell upon him. He looked up. The red moon had appeared at some unknown moment. The moon had just been hidden behind dark clouds, making Pu Luo forget its existence. The very first glance at the moon told Pu Luo that there was something unclean about it. Whose moon is a fucking red? The moon in a dead person's eyes is red. He lifted his leg to walk toward the infirmary, only to find that the pain in his hand seemed to have lessened. He paused his movement for a moment, looking up at the abrupt red moon against the pitch-black sky. Then Pu Luo lowered his head to gaze at his right hand. It seemed to be hurting much less. He tried to unwrap the bandage, but it was tied too tightly, and he failed. The white gauze had already been stained red. The red was glaring, just like the moon in the sky. Seeing that he couldn't undo it with his hands, he directly slashed the gauze with the dagger. It split open. The red gauze was cut apart. After pulling aside the gauze, Pu Luo discovered that the wound had healed considerably. Some areas were beginning to regenerate flesh, while others were still scabbing over. The recovery on his arm was remarkably fast. At this rate, the only witnesses to his wound being torn open would be the red gauze on the ground and the red blood on his hand. He watched the wound on his hand close up at a visible pace, then lifted his head to gaze at the moon in the sky, feeling puzzled. Could it really be that he had wronged it? Was it a good moon? Real world? What is the authority doing? Why aren't they warning Pu Luo? The red moon is dangerous. Hurry up and alert him. But this moon is helping Pu Luo recover his wounds. Is it really the cause of the chosen one's death? Am I the only one who noticed that the creepy thing Pu Luo encountered is much easier to deal with than the one Wei Jisheng faced? The bullet comments in the live stream had already erupted into chaos. The Bizarre Analysis Bureau of the Dawei Nation was also baffled. After much deliberation, they still warned Pu Luo to be cautious of the red moon. Twisted World. Pu Luo received the official warning. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, but still decided to return to the infirmary. His intuition had always been accurate. If his gut told him the moon was problematic, then it certainly was, regardless of whether it helped heal his wound. Moreover, the country had sent a warning. He couldn't just ignore it. Why should he listen to them? When he was a child, he had begged them for help many times, but they turned a blind eye. Why should he risk his life for a bunch of scum? Why should he exchange his own fear and anxiety for the safety of those who bullied him for fun every day? Revenge? Suicide. If he died, they would be terrified too. The eerie tales would descend upon this filthy world and punish those disgusting people. Pu Luo raised the dagger, glanced at it, and aimed it at the carotid artery in his neck. No. What if those scumbags didn't die? What if those scumbags managed to evade the descent of the eerie tales? What if the eerie tale descended at the place where that teacher currently was? His movement came to a sudden halt. The gleaming cold blade tip was only millimeters away from his carotid artery. He could feel the chill of the dagger. He immediately put away the dagger and fled back to the infirmary. Once inside, he first closed the door and drew the curtains. Then he slowly crouched down, leaning against the cold door. The cold feeling on his back was nothing compared to the chill of the dagger just moments ago. Cold sweat kept pouring from his forehead as waves of fear washed over him. Had he just been about to kill himself? A chill coiled up his spine. He lifted his head and looked toward the curtains. It seemed the red moon was indeed dangerous. Pu Luo raised his hand. The wound on his right hand had nearly healed, leaving only some scars. The red moon was both dangerous and beneficial. Real world. Holy shit, that scared the hell out of me just now. I really thought Pu Luo was going to die there. Thank goodness it had me sweating all over. My whole body is drenched in fucking cold sweat. It's such a hot day and I have the AC on, but I'm still soaked in sweat. That was terrifying. The red moon is really dangerous, but why did Pu Luo's wound heal so fast? Could it really be because of the red moon? If that's the case, it's really something to ponder with a sense of dread. But the chosen one from neighboring Dragon Kingdom also started having his wounds heal after being bathed in red light. And I suggest you check out his live stream replay. Twisted world. Wei Jisheng was sleeping in a daze. After a while he woke up groggily. He looked down at the corpse beside him. It was gone again. Wei Jisheng knew that this time the corpse had dissipated. He moved his legs and hands. Yes, he could move them, but it still hurt. His right hand could move and his feet could walk normally, albeit with some pain. Wei Jisheng stood up. Outside the sky had brightened. No one came to call him. Presumably that person had taken leave again. He headed downstairs. Although his feet hurt, the pain was almost negligible for Wei Jisheng. It was more like a tingling sensation. Arriving downstairs, he looked up and saw thick dark clouds that let no light through, as if it were about to rain. Wei Jisheng went to the girls' dormitory building. As usual, his eyes fixed intently on the corner of the boys' dormitory building. Don't be impatient, I'll deal with you tonight. Lian Shui descended the stairs, still following Wei Jisheng's rapid pace, her incessant chatter grating on his nerves as he disinterestedly picked at his ear. He bid farewell, as usual, and ascended the stairs as usual. Yet unlike ordinary days, the teacher's office was empty. He had deliberately checked before returning to the classroom to verify Lian Shui's words and his own conjecture. Indeed, it seemed that the day after tomorrow or the day after that he would be able to return to the human world. Class began without a teacher. Wei Jisheng waited for a while, but no teacher came. So he strutted out of the classroom. He arrived at the teacher's office door, stood there to survey the area, and when he saw no teacher, he entered. Wei Jisheng took a look around the office, then walked over to the nearest desk and sat down. The computer before him was already on. He grasped the mouse and clicked around casually, finding nothing of use. Wei Jisheng went to the window, opened it to glance outside, then turned around to lock the door. He wandered around the office for a long while before spotting his class number on the desk beside the window. He sat down, turned on the computer, which was unlocked. With his slender fingers on the mouse, he opened the teacher's files on the computer, finding nothing useful. After clicking for a long time, Wei Jisheng discovered a locked file. He tried to open the file using 703, but the password was 6 digits. Wei Jisheng attempted several other numbers, all of which were incorrect. He grew increasingly impatient, and his fingers pressed the keyboard with more force. In the weird world, Wei Jisheng was still pondering the password, but after trying many times to no avail, he grew extremely irritable and felt like beating up a few weird beings to vent his anger. Every weird in the weird world had an exceptionally important day. He did not know what that day represented, but he knew that every weird had a day of utmost significance which they used as the password for everything. But this computer was a work computer. It should not store personal files. It had to be work documents. Official documents in the weird world had a pattern for their passwords. However, the pattern was not fixed. Wei Jisheng leaned back in the swivel chair, rested his right leg on his knee, placed his right hand on the keyboard, and kept his left hand in his pocket. What was the pattern? He meticulously scoured every corner of his memory. Oh, that's it. His left hand began to type letters and numbers on the keyboard, then manipulated the mouse and clicked confirm. As expected, the computer screen changed at last. From the repeated password error to welcome, a hint of a smile tugged at Wei Jisheng's lips as he scrolled the mouse upward. The document displayed a list of students studying abroad. His fingers flew swiftly, and the pages scrolled rapidly on the screen. When he saw a familiar name, he stopped scrolling. Wei Jisheng gazed at the name before him, Feng Yimian. Upon opening the list, the computer showed Feng Yimian's photo and study abroad credentials. Student Feng Yimian. Family, only one younger brother. Reason for studying abroad, outstanding academic performance. Wei Jisheng contemplated as he read Feng Yimian's information. He scrolled to the bottom, and the moment he read the words, Wei Jisheng was slightly stunned. Reason for replacement. Although her grades were excellent, she had severe psychological issues, and her family's financial situation was poor. Wei Jisheng read the words on the screen aloud. Why psychological problems? Could it be that Lian Shui had said something devastating to Feng Yimian, causing her to suffer from psychological trauma? Wei Jisheng closed the study abroad interface, and the computer displayed a student death table. He clicked on it. Deceased student Feng Yimian. Cause of death psychological problems severe depression. Deceased student Wang Su. Feng Yimian died from psychological problems. Depression. Why did this happen? Wei Jisheng tilted his head. Was the love triangle that intense? He exited the interface. No other windows popped up, but he reopened the teacher's files. Sure enough, additional files appeared. Class student health table. He clicked on it, and the first thing he saw was Feng Yimian's name, and the entire page contained only her file. Condition depression psychological disorder. Specific symptoms develops romantic feelings toward the same sex, easily develops affection for males. Cause of psychological disorder unknown. Depression suffered from school bullying. Treatment measures no treatment administered. Wei Jisheng narrowed his eyes as he read the information. What does easily develops affection for males mean? Could he have been mistaken? Did Feng Yimian not like Lian Shui, but instead had feelings for him? This love triangle had turned into an even more melodramatic one. But was developing romantic feelings for the same sex considered a psychological disorder? Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes. Could this be called a psychological disorder? The depression resulted from school bullying, but the lack of treatment measures suggested the school knew about the bullying yet did nothing to stop it. That was not a question, it was a statement. And Wei Jisheng was certain that the bullying Feng Yimian suffered was inextricably linked to Lian Shui. The photos made it clear enough that anyone who couldn't understand would be a fool. Wei Jisheng was deeply absorbed in thought, but the faint sound of footsteps outside the door caught his attention. Without hesitation, he stood up and leaped straight out of the window. Just as his body flew out of the window, the sound of a door opening rang out. But the door was locked and wouldn't open. The person outside began to ram the door, and after just one shove the door flew open. The office was empty. Only the wind-blown curtains remained. Wei Jisheng landed on the ground, with both feet a perfect landing. The teacher's office had been explored, and now it was time for the principal's office. In the weird world, Piluo went to class with female Lian Shui. The events of the previous night still left him but from Lian Shui he learned that a leader would be coming for a review. Upon hearing this news, Piluo knew what he had. He forcibly calmed himself and said, Lian Shui, I might have to leave. Lian Shui was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I know. Will you come back to see me? Piluo didn't want to lie to her. I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Lian Shui stopped walking, looked up at him, and said with a smile, then go. I know this place isn't for you, you should go home. Piluo raised his hand to wipe away her tears. If I didn't have unfinished business in the outside world, I would stay with you. To be honest, the outside world isn't much either. But after I leave, I'll remember you. When I have the chance, I'll come to see you. Lian Shui's lips were curled into a smile, but Piluo could sense sorrow in it. Piluo continued walking, and as he walked he said, can you weird beings truly feel sadness? Lian Shui tugged at Piluo's hem and followed him. Of course. Although we weird beings don't have hearts, we can still feel sadness. The emotions you humans experience, we weird beings feel them too. Piluo turned his head slightly to look at Lian Shui's reddened eyes. Don't cry. Don't be sad. Rest assured I will remember you forever. Who told you that you look so ugly when you cry? I will always remember that in the weird world I met a little girl who cried easily and looked really ugly when she cried. Lian Shui raised her hand and lightly punched Piluo's shoulder, muttering, then you might as well not remember me. Piluo laughed twice. This was the second time in his long life that he had laughed genuinely. I was lying. Piluo stopped walking. I will always remember you as the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. You look beautiful when you smile, lovely when you cry. You are perfect no matter what. Your name is Lian Shui, and I will remember it forever. I regard you as my little sister. Meeting you is one of the luckiest things in my otherwise unfortunate life. Lian Shui raised her swollen eyes and asked, really? Will you truly remember me? Remember me at my best? Will you see me as your little sister? Piluo nodded. He tidied the hair by Lian Shui's ear and wiped the tears from her eyes. No matter what you look like to me, you are the most beautiful. And you are my only little sister. Lian Shui's face flushed. Lian Shui, go back to the classroom. Lian Shui nodded and reluctantly returned to class. The reluctance in the past had been feigned, but this time it was real. Just before entering the classroom, Lian Shui said the password for the teacher's office is GYXX0001, and the principal's office password is GYXX46461. As soon as she finished speaking, Lian Shui went back into the classroom. Piluo stood there watching her retreating figure. What could he do? He felt a sense of attachment. After a while, Piluo still went to the teacher's office. He looked inside before entering. There was no teacher. He went in and locked the door. He spotted the class number on the desk and sat down at his own class number. He turned on the computer and clicked for a long time before finding useful files. He entered the password and the file opened. The information Piluo saw was exactly the same as what Wei Jisheng had obtained. After exiting the interface, he opened all the software to check. There was nothing unusual in the front, but when he opened the teacher's file, his expression grew darker and darker. After reading all the information, he walked to the door, intending to go to the principal's office. But when his hand touched the door handle, he thought better of it, returned to the window, and leaped down. In the weird world, Wei Jisheng arrived at the principal's office. He had just seen the principal standing outside on his way there, so he was not worried at all. As soon as he entered the office, he began ransacking the place, but found nothing useful. He then turned on the computer. The screen flickered a few times before lighting up. He plopped down onto the leather chair. It was quite comfortable, much more so than the chairs in the teacher's office. Once the principal's computer booted up, Wei Jisheng moved the mouse and started opening files one by one to read them. Files without passwords, he skimmed through quickly. Finally, after persistent effort, he found one that was password. He leaned back in the chair, the computer screen blazing brightly before him. He typed a few letters, but did not press enter. He pondered what number password that old fox might have set. Suddenly, Wei Jisheng recalled seeing the old fox input the password earlier. Back then, he had stood behind the old fox and watched him type it using his eerie power, so the old fox remained unaware. What was that password? He had a vague impression of it. It seemed to be a 4-something 6-something. As Wei Jisheng thought of these numbers, the expression on his face grew uncertain. Was it really that? It couldn't be right. He reached out, typed 46461 on the keyboard, then hesitated before pressing enter. Welcome. Wei Jisheng watched the interface change, leaned back, and a sarcastic expression spread across his face. He cursed inwardly at the pervert. If the old fox wasn't a pervert, why would he use a condom brand as his computer password? In the weird world, 46461 was the equivalent of human world condoms. Wei Jisheng cursed in his heart. That's no true eerie creature. As the password was accepted, he had also steeled himself mentally. For someone who used that as a password, his computer must be filthy. The page loaded for a moment, then several categories. Wei Jisheng glanced over and clicked on the first category, the schedule. This category was in table format, listing one name after another. The first column was the serial number, the second was the name, the third was the video, and the fourth was the photo. He scrolled down extensively, noticing that the entries at the bottom were in red font, while those above were in blue. He scrolled back up slowly, pausing at the last blue font entry. The name in blue was GU. Below GU's name were names and serial numbers in black font, but with no videos. Wei Jisheng clicked on the video. The next second his eyes widened, and he quickly shut it off. Although his movement was swift, a few moans still escaped from the computer. He shot to his feet, face slightly flushed, and strode quickly to the window. The wind caressed his burning cheeks, as if trying to soothe his heart. His chest heaved with rapid breaths. Sure enough, that son of a bitch was a pervert, and even the stuff on his computer was perverted. He had already mentally prepared himself, but still. Real world, what the hell? What was that sound? Is this a bus to kindergarten? Why would such sounds appear in the weird world? And on a computer? Brother Sheng must be searching for some healthy movies, right? Impossible. Look at his reaction. He's clearly startled. Hasn't he experienced this before? Shouldn't it be something every normal guy has done? Don't talk nonsense, not every guy has watched that. Am I the only one curious why a principal's computer has this stuff? Hey, now that you mention it, it does feel off. That's kind of creepy. What do I do? Help. My mom asked me what I'm watching. You're lucky. I was watching the live stream with my whole family in the living room. After that sound, I froze, and now I've retreated to my room. In the weird world, Wei Jisheng had calmed down and sat back down. God knows what he just went through. Suppressing his shame, he scrolled back up and saw a familiar face. It was the corpse. It seemed he had committed suicide because he couldn't bear the humiliation. That damn principal deserved to die. Unexpectedly, he saw his own name on the list. His shame and anger instantly turned into rage. But when he stopped scrolling, he saw that his name had been crossed out and replaced by Feng Yimian. Wei Jisheng now understood what this list meant. Every blue font name on the list belonged to someone the principal had slept with without exception, and videos had been taken. As for those in black font, they had yet to fall victim. Feng Yimian's name had replaced his own. The principal wouldn't change names without reason. If he did, there could only be one explanation. The only person in this world who treated him exceptionally well and was practically at his beck and call was Lian Shui. Lian Shui's status was clearly not simple. With her background possibly bigger than the principal's, people said he was living off her. It would be very easy for Lian Shui to tell the principal to change the name. Wei Jisheng looked up at the photo. The face that had always been blurry now began to sharpen. The mosaic on the face disappeared, revealing a handsome, almost stunning, face. The person in the photo was even more attractive than Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng looked at the happy, smiling face of the boy in the photo and cursed again in his heart beast. He took out his phone and not only photographed, but also recorded the screen. Of course, he also recorded the video content. He fixed the phone in position, then in the instant he clicked on the video, he bolted out of the office at lightning speed. This scene kept the live stream audience laughing. Real world. Indeed, there are some weird worlds that kids don't put our brother Sheng in such a spot. Haha, brother Sheng is so pure. Guys this innocent are rare nowadays. Come to me, brother Sheng, and he'll gladly teach you things you don't understand. Even if he's rare, we can't reach his level anymore. A friendly reminder, flirting with a minor is illegal. Who knows if brother Sheng is even an adult yet? If not, wouldn't we be guilty of flirting with a minor? Damn, why didn't you say that earlier? Can I retract my comment? In the weird world, Wei Jisheng glanced at the time. He quickly returned to the office, shut down the video, and exited the interface. As soon as he left, his sharp eyes caught a program that none of the other teachers' computers had. He clicked on it and read through all the messages in the software. He then essentially understood the root cause of Feng Yimian's depression. Feng Yimian's study abroad opportunity had been tampered with. According to the information Wei Jisheng had gathered, Feng Yimian was from a poor family, with only a younger brother living on financial aid. The chance to study abroad had been right in front of him, but it was forcibly taken away. And before that he had been by the principal. Such blows would be enough to break anyone. A life-changing opportunity was within reach, only to slip away. Wei Jisheng picked up his phone, took another photo, and fled. This whole ordeal had taken half the day. He had originally planned to eat, but the cafeteria had already closed. Wei Jisheng wandered around outside. The principal was busy entertaining the school authorities, so he had no time to deal with him. Besides, if the principal dared to come, Wei Jisheng could send his head flying with a single slap. Some vile creatures must not be coddled. If you indulge them, they think there's something special, when in reality, they mean nothing to anyone. If someone else were in his shoes, they might pity Feng Yimian, even feel sorry for him. But Wei Jisheng wouldn't. He had grown up in a world of survival of the fittest, and was used to this kind of thing. But it would be a lie to say he didn't pity Feng Yimian at all. After all, Feng Yimian had died for him. Not feeling any pity would be impossible. Yet Wei Jisheng would avenge Feng Yimian. However, he didn't know what to do about his girlfriend. Because she hadn't intended to kill Feng Yimian, but her actions had indeed led to his death. She had killed Feng Yimian to protect him. If you talk about forgiveness, it's really hard to forgive, just like what was written on the photo. But if you talk about not forgiving, she did it for the one she loved. But should someone else lose their life for the sake of your loved one? That is truly unfair to the one who lost his life. Wei Jisheng scratched his hair in frustration. When you look at a matter as an outsider, you adopt a God's perspective and think it's so simple. Why would anyone agonize over it? But if you're the one at the center, your perspective changes completely. The bystander sees the chessboard clearly. The player is lost in the game. If it were someone else, they might be utterly flustered. But Wei Jisheng was no ordinary person. When he couldn't figure something out, he would place himself in the role of an outsider and examine the problem from that standpoint. He had grasped the general picture, but needed confirmation. Pu Luo, unlike Wei Jisheng, showed only a moment of unease when he saw the video, then quickly returned to his usual cold demeanor. He too took out his phone, photographed, and recorded, then left. The entire process was calm, so calm that one would think he felt nothing inside. And indeed, that was the case. His situation was similar to Wei Jisheng's, only his progress was slightly slower. With the information he had now, he had already deduced many truths about this world. When he saw the crossed-out name, he was somewhat shocked, but soon realized it must have been Lian Xue's doing. Did he hate Lian Xue? He couldn't bring himself to. He did feel some pity and sympathy for Feng Yimian, of course. But he hadn't found the photo that Wei Jisheng had discovered, so he had no clear understanding of the relationships among them. Even if he had seen it, he would have unconditionally sided with Lian Xue. When a love-deprived person finally encounters someone who gives them love, to that person that someone can do no wrong. Moreover, Lian Xue had swapped the name to save him. If he hated her, he would be nothing short of ungrateful. Pu Luo didn't wander around like Wei Jisheng. After obtaining the evidence, he returned to the classroom. The two were thinking about the same thing, but in different ways and from different standpoints. As the sky darkened, Wei Jisheng walked toward the dormitory. What kind of crappy school was this? No dinner, not afraid the students would starve. He walked very slowly, much slower. When he reached his floor, he turned the corner and stopped, hiding in the blind spot of the stairwell. This place was no longer the ruin from last night. It had been restored to its former state, as if nothing had ever. Wei Jisheng leaned against the wall with his left hand, his expression calm. He was waiting for the big fish that could shed light on everything to appear. The next second, he reached out with his right hand around the corner, yanked, and slammed a person into the wall. He used little force. The wall showed no mark, and the person remained conscious. Who are you? Wei Jisheng asked, his expression unchanged, his voice icy. You've been tailing me for days. What do you want? The person Wei Jisheng was holding glared at him and roared, Wei Jisheng, are you even human? My brother grew up with you as your sworn brother. But just because he liked you, you let your girlfriend bring people to bully him. You're inhuman. You could have driven him away, you could have ignored him, but why did you let Lian Xue humiliate him? When we were kids, my brother treated you so well. What right do you have to do this to him? Wei Jisheng slowly released his grip. He had learned what he needed to know, so he didn't linger. He strolled forward slowly, then with his left foot delivered a powerful back kick behind him. Bang! A heavy object hit the floor. Wei Jisheng coldly watched the person sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood, and said, you don't have the ability to kill me. Wei Jisheng kicked the dagger beside the person down the stairs. If you want to avenge your brother, you'll just die? You can't beat me. Go train some more. With that, he stepped on the person's shoulder, then pushed forward fiercely. The person tumbled down the stairs, and Wei Jisheng stood at the top, watching coldly. The person struggled to get up even as he rolled, shouting, "You'll die a miserable death. Wei Jisheng, you'll die a miserable death." Wei Jisheng raised a hand to pick his ear, sneered disdainfully, and turned to walk toward the dorm. But as he moved, he noticed the surroundings begin to shift. Then a crowd appeared before him. The scene was unclear, but a distant pink floral dress caught Wei Jisheng's eye. It was Lian Shui. The scene gradually cleared. "You bitch, don't think I don't know you've slept with the principal. You're filthy. How dare you still approach Wei Jisheng? Who gave you the nerve? Beat him. Beat him to death. He'll take the responsibility. I told you back then I'd get your brother into this school, and you'd take the money and stay away from Wei Jisheng so he wouldn't know about your dirty secrets. But you completely ignored me and kept getting close to him." Others kept hitting a blue and white figure. The figure curled into a ball, silently enduring, while those beating him continued to curse. At that moment, Wei Jisheng saw himself appear in the crowd. He looked like a spectator, as if neither the person being beaten nor the beaters had anything to do with him. Several thugs followed behind him. Seeing him approach, Lian Shui immediately called for a halt, and the group stopped. Wei Jisheng watched himself step contemptuously on Feng Yimian's hand and say, "You think you're worthy of liking me? Don't you know who you are and who I am? A man liking me, it disgusts me." Feng Yimian just looked at him without speaking. Wei Jisheng looked into Feng Yimian's eyes and saw reproach in them. Why reproach? Shouldn't it be anger? He stared puzzled at the scene that unfolded next. Lian Shui went over and wrapped her arm around Wei Jisheng, saying, "This guy has been lusting after you all along. Why don't we make a video to scare him off for good? What do you think?" Wei Jisheng saw the expression on his own face, unchanged as usual except for a hint of disgust in his eyes. Wei Jisheng moved his foot away and asked what kind of video. Wei Jisheng noticed his hands in the scene were trembling. Something was wrong, very wrong. Lian Shui said sweetly, "Today is his birthday. You always prepare a big surprise for his birthday. This time let me prepare one for him." Lian Shui waved her hand, and the thugs behind Wei Jisheng stepped forward. They wore lascivious smirks and rubbed their hands together, making Wei Jisheng feel sick. The people who had been beating Feng Yimian retreated. Lian Shui said, "Let these men take good care of him. Then we'll film it and use the video to threaten him. He'll never dare bother you again." Wei Jisheng frowned as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Wei Jisheng saw Feng Yimian barely breathing on the ground mouth the words, "Feng Mian, little brother." Wei Jisheng said, "Do as you please, just don't kill anyone," and left. Lian Shui waved her hand and followed. One of the thugs took out a phone to start recording while the others began closing in on Feng Yimian. The scene shifted again. Wei Jisheng saw nothing more. Suddenly Feng Yimian's face appeared close to his. "You deserve to die, you deserve to die," Feng Yimian kept muttering. His expression kept changing, growing increasingly terrifying. But just as Feng Yimian's gaping maw was about to reach Wei Jisheng, Feng Yimian reverted to his original form and instantly drew far away. Feng Yimian's words changed. "Asheng, run. Leave the school. The principal's office is the safest. Leave the school." Then the scene shifted again, finally becoming the corridor of the dormitory. So that's what the most hated birthday meant. Wei Jisheng calmly opened the door, walked into the dormitory, and laid down on the bed to sleep. Real world this. This weird world is kind of morally destructive. What the hell is this plot? Brother Sheng can still sleep. I have to give him a 6. Is Feng Yimian good or evil? He's good looking though. What a pity. How could Lian Shui, a girl, do something so vicious? Feng Yimian should be good. He gives me the feeling that he was controlled. His original mission was to devour Brother Sheng, but his rationality returned and he told Brother Sheng to run. The illusion was really different. In the illusion, Brother Sheng's hands were trembling and Feng Yimian's eyes were different too. Why did Brother Sheng just go to sleep? Brother Sheng is thinking things through. You really think he's asleep? Wei Jisheng slept soundly. For some reason, after his trip to the human world, he had grown inexplicably drowsy. Piluo had not noticed that someone had been trailing him all along. But tonight, as he walked Lian Shui back to her dormitory, she told him that someone had been following him, and that this person was no easy opponent, yet carried half of the truth. Since Lian Shui had said so, he was bound to confront the matter. Like Wei Jisheng, he hid behind the stairwell, exploiting the blind angle to drag the man out and restrict his movement. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Piluo asked the same question Wei Jisheng had asked, and the man's reply was identical to before. But Piluo at least gleaned some information. He released the man's collar and turned to head back to the dormitory. Unsurprisingly, he saw the same thing Wei Jisheng had seen. Piluo was indeed startled when the surroundings shifted, for Lian Shui had said the man was not easy to handle. However, he gradually realized that the changing scenery was merely an illusion. Those people could not see him at all. But when he saw himself appear, he was genuinely disgusted. He had never entertained the thought of bullying anyone. Upon seeing that version of himself, he had already cursed that alter ego 100 times in his mind. Finally, the scenery changed once more. Piluo also heard Feng Yimian shouting at him. He could not understand why the one he had wronged was telling him to run. This truly did not seem like the attitude of someone who wanted him dead. These doubts arose only because he was not Wei Jisheng had noticed the trembling of his own hands and the look in Feng Yumian's eyes. But Piluo did not. He only saw the surface, failing to observe more closely. When the scenery reverted to the corridor, Piluo turned his head and glanced at the stairwell. No one was there. He returned to his room, and seeing the rows of books, suddenly realized he had never explored this chamber. Upon first arriving, he had only riffled through the drawers, found the rules, and never touched anything else in the room. He walked over to the bookshelf, crouched down. Instinct told him something was hidden inside. He opened the cabinet, took out the books, and sat directly on the floor, flipping through them one by one. As expected, he found the photographs and the inscriptions. But the appearance of these photos was hardly good news for Piluo at this moment. His clues were already in disarray, and with these disjointed words and images, the threads grew even more. Initially, when he saw the contents of the principal's office computer, he thought he had grasped the truth. But now he felt farther from it than ever. He laid the inscribed photos on the floor, sat cross-legged, propped his left hand on his knee, rested his head on that hand, and used his right hand to turn over the pictures. More clues, but not necessarily beneficial. Now he had to spend even more time sorting through the evidence. He maintained that posture, his right hand continuously flipping the photographs. In the dead of night, he suddenly understood the whole sequence of events. Unlike Wei Jisheng, he needed no verification. All the evidence lay before him, yet it remained chaotic. Because his grades were excellent, the principal had no intention of touching him, but had set his sights on someone else. Yet Lian Xue, to protect him from harm, had swapped the person. But why it had to be Feng Yumian remained unknown. After the principal slept with Feng Yumian, he altered the study abroad quota, and from that point Feng Yumian's psychology began to deteriorate. Lian Xue, fearing the swap would be exposed, and that he would break up with her after learning the truth, threatened Feng Yumian to stay away from him. Yet for some reason Feng Yumian did not comply. Seeing Feng Yumian unyielding, Lian Xue brought his younger brother into the school as leverage. But the news of her bullying Feng Yumian had already spread and reached his ears. He confronted Lian Xue, who lied that Feng Yumian had feelings for him, hoping to make him despise Feng Yumian, and thus completely conceal the swap. Judging from the illusion, he seemed to have believed it. Yet the words on the photos told Piluo otherwise. He had not been fooled, and on the contrary, he might have discovered the truth. That timid person just now must be Feng Yumian's younger brother. No, the timeline does not match. The birthday Lian Xue mentioned in the illusion corresponded to the words on the photos, which could only mean that he had known all along. But why? Forget it, no more thinking. Piluo stood up, his legs were numb, so he had to support himself against the desk to slowly approach the bed and lie down. He draped his hand over his eyes and pondered. This matter could not be that simple. What exactly had led him to discover the swap? And why had Feng Yumian died? On the matter of Feng Yumian's death alone, Piluo knew Lian Xue must be involved. Thinking it over, he drifted off to sleep. Day after day was far too exhausting. He had been terrified while browsing the teacher's computer, and even more so when he hacked the principal's. Heaven knows how frightened he was that the teacher or principal might suddenly return. Day broke. Wei Jisheng picked up his girlfriend and accompanied her to class. He ascended the stairs with light steps. Soon he would leave this place. Soon he could put 1,000,000,000 miles between himself and his girlfriend. He arrived at the principal's office. The door was closed. He tried to open it, but failed. The door was locked. Wei Jisheng thought to himself, after the mess he had made in the office yesterday, the principal would be truly foolish not to lock it. He turned to head back to class and devise a plan, only to find the principal standing right behind him, glowering darkly. The principal spoke sullenly. "What are you doing here? This is the principal's office, not a place for you." Wei Jisheng folded his arms and calmly stepped back. He still remembered what he had seen on the computer yesterday. He had no desire to be so close to a pervert. He said, "Lian Xue asked me to find you. Something about the leadership inspection." At those words, the principal's grim expression softened slightly. He said, "I understand. But this is not your place. Stay away from my office from now on. And don't think you can act with impunity just because Lian Xue has your back. You know, if it weren't for you, Feng Yumian wouldn't be dead." At the mention of Feng Yumian, Wei Jisheng's face darkened. "Who do you think you are? If I'd known earlier about your filthy intentions toward me, I would have made sure you could never father children. Then you wouldn't be yapping in my face." Wei Jisheng's face turned cold as he stepped closer to the principal and said in a frigid tone, "I will avenge Feng Yumian. Once the leadership inspection is over, it'll make you die an obscure death or destroy your reputation." Though Feng Yumian did not die for him, he had at least preserved his innocence. Wei Jisheng forced the principal back a step. The man had never imagined a human could exude such overwhelming presence, so strong that he dared not even meet Wei Jisheng's eyes. But the principal's status compelled him not to back down. He stiffened his neck and said, "Fine, I'm waiting. If you can't kill me, then I'll make you die with pleasure." With that, the principal walked away, swiftly as if fleeing from something. Behind him, Wei Jisheng's face indeed grew darker black as a thundercloud. What did he mean by die with pleasure? Initially, he had planned to give that scumbag a quick death, but since he didn't want to live long, there was no need to show mercy. He glared at the principal's receding back, then finally left. Since the man liked to sleep with others, let him have his fill. After all, he had no shortage of such people around him. In the real world, holy crap, how dare that scumbag say such things to our brother Sheng? Give me a machete. What the hell is that thing? How dare it insult my idol? Stop howling. Didn't you see Sheng's face change? That freak won't die easily. In the weird world, Polluo's decision mirrored Wei Jisheng's almost exactly. He also went to the principal's office, and the door remained locked. When he turned around, he too saw the principal. In that instant, his heart nearly stopped, and he forgot to breathe. But the principal did not speak harshly. He only said, "This is no place for you. Get lost. And stop telling your girlfriend whatever I said to you. Get out of here. The matter of Feng Yimian is over. Don't tell Lianxue I told you about it. Got it?" Polluo looked at the disheveled principal and almost laughed out loud. The once handsome face was now twisted, the skin pitted and scarred, some wounds still oozing blood. It seemed Lianxue was indeed formidable. Though he could only see the wounds on the face, the body was likely in a similar state. Polluo curled his lips into a mocking smile right in front of the principal, then turned and walked away, leaving the man fuming behind him. Although Polluo had won this round, he was not happy. He could feel the principal's eyes fixed on his rear as he turned. He silently resolved to gouge out those eyes before he left. His emotions gradually settled, and his mind, thinking more carefully now, Polluo guessed that the principal must have informed him about the swap. The purpose was to sow discord between him and Lianxue, so that after they broke up, the principal could make a move on him. What a sneaky old bastard. Polluo took out his phone and scrolled through the photos he had taken yesterday. While looking, he walked back to the classroom, sat down in his seat, and tapped on a picture. He was about to swipe past it, but he frowned, sensing something off. He zoomed in on a small corner of the screen. Written in black characters were the words Feng Mian. Feng Yimian, Feng Mian. Both surnamed Feng, and the names were so similar. A coincidence? Of course not. It appeared on the principal's computer, and it was Feng Yimian's younger brother. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary once again. Wei Jisheng entered the classroom, playing with his phone. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That dog dared to speak to him like that. He lost interest in his phone, and just stared blankly at the screen, pondering in his heart. The bazaar will not easily perish, so after sending the principal there, he will surely return alive. If the roots are not removed, the spring breeze will bring new life. He was not afraid of the principal. After all, even with the power of the bazaar, the principal could not defeat him. However, the principal was allied with that dog, and if that dog came to handle him personally, he might really be in trouble. For revenge, he had to kill the principal. But what method could he use to kill the principal without being discovered by that dog? Wei Jisheng sat there motionless, his expression blank. Outsiders might think he was contemplating something significant. Wei Jisheng looked up. The sky outside was still overcast without a hint of sunlight. This kind of weather was the best. He had always liked such weather. It seemed there was a place where he could kill the bazaar, but he could not recall it. He only vaguely remembered having been there. The bazaar in the classroom remained motionless, fearing this human. No, this monster. They dreaded that this monster might suddenly go mad, especially since Wei Jisheng had maintained his current position for a long time. The sky reflected in Wei Jisheng's eyes grew darker, slowly dimming. This scenery was beautiful, like a landscape painting. The brush left heavy strokes of ink in the sky, making the already gloomy sky even darker. Wei Jisheng just watched, and when it was time for lunch, he still did not move, remaining seated. It was not that he wasn't hungry, but the food in the cafeteria was just too terrible. Strangely enough, he could not taste anything when eating human food, but could only detect strange flavors when eating things from the bazaar world. The bazaar liked to eat humans. When Wei Jisheng was a bazaar, he had never eaten humans because he had never felt hunger. Naturally, he would not spend so much time eating. But now he knew he was hungry and could only taste strange flavors. It was fine not to eat this food. The forbidden area. Yes, the forbidden area. Wei Jisheng suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the ground, making a harsh sound. The surrounding bazaar widened their eyes and looked over at him. They did not know why this monster was so agitated, but they had to be cautious. Wei Jisheng finally remembered where that place was. He had been to the forbidden area where the army of the undead was kept. Back then he had been schemed against by the bazaar and inexplicably entered the forbidden area. At that time he had seen a large group of skulls staring at him before he fainted. When he woke up again, he was covered in injuries, yet the Wang Ling army, the skulls, inexplicably began to fall. After that, his reputation as a monster was completely established. He did not know if the forbidden area would still be useful, but the bazaar energy, there was not a place where a mere principal could reside. In that case, the principal was undoubtedly doomed. Wei Jisheng strode out the door, and the bazaar in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. The sky outside had turned dark, and the white moonlight spilled onto the corridor. Upon closer inspection, one could see the slight upward curve at the corner of the boy's mouth walking down the corridor. It was getting late. The leader would surely be heading home. Wei Jisheng arrived at the principal's office. The door was still closed. He tried the handle, and sure enough, it opened. After he left in the morning, the principal had entered the office, but did not lock the door. He wouldn't be back for a while. After all, the principal had to socialize. Wei Jisheng confidently sat down at the principal's desk, turned on the computer, and the glaring light instantly illuminated the room. He closed his eyes and tilted his head to turn away. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he turned his head back. Wei Jisheng operated the mouse on the screen, even making the keyboard clatter as if he were venting something. After a while, he opened the software from yesterday to take a look, but found nothing, at least not seeing his name on it. However, he had just seen the word phone twice. Was it an illusion? Of course not. Wei Jisheng was very confident in his eyesight, so it could not have been mistaken. He must have missed something from yesterday. He patiently scrolled back up and indeed saw the word phone again, but the name following this phone was not Feng Yimi. Feng Mian. Wei Jisheng read the name softly. The similarity in names suggested that if this Feng Mian had nothing to do with Feng Yimian, it would be hard to believe. So the weakling he encountered last night was actually Feng Yimian's younger brother, named Feng Mian. Wei Jisheng propped his feet on the desk, looking quite at home. Feng Mian's name appeared there. Did he know? Or did Feng Yimian know? He could not figure it out. Wei Jisheng pulled back his legs, stood up, shut the computer, and left. He walked to the door. The corridor's lights were on, illuminating the disgusting office. Wei Jisheng kicked the door, which swung back with a loud bang against the wall, and then slowly moved back towards. Wei Jisheng looked on with satisfaction. Good, that old thing wouldn't let him into his office, so he insisted on going and leaving some traces for him to see. He left contentedly. Returning to the dormitory, the room was completely empty. Not that there was nothing, but there was nothing useful. Wei Jisheng had already checked. The only useful things in this room were the rules that had appeared at the beginning and the later photographs. But now he was prepared to search again. Because he was quite the schemer, and he had been cultivated by bizarre tales, living here for so many years. If he still did not understand the nature of bizarre tales, he would have died long ago. If he could die, he would have died long ago. Wardrobe, desk, bookshelf, blanket, bed, curtains. Wei Jisheng searched one by one, but found nothing. He sat on the bed, dejected. There had to be something in this room that could connect all the scattered clues together. If it was not in this room, where else could it be? The principal's office, teacher's office, classroom. It couldn't possibly be in the school restroom. He looked up at the white ceiling. It had to be in this room, but where exactly was still an unknown. Wei Jisheng lay on the bed, slowly rolling his eyes. He had searched the entire room, but he had not yet looked at the ceiling. Wei Jisheng smiled, and then got up to grab a broom from the dormitory toilet. He returned to the bedside, stepped onto the center of the bed, and stood on it, using the broom with a straight back like a child who had discovered an interesting toy. He pulled down the prickly broom and directly poked the ceiling with it. Wei Jisheng was tall, and standing on the bed, he could reach the ceiling with a stretch of his hand. Of course, he also had considerable strength. After lightly poking it twice, some dust fell from the ceiling. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, or else the dust would have flown into his eyes. He stepped back, and the next moment a large chunk of the ceiling fell down. Wei Jisheng glanced at the window beside him. It was indeed open. His gaze returned to the ceiling in front of him, where large particles of dust floated in the air one after another, as if they were going to block a person's respiratory tract. After a while, the ceiling finally stopped shedding dust. Wei Jisheng walked over, squatted down, and looked at a pile of white wall fragments before using the broom to poke at the white wall fragments at his feet. There was nothing there. Just as he was about to stand up, his eyes sharply caught sight of a thin piece of paper wedged in the wall seam of a large hole leaking from the ceiling. He stood up, pulled the paper from the wall seam, disdainfully blew off the dust on it, shook his hands in disgust, and only after doing all this did he slowly open the paper to read. It was a diary, looking neither too new nor too old. It should have been placed in the wall seam about 2 years ago. The content of the letter: I thought that by entering this school, which everyone outside praised, I could change my originally poor life, but I did not expect this school to plunge me into a deeper, inescapable abyss. I made a girlfriend. Her family background was excellent, and she was also very beautiful. My buddies joked that now all the boys in the school hated me. This was what he said. He treated me well, but I believed Lian Shue's words. I actually began to distance myself from him. I never thought I would be the one to push him into death. If it weren't for the principal, I would still be in the dark. I never thought Lian Shue would be so paranoid as to use Feng Mian to threaten him. That was his birthday. It was his favorite day. His favorite birthday. It was also the happiest day for me. But I never imagined this day would become the day we both hated the most. I thought he would get through it, but he didn't. I wanted to take revenge on Lian Shue, the principal, my classmates. I wanted to take revenge on this school. This hypocritical school. But what could I do? I could do nothing. I could only watch his corpse being buried beneath the tree, and I could do nothing. The handwriting was beautiful, neat, as if truly filled with remorse, but the following words made Wei Jisheng. It was all supposed to be planned. Why did it turn out like this? They clearly agreed it was just a show for Lian Shue. Why did he commit suicide? It was clearly stated that the plan was to deceive Lian Shue, and that would have been enough. Why did he commit suicide? Now it's better. Now I can't get out either. You really are something, Feng Yimian. You truly are something. You even included me in your plan. We are not on the same side at all. You never thought of treating me as a friend. From the moment I asked you, you had already devised this plan. You never thought of surviving. You never thought of living. It was my fault. If I had discovered it sooner, things would have turned out differently. Now you have exchanged your life for your brother's future. The principal dares not touch him, and Lian Shui also dares not touch him. Are you satisfied? This diary was written in a frenzied state, sometimes using he, sometimes you, indicating that Self was already mentally unbalanced when writing this diary. Wei Jisheng curled his lip. He wanted to stuff the paper back into the wall seam, but when he looked up he saw a person being. Wei Jisheng saw clearly that the person had no body, only a head. Moreover, even the head was oozing out with blood covering its entire face, and its hair looked like it had been forcibly pulled out. The head rolled towards Wei Jisheng, chanting, I love to eat brains. Wei Jisheng took a step back, and the next moment the head fell from the ceiling, crashing into the pile of wall fragments. Indeed, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Wei Jisheng impatiently waved his right hand in front of his nose. When the dust settled, the head had already rolled agilely to Wei Jisheng's feet. The head's mouth moved incessantly, as if it wanted to eat Wei Jisheng's leg. Wei Jisheng bent down, grasped the few remaining hairs on the head, and lifted it, shaking it in front of his eyes. He stepped off the bed and went to the window, saying, Sorry, I didn't see you while reading the diary. Now I'm taking you to bed. After speaking, Wei Jisheng hurled the head outside with force, and a perfect parabolic arc traced through the air, followed by a rolling sound. The bazaar. Don't think I didn't see you looking up twice. Wei Jisheng shut the window, staring silently at what could no longer be called a bed. This room was no longer livable. He felt the diary in his pocket, and then turned to go next door. Just when he thought he was the only one on the floor, the door directly opposite opened, and he bumped face-to-face with something black and indescribable. When Wei Jisheng saw the bazaar, he thought, So, when I was fighting, all of you were hiding outside, and it was just me who slept in the rubble for a night. The bazaar was stunned when it saw him, then began to tremble. What a joke! Wei Jisheng had fought the bazaar while it watched the whole time, and later he even called other bazaar to help pull the one off the wall. Wei Jisheng's mouth curled slightly, revealing a good-natured smile, and said, May I sleep in your room for a bit? Something happened in mine. The bazaar immediately stepped out of the room. Its mouth was a dark mass, unable to speak, so it raised its charred hand in a gesture of invitation, and then quickly ran upstairs. Wei Jisheng's mouth twitched, the waste of expressions. He walked into the room, which was similar to his own, but carried a burnt smell. He opened the window, and sat on the windowsill looking at the diary in his hand. Now he understood almost everything. One could say he had grasped the entire process. It was nothing more than Self learned of Feng Yimian's predicament from the principal. Self did not believe in evil, and went to ask Feng Yimian, who happened to come up with a plan pretending to collaborate with Self, saying it would ease his girlfriend's suspicions so that everyone in the school would not target Feng Yimian. But Self had never thought such a thing would happen if Feng Yimian anticipated it, and then he directly committed suicide. Self could not bear the blow, went mad, and his girlfriend dared not act against Feng Mian, while others also did not dare to act against Feng Mian, using his girlfriend to protect Feng Mian. But Self always did not know that Feng Yimian was aware that his brother was on the principal's list, and his girlfriend had brought his brother to the school. Feng Yimian was afraid his brother would be harmed, so he devised all of this. Wei Jisheng clicked his tongue. See, even the best of brothers would scheme against one another. This was equivalent to exploitation. Self would feel great guilt later. Feng Yimian knew, but he still did it. Even knowing that Self would go mad, Feng Yimian still proceeded, being schemed against while feeling sorrow for others. Saying Self was not foolish, Wei Jisheng rolled his eyes in mockery and laughed. Believing in friends, isn't that courting death? He reached out his hand, the piece of paper caught in his grasp, fluttering in the air. Wei Jisheng watched for a while, released his hand, and the paper drifted away. He watched the direction in which the paper flew. It was outside the campus. Even the paper carrying memories wanted to fly out of the school, away from this man-eating abyss. Pu Luo also learned the truth required by the rules, and he intended to confront the principal with what he had on his phone. He took out a box from his pocket, then drew a dagger, and made a deep cut on his hand, blood gushing out like a small river. Pu Luo dripped the blood into the box, which was neither too big nor too small, about the size of an adult's half fist. The box quickly filled with blood. He closed the lid and placed it on the bedside. He was planning for tomorrow, then fell into a deep sleep. When dawn broke, the night had passed peacefully without the strange occurrences of the previous nights. Pu Luo got up early and ran downstairs to meet Lian Shui, holding things from the bedside. Lian Shui clearly knew what Pu Luo was planning to do today, so she had come downstairs early to wait. The two of them walked together slowly, very slowly. They both understood that after today, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to meet again. But neither of them mentioned the matter of parting. When Lian Shui arrived in class, she intended to go in, but said, Lian Shui, how about you don't attend class today? They'll accompany you for the whole morning, or maybe just 2 periods. Pu Luo looked at Lian Shui's back, honestly reluctant to let go. Lian Shui hesitated for a moment, then turned around and took Pu Luo's arm. They strolled around the campus, and the sun today wasn't too strong, casting a warm light on them. Lian Shui, do you know what your status is to me? Lian Shui remained silent, holding on to Pu Luo's arm, unusually quiet throughout the day. You have a very important status to me. I regard you as a sister. Lien Shui snorted. I thought I could really be your girlfriend. Pu Luo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Actually, you are very important, but you can't compare to a little girl. Of course, I also know I shouldn't compare you with them. Lien Shui asked angrily. So you mean you see me as a substitute for that person? Pu Luo pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment before saying at first yes, because in the beginning you really resembled her, but then when you fought with the principal, I realized you weren't her. It was just a resemblance. You are unique, and so is she. You are not her, and she is not you. I was wrong, so now I'm telling you this. Can you forgive me? Lien Shui thought for a moment, and said, when we meet next time I'll forgive you. But if we can't meet again in the future, you have to remember that there is a weirdness that hasn't forgiven you, so you must live on to earn its forgiveness, understand? Pu Luo chuckled softly. Understood. Lien Shui. Actually, I had a lot to say to you last night, but now that today has arrived, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say it like that. There are many things we can keep in our hearts without saying them. This way we can leave our expectations for the next time we meet. Pu Luo did not respond. He felt the sun shining down warm on his body, but his heart felt cold. Pu Luo, promise me one thing. Lien Shui stopped and looked at Pu Luo's handsome face, and he also paused to look at her. You say, I want you have to promise me first. It's not an excessive request. I promise you, go ahead. Every time you return home from the weird world, you must write me a letter and put it in a small box. When you truly die, I will be able to see what you wanted to tell me every day. Lien Shui's eyes widened, and Pu Luo felt his heart soften. Okay, but why do I always feel like you're hoping for my death in between the lines? Lien Shui muttered something, but Pu Luo couldn't hear clearly. When he asked again, Lien Shui didn't say anything. In the end, they sat together on the playground chatting, Lien Shui playing with Pu Luo's phone while he searched for topics. Pu Luo trusted Lien Shui, but while he wasn't paying attention, Lien Shui moved some things. No one saw, including the online viewers in the live broadcast. After a long time, Lien Shui reluctantly said, you should go home now, my dear Pu Luo. Pu Luo stood up, extending his hand to Lien Shui, who took his hand and stood up. I didn't expect my Pu Luo to be quite the gentleman. Pu Luo smiled, putting his phone back in his pocket. You're just being naughty. When calling someone, you can't use their name. If you're going to call me brother, call me brother. If you're going to use a name, just use the name. Lien Shui stood at the playground gate looking at Pu Luo. Pu Luo stopped and turned back, puzzled, asking why. Lien Shui's nose was red and her eyes were also filled with tears. She raised her hand to touch the air in front of her. Pu Luo suddenly realized Lien Shui's hand couldn't reach through. Pu Luo widened his eyes, looking helplessly at Lien Shui. Lien Shui's hand brushed through the air, touching the cold barrier, as if she were touching Pu Luo's face. Pu Luo, you are the best person I've encountered here. Others are all afraid of me, but you are not, and there's also a person with the surname Wei who is really annoying. You should be friends with that person from the Long Nation with the surname Wei. When you encounter difficulties, he will be the first to help you, understand. Pu Luo's eyes turned slightly red as he reached out to touch Lien Shui's hand through the barrier, replying, of course I will. And you must live well, remember me, and write to me. Don't forget to write letters, okay? Pu Luo said, understood. Alright, don't cry, you look so ugly when you cry. Lien Shui managed to force a smile, but her tear-streaked face really wasn't fit for smiling. I have something for you, Lien Shui. Pu Luo took out the small box from last night, which contained red blood, shaking it gently as the liquid swayed inside. There isn't much of this, you should save some. When we meet again, I hope you won't be so thin anymore. Lien Shui nodded. Pu Luo set the box down and turned to leave. Lien Shui watched his retreating figure, her gaze filled with deep affection. But Pu Luo did not look back. Lien Shui clutched the USB drive tightly, thinking, if you are so indifferent, then let this stay with me always. As soon as Pu Luo left, the barrier disappeared. She bent down to pick up the small box on the ground, feeling a burning sensation in her hand. She looked down and saw that it was water. But how could water be warm? It must be Pu Luo's tears. What a pretender. I really thought you left not a single tear behind, turning without hesitation and not looking back, but I caught your flaw. Without me, you definitely wouldn't escape this world. So foolish. Be careful in the future. Wei Jisheng dropped his girlfriend off at class and then left. Finally able to leave this cursed place, it was truly a reason to be joyful. However, the most important thing now was to visit the principal's office. Wei Jisheng arrived at the principal's office, heading straight for the computer, proceeding to operate on both the computer and his phone. After finishing, he checked the time on his phone. It was almost time. He exited the principal's office, wandering around the school. He wasn't idle. He was looking for the leaders, and passing by the garden, Wei Jisheng saw a white flower that caught his eye, so he whimsically plucked it. He held the flower branch in his hand, and it spun slightly with his movement. Indeed, the flower looked beautiful, growing from cow dung. After a long detour, he finally spotted the leaders and the principal. He placed the flower in a nearby pot and strode toward them. To uncover the dirty side of the school and expose the truth, isn't it just about presenting the evidence in front of the leaders? That's simple enough. Student, what are you doing here? Aren't you attending class today? Someone noticed Wei Jisheng passing by and asked. Wei Jisheng approached them, opened his phone, and checked the time. It was almost time. Our principal is molesting students. Aren't you going to do something about it? The surrounding leaders were taken aback, then chuckled. Student, it's not right to slander the principal. Do you have any evidence? Wei Jisheng handed his phone to the leaders. He saw that the principal showed no signs of fear. Instead, his face was full of smiles. Did they really think he was an idiot? The leaders gathered around to look at the phone, while the principal walked over to Wei Jisheng, asking, who do you think? Wei Jisheng glanced impatiently at the principal without replying. The principal wasn't angry. He was waiting for this guy to beg for mercy later, along with that Pu Luo who had dared to provoke him in front of him. These two wouldn't have a good ending. After the leaders finished watching, one of them asked with a smile still on his face, little friend, do you think that by giving us this we will help you? Wei Jisheng shrugged and replied, of course you want to help me, but I just wanted to see the scared expressions on your faces. The principal laughed heartily. Is it us who are afraid? Or are you the one who's afraid? Wei Jisheng stretched and casually said, you have such a big courage, someone must be backing you up, so I've put the evidence online. By the way, I also sent a copy to the County Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. The smiles disappeared from their faces. Wei Jisheng tilted his head and smiled. I really like your expressions here. I hope to have the chance to see them again next time. The crowd erupted into chaos and no one paid attention to Wei Jisheng anymore. The scenery around began to change, ultimately turning into darkness. Wei Jisheng stood in the darkness with his hands in his pockets. Congratulations, chosen one, you have completed the level. You will receive the Eye of Truth, the Jade Pendant of Feng Yi, the Forgiveness of Feng Yi, and the Sentient White Robe. Long War restores the City of Strange Tales. Warning, warning, error, error. Afterwards there was a long sound of zzz, and Wei Jisheng scratched his ear just as he was about to lose his temper when the sound vanished again. Grant the chosen one a random card to restore the City of Strange Tales. As soon as the voice fell, the darkness around Wei Jisheng began to disappear rapidly, and he found himself back in the foul-smelling alley. Reality world, he look at Sheng Guest, looks so handsome, so cool, I love it. I really didn't expect this weird world to be so deceitful. If it were someone else they would probably be done for. Tisk, they actually engaged in official protection. I didn't expect that, huh? Sheng Gu directly lobs a taunt. Wait, can someone tell me what's going on? Why is there an error? Why? How many times has there been an error? From the initial talent error to the subsequent city restoration error, what on earth does this weird strange tale want to achieve? Is that so? This ability was developed by the most powerful selected one Shui and Ji from our nation. He was the first to obtain this reward, and only later did selected ones from other countries slowly receive it. Speaking of Chui and Ji, the United States, the country of all things, and the Empire of the Rising Sun are to be mentioned as well. If it weren't for the assassination of their selected ones, how could Chui and Ji have died? He was the most powerful chosen one from Longhua, and after his death our nation fell into decline. Pu Luo also handed the evidence from his phone to the leaders, but when he saw the principal's unchanged smile, he realized something was wrong. As expected, the next moment they asked him, do you think we will definitely help you? Pu Luo watched as they crushed his phone into pieces with their hands. He was stunned at that moment. He hadn't expected them to be colluding with each other in corruption. He drew his dagger. Death was certain, but before his own demise he would drag down two grotesque creatures with him. The surrounding grotesque creatures instantly turned grotesque and attacked him. Pu Luo had been prepared for battle, but before he could blink, he found himself in a dark space. Lian Shui's voice came through. Idiot, I knew you would be so careless. If the principal didn't have someone above him, how could he be so bold? You're so foolish. If it weren't for me, you would be dead. Pu Luo was stunned at first, then quickly regained his composure. Lian Shui, I don't have much time left. The truth you know is not the whole story. They'll tell you now. Lian Shui told Pu Luo everything that Wei Jisheng knew. When she finished, Pu Luo could clearly feel that the darkness around him had faded considerably. Pu Luo, if our next meeting comes at the cost of your life, I would rather not see you again. As soon as Lian Shui finished speaking, Pu Luo was teleported out of the darkness. As his vision cleared, he found a gun in his hand, and the surrounding darkness was deeply ingrained. In the night, he held the gun ready to kill. A mechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations, chosen one, on completing the trial. You will receive the girlfriend's blessing, the Eye of Truth, Feng Yimian's Jade Pendant, and the corpse's dagger. Enhance the chosen one's physique by 1, remaining 99. Increase the national fortune of Do Wuwei Gokchin by 9 points. Pu Luo put the gun in his pocket and went home. Was he going to kill those people? Now that his worth had skyrocketed, were they worthy? At the same time, Bai area of the Riburyuo Kingdom also passed this instance. She was the only girl among the chosen ones this time, and her performance was the third best, just slightly behind Pu Luo. However, she knew to put the evidence online. The rewards she received were similar to Pu Luo's, except without the girlfriend's blessing. She did have Feng Yimian's Jade Pendant, but the difference was that her physique was increased by 2. Bai area was also a first-time participant. Her performance had been consistently good, better than Pu Luo's, but she explored more slowly. The chosen one from the Asen kingdom, like Pu Luo, did not put the evidence online and died. All others who missed this opportunity also died. Those killed by Feng Yimian died, even if they wore the jade pendant. Some clever ones remembered that Feng Yimian said the principal's office was safe, so they ran there. Feng Yimian indeed did not enter, but the principal was in the office, so they also died. Those who did not escape, like Wei Jisheng and his group, all died at night. Obviously surviving 10 days was a trap. Time in the weird world passed faster than in the real world. Wei Jisheng had been in the weird world for a long time, but only 2 hours had passed in the real world. His stomach growled again. With no other choice, Wei Jisheng continued to rummage through the trash bin for food. Suddenly he looked up. No one. He looked down. A small white figure was approaching. Wei Jisheng crouched down with his arms crossed, looked at the white blob in front of him, and asked, "What are you doing?" The white figure took out something from its bosom and handed it to Wei Jisheng, saying in a childlike voice, "Here, this is bread I brought for you from home. If you're hungry, come to my house, and I'll give you food. Don't rummage through the garbage anymore." Wei Jisheng took the item. It was quite considerate, wrapped in paper. He held it in his hand and asked, "Where is your home?" "My home is on the street across the road." Wei Jisheng looked over the white figure. The street outside was filled with a stream of cars. This area had no speed limit, so some cars drove very fast. He turned his gaze back to the child in front of him. "How did you get here?" "I just came over like that." Wei Jisheng stood up, took the child's hand, and walked outside. "You can't cross the street alone in the future. You're too young, understand?" The child nodded. Wei Jisheng escorted the child across the street. "What's your name?" "My name is... I won't tell you. Mom and Dad told me not to tell strangers my name." "Wei Jisheng, your parents don't let you tell others your name, but they let you bring things to strangers, right? Are you a boy or a girl?" "Of course I'm a girl. And I love flowers. I saw a very beautiful flower on TV today." Wei Jisheng frowned. TV today? It was probably the weird live broadcast. He looked down at the little girl. This child was probably only 6 or 7 years old. How could the adults in her family let her watch such a bloody live broadcast? Weren't they worried the child would have nightmares? Wei Jisheng thought for a moment. If they let the child run out like this, they probably weren't very attentive parents. "What kind of flowers do you like?" The little girl looked up, thought for a moment, and said, "The petals are white, the stem is green, there are 2 green leaves, and the inside of the flower is foam red." Wei Jisheng was stunned. He swore he had never been so confused in his entire life. Seeing his bewildered expression, the child pulled her hand out of his and gestured in the air, saying, "It's like this. The petals have a little notch like this, and the inner petals are like this, complete. The stem curves like this, and the leaves have little serrations like this." After watching for a while, Wei Jisheng fell silent, then took the child's hand and walked toward her home. "I understand. Your home is here, right? They'll bring you one later." The child said nothing. Wei Jisheng knocked on the door in front of him, then quickly ran away. The child tilted her head, watching the direction he ran off in. The door opened, and warm light spilled out. "Gigi, how did you get outside? Come in quickly." Gigi looked for a long time in the direction Wei Jisheng had run before being pulled inside by a woman. Wei Jisheng, standing by the roadside, watched this scene while eating the bread in his hand. It was tasteless, but he was used to it. This bread was the one the little girl had given him earlier. He swallowed the bread and took another bite, chewing. This kid was kind of nice. She gave him bread. Next time he returned to the weird world, he would bring a flower like the one the child described and give it to her. Wei Jisheng wrapped up the bread and put it back in his pocket to eat the rest tomorrow. He slowly walked back to his home. It was called a home, but it was actually made from a huge cardboard box and some smaller boxes. At 8 meters tall, he could barely stand up straight inside. He had picked up these cardboard boxes near the trash bin. He used a knife to cut a slit on one side, leaving one edge attached to the box itself. That was a simple door. Wei Jisheng crouched down and entered. Inside the box, there was a relatively clean pillow, a thin blanket, and a thick quilt. He turned around, closed the door, and sealed it with tape so that the wind outside couldn't get in and the door wouldn't be. The blanket was spread on the ground with the pillow on top. The thick quilt was placed on a somewhat broken large bench. A small table held some bottles and jars. Wei Jisheng sat down at the table, picked up one of the jars, and poured it into his mouth. What flowed out was clear. The jars on the table also stored plenty of water. This area was essentially a no man's land, so a death or something wasn't a big deal. The big problem was water and food. There were many homeless people in this area, so one had to be careful about personal safety. However, Wei Jisheng didn't need to worry because he had his own enhancements, so he thrived here. The homeless thugs around didn't dare to approach his home, let alone touch the things inside. After eating and drinking his fill, Wei Jisheng laid down on his blanket to sleep. He had gotten used to the comfortable beds in the weird world, so sleeping on the floor now was very uncomfortable. But it didn't matter. He only had to sleep here for one more night. Tomorrow people from the Long Kingdom would come to pick him up. Thinking about this, he fell asleep. The next day, Wei Jisheng was roused by the clamor. He harbored no morning grudge, his composure remarkably placid. Timing it precisely, just as anticipated, someone pushed against his door the very next moment, though without force leaving it unopened. He stooped as he shuffled over, peeled off the adhesive tape clinging to the door, and swung it open. Before his eyes stretched a sea of people, a surging, overwhelming multitude. Some in police uniforms stood encircling the periphery, while others clad in tatters craned their necks with curiosity toward the interior. Wei Jisheng rubbed his eyes and stepped out languidly. He glanced at the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles before him, saying nothing. The man spoke first. Wei Jisheng, hello. I am Dong Zhuyu. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Wei Jisheng, intending to shake it. Wei Jisheng looked at the proffered hand, then turned and retreated into the house. Dong Zhuyu knew Wei Jisheng's temperament, haughty to the core, and had not expected him to accept the handshake. He shifted his gaze and saw Wei Jisheng emerge with a handkerchief. The handkerchief was relatively clean, at least compared to Wei Jisheng's own attire. He wiped his hands on the cloth, then clasped Dong Zhuyu's still hovering hand. Hello. Dong Zhuyu was taken aback, then gripped Wei Jisheng's hand with both of his, and said, You are a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. You. Wei Jisheng withdrew his hand, interrupting. No, I am not a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. I have no nationality. Yet I do not know why I was chosen to be the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one. Dong Zhuyu was stunned again. That's fine. Your participation in the bizarre tales on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom proves that dragon blood flows in your veins. You are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Leave the nationality matter to our Bizarre Tales Analysis Bureau. Wei Jisheng thanked him and asked, Can you help me find someone? Tell me. The Dragon Kingdom will spare no effort to fulfill your request. But first let's get to the car. Your identity is sensitive now, and this lawless zone may harbor foreign agents among the crowd. I fear. The words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Wei Jisheng nodded and followed Dong Zhuyu into the car. A faint coolness permeated the vehicle, likely from the air conditioning. I don't recall that person's name, but I remember a red mark on the inside of his wrist, round about the size of a red. Dong Zhuyu glanced at Wei Jisheng, then at his own hand. Was that description even useful? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I know this scanned information makes it difficult, but I hope you can try your best. If I ever see that person again, I will definitely recognize him. Rest assured. If you can't find him, that's fine. I don't insist on finding him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Dong Zhuyu nodded, though he was at a loss for words. In all his years, he had never met a young man so old-fashioned. There was an internet saying, young in age, but ancient in spirit. The draft he had prepared last night was utterly useless today. He turned to look at the teenager who was feigning sleep. If he was already dozing off, it would be rude to disturb him. The road was bumpy. They had rushed all night to get here, fearing something might happen to Wei Jisheng, and had barely slept a wink. But Dong Zhuyu still couldn't understand when Wei Jisheng was in the bizarre world. The entire nation had failed to find any trace or proof of his existence. Even the lawless zones had been checked, but to no avail. The only possibility was that Wei Jisheng had never been registered at birth. Yet even so, he shouldn't have been untraceable. The moment Wei Jisheng returned to the real world, his location instantly appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's database. Dong Zhuyu gazed at the young man beside him, lost in thought. The words Wei Jisheng had spoken in the bizarre world still sent chills down his spine. Was Wei Jisheng truly what he appeared to be? Or did he harbor secrets unknown to humanity? The Dauntless Nation. Piluo had also been escorted to the capital, where he met the nation's leader and many high-ranking officials he seldom saw, as well as the parents he had intended to kill. The leader was courteous to him, as were the other officials. But Piluo did not care. Like Wei Jisheng, he was searching for someone. You said you would grant whatever I wished, right? The leader sat upright before him and replied, Of course. You are our nation's hero. Whatever you desire, our country will provide. What do you want? Gold, silver, treasures, power, or prestige? Piluo took a sip of the red wine before him and said calmly, I need none of that. I need you to find someone for me. He is a teacher named Wei who once worked at BHH school. The leader pondered a moment, then asked, Do you still recognize him? Piluo nodded. Then it's simple. Well, find this person and bring him before you. Piluo took a deep breath, a flicker of excitement and anticipation stirring within him. Good. I hope you keep your word. Of course. Your parents are. No need. I don't wish to see them. Send them back. With that, Piluo rose and returned to his room, leaving the leader and the assembled officials bewildered. Sir, what should we do? If we send Piluo's parents back to that small place, many will use it to condemn us and Piluo. The leader sighed. Investigate Piluo's childhood. Send his parents back to where they came from. If anyone raises the issue, just mute or block them. Understood. Wei Jisheng arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's capital and met the nation's chairman. The chairman spoke at length. Wei Jisheng listened, but it was unclear how much he absorbed. Wei Jisheng, we will expedite your naturalization into the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry about that. Also, the Dauntless Nation has convened a meeting, and you must attend. Wei Jisheng shifted his gaze to the chairman's face and asked, Must every chosen one attend? The chairman nodded. Besides, you chosen ones from other countries will also participate. You can watch the replays of the bizarre tales and review the live streams of surviving chosen ones from other nations to get familiar. Wei Jisheng nodded. The chairman hesitated for a moment, then asked, May I be so bold as to inquire how old are you, where were you born, and what is your past experience? Wei Jisheng replied calmly, I am 19. I don't know where I was born. As for past experiences, finding food, water, shelter, and fighting. He had anticipated such questions and had prepared his answers the night before. As for his past in others' eyes, he had always lived in the lawless zones, so these experiences were plausible enough. The chairman nodded and handed him an exquisite box. Inside is a language converter. Wear it and you will understand any language. This device is already widespread in the United Nations, specially designed for chosen ones. Wei Jisheng took the box and unwrapped it. Inside lay a sleek, white earpiece, minimalist in design. It matched the Dragon Kingdom's aesthetic. He closed the lid. Thank you. I like it. You're welcome. It's our nation's duty. The chairman took a sip of tea. Director Dong should have already told you whatever you want, our country will do its utmost to provide. Wei Jisheng stood up. I need nothing. Just do what I asked of that person. If you can, it's fine. By the way, is there a place to bathe here? I doubt you'd want someone dressed in beggar's rags to represent the Dragon Kingdom at the United Nations meeting. The chairman also rose slightly shorter than Wei Jisheng. Someone is waiting outside to take you to your room, which has bathing facilities. Wei Jisheng nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. The chairman gazed at his upright, receding figure. Sure enough, just as Dong Zhuyu had said, this child was deep-minded and seasoned in manner, showing not a trace of nervousness. Wei Jisheng followed the attendant to the room. He filled the bathtub, undressed, and sank into the water. The water buoyed his body upward, a little spilling over the edge. It had been so long since Head had such a comfortable bath, truly a rare luxury. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Not bad. A fine suit lay in sight. White, simple, yet not shabby, quite understated. Wei Jisheng didn't usually favor low-key choices, but this time he appreciated it. The Dragon Kingdom's aesthetic was far superior to those creatures in the bizarre world. At least it wasn't garish. Wei Jisheng recalled the items he had obtained from the eerie world, closed his eyes, and entered his sea of consciousness. There indeed lay the rewards he had earned. Within his sea of consciousness, he pondered the utility of these objects. The next moment, their purposes were revealed to him. The eye of truth, capable of discerning all experiences of a bizarre entity except for that one, was single-use opportunity. Feng Yimian's jade pendant deflects one attack from a bizarre entity and compels the attacker to join your side and serve you a single-use opportunity effective against one entity, but not that one. Feng Mian's forgiveness dramatically increases a bizarre entity's goodwill toward you, causing it to protect you and obey your commands, a single-use opportunity ineffective against that one. White rope can be used for any purpose according to your will, but cannot exceed its inherent capabilities. Unlimited uses. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes, thinking how utterly worthless these items were. Still, given the low difficulty of this dungeon, it was understandable that the rewards were so paltry. He rose from the bathtub, stirring up a cascade of water that gushed outward with a splash. He dried himself with a towel and then put on his suit. It fit quite well. Humans were peculiar, making clothes that fit perfectly without any measurements. A knock sounded at the door. Wei Jisheng strode over and opened it. Outside stood a waiter. Sir, the chairman asked me to escort you downstairs. Wei Jisheng nodded. The waiter was visibly excited, a perpetual smile brightening his face, as if work itself brought him joy. Upon reaching the first floor, the waiter stopped Wei Jisheng. Sir, could you please give me an autograph? I've watched your live stream. You were truly impressive. I genuinely admire you. He held a pen and notebook, his face alight with barely suppressed delight, clearly overjoyed. Wei Jisheng blinked. Admire him? How rare. He took the pen from the waiter's hand and wrote his name in the notebook. The waiter was ecstatic, repeatedly thanking him. Wei Jisheng uttered a simple, "You're welcome," and stepped out of the main entrance. According to Dong Zhuyu, this hotel was a high-end establishment built by the state for distinguished guests, a state asset, not privately owned. Even within state-owned property, there were people who admired him. Therefore, a little confidence on his part would hardly be excessive. Outside, only one car was parked with no one around. Wei Jisheng got into the car. Inside sat the driver, the national chairman, and Dong Zhuyu. Dong Zhuyu asked curiously, "How did you know we were in this car? There wasn't a soul nearby. This was the only car at the entrance, and we certainly wouldn't walk to the airport. I just made a guess, and it turned out." Dong Zhuyu was speechless. The chairman handed Wei Jisheng a phone. "This is yours. It has a SIM card, WeChat, and a video app. Our numbers are already saved. If you want to watch live streams of other countries, chosen ones, search for Tales of the Strange on the video app. We've also downloaded some for you in the gallery." Wei Jisheng took the phone. "Thank you. No need to thank us, it's our duty." He opened the phone, launched the video app, and found the live stream of eerie tales as the chairman had instructed. Seeing the number of survivors, Wei Jisheng couldn't help but frown. Such a simple dungeon, yet only 3, no 2, had passed through. Out of curiosity, he opened his own live stream. There were comments. Not bad. Wei Jisheng's expression remained unchanged. How dull. All they could do was call him a madman, and nothing else. Nevertheless, he noted every netizen's username that had insulted him. To be honest, the netizens of Longwa this time were quite fierce. They had a certain flair for cursing. He then clicked on the live stream of the Wei Kingdom. The replay was still loading when Dong Zhuyu let him out of the car. He glanced at the airport. Not a single person in sight. He had heard that airports were usually crowded. He looked at the two ahead, the dozen or so people around, and the police encircling the airport. Right with the national chairman here, it would be strange if they didn't cordon off the area. In truth, the closure wasn't due to the chairman or other high officials. It was merely because Wei Jisheng was present. He became engrossed in the replay on his phone. This Pulo was quite impressive, skilled in combat and agile, but far too timid to act. He was also lucky, having acquired a talent for slaying bizarre entities. The path was paved for him, yet he refused to tread it. Wei Jisheng, despite his disdain for others and his air of arrogance, was still quite polite. However, his politeness was conditional. It depended on the quality of the other party. He also had a deep appreciation for the strong, just like Pulo. Such individuals exuded an inherent ruthlessness, making them ideal for exterminating bizarre entities. Perfect tools to wield in his hands. Before coming to the human world, he had commanded many such formidable followers, but he wondered where they were now. If fate allowed, he might encounter them again in the eerie world. He watched replays on the plane, continued watching after landing, and even on the way to the meeting he remained glued. This time he focused on Bailia. Balia's talent was correct guidance. It could point her toward the right path with unlimited uses and passive triggering. In simpler terms, it told her exactly how to clear the dungeon and how to avoid danger. The talent was excellent, but it lacked offensive capability. After watching both replays, a question nagged at Wei Jisheng. Bailia's talent was clearly superior to Puloa's, so her exploration and clearance times should have been faster, yet she was much slower. The replays weren't long, but Wei Jisheng watched them many times, pondering why Bailia lagged so far behind Pulo. The flight from Longwa to the Wei Kingdom took over a day, and throughout that time Wei Jisheng continuously watched the replays. Dong Zhuyu woke up several times, startled by his relentless focus. They arrived at the Wei Kingdom just before dusk. The meeting wasn't scheduled until past 8 in the evening. Wei Jisheng and his party were escorted to their guest rooms. This was a guest room. Wei Jisheng stared at the seemingly endless expanse before him, momentarily stunned. He walked in and closed the door. Just how large was this room? And the city dwellers called this a guest room. He put on earphones. He could understand others when they spoke. On the bed lay the clothes he was to wear tonight. He picked them up, took a shower in the bathroom, and changed. This outfit was also white and tailored like a suit, but far more ornate than the one from Longwa. If the Longwa suit made him look like a melancholy prince, then the Wei suit transformed him into a king seated atop a gold mine, spending at will. His aura had completely changed. He glanced at the clock by the bed. Well, he couldn't read it. He stepped out and saw Dong Zhuyu, who was about to knock. Dong Zhuyu's eyes lit up. Well, you look outstanding in that suit. Like the male lead straight out. Wei Jisheng gave an awkward smile and followed Dong Zhuyu. The chairman went ahead for some business. Tonight isn't a formal meeting, just a banquet. Your performance in the eerie world was far too conspicuous, so this time you need to keep a low profile, understand? Also, you must build good relations with the chosen ones from other countries, because sometimes the eerie tales involve team dungeons. Wei Jisheng nodded. Dong Zhuyu sighed. Every country is now on edge. With only 3 chosen ones left alive, it's possible some nations might act irrationally. So be careful. Wei Jisheng didn't respond. He was wondering when dinner would be served. He hadn't eaten for a long time, and the emptiness in his stomach was quite unpleasant. But rest assured, we've confirmed the banquet is safe. Still, caution is necessary. Dong Zhuyu rambled on for a while, and Wei Jisheng's ears were nearly worn out. Finally, they reached the venue. The moment they entered, nearly everyone's gaze fixed upon them. Dong Zhuyu busied himself with diplomacy, while others curiously sized up Wei Jisheng. Knowing his temperament, no one dared to approach him. Everyone kept their distance. Wei Jisheng scanned the room as if searching for someone. He leaned toward Dong Zhuyu. I need to step away for a moment. Continue your diplomacy here. Dong Zhuyu spared him a glance, his eyes questioning his destination. I'm going to engage in some diplomacy of my own, fostering relations between chosen ones. Before Dong Zhuyu could nod, he was off. Wei Jisheng approached Pulo. Pulo was also alone, nursing a drink in a secluded corner. Wei Jisheng took a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray, took a small sip, and found it tasteless. He walked over. Pulo sensed someone approaching and looked up to see Wei Jisheng standing before him. He tilted his head and downed another gulp of wine. So someone dared to speak to him. A few had approached earlier, but he had driven them away. Mindful of their status, his voice had softened. You don't need to talk to me. Even if we end up in a team dungeon later, we'll remain strangers. I won't help you, and you needn't help me. Wei Jisheng walked over and sat down, clinking his glass with Pulo's. I'm not here to talk. Just wanted to share. Pulo took a sip. Drinking. I know you Longwa people can't hold your liquor. Wei Jisheng raised an eyebrow. The fish had taken the bait before he even cast the line. How do you know until you try? Care for a contest? Pulo studied him, then smirked. He raised a hand to summon a waiter. Bring a crate of baijiu. The waiter acknowledged and withdrew. Pulo said to Wei Jisheng, "We drink baijiu. If you're afraid, get lost." Wei Jisheng set down his glass. It seemed his friend had something weighing on his mind. "You're thinking about Lian Xue, right?" Pulo's hand paused mid-drink. He looked up at Wei Jisheng. "How do you know?" Wei Jisheng crossed his arms and leaned back into the soft chair. "I know more. Do you want to hear?" Pulo nodded. The waiter placed a crate of baijiu on their table. Every eye in the room was drawn to them. What were these two chosen ones up to, toasting the heavens? Wei Jisheng picked up a fruit knife from the table, stood, and slit open the crate, pulling out bottles of baijiu. He lined the bottles on the table, then took one, opened it with the bottle opener, and set it before Pulo. "If you want news about Lian Xue, drink me under the table first. If you're the one who passes out, you'll never learn what happened to her." Pulo grabbed the bottle, hesitated, then said, "This isn't fair. I started much earlier than you and have already drunk." Wei Jisheng gestured to a nearby waiter to open another bottle, then picked it up and returned to his seat. "True. So if you can't drink me down tonight, there's always another chance. The day you finally get me drunk, I'll tell you about Lian Xue." Pulo was slightly tipsy but still lucid enough. "Why should I trust you?" Wei Jisheng pried off the cap. "Because even without a talent, I can still thrash bizarre entities." Pulo hesitated a moment. "Fine. It's a deal." With that, he raised the bottle and began to chug. Wei Jisheng tossed the opener onto the table and started drinking as well. He drank faster than Pulo. By the time Pulo finished his first bottle, Wei Jisheng was already on his second. The crate of baijiu was soon empty. A drowsy Pulo asked the waiter for a second crate. Baijiu hits the head hardest. At first there's no sensation, only a burning in the mouth, but gradually the effect builds and dizziness follows. Pulo was no exception. His face was now flushed and his mind was no longer as clear as before. The waiter quickly brought the second crate. Another waiter opened the bottles, handing one to Pulo and one to Wei Jisheng. Both resumed drinking. Wei Jisheng's complexion remained unchanged, his mind as sharp as ever, though his clothes carried the odor of alcohol. A thud. Wei Jisheng set down his bottle. As expected, Pulo had passed out on the table. Wei Jisheng instructed the waiter to notify the Dewei Kingdom delegation while he counted the empty bottles on the floor. This Pulo could really hold his drink, the heaviest drinker he had encountered in all his years. He let out a burp, used the fruit knife to scratch a few numbers on the table, then stood and waited. Hearing that their chosen one had gotten drunk, the Dewei delegation rushed over, anxious that something might happen to Pulo. Wei Jisheng grabbed one of them. "Tell Pulo his drinking capacity is far too weak to compete with me. If he wants to know about Lian Xue, he'd better practice. Memorize the number on the table. It's my contact info. Give it to him when he wakes up." The man nodded frantically, as if afraid Wei Jisheng might devour him. Wei Jisheng released him and walked toward a less crowded area. Eyes followed him. He slipped behind a curtain, cutting off the stairs, and relished the solitude. He wasn't dizzy yet, just a slight ache in his head. He felt like getting some fresh air outside. Then he saw a person, a woman. There weren't many women at this banquet. Wei Jisheng, somewhat tipsy, was a little fuzzy. She wore a black form-fitting dress, the left side reaching her knee, the right side trailing to her ankle. Her heels were over 10 centimeters high, and her black hair fell to her waist. Wei Jisheng frowned at those towering heels. Spending money to torture oneself. The woman turned her head, and he froze. She was somewhat beautiful and vaguely familiar. Wei Jisheng walked over, glanced at the girl, then shifted his gaze to the sky outside. The girl did not leave. She followed his lead and stared into the distance as well. Wei Jisheng turned to the girl and said, "You look somewhat familiar and rather beautiful, even a bit handsome." The girl looked up, her pitch-black eyes fixed on his handsome face. "You look familiar too, Wei Jisheng." Wei Jisheng was taken aback. "How do you know me?" "I've watched your live streams." He nodded. "Your voice sounds cold." The girl did not reply. Suddenly, she yanked Wei Jisheng, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. He sat up, his bottom against the chilly floor, staring at her in bewilderment. "What are you doing?" The girl tilted her head, motioning for him to look at where he had been standing. A bullet hole was clearly embedded in the wall. A bullet, yet no sound had been heard. Evidently a silenced gun had been used. Wei Jisheng turned to look and spotted a glint on the opposite building. He rose, vaulted over the railing, and leaped down. The girl sidestepped gracefully, dodging another bullet. Leaning against the railing, she watched Wei Jisheng dashing out below. "What are you doing?" He planted one foot on a stone, then launched himself into the air using a tree branch for extra momentum, catching the assassin. With that, his body sailed over the 9-meter-high wall. The girl sighed, helplessly gripped the railing, and jumped. She had no desire to chase after Wei Jisheng, but he had just walked over to her spot in front of everyone. There were no surveillance cameras here. If he vanished, she would be held accountable. She took off her heels, imitating Wei Jisheng's movements, and leaped out. It was a bit strenuous, but manageable. By the time she got out, Wei Jisheng had already disappeared from sight. Yet it did not matter. Her innate talent would guide her. Following her intuition, she soon spotted Wei Jisheng. He lay in a narrow alley with a man in black beside him. She approached. The man in black appeared unconscious. His head was bleeding. He would not be waking anytime soon. Bai Area stared speechlessly for a moment, then fished a phone out of Wei Jisheng's pocket. She unlocked the phone, fortunately no password, and dialed a contact named Dong Zhuyu. When Pu Luo regained consciousness, he was lying on the bed in the guest room. His head throbbed dizzily for a long time, swollen, sore, and aching as if he had motion sickness. He propped himself up, slowly sat on the bed, and thought for a while, as though trying to recall what had happened the day before. Suddenly a flood of memories surged into his mind, stabbing his head with pain. He clutched his temples and shook his head vigorously. Tisk, why couldn't I drink Wei Jisheng under the table? Pu Luo got out of bed intending to see what was outside. It was still early. Wei Jisheng and his group likely hadn't returned to their country yet. He noticed a note by the bedside. 123-456-7891 is Wei Jisheng's number. Pu Luo quickly grabbed his phone and dialed the number. Out of service. He stared at his phone. Being out of service seemed normal. He rushed out the door and grabbed a waiter. Have Wei Jisheng and his people left? The waiter shook his head and pointed. Mr. Wei is in room 147. Pu Luo followed the directions until he found the room. He knocked, then opened the door to find a crowd gathered inside. Among a group of men stood a strikingly beautiful Pu Luo strode in. A few steps later, he saw Wei Jisheng lying unconscious on the bed. Looking at the others in confusion, he explained on Pu Luo. I discussed some matters with Wei Jisheng last night, and came to see him today. The chairman of the Long Kingdom nodded. Please make yourself at ease. He whispered to Dong Zhuyu, there's a traitor within the country. I need to return first. Keep an eye on things here. Dong Zhuyu nodded, and the chairman left. Pu Luo spotted a familiar face and asked, could you have the state issue me a Chinese card? The man nodded. Of course. I'll go right now. He exchanged a greeting with Dong Zhuyu and left. Noticing the room was too crowded, Dong Zhuyu dismissed several people back to their own quarters. He knew exactly what all these people were scheming. They all hoped something would happen to Wei Jisheng, so the Long Kingdom would lose its footing. A bunch of old foxes. The room was left with only Wei Jisheng, Dong Zhuyu, Pu Luo, and Bai area. Pu Luo stood by Wei Jisheng's bed, pondering whether what Wei Jisheng had said last night was reliable. He looked up and saw a familiar face standing there. Dong Zhuyu fetched 2 chairs, sat on Wei Jisheng's bed. This kid really gave him no peace. He had merely gone to the restroom, and the boy had vanished. Thankfully, Bai area had called him, otherwise with such a big person missing, what would he have done? Wei Jisheng slowly opened his eyes. The world before him seemed unreal. Everything swayed, and people appeared double. He squinted at the figures in front of him for a long time until they finally focused, and the world stopped spinning. But then he realized he had been staring at the wrong person, utterly embarrassing. He thought he was looking at Dong Zhuyu, but he had actually been gazing at Bai area. Bai area did not find his behavior offensive. She simply sat in her chair and watched him watching her. Wei Jisheng immediately averted his eyes and turned his head, only to regret it the next second. It would have been better not to turn. Dong Zhuyu was looking at him with an uncle smirk, while Pu Luo stared at him like a grim reaper, expressionless. He pushed himself up with both hands as Dong Zhuyu steadied him. Feeling better? Wei Jisheng nodded. Director Dong, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to these two. Dong Zhuyu stood up. The assassin who tried to kill you is dead, committed suicide. He had poison hidden in his mouth. It was likely orchestrated by America. Take your time discussing matters. He left the room. Pu Luo broke the silence. Wei Jisheng, was what you said last night true? Wei Jisheng nodded. It's true. Pu Luo remained skeptical. Why should I believe you? Wei Jisheng dared not even glance toward Bai area. You don't have to believe me. I gain nothing from your trust. Pu Luo fell silent and stopped staring. Wei Jisheng lowered his head, avoiding Bai area's gaze. Bai area shifted her weight and asked Wei Jisheng, why did you ask me to stay? Wei Jisheng coughed. He still remembered last night's events and what he had said. How mortifying. I was rude last night and stared at you this morning. I was drunk last night, and this morning my vision was blurry. I mistook you for Director Dong. Also, thank you for escorting me back last night. Bai area replied indifferently, these are trivial matters. No need to apologize or dwell on them. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wei Jisheng nodded. Bai area left. He noticed she was wearing flat shoes this time. Pu Luo's gaze shifted between Wei Jisheng and Bai area with curiosity. Wei Jisheng, you're not falling for Bai area, are you? Wei Jisheng looked up with an incredulous expression. Don't be absurd. I was simply apologizing. Pu Luo sat down. How can you hold your liquor so well? Why can't I? You look 19 or 20, probably still in high school or college. A student with such a tolerance. That's right. My age says student, but my identity isn't a student. I live in the lawless zone. Pu Luo stroked his smooth chin. That explains it. I was wondering how a student could drink like that. Wei Jisheng was about to respond when a voice cut him off. All chosen ones prepare for teleportation. Initiating teleportation. Teleporting now. Before they could finish their conversation, a new round of bizarre tales began, forcibly sending them to different locations. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes to a brilliant light. The streets were bustling with people and traffic. Elderly folks walked their dogs. Rows of houses lined the street, their walls made of white bricks. Every house looked identical, yet quite. Wei Jisheng felt a chill on his neck. He turned to see a large fountain spraying water behind him. He He stepped back and wiped the water from his neck. He absolutely hated fountains with no sense of boundaries. Wei Jisheng patted his pockets and found a piece of paper in his trousers. It was the rules, and he also found some money in his jacket pocket. 1. You must attend the class reunion at the Weird Hotel 2. Do not be greedy for small gains on the street. 3. You must go to the Weird Bridge to save a person and he will give you what you want for. If you fail to save him, you will also meet death. 5. You can ask people around you and they will point you in the right direction. Wei Jisheng crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the fountain beside him. He looked up at the sky, a vast blue expanse without a single cloud. He approached an elderly man walking a dog, slightly bowed, and asked, "Sir, do you know how to get to the Weird Bridge?" The old woman lifted her wrinkled face to look at him, her eyes shifting from confusion to clarity. Trembling, she raised a hand and pointed in a direction. Wei Jisheng handed the old woman a banknote, thanked her, and left. He was calm, but the live-streaming audience was far from calm. Why is this happening? This has never happened before, damn. 4 stars, another 4-star instance, bless Brother Sheng. Why is Sheng's starting location different from the other person? Isn't that increasing the difficulty? Let's see. This time it's a 2-player script, and it's 4 stars. I can only hope that the person in the hotel doesn't hold us back. Wei Jisheng followed the directions and arrived at the Weird Bridge. He scanned the area. There was no one on the bridge, not even a ghostly shadow. He walked onto the bridge and walked for a long time without seeing anyone. Moreover, the bridge seemed endless, as if it had no end. On the other side, at the Weird Hotel, Xie Danju also found the rules on himself. 1. Do not eat the food on the table. 2. You may drink alcohol, but do not get drunk. 3. You must answer your classmates' words as your status is extremely low. 4. You cannot refuse any request from classmates. 5. Do not anger any weird beings unless a more powerful weird being appears to suppress them. 6. Show the rules to your companion. This instance is a 2-player instance, but you must learn to distinguish. Ways to clear the instance. 1. Find the true it. 2. Show your kindness. Around Xie Danju were all weird beings chatting with each other, seemingly not paying attention to him, but he knew that every weird being here was watching him. He was originally an analyst at the Bizarre Analysis Bureau, but unexpectedly, he was chosen to become the chosen one. He knew his chances of survival were slim, so he had to ensure Wei Jisheng survived. He was the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, and he must not die. Xie Danju sat upright on the sofa, carefully observing his surroundings. There was nothing special, it was just like a regular hotel in the real world. Just as he was observing, a voice sounded in his head. Begin random talent selection. Bizarre Tales, I'm begging you, don't make another mistake. Please don't make a mistake. It shouldn't be. This new chosen one doesn't seem like a burden. He should have a talent, right? Not like Brother Sheng again. They'll trade my roommate's 20 years of singleness for him to get a good talent. Your talent is the ability to instantly teleport to a specified location, but the range is limited, no more than 20 meters, and it refreshes every 30 minutes. Xie Danju let out a sigh of relief. Although this talent was not as good as Pu Luo's, it was far better than having none. Moreover, this talent could be used to escape or for many more useful things. Wei Jisheng walked calmly on the bridge for a long time until a slender figure appeared in his sight. When he saw the figure, he did not breathe a sigh of relief like the chosen ones from other countries, because he simply did not take this bizarre instance seriously. He didn't even know that he had a teammate waiting for him at the Weird Hotel. What are you doing here? Seeking death. Wei Jisheng stopped and looked at the person on the bridge. On the bridge railing sat a thin young man wearing only a thin shirt and jeans. He turned around at the sound, and when he saw Wei Jisheng, his mind went blank for a moment. The young man before him seemed to overlap with a certain figure from his memory. Yes, this mortal world is too boring. I want to go back. Wei Jisheng sat down on the ground, propping his head with his right hand, and asked, "Go back where?" The midsummer of that year, the people in that midsummer, everything from that year. Wei Jisheng was wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He sat for a while, but then stood up again because the ground was scorching hot, practically burning his backside. Though midsummer is magnificent and brilliant, it eventually passes. The people in that midsummer have long been left in the past. Weird beings and humans are the same. You can look back, but you cannot go back. If you go back, wouldn't your whole life be wasted? The figure on the railing was slender, but showed no intention. He was like an injured butterfly trembling in the air, poised to fall. No one knew whether he would plunge from the height in the next second and die in an instant. But how can the mere beginning of summer compare to midsummer? After all, it's better to go back and see. Some things cannot be found by going back. Moreover, the so-called midsummer back then was nothing more than a beginning of summer. Now it is exactly the beginning of summer. Can't you create another midsummer during this time? The man was startled, and he slowly turned to face Wei Jisheng. This person was just like before. His words always astonished him, and every sentence caught him off guard. Enough, tell me what you want. Wei Jisheng said, I want the world to end. The man pursed his lips and looked at him. How could this person still be obsessed with world destruction just like back then? I can't do that. Tell me the next one. What does Brother Sheng want? World destruction. Words from Brother Sheng's mouth always catch me off guard. Really, every word he says is beyond my consideration, lol. Can I say? Am I the only one who also wants the world to end? We don't have many summer vacation days left. The troubles of being a soon-to-be ninth grader are coming right. Wei Jisheng pursed his lips knowing that he couldn't. Then just give me a white flower like this. Wei Jisheng reached out and gestured in the air, recalling the little girl's gestures from that day, making motions with. The person sitting on the railing watched Wei Jisheng's constant gestures and listened to his rambling words. Couldn't help but press his forehead. How can this person always describe features that every flower has? He raised his hand and waved, and a white flower appeared in Wei Jisheng's hand. Wei Jisheng frowned at it for a moment. Not this one, it's different. Give me another one. The man waved again, and another flower appeared in Wei Jisheng's hand. Not this one either. It's like this. Wei Jisheng threw away the two flowers and started gesturing again. The man sighed, raised his hand to cast a spell, and black mist swirled around his fingertips. He jumped off the railing and pointed to the side, causing white flowers to appear along the roadside. The sunlight shone on the white flowers lying on the ground, dazzlingly white. Wei Jisheng walked past, looking at each flower, frowning. Why doesn't Brother Sheng ask for something powerful? He's obsessed with flowers. What's so good about these flowers? We have plenty of them here. So frustrating that he doesn't make progress. He clearly had a chance to ask for a life-saving item, but he only wanted a flower, and he hasn't even found it yet. Wei Jisheng frowned at the man. None of these are the flower I'm looking for. The man helplessly spread his hands. No way. All the white flowers in the weird world are here except for one. Which one? The man clenched his hand, and in his pale palm appeared a flower completely different from those on the ground. This is the murderous flower of the weird world. It's beautiful, but its lethality is also strong, so it's a forbidden flower. It feeds on the blood of whoever cultivates it until that person dies. The moment Wei Jisheng saw the flower, his eyes lit up. He snatched the flower and said, I want this one. Thanks. The man sighed. I'll forget it. You've always been different. The weird hotel is ahead. Just follow this bridge and you'll see it. Wei Jisheng nodded, handed him a banknote, said a few words, and then walked away contentedly with the flower, leaving the man standing there dumbfounded, holding the banknote. He watched Wei Jisheng's retreating figure, lost in thought. Everything around him was changing from beginning to end, cycling endlessly. So there was someone who always remembered the past without longing for it. Even the only person who had ever persuaded him was changing. If he didn't change, it would be inexcusable. The things of that year have passed, let them stay where they were. After all, the meaning of some things is simply to be remembered. Unlike Wei Jisheng, Pu Luo found himself in the eerie hotel the moment he opened his eyes. He also discovered the rules on his own body. Observing the private room, he found nothing particularly unusual except for the unsettling gazes constantly lingering on him, as if he were some kind of delicacy. Virya was in the same situation as Pu Luo. Among the three chosen ones who had cleared the previous trials, only Wei Jisheng received special treatment. Wei Jisheng arrived at the private room and pushed the door open. He saw a group of anomalies huddled together, while only one person sat far away from them. Xie Danju did feel a trace of relief when he saw Wei Jisheng, but that emotion didn't last long before he sensed something was wrong. Wei Jisheng actually came over to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, he sat down beside him and began chatting. What's your name? Xie Danju. Xie Danju, that's a good name. But do you have any other rules? Mine only applied to the journey here. Xie Danju's expression remained unchanged. He asked in surprise, rules? What rules? The smile on Wei Jisheng's face vanished instantly as he frowned. You don't have any rules. My rules clearly state that you must have some. Xie Danju gave a faint smile. I don't have any rules. If you want to know, I suggest you ask someone else. Then he got up and went to the restroom, ignoring Wei Jisheng behind him. By doing so, he was essentially cutting off Wei Jisheng's path, yet not a single person in the livestream cursed him. Real world, oh, this Xie Danju is quite something. I really didn't expect it. I thought he was done for, but he... Don't you think it's possible that Xie Danju never intended to give the rules to Brother Sheng from the start? Upstairs, stop barking. With your Asan country IP address, you come here to stir up trouble about our dragon country. Are you afraid no one will recognize your divisive tactics? The nation has already announced that Xie Danju is from the Horror Analysis Bureau. He would never betray dragon country. In the eerie world, Xie Danju had no idea what the livestream had become. He stayed in the restroom for a long time before pushing the door open and stepping out. He knew very well that someone as proud as Wei Jisheng would never initiate a conversation with him. In fact, Xie Danju had personally drafted Wei Jisheng's analysis report. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that all the anomalies had already seated themselves around the round table, and Wei Jisheng was there too. But this time Wei Jisheng merely glanced at him with a flicker of his eyelids. He sat down beside Wei Jisheng. Xie Danju, you sure have a lot of face, making all of us wait for you. Xie Danju curled his lips into a smile and said to the speaker, No, it's just that my stomach was acting up. I didn't mean to make everyone wait for me. Just look at the rags you and Wei Jisheng are wearing. From now on, don't you dare say you were our classmates. If you don't care about face, we do. Exactly wearing such shabby clothes and still daring to come to the reunion. I just acquired a building to start a small company. Want me to reserve a janitor position for the two of you? Ha ha, they're not even worthy of that. If you ask me, Cho Han-yun would be more fit to work as a receptionist at my company. Tisk, who do you think Cho Han-yun is? He's a doctoral graduate, working as your receptionist. Dream on. Besides, Mr. Gu hasn't even spoken yet. The moment Mr. Gu was mentioned, everyone at the table fell silent. Their gazes turned toward one person. Wei Jisheng followed their line of sight and saw a man in casual wear sitting on the other side drinking. The round table was huge enough to seat over 100 people, but now only about 40 were present, so each person's seat was spaced widely apart. Wei Jisheng took a quick look at the people around the table. They were all draped in gold and silver, desperate to flaunt their wealth. Only that one man wore casual clothes. He didn't speak, and no one else dared to utter a word. Then there were the two people beside him, one who looked timid and the other. Xie Danju handed a slip of paper to Wei Jisheng. These are the rules. Take a look. Wei Jisheng took the note and read it under the table. Soon he finished, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tucked it into his pocket. It seemed this was a two-player instance. The man in casual wear finally spoke. Why are you all going silent now? A class reunion should have a proper atmosphere. What's with all this quiet? He tossed a piece of paper onto the table. Order the food. We'll enjoy ourselves after we eat. Another person picked up the menu and said respectfully, how about you order first, Mr. Gu? Gu Chuan shook his head. You go ahead. I don't really like the food here. All right then, well, order. Wei Jisheng cast a couple of glances at Gu Chuan and noticed that Gu Chuan's eyes kept darting toward the person beside him. He took a sip of water from the table. It seemed his suspicion was correct. He had heard an interesting anecdote a few years ago, and now it had actually crossed his path. This was going to be much more entertaining. The menu made a full circle before reaching them. Just as Xie Danju picked it up, someone said, "Oh, you actually know how to order from this. Can you even name the dishes?" Of course he can't. If anyone can, it would be our class top scorer in the college entrance exam. He's a champion scholar. Ha ha. Laughter echoed through the private room. Wei Jisheng tilted his head to look at the menu. Some items were written in human characters, others in eerie script. Xie Danju held the menu. Of course I want order from this menu. I'm not qualified to order, so will pass. He handed the menu to the person on Wei Jisheng's left, skipping over Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng didn't mind. He knew Xie Danju was just afraid of falling into a trap with the ordering. Some people at this table know their place, but others just don't. They actually want to order. TSK. Hey, he's the top scholar, so let him order and see what kind of consumption level we have. Cho Han-yun kept his head down and said nothing, his expression hidden from view. Xie Danju seized the moment to ask Cho Han-yun, do you want to see if there's anything on the menu you'd like to eat? Cho Han-yun shook his head and placed the menu on the table, making no further move. Wei Jisheng saw Cho Han-yun look up at Xie Danju. Not bad. He's been admitted by recommendation. A waiter came in to collect the menus, then led in a large group of waitstaff, each pushing a small serving cart. Wei Jisheng eyed the dishes and thought the waiters brought out the food without even looking at the menus. This instance world still wasn't fully refined. Amid the chatter, the waiters placed all the food from the carts onto the round table. Once the dishes were set, many people began helping themselves. Wei Jisheng, Xie Danju, why aren't you eating? You've probably never had meat before. This restaurant is the most famous one. We're giving you a chance. Are you going to waste it? Nothing, I just feel unworthy. Since this meat is so delicious, you all should have more. The moment these words left his mouth, the anomalies around the table immediately set down their chopsticks, their eyes gleaming as they fixed their gazes on the two of them. If you don't eat, then don't even think about leaving this hotel. Wei Jisheng picked up his chopsticks to take a piece of meat, but Xie Danju snatched them away. While piling meat into his bowl, he glared at Wei Jisheng. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to eat this. You're just here to fill a seat. Be grateful you haven't been kicked off the table. With that, he wolfed down the meat in his bowl. Then the anomalies at the table withdrew their predatory stares and resumed eating, picking up their chopsticks again. Wei Jisheng watched as Xie Danju's face instantly turned pale, a surge of displeasure rising within him. Xie Danju stood up. Everyone, I'm not feeling well in my stomach. I need to go to the restroom. No one paid him any attention. Wei Jisheng watched the fading figure, then averted his gaze, twirling his chops. He had thought that when they met again, Xie Danju would have become a bit more cunning, but he was still the same big, simple fool. Actually, big fool wasn't quite right. He wasn't very tall or strong. In fact, he had barely any meat on his bones. So little fool would have to do. Wei Jisheng unconsciously curled the corner of his mouth. The name little fool suited him well. Xie Danju soon returned, his pale face looking much better than before. Cho Han-yun, I heard you've been short on money lately. Cho Han-yun nodded. The speaker placed a case of beer on the table and spun the lazy Susan. If you can drink this whole case today, they'll lend you money. Whatever amount you need, I'll give. Cho Han-yun said, I won't borrow money from you. The speaker stood up. What? You look down on us. Why are you putting on such airs? No matter how high your education is, your pockets are still emptier than your face. Today you're drinking this whether you like it or not. Cho Han-yun replied, I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. Allergic? Then find someone to drink for you. Xiao Hanyun looked around, but didn't spare a single glance toward Gu Chuan. Finally his gaze settled on Xie. It wasn't that Xie Danju was unwilling to help, but his own alcohol tolerance was terrible. A few glasses would get him drunk, let alone an entire case. He avoided Xiao Hanyun's eyes. Xiao Hanyun lowered his head, stood up, and reached for a bottle. Wei Jisheng grabbed the bottle first. Even someone as benevolent as he had moments when he wouldn't help others. He was about to say he'll drink for him when the next second his hand was empty. He turned his head. Xie Danju pulled the bottle opener from the case, popped the cap off, and said, "I'll drink it. My tolerance. I can handle it." Then he raised the bottle and chugged. Real world, the Horror Analysis Bureau was in chaos. Dong Zhiyu understood why Xie Danju would drink for an anomaly. Having worked together for a time, he naturally knew Xie Danju's poor alcohol tolerance, and the rules clearly stated that getting drunk was forbidden. After all their time working together, it was impossible not to feel regret. Dong Zhiyu knew that Wei Jisheng was the one the Dragon Country would do anything to protect. Xie Danju's actions in that sense were not wrong. "Wu Xie Danju, my new husband. I haven't even truly fallen for you yet, and you're about to disappear. I knew from the moment he ate the meat for Brother Shang that this guy was definitely a hero of our Dragon Country. But I never thought he would. Sigh, he should be posthumously recognized as a martyr. Hey, don't be so pessimistic. Some rules could be wrong." In the eerie world, Pu Luo waited for a long time, until the meal had already started, but his companion never arrived. It seemed his companion was dead. He felt no grief. In a two-player instance, if the teammate was good, they could clear it directly. But if the teammate was too weak, it would just be a double kill. It was actually a good thing that his teammate hadn't made it here alive. An anomaly told him to eat some meat. He took a small piece, didn't swallow, just held it in his mouth. After a while he went to the restroom and spat it out. Birya's companion finally arrived. Although an imposter had come once, Birya hadn't given him the rules because her intuition told her that person was no good. After waiting a bit longer, the anomalies all sat down at the table, and her companion arrived belatedly. She handed the rules to that person, but before he could read them, the anomalies threatened him into eating meat. Birya had intended to eat it herself, but unexpectedly her companion ate it for her. She knew that person was doomed, and sure enough, soon he foamed at the mouth and died. She remembered the words her companion had said to her: "The sun never sets, empire depends on you. You must protect it well." Everyone who entered the eerie world, whether they survived or died, were heroes. When the anomaly forced Xiao Hanyun to drink, Pu Luo stepped forward without hesitation. After all, it was merely a case of beer, hardly enough to induce intoxication. There were two paths to clearing the trial, and he could not discern which was correct, so he resolved to complete both to the best of his ability. Birya's intuition whispered that drinking was also right, yet she chose not to follow it. Her tolerance for alcohol was poor. Having already confirmed that both rules were valid, she saw no reason to tread the most perilous path. He had done nothing extraordinary. The reward for rescuing the bridge jumper was explicitly stipulated in the rules, and he had exerted genuine effort to earn what he received. Did he not commit greed by asking someone where the bridge of anomalies was, and receiving the answer without offering compensation? Indeed, heavens above, that counted too. So that's why Shingu paid up. The anomaly tail had been lying in wait all along. How utterly contemptible. In the world of anomalies, Xie Danju could not recall how he'd managed to finish an entire case of beer, but he knew with absolute certainty that he was drunk. His thoughts swam in fog, and his limbs refused to hold him upright. Wei Jisheng rose and guided him toward the sofa. Moments later he returned to the dining table. The man in casual attire stood, saying, "Xiao Hanyun, you truly are formidable. A single glance from you can compel others to sacrifice their lives. I'm genuinely curious how you achieve such power. Tell me, was it your body you wielded, or that worthless heart?" Wei Jisheng calmly resumed his seat. Not a single anomaly dared speak, or even move. Xiao Hanyun lifted his gaze to meet Gu Chuan's directly. "I didn't. A splendid denial." Gu Chuan settled back into his chair, crossed his legs, and said, "Your sister still works at my company. Your parents rely on our financial support. You wouldn't want anything untoward to befall them, would you? What do you really want?" Xiao Hanyun demanded, suppressing his fury. "Merely for you to do what you've always done. Strip off those shabby clothes, and only stop when I tell you to." Xiao Hanyun clenched his lips, his face paling. Then slowly he reached for the first button of his shirt. He undressed with agonizing slowness. Wei Jisheng watched Gu Chuan intently. Gu Chuan burst into laughter. "Look at you. Hand you a sliver of sunlight, and you blaze like a star. You're not even fit to polish my shoes. Yet grant you a morsel of grace, and you grovel, as if it were divine favor." Wei Jisheng rose and strode to Xiao Hanyun's side, seizing his hand mid-motion as it hovered over the next button. "Stop. Leave it as it is." The surrounding anomalies warped, shifting toward grotesque, unnatural forms. Gu Chuan's expression darkened. "Xiao Hanyun, how did you manage to captivate two outsiders so completely that they'd stand up for you?" Wei Jisheng ignored Gu Chuan entirely. He pointed toward Xie Danju, who lay unconscious on the sofa. "He helped you. He drank for you. So now you'll help him leave." Xiao Hanyun nodded once. Only then did Wei Jisheng turn fully to face Gu Chuan, arms crossed, lips parting in cool disdain. Some beings are simply born to be contemptible. Even anomalies are no exception. At Wei Jisheng's words, every anomaly in proximity twisted into monstrous shapes and lunged toward. Gu Chuan remained seated, watching like a monarch surveying a condemned subject, his face etched with unmasked scorn. You mourn only after death. Where were you while he lived? Was he choosing suicide or wallowing in filth? Do the dead crave your belated reverence? Wei Jisheng retreated 2 steps, then struck the first anomaly squarely across the skull. Glancing at the fading figure on the sofa, he exhaled, reassured. Before it could touch him, the creature lurched backward, colliding violently with those behind it, sending them crashing into the wall with a thunderous crack. They remained embedded in the plaster, immobile. Each bore a crimson bullet-riddled wound centered in its skull. Gu Chuan glanced back, then rose languidly, stretching. You appear uncommonly difficult to subdue. I'm no prodigy, merely capable of taking Xiao Hanyun away from you once more. Gu Chuan's human visage dissolved instantly, limbs contorting, spine warping, flesh melting into a ruinous mask beyond recognition, standing rigid beside the circular table like a nightmare given form. Speak another word, and I'll reduce you to dust with no grave to receive it. Wei Jisheng moved beside Xiao Hanyun, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Do I look afraid? The frenzied anomalies froze mid-lunge. Gu Chuan's form snapped back to human semblance, but his eyes, once arrogant and hollow, now brimmed with tender, sorrowful devotion, fixed solely upon the man beside Wei Jisheng. A faint, cruel lift touched Wei Jisheng's mouth. He knew the moment had come to strike. Does it hurt, watching the one you love walk away, while you remain alone in this frozen, hollow world? Yet when you harmed Xiao Hanyun, did you consider consequence? You were the young master, untouchable, unafraid, as if heaven itself might collapse and leave you unscathed. But did you ever truly believe he might die? Gu Chuan's face contorted anew, black ichor welled from his pores. The anomalies surged forward. Enough! The command cracked through the air. Gu Chuan stiffened. All anomalies halted. He stared at Xiao Hanyun, voice breaking raw with disbelief. At last, you finally looked at me again. Xiao Hanyun did not answer. Instead, he turned to Wei Jisheng and asked quietly, who among them is it within this trial? Choose correctly, and you may depart. Gu Chuan opened his mouth, but Xiao Hanyun shot him a glare, and he clamped it shut, silent and cowed. Wei Jisheng pointed unhesitating at Gu Chuan. Xiao Hanyun frowned. Are you certain? Wei Jisheng nodded. Xiao Hanyun stepped back. Congratulations, you have cleared the trial. Wei Jisheng watched as the anomalies reverted to their former appearances, and then looked at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan's gaze remained locked on Xiao Hanyun, not on him. Gu Chuan. Wei Jisheng called his name. Reluctantly, Gu Chuan tore his eyes away, watching transfixed as Wei Jisheng's form began to dissolve. Then came the final words: your love is mud, worthless, trampled underfoot. This belated guilt, this tardy affection, they only obstruct his path to rebirth. Gu Chuan faltered, head bowing in silence. Congratulations, chosen one. You have cleared the trial. Rewards granted. Gu Chuan's invitation card, Xiao Hanyun's aid, and a single white flower. Hu Luo remained sober, his mind lucid, his awareness razor sharp, yet inexplicably paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Then just like that, the trial ended. He felt utterly bewildered. Congratulations, chosen one. You have cleared the trial. Reward granted, Xiao Hanyun's aid. Physical resilience increased by 2, remaining 97. Immune resistance enhanced by 2, remaining 98. Initiate transmission. Transmission successful. By area grew increasingly unsettled as the scene unfolded. Why had it devolved into coercion to undress? She reminded herself this was not reality, and suppressed the instinct to intervene. Yet without warning, the people around her, previously calm, even cheerful, twisted into grotesque forms and charged toward her. She sprang to her feet, ready to defend herself, when Xiao Hanyun's voice cut through the chaos enough. Instantly, the anomalies froze. He approached By area and asked, who among them is it? Choose correctly, and you may depart. By area hesitated. She leaned toward Xiao Hanyun. After all, his single command had stilled every anomaly. Though long oppressed, he clearly possessed latent strength, perhaps even the capacity to rise. Yet her intuition screamed otherwise. Scanning the room, her gaze landed on Gu Chuan, whose eyes never left Xiao Hanyun, unwavering, unwarped, untouched by anomaly. Her passive intuition had already been expended. She had no choice but to trust her gut and choose Gu Chuan. Congratulations, you have chosen correctly. Congratulations, chosen one. You have cleared the trial. Rewards granted. Physical resilience increased by 2, remaining 96. Immune resistance enhanced by 1, remaining 99. Initiate transmission. Transmission successful. Strange, why is this dungeon so easy this time? Clearly in previous 4-star dungeons no one survived. What is upstairs thinking? Have you noticed that only Sheng Gu seems to have figured everything out, scolding it in the dungeon, while the other chosen ones appear oblivious? Wait, I've discovered another problem. Why did the chosen ones from other countries gain a physical enhancement, Yet, Sheng. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. Familiar room, familiar bed, but unfamiliar Luo Luo. Looking at Luo Luo, who had cleared the dungeon faster than him, he wondered why he was still here. Luo Luo picked up his phone and made a call, which caused Wei Jisheng's phone by the pillow to ring. Luo Luo hung up saying, "This is my number. You can call this if needed." Wei Jisheng glanced at the phone and replied him. Luo Luo asked in confusion, "You don't save names." Wei Jisheng looked up at him, "I don't know how to." Luo Luo took the phone, typed 2 letters, and realized he couldn't understand the characters of Long Country. He bit his lip, awkwardly returning the phone to Wei Jisheng. "I forgot I can't read your Long Country script. You should ask someone else to save it for you." "All right." Luo Luo looked awkwardly as Wei Jisheng fiddled with the phone. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back. "Luo Luo, why is your phone different from mine?" "There's nothing different. Mine is the same brand as yours, just a different color." Wei Jisheng held the phone in front of Luo Luo, turned it on, and swiped his finger across the screen to reveal the interface. He then took Luo Luo's phone, turned it on, and swiped, revealing the password input screen. "See, they're different." Luo Luo was speechless for the first time. "This is the password. Once you set it, no one can unlock your phone." Wei Jisheng handed the phone to Luo Luo and asked, "Could you help me set one up?" Luo Luo wanted to refuse, but felt embarrassed as he was rather shy. He took the phone, opened settings, and fell silent. He couldn't understand any of the text. He took out his own phone, opened settings, observed the password icon, and then opened it on Wei Jisheng's phone. He returned the phone to Wei Jisheng saying, "You can set the password here." Wei Jisheng pretended to curiously examine the password interface. He wasn't truly clueless. He was just trying to get closer to Luo Luo, intending to bring him into his camp. He entered a few numbers on the screen saying, "Thanks, I might be leaving today." "Then good luck, and I hope we meet again." "Goodbye." Luo Luo left, but Dong Zhuyu quickly arrived looking hurried, as if there was something urgent. "Hurry, there are many reporters outside. You can't show up for now." As he spoke, Dong Zhuyu yanked Wei Jisheng up from the bed. In his haste, Wei Jisheng struggled to put on his shoes, stuffing the phone into his pocket, asking why the rush. Is the world ending? The reporters outside are not just from Dawang country. There are also those from Sakura country and the United States. These 2 countries can't stand to see others doing better than them. As they entered the elevator, Wei Jisheng said, "Are you afraid the interviews are fake, but the assassination is real?" Dong Zhuyu nodded. Wei Jisheng straightened his back, asking, "What floor are those reporters on?" "The 1st floor, so we need to go to the -2nd floor now." Wei Jisheng pressed the button for the -2nd floor, and then the 1st floor, saying, "I haven't killed anyone. I don't need to avoid them. Nothing will happen. Besides, I have a few things to say to them." Dong Zhuyu raised his hand to press the elevator button, but Wei Jisheng stopped him, saying, "Don't panic. I said nothing will happen, and it definitely won't. We can't act recklessly. This isn't. Long Country has been ridiculed by Strange Tales, and I must avenge this grievance. I have Strange Tale props. Ordinary people can't hurt me." Dong Zhuyu was very stubborn and refused to listen to Wei Jisheng, saying, "This matter is not for you to worry about. Strange Tale props should be used in Strange Tale dungeons, not wasted here. Your safety is the top priority." Ding, 1st floor. Dong Zhuyu wanted to grab Wei Jisheng, but his speed couldn't match Wei Jisheng's. In the blink of an eye, Wei Jisheng vanished before him. Dong Zhuyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief in the elevator. He thought it was an illusion, but Wei Jisheng, a big person, had indeed disappeared. A thought popped into his mind: Wei Jisheng is not human. Before he could ponder further, the elevator door was about to close, and he immediately rushed out to search for Wei Jisheng in the hall, which was empty. He ran outside the hall, and sure enough saw Wei Jisheng surrounded by a group of reporters. He immediately rushed forward, but there were simply too many people, and he was blocked outside the crowd. Helpless, he took out his phone to have someone bring the car to the 1st floor. "What do you think of this 4-star dungeon? Will you pledge loyalty to Long Country? Where are you from? How can you defeat the strange with no talent?" The sun was high, and the sky was clear. Wei Jisheng looked at the blazing sun outside, expecting it to be hot, but was surprised to find it pleasantly warm. Warm on his body, but there were many flies buzzing around his ears, which was very annoying. "If you want to ask, just ask one by one. Don't swarm like a bunch of flies." As soon as Wei Jisheng's words fell, the crowd fell silent. After a while, a reporter with a microphone asked, "Where are you from, and how can you defeat the strange with no talent?" "You can ask my country where I'm from. I can defeat the strange with no talent solely because of my strength. Strength is everything. If the chosen ones from your country had my strength, they wouldn't be wetting their pants." The crowd fell silent again. "Reporter, how can someone with a 37-degree mouth speak such unfeeling words? Are you so arrogant because of Long Country behind you, or is it because Long Country is making you do this?" "I'm arrogant because that's just who I am, and my strength doesn't allow me to be low-key, but has nothing to do with the country behind me. Many people will dislike your arrogance. Will you change?" "Haha, then I will be even more arrogant, so that anyone who sees the word arrogance will think of me. When they think of me, they will be unhappy, and when they are unhappy, I will be very happy. Have you ever thought about pledging loyalty to another country?" "Yes." When these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent instantly. Even Dong Zhuyu was taken aback. Not far away, Luo Luo curiously watched this side, and had someone bring a telescope. Through the telescope, he clearly saw the mocking smile on Wei Jisheng's face. Oh no, someone is about to suffer. Bilia, blocked by reporters, also looked surprised in this direction. Wei Jisheng raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly, and said, "But you are all too trash, none can compare to Long Country." Luo rolled his eyes, averting his gaze, thinking he shouldn't have been curious. Bilia looked at Wei Jisheng curiously, but quickly turned his eyes away. Dong Ziyu's mindset was almost collapsing. How can someone speak so breathlessly? All the reporters, both those who interviewed him and those who did not, fell silent. Did you use the random restoration of a strange tale city you received? I almost forgot to mention it. Wei Jisheng raised his hand, and a black card appeared in his palm. 2 seconds later, the card vanished. I wonder where it will restore. Please stay tuned. Dong Zhiyu couldn't help but feel relieved. Wei Jisheng's action was telling everyone that he would not betray Long Country and would always stand by its side. What is your talent? No talent. Will you envy those with talent? No. What do you think of Luo and Bilia? Not far away, Luo stood up and walked a few steps closer while Bilia listened attentively without making. Luo's talent is great, but he's a bit timid and not very daring. Bilia is very beautiful, leaning towards a vampire's beauty. Luo rolled his eyes. This kid had no manners even though they were about the same age. Bilia lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Are you human? The crowd fell silent again, and it was a terrifying silence. Luo leaned on the railing with his elbow, his whole body half leaning out onto the balcony, curiously watching Wei Jisheng's small figure, having tossed the telescope aside. Bilia also stopped responding to the reporters' questions, tilting her head, trying to see Wei Jisheng's indistinct figure through people and machines. The reporter quickly added, you have no talent, but can defeat the strange. That's why I have this question. Wei Jisheng was not angry. He calmly replied, I am not human, but the fact that you can ask this question shows that you are not exactly human either. Wei Jisheng generously acknowledged his identity, but apart from Dong Zhiyu, no one else believed him. The reporters Bilia and Luo all thought Wei Jisheng was joking or deliberately provoking that reporter. Some things must be witnessed to be believed. Dong Zhiyu deeply felt this. What do you think of talented? Wei Jisheng did not answer this question. He turned to look at the tall building behind him, uncertain of what he saw before turning back around. Luo wondered if he was seen. Oh, probably not, but that glance from Wei Jisheng made him feel he might be in bit. Wei Jisheng asked, is this a live broadcast? Of course. Good. Wei Jisheng smiled slightly. To those who call me a madman in my live stream, your fortune-telling is very accurate, because I am indeed a madman. I am very friendly. If I see someone calling me a madman in the next live stream, I will send you an invitation to visit the strange world. As he finished speaking, Wei Jisheng faced the camera, amplifying the slight smile on his face. He smiled happily, his smile pure. Luo watched Wei Jisheng smile through the telescope, feeling emotional. This kid is so good-looking. If only he had no tongue and couldn't speak, that would be even better. Then he saw Wei Jisheng raise his hand and point in his direction, saying, Luo is up there. Your microphone is loud. You might as well ask him. In the next second, the number of reporters surrounding Wei Jisheng and Bilia instantly halved. Luo's floor was not high, but everyone's attention had been on Bilia and Wei Jisheng just now, so no one looked up. Luo looked at the crowd and immediately turned to escape back into his room, closing the balcony door and pulling the curtains. He said Wei Jisheng would look better without a tongue. Thinking of this, he remembered that Lin Shui had told him that person with the surname Wei is very annoying. At first he didn't understand, but now he felt that the person with the surname Wei was indeed very annoying. Lin Shui had asked him to make friends with the one with the surname Wei from Long Country, and he only remembered this today. To be honest, he really had no desire to be friends. Wei Jisheng was too arrogant. Anyone could see that his pride was ingrained in his bones. If he were to be friends with such a person, he wasn't sure if Wei Jisheng would even look at him. Luo sat down at his desk, took a pen from the pen holder, pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer, and began to write. Bia approached a black car and pulled open the door, preparing to get in. Bia turned around. Wei Jisheng pulled her and caught off guard. She stumbled directly into his embrace. She was taken aback. Wei Jisheng quickly bent down, slipped his arm under her knees, lifted her horizontally, and spun around to dash toward the nearby hotel lobby. Dong Ziyu's heart jolted. Why was this child always causing him trouble? The journalists besieging Puyo were also stunned, then lifted their cameras and started snapping furiously. Inside the room, Puyo, unable to hear the reporters' questions, assumed they had left. He got up and drew back the curtains. Sunlight poured in the moment the curtains opened, and through the light, he saw Wei Jisheng carrying Bia and running toward the building. He rubbed his eyes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Perhaps his eyes couldn't bear such brightness, and were playing. Bia had been struggling. What are you doing? Bang! Bia turned around. The car had exploded, and it was the very car she was supposed to get into. Bia stared in shock at the blazing car, forgetting to struggle. The surrounding journalists had lost count of how many times they'd been stunned. Some quick-witted ones immediately raised their cameras and began snapping again, while others quietly slipped out of the crowd. Wei Jisheng ran past Dong Zhuyu, who was still frozen in shock. He released his right hand from Bia's waist, reached back to grab Dong Ziya's hand, and sprinted into the building, shouting to a security guard who was watching the commotion, "Close the door. Use the broadcast to tell the journalists outside to run quickly." The security guard glanced at Wei Jisheng and said, I know. I'm more experienced with this than you." The main entrance was sealed, and every possible entry point, windows, doors, was completely locked. Wei Jisheng set Bia down and released Dong Zhuyu. Before the outdoor broadcast even sounded, one explosion after another erupted outside, so loud they were deafening. The security guard, hands in his pockets, sauntered past Wei Jisheng and muttered, "Guess I won't be going home tonight." Piluo stepped out of the elevator, chewing a piece of candy with a phone in one hand and earphones in the other. When he reached Wei Jisheng, he asked casually, "So how do you feel?" Wei Jisheng extended his hand toward Piluo, who rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a few candies, placing two in Wei Jisheng's palm. Wei Jisheng unwrapped the candy, tossed the purple lozenge into his mouth, and said while chewing, "Not bad actually. The explosions were a bit loud. My ears are ringing, but otherwise everything's fine." Piluo handed candies to Bia and Dong Zhuyu in turn. He scanned Wei Jisheng's calm demeanor, then glanced at Bia, who was crouched on the floor still shaken, and Dong Zhuyu, who was frantically making phone calls. "Tisk, how can you be so calm? This is perfectly normal. Why wouldn't I be calm?" Wei Jisheng shrugged. He couldn't exactly tell them. He had once played hacky sack with a bomb about to explode. Piluo helped Bia to her feet and guided her to a sofa in the lobby. "Why don't you tell them you played hacky sack with a bomb about to explode?" Wei Jisheng pressed his lips together. What now? It seemed Piluo already knew. He went to the entrance, poured 2 glasses of water for Bia and Piluo, then sat on another sofa and said soothingly, "It's fine. No big deal. But the journalists outside might be a problem." Wei Jisheng sat in the middle, Piluo on his right and Bia on his left. Whether viewed from close up or far away, they looked like they were hosting a beauty contest. Each one more handsome than the last. Bia's beauty leaned toward a strikingly handsome masculinity. The moment they sat there, an aura of mafia bosses settled upon them unbidden. Wei Jisheng was the boss, Bia the second in command, and Piluo the third. Perfect lineup. It was a pity there wasn't a single extra person in the lobby to appreciate this magnificent sight. Dong Zhuyu walked over to Wei Jisheng and said, "This isn't a minor incident. The chairman has already rushed to the United Nations, and I have to go too. Don't return to your country for now. I've already contacted the president of Wei country." Piluo asked, "Shouldn't you stay here to protect him?" Dong Zhuyu shook his head. "This was broadcast live. The news of the explosion has reached every country. I have to go to the UN to handle this. The bodyguards we brought." Wei Jisheng interrupted, "The bodyguards you brought should protect you. I don't need protection." Dong Zhuyu was about to protest, but Wei Jisheng looked him straight in the eye and said, "You know what I'm capable of. You've seen it." A chill ran down Dong Zhuyu's spine. Why did he feel like Wei Jisheng was about to silence him? But after Wei Jisheng's reminder, he made up his mind. Piluo took a sip of water. "Director Dong, rest assured. Although explosions are a daily occurrence here, all the glass in this hotel is bulletproof and blast-proof. The hotel's security is also top-notch, very safe. As you probably know, no guest who has stayed here has ever met with an accident. Everyone allowed into this hotel has been thoroughly vetted. Even their ancestors for 4 generations have never committed a single crime, not even killed a chicken. You know what I'm capable of. You've seen it." A chill ran down Dong Zhuyu's spine. Why did he feel like Wei Jisheng was about to silence him? But after Wei Jisheng's reminder, he made up his mind. Piluo took a sip of water. "Director Dong, rest assured. Although explosions are a daily occurrence here, all the glass in this hotel is bulletproof and blast-proof. The hotel's security is also top-notch, very safe. As you probably know, no guest who has stayed here has ever met with an accident. Everyone allowed into this hotel has been thoroughly vetted. Even their ancestors for 4 generations have never committed a single crime, not even killed a chicken." Dong Zhuyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right. I trust that your country can protect Wei Jisheng." His phone rang again. He spoke a few words and hung up. "Wei Jisheng, stay safely in the hotel. The president of Wei country has agreed. Once everything is settled, we'll send someone to pick you up." Wei Jisheng nodded. Dong Zhuyu turned and stepped into the elevator. "Is it really that miraculous?" Piluo nodded. "This hotel is statutory for hosting VIPs. Once an incident occurs outside, all entrances and exits are sealed. Only with permission from the higher authorities can someone escort you out. The hotel is well stocked with fresh, abundant food, and most importantly, it's poison-free. The hotel's attendants are highly educated, most speak 3 languages. They are completely trustworthy with immaculate backgrounds. Their financial accounts are monitored by the state, and their private lives are fairly restricted. With such strict conditions, does anyone actually apply? Their working hours are very limited. They only work when VIPs are present. On months with no guests, their salary is 7 times that of an ordinary employee. On months where they work a few days, it's 3 times. And that's not counting the pay for off-duty days. Money makes the world go round. If you could apply, would you? Wei Jisheng shook his head. I'd rather starve rummaging through trash bins than come here and be bossed around. What about you, Bia? I would. I think I'd need the money. Bia was different from ordinary people. Her reflexes were far quicker and her recovery ability was superior. After this much time, she had already gone from being terrified to completely composed. She turned the question back to Piluo. What about you? What would you choose? Piluo set down his cup. I would come, even if it meant being locked in the hotel for 10 days or half a month every time I worked. Bia recalled how calmly Piluo had stepped out of the elevator earlier and couldn't help asking, are all people from Wei country this brave? Piluo shook his head. Some are born that way, like me. But others develop it over time, or when you get used to seeing scary things you stop being afraid. But didn't your talent warn you about the danger? Bia unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. No, it's passive. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Wei Jisheng slumped into the sofa. Looks like the 3 of us will be stuck here for a while. Isn't that a kind of fate? I suppose so, said Piluo. But I heard that our last instance was 4-star difficulty. 4 stars? How hard was it supposed to be? Why do I feel it wasn't that difficult at all? Bia answered. I think it was a bit too easy too. I wonder how tough the future instances will be. Wei Jisheng, the mastermind behind it all, stretched lazily. He had simply mentioned it to that anomaly. He never expected the anomaly to actually have the power to control instance difficulty. Anyway, we'll be seeing each other all the time from now on. How about introducing ourselves? Piluo sat up straight. He'll go first. Piluo, 19 years old. Wei Jisheng drawled, Wei Jisheng, 19. Bia pressed her forehead, feeling this introduction was a bit off, but she said, Bia, 21. Piluo glanced at Wei Jisheng, then at Bia. You really introduced yourselves like that? I was just joking. Let's be formal. I'm currently a student at the 30th High School from AL City. I think that's it. Wei Jisheng suggested. How about we share what items we have? Anomaly artifacts. Wei Jisheng nodded. Piluo hesitated, but Wei Jisheng simply tossed all his items from his spiritual sea onto the table in front of them. In an instant, several cards and a white rope appeared on the table. The cards bore writing, each in different colors and sizes. Bia and Piluo stared at the anomaly artifacts on the table. They looked familiar. Neither of them expected Wei Jisheng to so casually reveal his artifacts. After all, such items could save your life in an instant. If someone with ill intentions saw them, they could become a death sentence. But as they thought about it, every chosen one's acquired artifacts were broadcast on the live streams. So many people already knew what they possessed. Wei Jisheng pointed at the items Bia and Piluo didn't have. Win-free forgiveness instantly increases an anomaly's goodwill toward you. Single use. The white rope kills anomalies' limited capacity, but reusable. Gu Chuan's invitation invites an anomaly to a class reunion instance for 2 days, single use. Except for the rope, none of these work on it. Piluo asked curiously, didn't you say the invitation could be used on humans too? Wei Jisheng chuckled twice. I lied to them. Who told them to call me crazy? Even if they were telling the truth. Piluo felt a twinge of envy, but he didn't say it, though Wei Jisheng noticed. Wei Jisheng waved his hand grandly, resting both arms on the sofa back and crossing his legs, exuding the air of a mafia boss. Take whatever you like. Those things are useless to me anyway. Wei Jisheng's indifferent voice reached their ears. They stared at him in shocked disbelief and admiration glimmering in their eyes. Piluo picked up the largest card from the pile, on which white characters read, Gu Chuan's invitation. He examined the card, then looked at Wei Jisheng lounging on the sofa. If you're serious, I'll take this one. Piluo had assumed Wei Jisheng would hesitate or show reluctance. That was within his expectations. He hadn't really intended to take it. Take it. It's yours. Wei Jisheng waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned. Piluo was utterly astonished. He set the card back. No thanks. You have a saying in Longwo, one does not accept rewards without merit. You'd better keep it. You might need it someday. Wei Jisheng said nothing more, but turned his gaze to Bia as if asking what she wanted. Bia smiled and shook her head. I don't need any. Keep them for yourself. You might really find them useful in an instance. Wei Jisheng pursed his lips and gathered the cards back onto the table. He discreetly observed Piluo and Bia. These 2 humans seemed different from the ones he had in mind. Back in the anomaly world, he had never seen a human before. He only knew about them from other anomalies. They said humans were the most delicious, perfect food in the world, that humans would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, that humans were blinded by greed, abandoning everything. Family, friends, lovers, for money and power. Since arriving in the human world, he had seen humans kill for a bottle of water and put a knife to your throat for a piece of moldy bread. Greedy and unscrupulous, they certainly fit that description. But there were exceptions, like the person who had helped him or that girl from the other day. A little girl being innocent was normal. He lifted his eyes to Piluo and Bia. These 2 didn't seem like the greedy type either. He lowered his gaze, tugging at the hair on his neck with his left hand. But some things couldn't be judged by appearances. You never knew the heart behind the face. He looked at them again. They truly were different. Xie Danju was also very different. Thinking of Xie Danju, he couldn't help but smile. That person was just as interesting as the two beside him. Pu Luo also took out his props from the sea of consciousness, arranging a stack of cards neatly in a row. The blessing from Lian Shui doubles one's ability to eat. Pu Luo leaned back against the sofa, but it has a limited usage time of 20 minutes. It should be usable countless times. The dagger from the corpse has an attacking function and can be reused. When Wei Jisheng heard Pu Luo mention Lian Shui, he felt an inexplicable itch in his heart, wanting to learn more about her from Pu Luo. Pu Luo put away the cards with Bai Erya's card displayed on the table. What she had both Pu Luo and Wei Jisheng possessed, as well, requiring no further explanation. She retrieved the card and Pu Luo's voice came. I forgot to introduce earlier. Qiu Hanyun's assistance grants immunity to mental pollution, and it can be used continuously until the instance ends, but it can only be used once. Bai Erya looked at Pu Luo. Thank you. No problem, just informing you. Wei Jisheng adjusted his sitting posture and moved to sit on Pu Luo's sofa. Pu Luo, the card you had earlier was a blessing from your girlfriend, right? Pu Luo instinctively shifted back, feeling an unsettling sensation from Wei Jisheng in front of him. Ah yes, what's the matter? Wei Jisheng leaned forward. Since it's a blessing from your girlfriend, why did you read Lian Shui's blessing instead? Pu Luo swallowed hard. He had no retreat as the sofa's edge was right behind him. Because I don't see her as my girlfriend, I only regard her as a sister. Wei Jisheng's eyes dimmed instantly as he returned to his position. He thought he might discover something important, but Pu Luo sighed in relief as Wei Jisheng walked away and returned to his original spot. Bai Erya suppressed a smile. I heard that you seem to have had a scandal with Lian Shui. Pu Luo looked at Bai Erya with an incredulous expression. Who told you that? I cut his tongue. It's just a damn rumor. Do you know how harmful rumors can be? Bai Erya remained silent, looking at her hands, the sky, the ground, and Wei Jisheng. Pu Luo's gaze shifted to Wei Jisheng's face, who met his stare with no fear. The former questioned, is it you? The latter remained calm. Do I seem like someone who would say such things? Pu Luo, what is our relationship? You don't trust me. Pu Luo felt somewhat embarrassed under Wei Jisheng's gaze, realizing he might have indeed misunderstood. A slight guilt washed over him, but not too much. He lowered his eyes, pondering who it could be. Bai Erya curiously asked, if I may ask, you both are 19, so? Pu Luo raised his head, pondering, looking at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng averted his eyes. He wouldn't reveal when he was born first. Firstly, because Bai Erya was older than them. If he were younger than Pu Luo, he would be the youngest here. Secondly, because the age of 19 was simply fabricated. Pu Luo said, I was born on January 2nd. Wei Jisheng frowned at Pu Luo, wondering how he should fabricate a story. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Shifting focus to buy himself some time to think, he asked, Bai Erya, when is your birthday? Bai Erya thought for a moment, hesitation flashing in her eyes. July 3rd. Regardless of when I was born, I am still older than you. Shouldn't you show some courtesy? They both understood that calling Bai Erya's sister was out of the question, or it felt too awkward to utter. They answered in unison, sorry, how do you know I lack manners? Bai Erya was speechless. These two were equal. To avoid being the youngest, Wei Jisheng swallowed hard. Just so happens January 1st. Wei Jisheng swore this was his first lie. He discreetly observed the expression on Pu Luo's face, swearing again that this was the first time he had seen so many changes in a person's expression in just a few seconds. Bai Erya pressed her lips together, preventing herself from laughing. These two were indeed 19. It wasn't easy. She stood up. Gentlemen, I have something to attend to. You may continue your conversation. She turned and left without lingering, as the flames of conflict were about to ignite. Sure enough, as she stepped into the elevator, a commotion echoed through the almost closing doors. Thank goodness. Bai Erya returned to her room, sitting on the bed while looking at her phone wallpaper. Her previously cheerful heart suddenly sank as she fell into deep thought. Unlocking her phone with her fingerprint, she browsed through the album, looking at each photo. Every picture featured the same face, a girl smiling happily at the camera. A long time passed, and she remained in that position without moving. She was very beautiful, possessing a handsome charm, leaning towards masculinity. If she cut her long black hair into a short style, almost no one would recognize her as a girl. Bai Erya stroked her hair, thinking that if an Erya didn't like long hair, this long hair would definitely not exist. The sky outside grew brighter as the sun rose higher. The heavy curtains in Bai Erya's room blocked out the sunlight. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Bai Erya went to open it. A waiter stood outside, respectfully stating, Miss Bai Erya, it's time for your meal. Would you like to dine on the 4th floor or in your room? Bai Erya replied, I'll dine in my room, thank you. Mr. Pu Luo invites you to the 4th floor. Would you like to go? Bai Erya's brows slightly furrowed. Pu Luo invited me. The waiter nodded. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Erya closed the door. Please lead the way, thank you. The waiter bowed. It's my duty. Please follow me. The waiter took Bai Erya to an elevator that led to a private room on the 4th floor, helping her open the door. Bai Erya slightly lowered her head. Thank you. She walked in and the door closed behind her. What met her eyes was incredibly luxurious decor with many ornaments placed around, and not far away were 3 relatively large sofas. Pu Luo and Wei Jisheng sat on the middle sofa looking at their phones. In the distance, a large round dining table could accommodate a dozen people. Many enticing dishes were laid out on it. Seeing Bai Arya arrive, Pu Luo stood up, patted Wei Jisheng, and walked towards the dining table. Wei Jisheng glanced at Bai Arya, put away his phone, and sat down at the table. Bai Arya found a spot and sat. The 3 of them sat at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, just 2 meters apart. Eating alone is so boring, but it's more fun to eat together. Pu Luo picked up his chopstick, saying, "Eat up, that feels awkward with you just watching me eat." Bai Arya and Wei Jisheng picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. I think there will be team dungeons in the future. It's good for us to become more familiar. Having some rapport will make our future collaboration smoother. Pu Luo spoke while eating. Wei Jisheng asked, "Why do you think so?" Although he knew that team dungeons would appear, I've watched strange live streams since they first came out. Although the probability of team dungeons appearing is low, as long as we live long enough, they will definitely appear. The table fell silent for a moment before Pu Luo asked, "Bai Arya, are you a bit unhappy because of my invitation?" Bai Arya shook her head. "I'm just used to not talking while eating." Pu Luo responded with an "oh." The table fell silent again for a short period. Pu Luo then asked, "Shall we have some drinks?" Wei Jisheng put down his chopsticks, realizing why Pu Luo had invited him to this meal. This meal was essentially a banquet aimed at him. Drinking was fine, it quenched thirst. The food looked delicious, but had no flavor for him at all. "I'm full. If you want a drink, I'll accompany you." Both of them turned to Bai Arya, and Pu Luo regretfully said, "But Bai Arya is a girl. Drink up. If I don't drink while you two do, I'll seem out of place. You don't have to treat me as a girl, just think of me as a guy." Pu Luo smiled. "That's good, wait for me." He turned and went into the small room behind, bringing out a case of beer. Every private room had such a small room specifically for storing drinks, but it only contained beer. Wei Jisheng and Bai Arya exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. This truly was a banquet aimed at him. Wei Jisheng picked up a bottle and opened it. "Why aren't we drinking white wine?" Pu Luo handed a bottle of beer to Bai Arya. "There's no white wine." Let alone there being no white wine, even if there was, he wouldn't take it. Was that alcohol? That was poison. Waking up from a deep slumber, his head felt like it would explode. Pu Luo pried open the bottle cap. "Wei Jisheng, what we discussed that day still counts." Wei Jisheng nodded and began to boast with the beer bottle. Pu Luo did the same. Bai Arya poured the beer into glasses, drinking one cup after another. Wei Jisheng and Pu Luo drank quickly, not fearing choking. Soon a case of beer was gone. Wei Jisheng and Pu Luo went to grab another case each. Pu Luo was slightly drunk, his head feeling a bit hazy. Seeing Bai Arya's beer bottle was empty, Pu Luo handed her another one and continued drinking. The beer bottle rolled on the round table, reaching Bai Arya's side. Bai Arya lifted her heavy head, the alcohol stimulating her brain. She had drunk a few times before, but usually had no interest in alcohol. Sometimes when forced to drink a few cups, she would never touch it again, knowing her limits. Those few cups were already her maximum. But today, for some reason, she suddenly craved alcohol intensely. It was like a drunken addict encountering their drug. The alcohol sparkled like golden jewels, and she felt like a crow. The alcohol held a fatal allure for her, although he knew that team instances would appear later. I've watched weird live streams ever since they first came out. Although team instances are rare, as long as we live long enough, they will definitely appear. The table fell silent for a moment. Pu Luo asked, "Bilia, are you upset because of my invitation?" Bilia shook her head. "I have a habit of not talking while eating." Pu Luo let out an "oh." The table fell silent again for a short while. Pu Luo asked again, "Want some wine?" Wei Jisheng put down his chopsticks. He finally understood why Pu Luo had invited him to this meal. This meal was a feast with a hidden agenda aimed at him. Drinking wine was fine. It would quench his thirst. The food looked delicious, yet it tasted utterly bland to him. "I'm full. If you want a drink, he'll join you." The two looked at Bilia. Pu Luo said regretfully, "Bilia is a girl. Drink. If you both drink, and I don't, it'll seem unsociable. Don't treat me like a girl. Treat me like a man, it's the same." A smile crept onto Pu Luo's face. "That's good. Wait for me." He turned and went into the small room behind him, carrying out a case of beer. This small room existed in every private dining room specifically for storing alcohol, but only beer. Wei Jisheng and Bilia exchanged a glance, both shrugging in unison. This truly was a trap. Wei Jisheng picked up a bottle, opened it, and asked, "Why no liquor?" Pu Luo handed a beer to Bilia. "No liquor. Even if there were liquor, he wouldn't serve it. That was not alcohol." Waking up, his head nearly exploded. Pu Luo pried open the cap. "Wei Jisheng, what I said that day still counts." Wei Jisheng nodded, grabbed the bottle, and started chugging. Pu Luo did the same. Bilia poured beer into a glass and drank it cup by cup. Wei Jisheng and Pu Luo drank quickly, without fear of choking. Soon the first case was empty. Wei Jisheng and Pu Luo each fetched another case. Pu Luo was already slightly drunk, his head feeling a little dizzy. Seeing Bilia's bottle empty, Pu Luo handed her another and continued drinking. Bottles rolled across the round table, coming to rest near Bilia's hand. Bilia lifted her drowsy head. Alcohol stimulated her brain. She had drunk a few times before and usually had no interest in alcohol. Sometimes when forced to, she would have a few cups and never touch it again, knowing she had a low tolerance. Those few cups were already her limit. But today, for some reason, she suddenly wanted to drink desperately. Like an inveterate drinker or an addict encountering, the wine was like glittering jewels, and she was like a magpie. The alcohol held a fatal attraction for her. Bilia picked up the bottle, pried off the cap, and drank directly from the mouth. She drank too hastily and choked. Her coughing echoed in the quiet private room. Wei Jisheng set down an empty bottle and looked at her. Piluo stopped drinking and also looked at her. He didn't notice Bilia's distress because he was already drunk, his mind hazy, only remembering that he wanted to drink and beat Wei Jisheng. His fair face flushed red as he stared bewilderedly at the coughing Bilia. Wei Jisheng walked over and patted her back to help her breathe. After a moment, Bilia lifted her heavy head to look at Wei Jisheng and after a long pause said, "Thank you." Then she prepared to drink again, but Wei Jisheng took the bottle away. The wine in the bottle sloshed with Wei Jisheng's movement, spilling more than half. Bilia reached out. "Give it to me." Wei Jisheng saw she was drunk and refused. Bilia stubbornly kept her hand out, repeating, "Give it to me. After this bottle, no more." Bilia paused for a long time as if finally understanding his words and nodded. Wei Jisheng secretly poured out the remaining wine, filled the bottle with water from the table, and returned it to Bilia. Bilia raised the bottle and downed it in one go. After setting down the bottle, she smacked her lips, sensing something off about the taste. Wei Jisheng looked at Piluo, who sat on the bench staring at them with a dazed expression. He crouched down and asked, "Bilia, is there something troubling you?" He knew that someone as self-controlled as Bilia would never indulge in getting drunk unless she had a problem. Bilia turned around and stared at her hands. Wei Jisheng originally didn't want to meddle, but his mouth ran off. It was fine if she didn't answer. He knew he wasn't a good listener anyway. "I love someone, but my family won't allow it, and her family won't either. So we were separated. But I can't accept it. I love her deeply, and she loves me too. Why should we be torn apart? That day we were so close to success, but it was all because of Ernua, because of him, that something happened to her. Ever since Ernua was born, he has taken everything from me. Their attention, their love, their favoritism. She got it all. I wasn't jealous though. As a child I was a bit envious, but after growing up I stopped caring. But the person I love so much, because of him, because of her, him." Bilia's voice choked. Wei Jisheng didn't understand who the her in her words referred to. Instinct told him it was two people, but he didn't know who. Having never had anyone precious, he had never lost a loved one. Only been betrayed by the eerie entity he trusted most. The two were probably similar. He knew he should comfort Bilia, but no one had ever comforted him, and he didn't know how to comfort others. He could only pull a tissue from the table and hand it to her. Bilia didn't take it. Wei Jisheng stepped closer and used the tissue to wipe her tears. This was the gentlest he had ever been, knowing that girls were fragile. He couldn't hit, scold, or wipe too hard. "Don't cry. Please don't cry." Wei Jisheng didn't know how to comfort people and could only repeat this phrase. Piluo staggered over, patted Bilia on the shoulder, and handed her a bottle of beer. Bilia looked up to see Piluo placing a bottle in front of her. Piluo said, "Drink. Once you drink, the sorrow will go away." Wei Jisheng looked up at Piluo and the bottle in his hand. Sometimes being the only sober one was truly helpless. He snatched the bottle. "Drink my ass. One more drink, and it won't be sorrow. It'll be a headache." Piluo didn't mind Wei Jisheng taking his beer. He sat down, draped an arm over Bilia's shoulder, and said, "Brother, tell me what's troubling you." Him listening. Speaking it out is much better than bottling it up. Wei Jisheng helplessly pinched his forehead. "I hate Ernua. Ever since he appeared, I haven't lived a single day the way I wanted. No one remembers my birthday, except an area. Even the candles on the cake were blown out by Ernua. My parents didn't care. I love an area, yet they all try to stop me. Why? They didn't even like me, yet they took me from the orphanage. They never remembered my birthday, yet they insisted on celebrating it for me. I hate them." Bilia's tears flowed freely with her words, her originally handsome face now streaked with tears. Wei Jisheng wiped helplessly but couldn't clean them. He didn't dare use force, so he resigned himself. Piluo took a sip of beer, smacked his lips, and said, "Your parents still celebrate your birthday. That's nice." "No, it's not." Bilia shouted loudly, "You're my friend. I said they're bad, so they're bad. You can't think they're good either." Wei Jisheng tilted his head away. Who could tell him why the sober Bilia was a stunningly elegant beauty, yet when drunk she turned into a kindergartner? Piluo was stunned for a moment, then said, Yes, they're bad. But they're better than my parents. Is this your secret?" Bilia nodded with reddened eyes. Piluo took a sip of beer and said, "Since you've told me your secret, I'll tell you one of mine." He leaned closer to Bilia. Wei Jisheng sighed. What was this? Babysitting two kids? Suddenly he was yanked, his body uncontrollably tilting toward Bilia. He propped himself up with his left hand on the carpet, just in time to steady himself. He looked up at the person who pulled him. Piluo frowned and said, "I said I want to tell a secret. Come closer so no one else hears." Wei Jisheng silently shifted his position. Vilya bent over, leaning in toward Piluo. Piluo said mysteriously, I actually thought about killing someone. I even bought the tools, but then I was chosen by the weird tale, so I gave up. No, I didn't give up. I'm just looking for an opportunity. Wei Jisheng took out his phone, wanting to find someone to send these two back to their rooms, but his phone didn't have the hotel service number. Piluo nudged him and said groggily, You haven't told us your secret yet. Wei Jisheng pursed his lips, looked helplessly at Piluo and the curiously staring Vilya, and chose to surrender. My secret is that I'm not human. I am an eerie entity. With an expressionless face, Wei Jisheng spoke, leaving Piluo and Vilya frozen in place before they simultaneously opened their mouths wide, feigning an incredulous look. Wei Jisheng had truly lost his patience. He delivered a precise chop to Piluo's neck, knocking him unconscious, then tugged Vilya by the sleeve and led her to the door. He opened it and peered outside. Damn, not a soul in sight. Wei Jisheng addressed the corridor surveillance camera. Would you mind sending a few people over? There are 2 drunk individuals here. He knew someone was watching from the monitoring room, for as soon as he left the private booth, he felt a gaze fixated upon him. He stood there waiting. Before long, the distant elevator doors slid open and several figures emerged. Noticing none of them were female, Wei Jisheng couldn't help but frown. He pointed inside the booth. Piluo is in there. They'll take Vilya back to her room. Someone lead the way. A steward guided him to the 2nd floor, arriving at Vilya's room. Wei Jisheng steadied Vilya by the shoulders and asked, Do you have a room card? The steward shook his head. Mr. Wei, I don't have one on me, but the manager does. If you need it, I can fetch it. Wei Jisheng nodded. Much obliged, thank you. The steward bowed slightly and turned away. Vilya had already fallen asleep, oblivious to the outside world, unresponsive even if called. Wei Jisheng couldn't help but recall how she had lamented that no one remembered her birthday, how Ernua had been the one to blow out the candles on her cake. He pulled out his phone and saw the date, July 2nd. Tomorrow would be her birthday. Should he do something for her? At this thought, Wei Jisheng frowned. Why meddle in matters that were never his concern? His brow knitted into a deep furrow. Why had he even escorted her back? He felt as if he were becoming less and less himself, as if something beyond his control had taken hold. He had only accepted Piluo's invitation to draw him into his own camp. Escorting a drunken Vilya back to her room was never part of the plan. Meddling in others' affairs was never his style. The more he thought, the more an indescribable feeling stirred within him, laced with a hint of joy. When he recognized this sensation, he was mildly startled. Joy, a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. And now it surfaced because of a mere human. How intriguing. The steward returned with the room card, unlocked the door, and Wei Jisheng helped Vilya onto the bed. He covered her with the blanket, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. He returned to his own room. There, the more he pondered, the more perplexed he grew, his agitation mounting. It had nothing to do with him. Why get involved? Wei Jisheng lowered his gaze to his own palm, feeling keenly the changes taking place within him. Changes beyond his control. That morning he had saved Vilya only because she had called Dong Zhuiyu and arranged a ride back for him. But why had he escorted her to her room now? He was deeply unsettled by this transformation. In the past, an anomaly had poisoned him, and after that his body would undergo changes. Although no poison could kill him, he still felt pain more or less. Wei Jisheng had never done anything unrelated to himself, nor had he ever pondered matters beyond his own. But now this shift felt as though his body had been poisoned. Yet instead of irritation, this sensation brought him a strange delight. After an indeterminate time, Piluo, his head throbbed faintly, but it was manageable. He sat up, dazed on the bed, trying to piece together what he had done. Piluo was unlike others. While most people blacked out after drinking, he could recall everything. After a moment of thought, he sat on the bed, burying his face in his knees at a loss for words. Truth be told, it was far better to forget everything after getting drunk than to remember. Piluo, in his embarrassment, clenched his fists and pounded his head. What had he done? He wanted to die. Wait. Piluo lifted his head. Hadn't Wei Jisheng claimed he wasn't human, that he was an anomaly? Good grief, so everyone else was telling the truth, while he alone was lying. He got off the bed and slipped on his shoes. No, he had already lost all face. He had to pry out Wei Jisheng's secret, or he would never feel at ease. But the moment he stepped forward, he froze entirely. He had no idea what to say when he got there, nor how to face Wei Jisheng. Tisk, he had never been this embarrassed. Still, Vilya must be even more mortified than he was. At that thought, his mood instantly lifted. Piluo paced restlessly around the room, mulling over how to coax the secret out of Wei Jisheng. 10 minutes later, he stepped out and walked toward Wei Jisheng's door. Relying on his memory from last time, he found the room, swallowed nervously, and raised his hand to knock. During the wait for the door to open, Piluo's heart felt as if it had been roasted over a brazier more than a dozen times. The door swung open, revealing Wei Jisheng's handsome face. Upon seeing him, Wei Jisheng leaned back slightly and gestured for him to enter. Piluo's hands, buried in his pockets, were sweating. Wei Jisheng sat on the only chair in the room and said, "Make yourself at home." Piluo glanced around and sat on Wei Jisheng's bed. "Didn't expect you to be so generous, lending me your very sleeping bed as a seat." Wei Jisheng rolled his eyes. You think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough in front of me yet? A faint blush crept across Pulluo's face as he stammered. "You don't care, I'm telling you, I've already spilled my secret. Now you have to spill yours. Can you be any more childish?" Pulluo glanced back at the pristine brand-new bedsheets, which looked incredible. He spread his arms and flopped backward brazenly, declaring, "My dignity's already gone anyway. You have to tell me, or I'm not leaving." Wei Jisheng crossed his legs. "I'm not human. I'm an anomaly. Yet keep spinning tales. I'm listening." Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes thought for a moment, then looked up and fixed his gaze on Pulluo. "Pulluo, are we friends?" Pulluo sat up and nodded without hesitation. "If you consider me a friend, then we're friends. If you don't, then at least I unilaterally count you as a friend." Regardless of what Wei Jisheng thought, he himself regarded Wei Jisheng as a friend. Besides, Wei Jisheng had already witnessed his most humiliating moment. There was no helping it. Wei Jisheng walked over to Pulluo, took his hand, and placed it over his own heart. Just as Pulluo was about to ask what he was doing, he sensed something was off. His hand felt nothing. He looked from his own hand to Wei Jisheng's face, utterly bewildered. Finally, refusing to believe it, he leaned in and placed his ear against Wei Jisheng's chest. No sound. That was normal. But he sensed no heartbeat at all. Was that still normal? Goosebumps erupted all over Pulluo's body as he stared at Wei Jisheng in shock. "As you can see, I have no heart. Because I couldn't feel my own heartbeat, I cut open this place." Wei Jisheng pointed at his chest with a knife to take a look. No heart. Pulluo was so stunned, he could barely form words. You. Fuck, you have no heartbeat, but you— It must be my imagination. Wait here, I'm going to get a stethoscope." Pulluo dashed out of the room, without even bothering to close the door. Wei Jisheng was not afraid that Pulluo would spill the secret, for behind him stood the Dragon Country armed with nuclear weapons. Even if the Dragon Country didn't protect him, he was more than capable of defending himself. Of course, if Pulluo did reveal it, he would be the first to die. Wei Jisheng sat in the room, waiting for Pulluo. He could sense that his feelings for Bilya, Pulluo, and Xie Danju were different, though he couldn't explain why. There was a gamble in this, a gamble on trust. He didn't know why he had come to trust them, yet he found himself clinging to that sensation. If Pulluo were to reveal this secret, Wei Jisheng would have a reason to convince himself to abandon that trust, to sever the attachment, and to revert to the self who was unbound by any ties. Pulluo soon returned to the room. He put on the stethoscope and carefully pressed the probe against Wei Jisheng's chest. Nothing, not a single sound. Pulluo's eyes widened in shock. Wei Jisheng said calmly, "Don't doubt me. I'm telling the truth. I have no heart. I am not human. I am a weird." Hearing this, Pulluo immediately raised his hand to cover Wei Jisheng's mouth, then glanced toward the door. Seeing no one, he dashed over, closed it, and hurried back. Facing Wei Jisheng, he opened his mouth, but found no words. "You told me. Aren't you afraid I'll spill it?" Pulluo, not faint of heart, felt less fear even after learning that Wei Jisheng was a terrifying weird. Wei Jisheng thought for a moment. "We are friends." Pulluo pouted. "Listen, don't go blurting this out to anyone." Wei Jisheng nodded. He didn't seem that foolish. Pulluo nodded to himself. "I need to calm down. I think I should keep some distance from you for now. Let's not meet for a while so I can process this." With that, he left Wei Jisheng's room. His courage was considerable, but his capacity to accept the extraordinary was small. He needed time. All chosen ones prepare for teleportation. Commencing teleport. Wei Jisheng heard the voice and felt irritated. So soon. Did the weird world not treat humans as humans? He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the surroundings had changed, and a voice echoed in his mind. Weird instance, care for the animals. Mode 4-player team. Difficulty 7 stars. Wei Jisheng mused. Well, the weird world is finally perfecting itself. But care for the animals. Why did that name sound so familiar? He turned to survey the area, and saw Pulluo, Bilya, and Xie Danju. Wei Jisheng swept his gaze over the three, feeling an odd sensation in his chest, a warmth where his gaze lingered on Xie Danju, and his hand unconsciously touched his chest. That same feeling from before, it was happening again. Every time he saw Xie Danju, the hollow space in his chest seemed to pulse with life. Thump, thump. He could hear the sound, feel the impact against his palm. Strange. Seeing Xie Danju brought him joy. The others were still disoriented, but soon they snapped back, quickly scanning their surroundings. Bilya's long hair was gone, replaced by a wolf-cut mullet. She looked incredibly handsome, entirely indistinguishable from a man, as the instance had assigned everyone a male identity. In every live stream, comments like "Sister love me" and "Sister kill me" flooded the screen. Pulluo said, "What a—" Bilya blinked. So soon again. Wei Jisheng looked at Xie Danju and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This new friend was my partner in the last instance. His performance was outstanding, and I admire him. His name is Xie Danju." Pulluo noticed the newcomer and stood up to shake his hand. "Hello, I'm Pulluo." Xie Danju immediately stood straight and shook hands respectfully. "No need for that. If you're a friend of Wei Jisheng, you're a friend of mine. No need to be so formal." Xie Danju smiled gracefully. "Thank you." Bilya also shook his hand briefly. "I'm Bilya. Nice to meet you too." Piluo noticed Bilia's hesitation and shot a questioning look at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng said, Bilia is a friend to both of us. We're all friends. Piluo understood instantly. Bilia lacked a sense of security. Had have to be mindful. Bilia felt a small joy because Wei Jisheng noticed her awkwardness and was willing to treat her as a friend. She had assumed only Piluo and Wei Jisheng were close given how well they seemed to get along. Hello Xie Danju. Guys, there are rules here. Everyone's attention turned to Piluo, who stepped aside to reveal the employee rules on the wall. Employee rules 1. Complete your assigned work daily. 2. Do not abuse animals. 3. Do not make loud noises at night. 4. Absolutely obey the boss orders. 5. Beware of animals that may suddenly attack. 6. Do not let animals bite you. 7. Do not photograph any animals. 8. Each dormitory has only one chance to request leave. Next time someone must take over your work. 9. Do not leave the shop to the outside world for more than 2 minutes. 10. Stay away from the darkness beyond the corridor. The rules didn't specify how to exit the instance, unlike before. The difficulty of a 6-star instance was indeed extraordinary. Piluo leaned against the wall. Looks like we'll be going separate ways. Bilia was worried. This is a 6-star instance, far from easy. We need to be careful. Wei Jisheng shrugged carelessly. Nothing to fear. Look, he glanced toward the door. The door swung open and a portly man stood at the threshold. What are you all doing? Get to work. They were at a loss. What work? They didn't even know their tasks. Wei Jisheng approached the boss. The boss froze for a moment, his fierce expression flickering with fear, then, as if remembering something, it hardened back into anger. Wei Jisheng recognized the boss immediately. This instance, care for the animals. He had been here before. It was moderately ranked in the weird world, not too weak nor too strong, and had been claimed by that damned creature. Now, all the weirds in this instance were aligned against him. And this time his identity as a chosen one would be exposed, likely inviting pursuit from that damned creature. He wasn't worried. He had never intended to hide or stay low-key, for he was supremely confident in his abilities. But overconfidence often exacts a heavy price. Wei Jisheng was young and brash, having sailed through life smoothly, without tasting defeat, and thus unaware of that truth. No one remains young forever, not even weirds who merely preserve their appearance. Some lessons must be learned, and nothing is exempt. Wei Jisheng stepped out first. Let's go, everyone. The others followed. He stopped and pointed at his blue uniform, where a tiny work badge was barely visible. The others understood, instantly checking their own clothes until they found their badges in various places. Wei Jisheng was assigned to feed the animals, Piluo to bathe them, Bilia to treat their illnesses, and Xie Danju to manage the front of the shop, in short, to tend the store. Wei Jisheng walked ahead. First, go to your workstations. We'll share information after hours. Only by exploring within the rules can we hope to survive. The others acknowledged. Signposts guided them, but soon they parted ways. Wei Jisheng was the first to leave the group. Xie Danju cautioned him, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Wei Jisheng's lips curled upward almost imperceptibly. He glanced at Piluo and Bilia waiting near. He stepped closer to Xie Danju. All right, they'll say the same to you. But may I ask, from what position are you? Xie Danju stepped back to keep distance, knowing Wei Jisheng disliked close proximity. As a citizen of Dragon Nation. Wei Jisheng stepped forward again. You should know me well. I'm the one who initiated closeness, so don't retreat, because that means I have feelings for you. He paused for a few seconds, his mind racing to find the right words. Don't advise me as a citizen of Dragon Nation, because I won't heed warnings from strangers. Advise me as a friend. He didn't notice Xie Danju's stiffened posture. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Xie Danju was still bewildered. What did he mean? Feelings? As in, that kind of feeling. Piluo saw him frozen for too long and called out, Hey Xie Marble, let's go. Bilia nearly tripped. Piluo, his name is Xie Danju, not Xie Marble. She had studied a bit of dragon language and knew the difference between marble and bamboo. Xie Danju caught up with them. He was introverted, and being around two veterans who had passed countless instances made him too nervous to speak freely. Piluo frowned. Mr. Xie, could you tell me your name again? Xie Danju answered without hesitation. Xie Danju. Xie as in the family name Danju. Dan meaning elegant, Zhu meaning bamboo. So how is it different from marble? Xie Danju felt awkward, unsure how to explain. Bilia shook her head and helped him out. Completely different. Piluo, I think you need to study dragon characters. They're famously profound. Piluo laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't study hard when I was young. My mistake on your name. Back then, he was planning murders, not hitting the books. Xie Danju was flustered by the sudden apology. No problem, no problem. They hadn't walked far when Piluo's workroom appeared. See you too. He stood by the door without moving, as if waiting. Bilia watched him curiously. What are you doing, Piluo? Piluo turned helplessly. I'm mentally preparing. In my first instance, I opened a door and saw two weirds right there. The visual shock was too much. I don't want to repeat. Bilia smiled. That incident had clearly left a deep impression. She had watched his live stream and been startled. Piluo opened the door. Inside was empty. He entered, and the door closed automatically. Seeing Xie Dan's his discomfort, Bilia said, "Don't feel out of place. Be yourself. You're a friend of Wei Jisheng and a friend of mine. You've seen Puyo. He's warm, sincere, and a bit goofy. When I first watched his live stream, I thought he was aloof. But after meeting him, I realized he's actually very nice, not aloof at all, and a bit of a straight man. When I watched Wei Jisheng's live stream, I thought he would be hard to approach, arrogant, even disdainful. But after getting to know him, I found he's also very kind and gentle, knows how to treat a woman with courtesy. His behavior is measured, his mannerisms graceful, making him every inch a gentleman." Bilia stopped walking. "I don't know if you've watched my live stream or what you think of me. Maybe you should get to know me first to see who I really am. Don't feel awkward. I hope you can be yourself here." Xie Danju hadn't expected Bilia to speak to him like a caring older sister, and it warmed his heart. He didn't know Bilia was actually younger than him. They reached Bilia's workroom early. She didn't rush in. She said, "He'll tell you a secret." Xie Danju looked up. She leaned in, maintaining a normal social distance. "Actually, Wei Jisheng is quite gossipy. Puyo is a straight man who craves friends. Their common trait. Immaturity." Xie Dan's his smile widened. Bilia stepped back. "Thank you. That secret is interesting. He'll blend in." Bilia shook her head. "Not blend in. You're one of us. I've watched your live stream. I thought you were a composed, self-possessed, strong woman, but you're actually very gentle." Bilia smiled helplessly. "Maybe once you truly know me, you won't think I'm gentle. I hope you still hold that view in the future. Goodbye." Bilia entered her room. She said all this not for any particular reason, only because she had been through it herself. It's not easy to fit into a small group. The first encounter is always awkward and uncomfortable. She had experienced it, so she didn't want others to go through the same. Wei Jisheng's studio is vast, filled with numerous cages, each containing 2 to 3 animals of the same species. Upon seeing him enter, the animals in the cages become particularly excited, happily calling out and wagging their tails energetically. Wei Jisheng ignored them, walking around the studio until he discovered the rules. The rules were written on the wall. Work rules: 1. Ensure all animals finish the food in their bowls. 2. Calm down any agitated animals. 3. Ensure the health of the animals. 4. Sick animals must be sent to the medical room. 5. Animals may only drink hot or warm water. 6. Feed the animals twice a day, in the morning and evening. Only leave the room after feeding them. There are only 6 rules, not too many. While observing the room, Wei Jisheng noticed that each cage had 2 to 3 bowls, 1 for each animal. The bowls were empty. Next to his desk were several bags of unopened dog and cat food. Wei Jisheng carefully looked around the room, but found no other rules. So far, he found no rules prohibiting leaving one's post, and the last rule also stated that it was permissible to leave the room, though he was unsure if this was right or wrong. Wei Jisheng's intuition told him that the 6th rule was correct. The reason he did not enhance his physique to resist those things was simply that all his indicators were at 100, leaving nothing to enhance, so he fully trusted his intuition. He needed to quickly complete his work and then see what was outside. He picked up a bag of cat food from the floor, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Clearly this was a trap. As long as he couldn't open it, he wouldn't be able to feed the animals, and since he had to feed them twice a day, the chosen one who couldn't open it could only wait to die. Although Wei Jisheng exerted only a small amount of force, it was enough to break through a thin wall. There were no knives in the room, nor could he use sharp objects to cut through. Wei Jisheng did not wish to waste energy. He walked up to a cage. Inside was a fierce-looking black dog. The black dog saw him approach, bared its teeth threateningly. Wei Jisheng placed a corner of the dog food near the dog's mouth, saying, "If you bite it open, you can eat. If not, you won't be able to eat." The dog seemed to understand his words. It bit down and jerked its head back. Bang. The dog's head hit the cage, and it lay down, covering its head with its paws. Wei Jisheng patted it and offered the cat food at its mouth, saying, "There's more, there's plenty over there." The black dog ignored Wei Jisheng, keeping its eyes closed while covering its head. Wei Jisheng didn't care. He raised his right hand and extended his finger. A white rope appeared in his hand, seeming very happy as it spun around his finger. Wei Jisheng aimed at the black dog. The white rope flew above its head, circling for a moment before directly whipping down hard on the dog's rear. Crack! The black dog instantly perked up, standing and barking, "Woof, woof, woof." It tried to bite the white rope, but it was too agile to catch it, followed by another whip. Crack! 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 Wei Jisheng nodded. The white rope obediently flew back to his finger, ceasing movement and wrapping around it. "Will you bite or not?" Wei Jisheng's voice was calm, but the black dog was frightened, trembling as it brought its mouth closer to a small corner of the cat food bag, biting down tightly, pulling its head back forcefully. Bang! The dog's head hit the cage again, sounding even more forceful than before. The black dog lay down again, rubbing its head with its paws, looking pitifully at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng opened the cage, saying, "Come here." The black dog resignedly followed Wei Jisheng. Returning to his desk, he kicked a bag of cat food, saying, "If you open all these bags, I'll give you a treat." The black dog was reluctant, but fearing the white rope in Wei Jisheng's hand, could only nod its head in resignation. Wei Jisheng nodded in satisfaction, distributing the bags of cat and dog food into the respective cages. He didn't pour much, saying if it's not enough, call out when you finish it, don't waste food. Sounds of barking and meowing, as if responding to him. Alright, stop barking. The room immediately fell silent. With many animals in the room, it didn't take long for the dog and cat food to be finished. Wei Jisheng returned to his desk, seeing the black dog lying on the ground with its head drooped, doing nothing while the dog and cat food had all been opened. He walked over and picked up a few bags of cat food, saying, well done, I'll give you some meat later. As soon as the black dog heard meat, its eyes lit up, wagging its tail at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng held a few bags of cat food, saying, go distribute some dog food, pour a little less. The black dog nodded, woof woof woof. It picked up a bag of dog food, wagging its tail as it walked away. It poured a little, feeling it was a bit too little, so it poured a bit more, and then it was too much. Looking around, it did not see Wei Jisheng, feeling relieved if that human found out it wouldn't get to eat meat. It dropped the bag and lowered its head to eat a few bites, while the yellow dog in the cage wanted to bark, but was silenced by a glare from it, instantly becoming quiet and submissively curling its tail. Seeing that the dog food in the bowl was almost finished, it took the bag of dog food and left, leaving the dogs in the cage unable to voice their anger. In Pu Luo's office, there were many bathtubs of different colors and sizes. In the center of the room, there was a large pool made of white tiles. The pool was spacious. While it may seem small for humans, it was quite large for animals, likely intended for bathing. There was also a faucet above the pool with red and blue markings, and a shower nearby. Rules were posted on the wall, seemingly to ensure the chosen ones could see them. Rules 1. Just spray water on the animals' bodies. Cleanliness is not a concern. 2. Do not use cold water for bathing animals. 3. Don't worry if bitten by an animal. That's just a minor injury. 4. Different sized animals require different bathtubs. 5. Do not leave your workstation, as you cannot determine when an animal will need cleaning unless the shift is over. There are only 5 rules, not too many. Pu Luo felt relieved. He had thought the 7-star dungeon would have many rules. He sat on a stool, staring blankly in boredom. After a while, he felt something was amiss. There might be other clues in the room. With this thought, he stretched and began searching. He checked every corner, but found no clues, only a waterproof garment. The clothing was thrown into an unknown corner, gathering dust. Pu Luo sat back on the stool, staring blankly. He looked at the rules posted on the wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he rose to approach the rules paper on the wall. With his hands in his pockets, he stood in front of the rules and tried to tear the paper from the wall, but it wouldn't tear, not even a small corner. He raised his hand, and a pitch-black dagger that looked extremely sharp appeared in his grasp. He held the blade against a small corner of the rules paper, gently scratching upwards. Before long, a corner of the rules paper curled up, but the curl was very small, and he couldn't tear it with his hands. Leaning half his body against the wall, he used his left hand to hold the rules paper and cautiously used the dagger in his right hand to hook at the rolled-up corner, scratching upwards. After repeating the upward scratching motion many times, the rules paper was finally rolled up. His body moved away from the wall as he withdrew the dagger, grabbing the rolled-up paper with his left hand and swiftly tearing down the entire sheet filled with rules. Pu Luo stared at the words carved into the wall, crumpling the rule sheet in his hand. On the wall were inscribed the work rules. 1. Ensure the animals are very clean. 2. Do not be bitten by an animal unless you can escape this place. 3. Regardless of the type or size of the animal, bathe it only in the bathtub positioned in the exact center of the room. 4. When bathing animals, use only ice-cold water, never warm or hot water. 5. You may leave your workstation to look outside. Pu Luo's hands clenched more fiercely. What wretched rules! There were actually 2 sets. He had nearly been tricked. Realizing something, his crumpling hand froze instantly, and he hastily began to unfold the shredded rule sheet bit by bit. The pristine paper was now quite worn, but still legible. He placed the paper on the table, still unable to determine which set of rules was correct, unwilling to jump to conclusions. After calming down, Pu Luo felt a chilling sensation creeping down his back. If he had not been meticulous and had followed the rules from the first sheet, he would have been as good as dead. The 7-star dungeon indeed lived up to its reputation. Bai Area was right. Caution was paramount. Bai Area's workshop was dim and gloomy. Even with the lights on, the oppressive darkness remained. Her workshop contained numerous medicine bottles of various colors. The walls were lined with shelves, each filled to the brim with bottles. In one corner stood a drawer desk and a stool. In the center of the room lay a bed surrounded by medical tools. Having searched the entire room, she found the rules written in a notebook. Work rules. 1. If you hear an animal speak human language, ignore it. It is an illusion. 2. Do not do what the animal tells you. 3. Use yellow medicine for skin diseases, white for colds, black for other ailments. If you already have a skin disease or cold and contract another illness, use green medicine. 4. Red medicine is useless. 5. The room is dark. When taking medicine, carefully observe its color. If you cannot see clearly, ask others for help. 6. Do not leave your workstation unless it is time to clock out. A total of 6 rules, not many. Wei Aria's talent had not yet indicated which rule was incorrect, as she did not know whether the talent had not been triggered or if all the rules were correct. She opened a green bottle and poured out the medicine. It was white. Then she took a black bottle. The medicine that came out was green. Wei Aria tried different colored bottles with the same result. A foreboding feeling crept over her. She knew this was her talent warning her. She frowned slightly. The bottle color and the medicine color did not match. Which should she use? She picked up the rules and read them again carefully. The third rule referred to medicine rather than medication. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to go by the color of the medicine. Even so, the uneasy feeling persisted. Xie Dance's workplace was enormous as the shop itself was vast. The shop housed various breeds of cats and dogs, all confined in cages. Numerous shelves lined the walls. The shelves displayed dog food and cat food in different colors, along with feather wands, litter boxes, cat trees, empty cages. So many items that the eyes could barely take them all in. Xie Danju approached the cash register and found the rules inside the register machine. Work Rules 1. Keep every empty cage clean. 2. If a thief steals something, retrieve the item. 3. The store's surveillance cameras are broken, but you do not accuse a customer of theft unless you are absolutely certain. 4. Maintain a courteous attitude toward customers. 5. The store has many items. The computer contains each item's location and price. Do not ring up the wrong amount. 6. Conduct regular patrols and watch out for thieves. Xie Danju powered on the computer. The desktop displayed a large rectangular frame occupying nearly half the screen with the word search beside it. Hello ID like a pink cat tree. Do you have any? Without looking up, Xie Danju typed into the computer pink cat tree, then clicked search. The screen displayed 3 rectangular frames. Stock 33. Location Zone 2. Price 165 yuan. Xie Danju glanced at the data, looked up, and offered the customer a standard professional smile. Of course it's in Zone 2. You can go take a look. If it meets your needs, bring it here to pay and take it home. The customer nodded and turned away. Xie Danju patrolled outside the checkout area where he could see every zone. There were 3 zones in total. Not many, but each was large. Keeping an eye on all of them alone was challenging, but fortunately there were few visitors today. With few customers, there were also few people asking him about products. That suited him just fine, as he had no desire to converse with any of the abyssals. More words meant more chances for mistakes. Young man, do you have any cat food here? Hearing the voice, Xie Danju hurried back to the register and asked, may I ask whether you'd like the cheaper option, the mid-range, or the more expensive one? The questioner was a pot-bellied elderly man carrying a bank-branded bag, wearing a plaid shirt and loose trousers with a large bunch of keys clipped to his belt. His sparse hair was completely white, leaving his head mostly bald. The overhead light reflected off his scalp, giving it a faint sheen. What's the difference? Xie Danju replied with a smile, of course there is. The higher the price, the better the quality. But rest assured, all our cat food is guaranteed. No quality issues due to price. The old man thought for a moment. They'll take the more expensive kind then. Xie Danju typed expensive cat food and clicked search. Stock 236 bags. Location Zone 1. Price 320 yuan. You can go to Zone 1. If you're satisfied, bring it here to pay. The old man shuffled away with unsteady steps. The smile immediately vanished from Xie Dance's face, and he turned to resume his patrol. After patrolling for a while, the old man who had inquired about cat food emerged from Zone 1, dejected and with his hands behind his back. He walked past Xie Danju toward the exit. Xie Danju glanced at him. He sensed something amiss, but after scrutinizing the old man from head to toe, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Even the bag he carried was not particularly full. It didn't seem large enough to hold cat food. The old man ambled toward the door, his face betraying no anxiety. Suspecting trouble, Xie Danju returned to the register and checked the cat food. Stock 235 bags. Location Zone 1. Price 320 yuan. His eyes swept over the screen. One bag was missing. Without hesitation, he dashed out from behind the counter and sprinted straight toward the old man. The old man, as if sensing the pursuit, also quickened his pace toward the door. He ran out of the shop into the outside world. Once he had put a fair distance between himself and the store, he slowed down and walked leisurely, no longer in a hurry, as if he knew Xie Danju could not stay away from the shop for long. At this distance, Xie Danju could still catch up, but he would never make it back in time. The old man was confident Xie Danju would not come out. Slap! A hand landed on his shoulder. He froze, his flesh quivering. Xie Danju said, "Sir, it seems you haven't paid." The old man turned around and saw that Xie Danju's face was quite pale. He chuckled and said, "Even if I give you the things, you still cannot return." Xie Danju reached for his stomach, and the old man did not stop him. He touched something hard, and sure enough, he pulled off a bag of cat food that the old man had hidden in his belly. He had just seen a fake belly in the bag carried by the old man. The old man laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, what can you do with it? You cannot return safely to the store." Xie Danju had been out for almost a minute, and his head was already starting to ache. The pain felt like many needles continuously stabbing his brain, piercing in and out, making it very uncomfortable. He used his talent, and directly flashed back to the cash register, leaving the old man dumbfounded. He collapsed onto the chair, feeling utterly drained with a dull pain in his head, as if it were about to explode. After sitting for a while, the headache gradually faded. Xie Danju put the cat food back in the empty area of District 1 and slowly walked over to squat by the cash register. He was completely out of strength, and although his head no longer hurt, he felt as if all the energy had been drained from his body. Wei Jisheng finished feeding the animals and walked out of his office. After taking a few steps, he noticed a door with a sign that read bathing room. He pushed the door open and saw Paleo sitting at a table, scratching his head with both hands, his head lowered, as if he were looking at something. "What are you doing?" Wei Jisheng suddenly spoke as he walked behind Paleo. Paleo instinctively drew out a dagger, turned around to see it was Wei Jisheng, and relaxed, putting the dagger away. "What brings you here?" Wei Jisheng rested his hand on Paleo's shoulder. "I can leave my post once my work is done." Paleo handed over the rules on the table to Wei Jisheng, saying, "I'm quite envious of you for being able to leave your post," while pointing at the rules carved on the wall not far away. "These broken rules have two versions, and I don't know which one to believe anymore." Wei Jisheng read the rules in his hand, while walking towards the wall with the carved rules. Arriving at the wall, he looked up at the rules. Paleo walked beside him and asked, "Give me a hint which one is correct." Wei Jisheng turned to look at him. "How would I know?" Paleo gestured with his eyes, asking, "Aren't you supposed to know?" Wei Jisheng scoffed. "I don't have time for this. I rarely come to places like this." He glanced at the rules. "Which one do you think is correct?" Paleo stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "I think the second one is correct." Wei Jisheng replied, "It's already quite impressive that you can identify the second rule. I can't expect too much from you." Paleo then asked, "So the first one is correct?" Wei Jisheng shot him a glance. "Why can't you think outside the box?" Paleo looked confused. "Then tell me what other possibilities are there." "Both rules can be correct." Wei Jisheng pointed to the second and fifth rules on the wall. "My intuition tells me that these two should be correct. After all, this is the nature of a bizarre world. As for the ones on paper, only the first, second, and third are correct." Wei Jisheng returned the paper to Paleo. "Each rule among the two is relatively correct when singled out." "Really? How sure are you?" Wei Jisheng walked to the door, paused, and looked back at Paleo. "Not much. If it's out of 10, I have 12% confidence." Paleo watched Wei Jisheng's back and muttered with a smile, "You're really impressive. Pay raise a thumbs up for you." Wei Jisheng arrived at Baiaria's studio, politely knocked on the door, and then opened it to walk in. "How can you leave your workstation?" Baiaria asked him while sitting on a stool. Wei Jisheng walked over. "Yes, my task is quite easy. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Baiaria shook her head. "I have encountered some, but resolved them." Wei Jisheng noticed she was writing something in her notebook. "Can I take a look at what you're writing?" Baiaria handed the notebook to Wei Jisheng. "Of course." The notebook was filled with a series of letters that Wei Jisheng could not understand at all. He returned the notebook to Baiaria. "I can't understand it. Can you translate it for me?" "Green corresponds to white, black corresponds to green, white corresponds to black, and red corresponds to red." Wei Jisheng walked to the shelf, picked up a green medicine bottle, and played with it in his hand. "What does this mean?" "Different colored medicine bottles contain different colored medicines. It's just for convenience," noted down. Wei Jisheng opened the medicine bottle, poured out the medicine inside, stared at the medicine in his hand for a while, then turned to Baiaria. "The green bottle contains white medicine." Baiaria nodded. Wei Jisheng put the medicine back in the bottle. He took the white medicine bottle, opened it, poured out the medicine, returned it to the bottle, and asked, "The white bottle contains black medicine." Baiaria sensed something was off and walked over to Wei Jisheng, asking, "Is there something wrong?" Wei Jisheng returned the medicine to its place. "Something is very wrong. I saw that the green medicine bottle contained black medicine and the white bottle contained green medicine." Baiaria frowned. "Do we see the colors of the medicine differently?" Wei Jisheng nodded. He took a black medicine pill from his perspective, saying, "May I borrow this? I want to ask someone else." Baiaria nodded. "Thanks." As Wei Jisheng walked away, he said, "Friends don't need to thank each other." Soon only Baiaria was left alone in the room. After Wei Jisheng pointed out the color of the pills, her uneasy feeling faded a bit. In the real world, it seems that Sheng Ge has changed. He really has. I remember he used to not like meddling in others' affairs. What does meddling mean? They are all friends now. The one upstairs hasn't grasped the situation. Baiaria's sister, can you tell me what secret you told Xia Laogong? I'm begging you, this 6-star instance is really a trap with pitfalls everywhere. Paleo has 2 rules, both of which are half true and half false. Baiaria's strict medicine colors are not the true colors of the medicine, even deceiving us viewers. I am from the Great Fearless Nation. I represent the Great Fearless Nation to thank Wei Jisheng for saving our chosen ones' lives. Same here, 2000. I am from the land of the setting sun. I thank you all. I feel our country will maintain an ally relationship with the Dragon Nation forever. I am from the A3 Nation, and thank you, Dragon Nation. Wait, why are you from A3 Nation thanking us? Upstairs, don't you know? Sheng Ge's actions are the standard answer. Some chosen ones from other nations didn't even notice some details, but Sheng Ge did. They just copied the answers. However, some shameless countries are both copying answers and cursing, truly double-faced. What do you think, Universe Nation, America, Sakura Nation? Aren't these things always like this? Double-faced without an ounce of politeness. The ones without manners are you Dragon Nation people. Wei Jisheng isn't even human, he admits it himself. Ah, that's right, Shingu isn't human. Your family tree opens up into an encyclopedia of animals. That's right, you Dragon Nation people are shameless, what can we say? You also think what I said is correct, right? The comments section in the live broadcast is directly a scene of brawling. One person curses Wei Jisheng and a group curses the poster. And most of them are from the great fearless nation, the land of the setting sun, and A3 Nation. The Dragon Nation people who fought back have already retreated from the scene, but their legends still circulate. Wei Jisheng entered the shop and immediately noticed Xie Danju patrolling. Xie Danju was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but quickly recovered and walked over to Wei Jisheng saying, "You can actually move freely." Wei Jisheng smiled. "Why can't I? I'm just here to see how you unfree people are doing." He took out a pill and asked, "What color do you see this pill as?" Xie Danju glanced at it and replied, "It's black." Wei Jisheng nodded and put the pill away, asking, "Have you encountered any problems you can't solve?" Xie Danju shook his head saying, "No, but I did leave the shop." Wei Jisheng walked to the cash register and looked at the rules, asking why. "Someone stole something and I couldn't keep an eye on it, so I had to chase after them." Wei Jisheng looked up at him, noticing no change in his expression or that he had turned pale. "How do you feel?" Xie Danju leaned on the cash register saying, "At first it didn't feel good, but after a while it was fine, just a bit of a headache." "Is it still hurting?" Xie Danju shook his head. "If you're uncomfortable, just take a leave, it'll cover for you." "It's fine, it's not a big problem." Wei Jisheng stepped out from the cash register asking, "Do you want to hear about what happened with Pu Luo and Bai Erya?" Xie Danju's lips curled up. Bai Erya was right, Wei Jisheng was indeed someone who loved gossip. "I'm quite curious." Wei Jisheng recounted what had happened with Pu Luo and Bai Erya, and Xie Danju listened intently. "I really didn't expect that this 6-star dungeon would be so tricky." Wei Jisheng replied nonchalantly, "I think it's not that difficult. Don't worry, I'll make sure all of you can get out." Xie Danju noticed a customer approaching them and turned to walk into the cash register saying, "Remember, what I want is for you to survive, not for you to risk your life to get us out. Although Bai Erya and Pu Luo are great, I must put the interests of the Dragon Kingdom first. When necessary, I can be the first to give up. If only one person can escape, don't be soft-hearted." Wei Jisheng stared at him in disbelief. It turned out there really was someone willing to sacrifice their life to protect others. He had seen chaotic zones in this selfish and bizarre world. When he first saw it, he felt a bit angry, though he didn't know why. The second time he saw it, he felt a bit sour, like a walking, but now he felt differently. It seemed like the void inside him had been filled. This feeling was quite pleasant. Even though Xie Danju was doing it for the Dragon Kingdom, there was still a warmth in his chest, even if there was no heart inside. "Do you have any catnip in your shop?" Wei Jisheng knew Xie Danju was about to start his work, so he didn't disturb him. After the person finished asking, he said, "I'm leaving." Xie Danju waved at him saying, "See you later." He walked with his hands in his pockets, head down, one hand rubbing. He remembered a bizarre being had once told him, "One bizarre sacrifices its life for another, that is love." If the roles were reversed, did that mean Xie Danju loved himself? The thought excited Wei Jisheng. It seemed he was also going to experience love. Arriving at Bai Erya's studio, he found the door was not closed. He knocked twice and said, "Bai Erya, your perspective is wrong." Bai Erya turned around, stood up, and walked over. Wei Jisheng returned the pill to Bai Erya saying, "This pill is black. Please revise the notes in the notebook." Bai Erya smiled gracefully, "Thank you." Hearing that one word, Wei Jisheng furrowed his brows, asking, "Forget it, friends don't need to say thanks." Upon hearing this, Wei Jisheng relaxed his frown saying, "Your room feels a bit off." Bai Erya replied, "It's a bit dim." "I know. It's opaque. Even with the lights on, it's still like this. It's probably another trap. Be careful." "Okay." The room fell into silence. Wei Jisheng watched her revise the notes for a while before suddenly asking, "Bai Erya, do you know what love is?" Bai Erya paused her writing, looking up at Wei Jisheng. "Love? Why have you met someone you want to love?" Wei Jisheng thought of Xie Danju, a smile creeping onto his face. "It seems so." Bai Erya put down her pen and said, "From this perspective, it seems you've already fallen in love. Love is when you see that person and smile. Even when you think of them, you smile. Everything they do catches your attention and attracts you. No matter what they do, you find them wonderful. Actually, this is just one explanation of love. Human emotions are strange, and no one can explain them clearly. You have to look at yourself and feel with your heart." Wei Jisheng touched his chest, wondering what to do since he had no heart. "He'll buy you a drink sometime." He left those words and walked away. Bai Erya looked at him, pondering, could it be that he has truly fallen in love? In the real world, damn, who did Sheng Ge fall for? Which fairy could catch Sheng Ge's eye? Sheng Ge's official age is 19. Is he dating at such a young age? Is this early love? Let's make a blind guess. It might be Xie Danju. I think so too. Wait, isn't this a bizarre world? Is Shungu really talking about love in a bizarre world? It's a bit carefree, a bit wild, and a little arrogant. A little arrogant. The one above really dares to say that. In the bizarre world, Wei Jisheng watched Pu Luo busy bathing a dog, finding it quite amusing. As Pu Luo was bathing the dog, not a single spot on the dog was wet, while Pu Luo was completely soaked. Wei Jisheng couldn't help but ask, "Pu Luo, are you really bathing the dog?" Wei Jisheng slapped his hand onto Pu Luo's wet hair, then shook off the water with disdain. "Look at yourself now, utterly useless." The slap sent Pu Luo's hair plastering across his face, adding a touch of hazy beauty. A hazy handsomeness. In the real world, damn that face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Pu Luo darling, come here, and let big sis give you a kiss. I promise I won't touch you. Slurp slurp, hee hee. Rubbing hands lecherously. Is this a horror stream? Wait, they're actually giving us fan service. Not bad, not bad. I'll love you for a moment. You know, if Bro Sheng was the one doing this job, that'd be great. Sure, Pu Luo hubby is good looking too, but he can't beat Sheng. Be grateful you even get to watch. Don't be so picky. Oh my god, covering a bleeding nose, can I really see this for free? Pu Luo has abs, six-pack even. Licking the screen. This outfit might as well not be worn. What's it even covering? But I love this kind of tease. Why is everyone here such a... Unlike me, I'm just recording the screen. What does that emoticon mean? What are you thinking? I'm with you. In the eerie world, Pu Luo brushed the hair off his face and pointed at the dog in the pool. Hold it down. Wei Jisheng glanced at Pu Luo's soaked clothes, then at his own dry ones. You go hold it. He'll rinse with the... Pu Luo rolled up his sleeves, waded in, and grabbed the black Samyet. The dog thrashed wildly, trying to leap out of the pool, but Pu Luo seized its ankle and yanked it back. Wei Jisheng picked up the hose, turned the faucet toward red, and aimed it at the pair. Pu Luo hugged the dog as it struggled, its whole body twisting. Pu Luo scrubbed the dog's body furiously, as if venting his frustration. Together, they soon had the dog. Wei Jisheng turned off the water and set down the hose. Pu Luo stared at the dog for a moment. I thought it was a black Samyet. Turns out it's a white one. Wei Jisheng grabbed a hairdryer and plugged it in. Bring the dog over to dry it. Pu Luo obediently carried the now still dog onto the platform. The dog lay docilely, as if drained of strength. Wei Jisheng handed the hairdryer to Pu Luo. Since when is there a black Samyet? Pu Luo aimed the dryer at his own clothes. How should I know? I don't know dogs. Wei Jisheng stared at him in exasperation. I told you to dry the dog. Pu Luo sat on the platform. I've been working so hard. Can't I dry myself first? Wet clothes sticking to me feel awful. Wei Jisheng rummaged around and tossed a waterproof coat onto Pu Luo. Are you blind? What's this for? Pu Luo stared at the coat in bewilderment. Well, never mind. The price of ignorance. Wei Jisheng shook his head helplessly. They'll go explore other areas first. You. Forget it, I won't ask much of you. Just be smart enough. Pu Luo hummed in acknowledgement. Wei Jisheng left. As he walked, everything was black except the rooms. Virtually no light anywhere in the corridor. Wei Jisheng retraced his steps. He saw his own workspace, but ignored it, continuing onward until he reached the room where they slept, where he finally stopped. He paused at the door for a moment, then turned toward another passage. A sign read that this path led to the boss office and the cafeteria. Wei Jisheng arrived at the cafeteria entrance. There was an iron door with a padlock, its latch securing the door to a small ring on the wall. He walked forward for a long time before glimpsing a beam of light in the dark corridor. He quickened his pace toward the source. After a few steps, he heard voices. The closer he got, the louder they became. He pressed his body against the wall. Don't worry, the dogs in our shop are all good. We wouldn't give you any that couldn't be sold because they're sick. Look into it properly. One of my hot pot branches had customers who started having diarrhea after eating the dog meat you sent. Cost me a fortune in compensation. Of course. They'll investigate thoroughly. I hope our shops can continue cooperating. After all, our meat is the best. It naturally attracts your customers. You won't find such quality elsewhere. I know. I've got a few batches of unruly things. Send them to your place. After they take human form, naturally. But the money, it won't be short. Alright, I need to check the inventory room. He'll hang up first. Wei Jisheng couldn't catch what the person said next. As soon as he heard the boss mention checking the inventory, he started walking back. This shop sold pets, yet it had a partnership with a dog meat hot pot chain. Wei Jisheng walked forward thinking that's not unusual, it's perfectly normal. But taking human form, that was anything but normal. What kind of animal still needs to transform? A few batches of unruly things. What exactly were they? He didn't know yet, but he would find out. He returned to his workspace. The dogs and cats inside had already eaten and were dozing in their cages. The black dog was lying to one side. Seeing him enter, it bounded over, tongue out, tail wagging, ears perked up, clearly overjoyed. Wei Jisheng didn't spare it a glance, heading straight for the desk. No meat yet. Wait till later. Don't bother me. Go back to your cage. Hearing this, the dog halted mid-run. Its eyelids instantly drooped, ears flopped limply, tail sagged powerless behind it. It made a U-turn and padded back to its cage. Wei Jisheng paid no mind to its dejection. He was only thinking about exploring further if he had the chance. After an unknown time a bell rang. Off work now. Everyone come to the cafeteria for dinner. Wei Jisheng glanced outside. The sky wasn't fully dark yet. I know you're listening. Put dog food and cat food in the proper bowls. Don't overfill. When I come back you'll get me. As soon as the words fell, the black dog materialized sitting at Wei Jisheng's feet. Its eyes sparkled, tail lay still on the ground, ears stood straight up. Its demeanor made one mistakenly believe that Wei Jisheng was its master, the human it cherished the most. Upon seeing it approach, Wei Jisheng turned and walked away. He was not at ease with the black dog handling matters, so he left behind the white rope. Once the black dog saw him leave, its loyal facade changed. It walked with a noble gait to the dog food, lowered its dignified head, opened its mouth, and grasped the food bag, heading to serve the dogs. The actions were very graceful, leading others to mistake it for a noble among dogs, yet its movements were slow. It did not notice the white rope watching it from the table. Its movements were slow. Although it could have fed several dogs in that time, it only managed to feed 2. The white rope couldn't stand it any longer, flying over to its dark ears and delivering a sharp strike. With a smack, a sudden sound echoed in the quiet room. The black dog froze in its actions, immediately feeling the pain on its head, dropping the bag it held in its mouth and barking at the white rope. The white rope showed no fear and delivered another strike. This one was much louder than the last. The black dog grew angrier, barking even louder. However, in the face of absolute power, all bluster inevitably led to one conclusion: submission. Clearly, after countless whips, the black dog understood this principle and began to work diligently, increasing its speed. Yet beneath its black fur there were still some red marks, especially on its head. Wei Jisheng had complete faith in the white rope's capabilities, so he walked quickly without a hint of worry. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the large iron door that had just been closed was now wide open. He entered the cafeteria, not particularly noticing the delicious aroma of the food that greeted him, merely a result of mental pollution. Moreover, even if the food smelled enticing, he could not taste it, only experiencing a faint bitterness. He scanned the area briefly. Iron tables and stools, pristine white tiles, fans hanging high, and people all bowing their heads to eat. On the table was written, "Food is money, and there must be no waste." The tiles also bore the inscription, "Cherish food, as it is not easily obtained." It was no different from a cafeteria on Earth. He joined the line at the food counter. He glanced around at the people eating with their heads bowed, but did not see Xie Danju and the others. "Young man, what would you like to eat?" Wei Jisheng was brought back to reality. He looked down at the food before him. There were 4 iron boxes, each containing what looked like decent food. The first was braised pork, looking quite appealing. The second was stir-fried cabbage, watery and lacking in oil. The third was sweet and sour ribs, which appeared very fragrant. The fourth was stir-fried bean sprouts, also watery like the cabbage. 1, 3, and 4. The cafeteria lady smiled cheerfully and filled a plate for him. "Thank you." The cafeteria lady replied with a smile, "Thank you for what? Look at you, so thin with no meat at all. Eat more to gain some weight." Wei Jisheng carried his food and walked while looking around. No familiar faces were in sight. His expression remained unchanged, but he felt a bit worried inside. He found a spot with few people and sat down to eat. His chopsticks did not pick up the sweet and sour ribs or the braised pork, only the stir-fried bean sprouts and rice. In the real world, when Shenggu isn't going crazy, he's quite polite, huh? Upstairs, didn't you hear Shenggu say something during an interview? It's over, damn it, can I retract that in time? In a bizarre world, Pu Luo sat down across from him with a plate. Wei Jisheng glanced at him before lowering his gaze to continue eating. "Have you seen Bairia and Xie Danju?" Pu Luo asked. Wei Jisheng shook his head. Pu Luo looked at the food on his plate, which had both meat and vegetables. He then glanced at his own plate, which contained only vegetables. He couldn't help but envy Wei Jisheng's status. Bairia and Xie Danju were sitting together with them. Both of their plates contained only vegetables. Bairia asked, "Did you guys obtain any important intelligence today?" Pu Luo smacked his lips and replied, "No, but I did discover something. After I bathed the cats and dogs that were sent to me, they all started to whimper, not knowing why, tears welling up." Bairia remarked, "I didn't notice anything strange, nor did I obtain any intelligence." Xie Danju replied, "Me neither." "What about you, Wei Jisheng?" Wei Jisheng shook his head. Xie Danju advised Wei Jisheng, "I think you shouldn't rush into exploration. Exploring alone is very dangerous." Wei Jisheng continued eating, saying, "It's fine, you don't need to worry." Xie Danju fell silent, finished his food. Bairia did the same. Pu Luo attempted to stop them, but received a kick from Wei Jisheng under the table. "What are you doing?" Wei Jisheng looked up at him, staring directly into his eyes. "Don't you feel something is off?" Pu Luo thought for a moment and shook his head. Wei Jisheng sighed, as if the look in his eyes had aged significantly. "Forget it, I don't expect you to become observant." Pu Luo bit his chopsticks, carefully recalling what had just happened, and asked, "Are you saying Bairia and Xie Dan?" Wei Jisheng pulled out a plastic bag from somewhere, shook it in the air, and stuffed all the meat from his plate into it. "Clever, aren't you?" Wei Jisheng said lightly, only after everyone left did you realize. As he continued to put meat into the plastic bag, he spoke expressionlessly, "Your luck might be even better than Baieria's." After all, you can immediately notice high threats, but for lower threats you wouldn't realize unless someone poked you. He stabbed his chopsticks into the meat, each time directly poking at Pu Luo's wound. The once boisterous Pu Luo was rendered speechless by Wei Jisheng's rebuke. After clearing the meat from his plate, Wei Jisheng stood up and walked away. Pu Luo followed him, asking, "Do you think it's possible that Bairia and Xie Danju have always been fake?" Wei Jisheng entered his studio saying, "Don't jinx it." He opened the door. As soon as it swung open, he saw a massive red mark on the black dog's head. It lay listlessly on the ground, eating the dog food scattered on the floor. Wei Jisheng stood there, and the dog merely lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at him before continuing to eat the dog food on the ground. He summoned back the white rope and tossed the meat from the plastic bag to the black dog, saying, "Hey, race, a treat for you." After saying this, he closed the door and left. Pu Luo followed closely behind. Once the door was shut, the black dog inside looked at the meat on the ground, its previously dull demeanor vanishing in an instant. Its tail wagged like a little electric motor as it happily devoured the meat, enjoying the envious gazes of the dogs and cats caged nearby. Back in the dormitory, he opened the door to find it completely empty. Wei Jisheng walked in and sat on a small stool. Pu Luo dragged a small stool over to sit beside him, asking, "What if they really don't come back?" Before Wei Jisheng could respond, the door opened again. Pu Luo looked up to see Xie Danju and Bairia standing outside. Wei Jisheng looked up at the door. "Aren't they back?" Xie Danju walked behind Bairia and closed the door. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Wei Jisheng's mouth, a subtle and elusive smile. Pu Luo saw them, his gaze flickering. He glanced at Wei Jisheng's face. Though very handsome, there seemed to be... Pu Luo suspected that if the apocalypse ever came, Wei Jisheng would still wear this expression. Forget it, he'd still have to rely on himself. This was the downside of being friends with someone with a poker face, but this poker-faced friend could save his life. Biryo approached Pu Luo, handed him an apple, and gave another one to Wei Jisheng. Pu Luo took it with trembling hands. "Thai's apple is so red. He'll eat it later." Biryo glanced at him. "This apple came from the cafeteria. I tasted it, it's not poisonous." Pu Luo thought for a moment, but there were no apples in the cafeteria. Wei Jisheng bit into the apple and chewed. "Not bad, pretty sweet." Seeing Wei Jisheng eat it, Pu Luo became even more hesitant to take a bite. He was nothing like Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng kicked him. "Go on, eat. You won't die." Pu Luo swallowed, took a small bite, and chewed cautiously. Xie Danju said, "By the way, some apples are poisonous." Pu Luo's chewing paused. He looked up at Xie Danju, his eyes questioning whether it was true. Birya chimed in at the right moment. "Pu Luo, the one in your hand seems a bit toxic." Pu Luo turned his gaze to Birya, about to spit out the apple, but Wei Jisheng swiftly pinched his mouth shut. "Don't spit. Finding an apple in the bizarre world is not easy. They're just messing with you." Pu Luo shot a resentful look at Birya, and Xie Danju then wolfed down the apple as he said, "Come on, do you really have to? How childish." "Xie Danju, don't hang out with Birya too much, I shall corrupt you." Xie Danju sat opposite Wei Jisheng, and Birya sat beside Pu Luo. Wei Jisheng tossed the apple core into the trash. "Nothing big happened today, right?" Xie Danju shook her head. "Very few customers came to the shop today. For some reason it felt quite relaxed." Birya said, "Nothing unusual today. Just a small trap, but we avoided it. Today was only the first day. Though it was simple, we can't say the same for later." Pu Luo was still eating the apple. Wei Jisheng kicked him, and he finally snapped out of it. "After I bathed those animals, they all whimpered. I don't know what's wrong. They looked like they were about to die." Wei Jisheng said, "When the boss was on the phone, I overheard that the cats and dogs that don't sell at this pet shop are sent to hot pot restaurants as ingredients. According to the boss, the cats and dogs here are different from those in other shops. They have an attraction for customers." He paused. "A batch of goods is coming our way. I don't know what it is, but it still needs to take human form." "Taking human form?" Pu Luo asked doubtfully. "Are they demons?" Wei Jisheng shot him a glance. "Innocence is a blessing." Pu Luo ignored Wei Jisheng's sarcasm. "Where did you two go during the meal?" Birya and Xie Danju exchanged a look and shook their heads helplessly. Birya said, "We went to the cafeteria today and saw you sitting at a crowded table. We sat with you, and Xie Danju did too. But you kept asking us about the information we'd gathered and kept telling us to stop investigating. At that moment we exchanged a glance and knew something was off about you both." Pu Luo pouted. "So all of you noticed something was wrong?" Birya nodded. Wei Jisheng asked curiously, "At the cafeteria, did you leave first, or did Pu Luo and I leave first?" "We left first," Birya said. "When we saw you two acting strange, we didn't dare stay long, and left before..." Wei Jisheng nodded. Pu Luo tossed his apple core into the bin. "Hey, do you think there are two cafeterias?" Wei Jisheng said, "No, there can't be two. It must be due to another reason, one that remains to be investigated." He stood up. "It's getting late outside. Let's pick a bed and sleep." On either side of them stood a metal bunk bed, slightly rusty and flimsy looking. Pu Luo looked at Birya. "You pick first, we'll choose after." Birya nodded, looked at both beds, and chose the lower bunk on the left. Pu Luo said, "You two should sleep together, both from Dragon Country, a good fit." Wei Jisheng didn't refuse. He climbed the ladder and lay down staring at the white ceiling with his hands behind his head. Piluo, turn off the light. Piluo wore a reluctant expression. Come on bro, I'm on the top bunk. Xie Danju walked over to the switch. Go up first, I'll turn it off. Piluo scrambled up the ladder in 2 steps, making the bed creak loudly. Xie Danju switched off the light and groped her way back to her own bed. The room fell silent with faint chirping of cicadas outside. It was a bit noisy, but not enough to disturb sleep. Dawn broke. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. No sunlight pierced them. He sat up. Bang! His head hit the ceiling. He looked up. The ceiling was slightly dented, but nothing serious. He climbed down slowly without waking anyone. He opened the door and stepped out. The corridor was still pitch black, with only a faint outline of the path visible. That was true for most people, but not for Wei Jisheng. He wasn't human. He could see clearly in the dark. Compared to light, he preferred darkness. Because darkness gave him a sense of safety. Arriving at the cafeteria door, it was still locked with an iron gate. Wei Jisheng tried to pry it open, but it wouldn't budge. Only the lock rattled. He walked on. Soon he saw the boss office door closed. An iron door with a transparent glass panel revealed the office's interior. Wei Jisheng approached and tried the handle. Locked. Through the glass he saw the office. In the center stood a desk with a swivel chair, a computer keyboard, and mouse on it. On the right wall hung a few sets of keys. Farther out was a blind spot. The left wall was blank white, of no use. Wei Jisheng observed for a while and then moved on. To enter the cafeteria, a key was needed. Likely in the boss office, but the office door also required a key. Ahead it was still dark. Wei Jisheng stopped. A barrier lay before him, impenetrable and intangible. The fluctuation of eerie energy there was different. Beyond this barrier might lie another dimension. Wei Jisheng stared into the darkness, lost in thought. He seemed to look through the barrier at something. Whether he saw anything, nobody knew. He turned back. The key to the boss office might be in that other dimension. Passing the office, he glanced at the door, but didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. The door was infused with a powerful, eerie force. He couldn't open it. Back in the dorm, only Piluo was still sleeping. Iberia and Xie Danju were already awake. Xie Danju saw him and asked, "Where did you go?" Wei Jisheng walked in with his hands in his pockets. "I want to check the corridor for any special clues." Xie Danju came up to him. "Are you hurt?" Wei Jisheng shook his head. She let out a sigh of relief. "Next time tell us before you go. Don't make us worry." Wei Jisheng nodded. "Got it. When I got up you were still asleep, so I didn't call you and went alone. Don't worry. Work time. Get to your stations." A voice came from the dorm entrance. Wei Jisheng turned to see the pot. Iberia stepped on the ladder and patted Piluo. "Wake up, they're hurrying us." Piluo pulled the covers over his head and rolled over to continue sleeping. Wei Jisheng glanced at the bulging blanket on Piluo's bed. "It'll wake him. You two go to your stations first." Iberia climbed down. "It's up to you. Xie Danju, let's go." Xie Danju nodded. "Wei Jisheng, be careful." He nodded. "I will. They'll come find you." Iberia and Xie Danju left. The pot-bellied boss was still glaring fiercely at him from the doorway. Ignoring the stare, Wei Jisheng extended his index finger and twirled it. A white rope materialized above his fingers, circling his hand. Wei Jisheng pointed at Piluo on the bed. The white rope instantly flew over, hovered for a moment, then lashed directly at Piluo. Slap. Piluo clutched his backside and sprang up abruptly. Observing this movement, Wei Jisheng suppressed the upward curve of his lips. As expected, bang. Piluo lay face down, his head supported on the railing, while both hands pressed against his skull. Then one hand shifted to cradle his rear. He lifted his head. The white rope spiraled before his eyes twice before flying back, to Wei Jisheng, vanishing into nothingness. Piluo leaned on the bed's railing, glaring at Wei Jisheng. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me, or what?" Wei Jisheng crossed his arms, tilting his chin up to look at him. "Time to get to work. Stop barking." Piluo rubbed his bottom, then his head sluggishly climbing out of bed. "Can't you be gentler?" Wei Jisheng ignored the boss standing at the door as he walked to the entrance. "Gentle. Ask yourself, do you deserve it?" Piluo charged out the door, tacitly ignoring the boss. "Why don't I deserve it? Do you have any idea? My head hurts, my butt hurts. How am I supposed to work now?" The ignored boss. 6. The bizarre world. Piluo returned to his workplace. How the hell was he supposed to know that Wei Jisheng's rope would hurt that much? From now on, he absolutely refused to let Wei Jisheng wake him up. He rubbed his backside with one hand and his head with the other. It was killing him. Wei Jisheng had never realized his rope had a mind of its own. He thought it had merely delivered a light tap. He entered his studio and sat at his desk. "Don't sleep anymore, it'll treat you to an extra meal tonight." No response, not a single sound. Wei Jisheng rested his hands behind his head and crossed his ankles on the table. "They'll give you meat." The moment the words left his lips, a black silhouette materialized instantly at his feet. The black dog still bore red marks on its head, ears pricked, tongue lolling, body crouched in a sitting position. It looked exceedingly obedient. "Go feed them." Woof, woof, woof. The black dog barked a few times, then picked up the kibble and began distributing food. "Meet again tonight." He not bad at all. Wei Jisheng left the white rope to watch over it, and went out himself. He visited the shop to see Xie Danju, who was on patrol. Today's customers were clearly more than double yesterday's. Wei Jisheng walked over. Need any help? Xie Danju caught sight of him and gave a slight smile. No need. Have you already finished your work so quickly? Wei Jisheng nodded. My job is very light, so I finished in no time. If you need help, just say the word. Don't shoulder everything alone. Xie Danju replied. No help needed, I can manage on my own. If you have the time, you might as well go explore. Be careful while exploring. The four of us are counting on you. You must be cautious. Wei Jisheng nodded. I understand. I will. Don't worry about me. Focus on your own work. I'm off. See you. Wei Jisheng stepped into the dark corridor. By area's door was shut. From the sound of it, there was quite a commotion inside, and the number of dogs and cats seemed considerable. He arrived at Pu Luo's door, which was open. Pu Luo was giving a village dog a bath. Though the dog was reluctant, it didn't struggle much, just twitched occasionally. Pu Luo sensed someone at the door and looked up to find Wei Jisheng standing there watching him. If you really have nothing to do, come lend a hand. Pu Luo rinsed the foam off the village dog, lifted it onto the table, and used a hairdryer to fluff its fur. Sorry, I have some business to attend to. Take your time. With that, Wei Jisheng didn't even glance at the pile of grimy dogs and cats in Pu Luo's studio and strode away. Pu Luo felt a twinge of envy for Wei Jisheng's job. In truth, he only saw the ease of Wei Jisheng's role, unaware that anyone else assigned the same task would be driven to the brink. Sakura Country's livestream Tianai Chuan's job was identical to Wei Jisheng's, feeding animals. But the animals here were nothing like those on Wei Jisheng's side. They were rowdy, lacking yesterday's docility, each one as ferocious as a rabid dog. While feeding Tianai, Xuanmu momentarily lost focus and was scratched by a dog's claw. The wound on his wrist was stark, deep enough to expose bone, and blood gushed profusely. He writhed on the ground, clutching his wrist, trying to alleviate the agony this way, but to no avail. He was furious, yet he hadn't forgotten the rules. The rules stated that animals must be treated well. So no matter how enraged he became, he could only stew, and other live streams were much the same. Some perceptive chosen ones dodged in time and escaped the scratches, fortunate to have evaded the calamity. Some countries noticed Wei Jisheng's distinct circumstances and began questioning inside the Dragon Kingdom's life. The bizarre world. Wei Jisheng remained unaware of the uproar outside. He continued his exploration. He ventured down a path on the opposite side of the dormitory, one he had never taken before. This side seemed darker than anywhere else. Pitch black. An ordinary person would be unable to see the road and likely lack the nerve to set foot on this path. Wei Jisheng walked through the endless darkness. For a long time, he saw no light. He had walked for ages. His intuition told him he was drifting farther and farther from his starting point. Wei Jisheng quickened his pace, yet the darkness seemed endless. He realized something was wrong. He stepped back, but it felt as if an invisible wall blocked his retreat. He could no longer go backward, only forward. Again, a long time passed. In the darkness, with no light, no sun rising or setting, one lost all sense of time's passage. This loss of temporal perception was the most terrifying thing. He could not tell how long he had walked, yet he pressed on, as if believing that moving forward would lead him to light and back to where he started. Of course, he was not that foolish. Darkness might grant him a sense of safety, but it was also deceitful. At last he halted. He saw a glow ahead. More precisely, someone holding a torch. The silhouette was familiar, and even from afar he recognized it as Birya. She walked slowly to him. Why are you here? Wei Jisheng replied, I came to explore, but ended up trapped. Birya extended her hand. Take my hand, I'll lead you out. Wei Jisheng looked at her, perplexed. She was Birya, yet not. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the edge of her garment. Birya paused, then smiled. You haven't changed. The exit is ahead, but you can hardly find it alone. Let me take you. Wei Jisheng nodded. Birya turned, holding the torch farther away so its light could illuminate the path before them. Wei Jisheng stared at the brightness ahead. Why are you here? Because I came to save someone. Wei Jisheng frowned. Save someone? Who? Birya stopped. This is a time-space tunnel. If you keep walking, you'll reach a distant beyond. Do you want to go? Birya did not answer his question. She raised the torch, gazing ahead. The flickering firelight touched the cold stone walls. Beyond the flames lay endless darkness. Wei Jisheng answered without hesitation. I do. Birya turned to face him and handed him the torch. If you want to go, you must hold this torch, or you'll be trapped here forever with nothing but darkness. Wei Jisheng, take the torch and walk out. Farther and farther, as far as possible. Go. Wei Jisheng released her garment and stepped back. My friend is still here. I won't go to that distant beyond. Birya stared at him blankly. After a moment, her voice echoed in the empty corridor. Wei Jisheng, you are not a god. Do you think you can save all of us? Wei Jisheng said firmly, I can. Birya shook her head in disappointment. I admit you are strong, Wei Jisheng, stronger than anyone ever imagined. You saved the world. But your arrogance cost the life of someone very important, and your overconfidence plunged you into a quagmire of inner demons. Wei Jisheng, do not be too arrogant, do not be too confident. You know nothing about yourself, not even the truth about your own being. Pride will only invite disaster. Wei Jisheng disagreed. Since you say I've reached a strength unimaginable to others, why shouldn't I be a little? I saved the world, so being a bit arrogant shouldn't be a problem. You say I will cause the death of someone important. Birya shook her head. You will regret it. Wei Jisheng, you have no idea what is about to happen. You can't even sheath your thorns, abandon your arrogance and disdain. Underestimating your enemy will be your ruin. These words were almost shouted. He heard Birya say XXXXXXXXXX. Wei Jisheng frowned. He did not catch what she said, nor could he even read her lips. As she spoke, he stared at her mouth, but it blurred into a shapeless mess, as if pixelated, completely illegible. The torchlight in Birya's hand dimmed noticeably. She noticed. There's no time, Wei Jisheng. Listen, when you face a life or death choice, you must choose me. I can foresee danger for you. Do not choose another. Another will die, but I won't. Remember, when choosing between me and Puluo, you must pick me. I XXXXXXX come in obedience. In the future, when you have to decide between keeping Puluo or me, you can only choose me. Before she could finish, Birya vanished, and the light disappeared. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. He was still at the dormitory entrance. He looked around in bewilderment. This was real, not an illusion. Why was he standing here? He shook his head, stood still for a long time, but could not recall. Real-world Brother Sheng has been standing there for ages. What on earth is he doing? Did Brother Sheng fall into an illusion? Impossible. If there were an illusion, the live feed would cut to it. Weird world. Wei Jisheng sensed some change in his body, but when he looked closely, nothing was different. He raised his head toward the endless darkness ahead. He took a step forward. Wei Jisheng knew there had been a temporal spatial fluctuation here, and a significant one at that. He felt he had forgotten something very important, something extremely crucial. After walking a while, without finding anything useful, he began to turn back. This space seemed as if it should not exist. Wei Jisheng reached the dormitory entrance and glanced back into the darkness, seeing nothing. He returned to his office. Had he walked a little farther, a considerably longer stretch, he would have discovered the skeleton still held a torch that had burned out. Wei Jisheng idled away his time in the office. Fortunately, time passed quickly. Off duty. Come to the cafeteria for dinner. Wei Jisheng once again entrusted the feeding task to the black dog and went to eat. On the way, he ran into Puluo. Puluo joined him, and they sat together. Puluo's plate held only vegetables, while Wei Jisheng's had both meat and vegetables, making Puluo quite envious. You got meat, but don't eat it. Is it for that black dog you keep? Wei Jisheng ate as he replied, I don't keep it, it just does tasks for me. Puluo bit his chopsticks. I really envy you. Wei Jisheng glanced at him, then envy away. Puluo seemed to recall something, looked around, but didn't spot the familiar figure. Where are Birya and Xia Danju? I don't know. They must eat too. Do you think there are two cafeterias? That when we eat they don't know, and when they eat the horror instant summons another cafeteria without us? Wei Jisheng didn't even lift his head. Your imagination is impressive. You should write a novel. Puluo ignored the sarcasm, took a few bites, then poked his plate with his chopsticks. Why are there so many people at mealtime when the workplace seems empty most of the time? Wei Jisheng stood up. Behind Thessine's staff, Puluo followed him. He returned to the dormitory. Wei Jisheng tossed the meat in a plastic bag to the black dog, and then went back to the dorm. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Puluo with his head low deep in thought. His spirits were clearly lower than before. What's wrong? Puluo looked up at the sound, staring at Wei Jisheng for a long time. Until Wei Jisheng sat down beside him. Puluo asked, if I die, will you fulfill my last wish? Wei Jisheng looked at him, and could tell at once that Puluo was hiding something. Tell me, maybe I'll help. Puluo thought for a moment. Never mind, this grudge is impossible to settle. Next line. Wei Jisheng patted his shoulder. Go on, what happened? Puluo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a deep bite mark on his pale left arm. As you see, I've been bitten. There's no choice but to wait for death. Wei Jisheng's eyes darkened. He had never been to this world before. The only way out was to explore step by step. He felt this instance was fairly simple, so he had slowed his pace. But now Puluo was injured, and he didn't know what would happen once the bite took effect. To ensure Puluo's safety, he had to speed up. Although he could see that Puluo carried a Gatudov death-free card, using it on such a small instance would be a waste. Wei Jisheng patted his shoulder again. Don't panic. With me here you won't die just yet. Xia Danju and Byaria have returned. They both noticed the injury on Puluo's hand. Xia Danju's expression was not good. How did you get bitten? Puluo raised his arm for Byaria to see. I was washing that dog when it bit my hand without me noticing. Byaria said, it looks a bit serious, didn't you take care? Puluo hung his head. What can I do? I wanted to, but that dog wouldn't stay still. Xia Danju said, today there were many more customers in the store than yesterday, and quite a few thieves as well. We can't catch them all. The strange instances are increasing our difficulties. Byaria also tiredly moved his arms. There are many more sick cats and dogs, several times more than yesterday, and they are very fierce, baring their teeth. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have probably been bitten too. Wei Jisheng asked Puluo, are you in the same situation? Pu Luo nodded, still looking lifeless. Wei Jisheng couldn't stand it any longer and slapped him on the head. Stop looking like that. What's the use of being like this after you've already been bitten? I said I can take you out. He then asked, where did you go for dinner today? Xie Danju replied, I don't know. We followed the cafeteria route for dinner, but didn't see you. Wei Jisheng nodded, we didn't meet in the same cafeteria. This could be a breakthrough. I will check the cafeteria when Wei Jisheng looked at the darkening sky. Let's go to bed if it's getting late. Byaria sat on the bed listening to Xie Danju and Pu Luo did not move. Wei Jisheng looked at them and asked, are you not moving because you want to do something? Xie Danju said, we have too little time to explore during the day because of work, so I want to go out and take a look at night. Pu Luo nodded, me too. I want to see if I can find something useful. Byaria upon hearing this pondered for a moment. No, that's not appropriate. Pu Luo is injured, and we still don't know what reactions will occur from being bitten, so you can't go out. Xie Danju, you stay and watch Pu Luo, and I will go take a look. Xie Danju shook his head. How can I let you go? I'm a man. Don't tell me what you are. Right now in this instance we are of the same gender. In this strange world there are no distinctions between genders, we are one. Wei Jisheng placed his hand on Xie Dan's shoulder, signaling him to be quiet. Don't worry, I will also go take a look. Nothing will happen. Besides, Byaria's talent is not to be underestimated. Byaria nodded in agreement. Xie Danju disagreed, but Wei Jisheng interrupted him. Don't worry, we will be fine, and since you are not familiar with the outside it is better for the two of us to go. Wei Jisheng gave Byaria a glance, signaling her to go. Byaria stepped out. Pu Luo hung his head. Don't be sad. Wei Jisheng walked towards the door. Pu Luo, you are not useless, it's just that the instance doesn't want any of us to go out, increasing the difficulty. The night also has its difficulties. It is gradually increasing after being less frequent for a while. Pu Luo said, but right now I feel useless, unable to do anything, and there is unknown danger to you all. Wei Jisheng looked outside. Byaria was waiting for him at the door. This is fate. Everyone's talent poses different threats in the instance. Those with a higher threat level will surely die first. Therefore it's understandable that you got injured. Your talent is the strongest among us, so you naturally become the target. However, if you are strong enough, the instance can do nothing against you. Now go to sleep. Pu Luo looked up at Wei Jisheng, but there was no trace of him in the room anymore. After Wei Jisheng finished speaking, he followed Byaria out. Xie Danju patted his back. Let's go to sleep and not cause them any trouble. Pu Luo nodded and climbed into bed. He lay there with the light on, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't just because of the light, it was simply that he had worries. Wei Jisheng walked ahead, and they arrived at the boss office door. The door was still locked and could not be opened. Just as he was trying to open the door, Byaria said, stop trying, this door won't open. Let's go check in front. Wei Jisheng glanced at the door lock, nodded, and continued walking forward. They reached the boundary, and Byaria looked ahead. It was completely dark. Why aren't we moving? Wei Jisheng said, there's a barrier ahead. Oh, we can't pass. Byaria, go see if there's another way. Byaria stepped in front of Wei Jisheng, placed her hands on the barrier, and closed her eyes to sense the changes within. After a while, Byaria shook her head. No use, my talent doesn't give any hints. Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes. Let's go check another route. Byaria nodded and followed behind Wei Jisheng walking. They returned to the dormitory door, but did not stop or choose to go in. They continued walking forward. After about 7 or 8 steps, Wei Jisheng heard the sound of barking. The noise was chaotic and fierce, very disturbing. Byaria obviously heard it too. She frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. There was no light there, only darkness. But faintly a door could be seen. Wei Jisheng stepped forward to try to open the door, but was stopped by Byaria. Byaria said, the rules state we cannot approach the darkness outside the corridor. This room could be a trap, but it's better not to go in. Wei Jisheng held onto the doorknob without letting go, turned to look at Byaria, and in the darkness he could see her expression clearly. There was no worry, no fear, only a blank expression. He said, to be honest, I've been to these places many times, but there were no clues. Now that clues are here, I still want to take a look inside. Byaria pressed down with her hands, but my intuition tells me there is danger inside, and it's very significant. Wei Jisheng released his grip. All right, let's go walk ahead and see. Byaria sighed in relief and nodded. They began to walk forward again. But there was no road ahead, it was another barrier. The barrier surrounded them, and Wei Jisheng couldn't pass. With no road ahead, they could only turn back. For some unknown reason, as soon as they left that position, the barking that filled their ears disappeared. Before entering the dormitory, Wei Jisheng took a glance back. It was the same darkness as during the day, endless. Wei Jisheng entered the dormitory and climbed into bed. He lay on the hard wooden boards staring at the ceiling. During the day, the road seemed long, as if it had no end. But after just now, it turned out to be such a short distance. He closed his eyes, recalling the temporal fluctuations he felt there during the day. Perhaps because of the influence of the temporal fluctuations, the original road was covered and transformed into a long temporal tunnel. But now the temporal fluctuations had stopped, the temporal tunnel disappeared, and the original road reappeared. He thought, how could a mere 7-star instance be unsolvable? Strange instances always have solutions, even the most powerful ones. It seems that the room from which the barking emanated is the key. After a good sleep, the lethargy that had clouded Pu Luo's heart vanished. He had spent the entire night, although he knew he should trust Wei Jisheng to take him out, a sliver of doubt still lingered in his heart. He reflected throughout the night, realizing that he should not present a gloomy demeanor before others, as it would only dampen their spirits. Thus today he decided to project an indifferent facade in front of everyone. Having not slept all night, he also woke up quite early. Wei Jisheng sat beside him, saying, "Your injury on your hand is not serious, but it will affect your emotions. You may become irritable and impatient with everything around you." Pu Luo nodded. "I understand. Once I become irritable, I will harm those animals, then I will break the rules, and ultimately, I will face dire consequences." "Exactly," Wei Jisheng replied. "You've grown wiser after this injury." Bai Area, still groggy, woke up, sat up in bed for a while, before finally getting out. Xie Danju also woke up, becoming alert faster than Bai Area. Just opening his eyes meant his mind was clear, and he wouldn't experience any morning grumpiness except in rare cases, such as being violently awakened. "Good morning." Pu Luo said good morning. Bai Area was slightly dazed for a moment before replying good morning. Wei Jisheng turned to look at the door, saying good morning. Pu Luo got up and walked to the door. "The boss is coming soon, right?" Wei Jisheng smiled lightly. "Of course, I suggest you open the door now." Pu Luo placed his hand on the doorknob and swung the door open forcefully. Bang! Pu Luo shared a glance with Wei Jisheng, who suppressed his smile and stepped outside. Seeing the boss crouching outside with his head in his hands, Pu Luo couldn't help but chuckle again. The boss squatted down, his shirt button straining against his large belly, and if one looked closely, they could see his round belly beneath the shirt. "Pu Luo, how dare you attack the boss?" Pu Luo shrugged innocently, spreading his hands with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry, I didn't know you were outside. I was just too eager to start work." "All right, everyone, let's go, and not make our boss call us to work." Indeed, Wei Jisheng's light smile grew deeper. "Let's go, my colleagues." Xie Danju chuckled and walked out. Bai Area was a bit slow on the uptake, following Wei Jisheng out the door. Everyone tactfully ignored the boss sitting on the ground and walked straight past the door to their respective workstations. Wei Jisheng looks so good when he smiles, like a handsome, vibrant youth, full of energy, really delightful. They must have made a pact, I can tell, just by looking that the boss expression is terrible, hee. "Boss, you're so aloof, you're amazing, making me the punchline to your joke." Tisk. Pu Luo and Wei Jisheng are so in sync, just a glance, and they know what each other wants to do. In a strange world, Pu Luo had long been displeased with the boss. Today, he found an opportunity to take revenge for the injury on his hand. Although it wasn't him that bit the dog, was his responsibility. If the dog makes a mistake, shouldn't the owner bear the consequences? Pu Luo was feeling quite good. Just a glance, he noticed that Wei Jisheng also disliked this boss. No wonder they are brothers. Wei Jisheng arrived at his workstation. Upon opening the door, he saw the dogs in the cage, eating obediently. He looked at the food bowl in the cage with confusion. It was filled with food. The black dog sat nearby, licking its fur. Feeling Wei Jisheng's gaze, it merely raised its noble head to continue grooming, not even sparing him a glance. Wei Jisheng approached, saying, "Well done, I'll make sure to give you some meat tonight." He found it strange that a dog would enjoy licking its own fur. The black dog barked once. Wei Jisheng left his workstation to check on Pu Luo, who was bathing a dog. He appeared quite busy. Pu Luo had mastered the art of bathing animals. He was becoming increasingly adept, his technique rivaling that of a professional. The dog was restless, trying to bite Pu Luo, but it missed several times without success, its fur standing on end in frustration. Leaning against the door, Wei Jisheng warned, "Hey, be careful, don't get bitten again." Pu Luo shot him a glance. "That won't happen. I won't trip over the same stone twice." I'm a bit puzzled as to why this instance only allows one meal. Because the strange ones only eat once. Pu Luo frowned in exasperation. What a pain, having an additional meal would just give us a bit more time to rest. Well, Wei Jisheng stood upright. "You won't starve if it's just one meal. Keep busy and manage your emotions well." Pu Luo nodded. "Take care." He arrived at the shop, which was bursting with people. Looking around, it was filled to the brim with no end in sight. Xie Danju should be very busy now. Wei Jisheng searched for him for a while, but couldn't find him, so he left. It was merely a routine check, and he would lend a hand if any special situation arose. He passed by Bai Area's office, where the door was closed. He didn't knock or check on Bai Area's situation. He knew very well that even if everyone else encountered problems, Bai Area would be just fine. He arrived at the place where he heard the dogs barking last night. Sure enough, he heard it again. Wei Jisheng looked towards that door. In the darkness, he could see that it was an iron door. The door had a lot of rust and some mottled blood stains. The blood stains were dark in some places and bright red in others. Wei Jisheng grasped the doorknob and opened the door. Inside was a world of darkness. The darkness was so thick it felt like it could drip ink, much darker than the hallway outside. The moment the door opened, the barking ceased for a brief moment, only to rise again louder than before. The barking was filled with malice, as if it wanted to tear Wei Jisheng to shreds. Wei Jisheng's eyes could not discern the scene inside the darkness, but he was sure that there was something within. He bent down and picked up something from the floor. It was a camera. The rules stated that animals could not be photographed, so what purpose did this camera serve? Wei Jisheng didn't ponder the camera's purpose, he just stared into the darkness before him. The obscurity that the strange world presented could only mean that something special was blocking the view. Wei Jisheng stood at the door contemplating. He did not intend to go inside. He could kill whatever was inside, but being overly forceful would attract attention and unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the entities inside could not be killed if there was a high chance that this instance world would collapse, leaving them unable to escape. Every instance world has a pillar that supports its existence. This pillar can be hatred, love, guilt, obsession. It can be any emotion. As long as this emotion is strong enough, unyielding, and indestructible, it can support a vast instance world. The difficulty of the instance will rise or fall, depending on the strength of the emotion. Standing at the door, even when he closed it, Wei Jisheng could feel the overwhelming hatred emanating from within. He understood that what lay behind the door might indeed be the pillar sustaining the instance. An instance constructed from hatred is always more challenging than its displayed star rating. An instance filled with hatred can easily crush those supported by other emotions. Instances rated 5 stars and above possess hatred. Those rated below 5 stars are simple instances supported by other emotions. The simplest hatred instances are 6 stars. Isn't that an outright oppression of other emotions? Wei Jisheng stepped back and closed the door. He knew there had to be something that could cause the entities inside to vanish for a while, but what that something was remained to be discovered. Wei Jisheng felt a bit uneasy about Pu Luo, so he went to Pu Luo's workshop to take a look. Pu Luo was bathing a dog. There were many cats and dogs locked in cages nearby, and those animals were clearly restless, constantly barking and meowing. Pu Luo had a displeased expression on his face, suppressing his anger. Wei Jisheng approached, saying, "Pu Luo, take a break. He'll handle the rest." Pu Luo was momentarily stunned upon seeing Wei Jisheng, then realized what he had just been thinking. He looked at his own hands. Dark foam surrounded his hands, making it impossible to see their shape. He was momentarily dazed, as if for a brief instant he saw not his foamy hands, but hands covered in blood. "If you kill those barking dogs and cats, or hit them with something, they won't make noise anymore." A voice echoed in Pu Luo's mind, urging him to abuse the animals that were incessantly making noise. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of that voice, but it clung to him like a stubborn plaster, refusing to leave. Wei Jisheng set the camera aside, took the hose, aimed it at the dog in the tub, and turned on the faucet. The dog kept dodging, and even tried to bite Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng grabbed the dog's mouth with one hand, applying such force that the dog couldn't open its mouth or bark anymore. "Pu Luo, go sit on the stool and rest. Don't think about anything else." Pu Luo snapped back to reality at Wei Jisheng's words. He glanced at Wei Jisheng and nodded. He walked towards the stool, feeling a wave of dizziness. His entire brain felt uncomfortable, as if everything inside was tangled together, leaving him dazed and heavy-headed. His steps were unsteady as he walked. The alternating sounds of cats and dogs filled his ears, causing an overwhelming irritation. This feeling enveloped him, causing his entire body to sink into it, including his consciousness. Irritation and dizziness twisted around him like thick ropes, trapping him in place, unable to move. He reached out to tear away the ropes binding him. But there were so many ropes, one after another, he couldn't pull them off. "Isn't it irritating, Pu Luo? Kill those voices, and you won't feel annoyed anymore." Pu Luo looked at his palm, thinking that if he killed those voices, he would no longer feel agitated. His right hand gently clenched, and a dagger appeared in his palm. He turned and walked towards a dog that was barking at Wei Jisheng from inside a cage. The dog noticed Pu Luo approaching and began to bark at him. Pu Luo raised the dagger, lifting his hand higher. Then he aimed it at the dog in the cage and thrust it down violently. Suddenly a hand grabbed his wrist. Pu Luo did not look up. His eyes were fixed on the barking dog, his hand straining to drive the dagger deep into. If the dog died, there would be nothing making that noise anymore. He would be freed and would no longer feel that unbearable sensation. But the hand gripping his wrist refused to let go. Pu Luo could clearly feel that the hand was not applying much force, yet it was still able to restrain him. After a long stalemate, Pu Luo could no longer endure it. His head throbbed increasingly, and the irritation in his heart felt like it would drown him, immersing his body and consciousness in perpetual annoyance. "Let go of me," Pu Luo shouted, looking up. It was Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng lowered his gaze, looking disdainfully at the dog in the cage, and the dog instantly fell silent. The dog stopped barking, and Wei Jisheng's gaze turned distant. The cats and dogs that sensed his gaze also ceased their noise, crouching in their cages, trembling slightly. They buried their heads between their paws tightly covering their heads, adopting a submissive posture towards Wei Jisheng. "Don't go crazy, wake up." The cacophony ceased, and the voice in Pu Luo's head gradually faded away. The dizziness in his head receded like a retreating tide, and the irritation in his heart disappeared with the return of his awareness. When he regained consciousness, he saw himself holding the dagger, while Wei Jisheng was gripping his wrist. He was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the dog with its head lowered beside him, and quickly understood what he had almost done. Pu Luo felt a wave of fear wash over him. Sweat trickled down his spine, a cold sensation creeping over him, as if a chilling wind had blown past, raising goosebumps all over his body. Wei Jisheng gently pulled, getting Pu Luo to stand up. Wei Jisheng patted his face and asked, "How is it? Are you awake now?" Pu Luo nodded, still shaken. I think I'm awake now." Wei Jisheng walked to the side, opened a cage, and carried a dirty cat to the tub. "Go sit down, I'll help you." Pu Luo nodded and slowly moved to sit down by the chair. Wei Jisheng tossed the cat into the water-filled tub, and the cat instinctively thrashed a few times. Wei Jisheng looked at it indifferently, twisting the faucet with one hand, causing a stream of clean water to spray from the hose. The water soaked the cat, its fur clumping together as it dripped continuously. While washing the cat, Wei Jisheng said, "Pu Luo, you should take a day off tomorrow. After all, it's your first time." Pu Luo leaned against the wall, still in shock. "Oh, no, leave the opportunity for others." Wei Jisheng fished the cat out of the water, saying, "It's settled. Your mental state is completely unstable. I'm not worried about others. You are different. Your wounds are a bit serious. Today was just minor mental pollution, something anyone can withstand, but since you were bitten, you can endure it and are easily swayed. Tomorrow the level of mental pollution will increase, and you definitely won't be able to handle it. Take a day off tomorrow. I don't have extra time to look after two people." Pu Luo nodded. "I'm sorry." Wei Jisheng interrupted, "Don't say sorry, thank you, or anything like that. If friends still say these things, what's the difference from strangers?" Pu Luo felt a mix of emotions he couldn't express, replying, "Okay." He looked at Wei Jisheng's busy figure and asked, "Before we truly get to know each other, I had many questions about you. You can ask them now." Pu Luo forced a smile, "But there are too many questions, so many that I don't know where to start. If someone was preparing to kill me, but I couldn't win, what would you do?" Wei Jisheng paused in his actions of drying the cat, casually turning off the hairdryer and putting the cat back in the cage. "I would beat them until they couldn't find their way." Pu Luo chuckled, "But there are many of them, and it's just us two." Wei Jisheng opened another cage, asking, "Don't you have friends?" Pu Luo's smile faded slightly. "I don't really have any friends. Anyway, it won't just be the two of us." Pu Luo asked, "Why not?" Wei Jisheng smirked slightly. "If I'm confident I can win, it will be me, Bilya, and Xie Danju standing with you. If I'm not confident, then we would run. But if I'm around, the chances of losing would be zero." Pu Luo glanced at the dagger in his hand. "If I could, I also wouldn't choose to fight. Who would want to be hit? What if someone blocks us? Let Bilya gather people, will fight with you. By the way, Xie Danju might also be there." Pu Luo felt a bit emotional. "If it's destined to be beaten, would you still be there? Friends are about sharing hardships and joys. If you get hit, I will definitely step in, even if it's getting beaten. You will take the hits for me." Pu Luo felt his nose tingle. Even if it meant being beaten, he would still come. Tears fell onto the dagger, one drop after another. So this is what it means to have a friend. He lowered his head very low, and the viewers in the live stream couldn't see what he was doing. In the real world, why did Pu Luo ask this question? I seriously suspect that in the Dao Wuwei country someone is bullying Pu Luo. No way, brother. Have you seen Pu Luo's physique? Who is bullying whom? What if it's a group attack? Do you care about this? No one is concerned about how Wei Jisheng made that group of animals. In a bizarre world, Wei Jisheng was unaware of Pu Luo's past. However, now that Pu Luo had asked if he remained oblivious, it would be hard to justify. The reason Pu Luo asked this was simply that the number of friends he had made in his lifetime could be counted on one hand. Or perhaps not counted at all. He was certain he could never escape the dungeon alive, so he wanted to see how Wei Jisheng would react. He could not determine whether Wei Jisheng was telling the truth, but hearing his words brought Pu Luo joy. If it were by area, he would likely respond in the same way. If it were Xie Danju, things would not be so certain. He wasn't very familiar with him. Wei Jisheng asked, "Do you have any questions?" Pu Luo thought for a moment. "I have a question. Why did you curse it during the last dungeon?" Wei Jisheng replied, "It deserved. I had heard about that dungeon before. It in the dungeon was a rich young master who had taken a liking to that bullied oddity, but he didn't want to admit his feelings, so he let others mistreat him. That person, unable to bear the humiliation, jumped from the bizarre hotel and died. Then Gu Chuan went mad. He swallowed that person's ashes, summoned those who had bullied him in the bizarre hotel to the room, where he committed suicide and killed them all. In the end, he jumped off a building to take his own life. He built the bizarre dungeon on the foundation of love." Pu Luo frowned. How despicable. How could this person not recognize his own heart, but instead kill others? However, those he killed were not innocent. They all deserved it. Wei Jisheng nodded. "That's still acceptable. Evil people get their comeuppance." Pu Luo walked over to Wei Jisheng. "You should go check on the others. I am almost better." Wei Jisheng nodded. To be honest, he was still a bit worried about Xie Danju. As he left, he said, "Pu Luo, I will come back later. Don't touch those things for now. Oh, be careful of spiritual pollution." Pu Luo retracted his hand that was about to open the cage. "If I don't touch them, they won't pollute me." "Of course not, but it just reduces some pollution." Pu Luo sat back down. "Then I will obediently sit here." Wei Jisheng glanced at him and took the camera to the On the way, he observed that the camera was still functional. It could record video, but that was about it. Xie Danju was busy checking the computer while constantly looking up. His gaze swept roughly over everyone, thankfully finding no suspicious individuals. Wei Jisheng approached. Xie Danju did not lift his head. Don't you need to keep an eye on your place? Wei Jisheng nodded, then remembered Xie Danju was looking down at the computer and couldn't see his nod, so he said, yeah, my work there is quite easy. Xie Danju looked up at the entrance, noticing someone sneaking and cautiously surveying his side. If that person wasn't stealing, Xie Danju wouldn't believe it. Help me deal with these customers. I'm going to check on that person at the door. Wei Jisheng stepped aside, allowing Xie Danju to go out. He walked to the computer, placed the camera on the cash register, and someone said, check if we have any premium cat food. Wei Jisheng pressed a few keys, and premium cat food appeared on the screen. He clicked to search. Stock, 175 bags. Location, Area 1. Price, 235 yuan. In Area 1 it's 235 yuan. So expensive. Forget it. Check if there's anything cheaper. Wei Jisheng glanced at the person and entered cheap cat food on the computer. He clicked to search. Stock, 37 bags. Location, Area 2. Price, 79 yuan. In Area 2 it's 79 yuan. Why is it still so expensive? Is your shop trying to rip people off? The middle-aged woman holding a cat yelled loudly, her voice so sharp it nearly pierced Wei Jisheng's eardrums. He impatiently dug at his ears. In the real world, it's over. Brother Sheng is digging his ears. This bizarre situation is going to end. Tisk. Brother Sheng is digging his ears. It's obvious he's about to get angry. Just wait for the show to unfold. I've set my sunflower seeds here. Each person gets a handful, no extras. In the bizarre world, Wei Jisheng calmly said, what are you shouting about? Our shop doesn't serve just you. There are so many people. If you don't want to buy, then leave and stop taking up space. Don't occupy the toilet without doing your business. Hey, do you think you're so noble? Everything in our store has a quality guarantee. If you think it's expensive, don't buy it, and no one is forcing you. If you think our products are poor, feel free to call the police. The middle-aged woman holding her cat with one hand and tucking her curls behind her ear with the other complained, what kind of attitude is that? Treating customers like this? What's your boss phone number? I'm going to report you. I'm going to complain. Wei Jisheng crossed his arms, looking at her with indifference, his gaze cold. Under Wei Jisheng's stare, the middle-aged woman instinctively shivered. My attitude is good when dealing with people, but this is how I treat animals. You want to report me? Sure, we'll call the police first. You cause a ruckus in our store, affecting business and slandering the quality of our cat food. This could cost you quite a bit, and you might even get fined online. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman placed the cat on the ground, sat down hard, and flailed her arms, crying out loudly, someone come look. This is the service attitude of this store, insulting an old lady. Come and see. Xie Danju caught a thief and had just returned the item when he saw a crowd gathered at the cash register. He hurriedly squeezed into the crowd to see what was happening. Upon entering, he saw a red-haired middle-aged woman sitting on the ground, continuously crying out, while Wei Jisheng stood there watching her act out. He quickly approached, wanting to help the woman up, but she pushed him back with such force that he stumbled a few steps and nearly fell, but fortunately someone behind him steadied him. He looked up to thank the person, only to find Wei Jisheng's face darkened. Xie Danju patted Wei Jisheng's hand that was supporting him, signaling that he was fine. Wei Jisheng glanced at him, took the phone from a person who was filming, and before the person realized it, Wei Jisheng had already dialed 110. At the bizarre pet shop, someone is causing a disturbance and slandering us. After saying this, he hung up and returned the phone to the bewildered individual. Seeing that Wei Jisheng really called the police, the middle-aged woman picked up her cat and attempted to run, but Wei Jisheng grabbed her by the collar. She turned around and cursed, you bastard. If you get me arrested, I won't let you off. You ungrateful dog. As she cursed, she reached out to scratch Wei Jisheng's face. Seeing her move, Wei Jisheng's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. He seized her wrists and gently twisted them back, producing two crisp sounds. Crack. The surrounding people were momentarily stunned. Although it was noisy, many heard the sound. Wei Jisheng instantly released her, looking apologetic at the middle-aged woman sitting on the ground, crying and holding her hands. Ma'am, I just wanted to hold your hand. You didn't have to frame me like this, did you? The middle-aged woman glared at the smirking youth before her. You will die a bad death. Xie Danju stepped forward to pull Wei Jisheng back, but Wei Jisheng remained motionless, smiling. Sure, if you have the ability to kill me, go ahead and try. If you can't kill me, then it will be you who dies. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, the police are here. The crowd instantly dispersed, and the spacious shop became empty. A group of uniformed officers approached Wei Jisheng, showing their badges to him and Xie Danju. Xie Danju wanted to pull Wei Jisheng to his side, but Wei Jisheng stood in front of him, unmoving. The officers went to check on the middle-aged woman's injuries as she sat on the ground crying out. Wei Jisheng took the opportunity to say to Xie Danju, don't worry, I'll handle this. I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble in the future. Police officers, see for yourselves, he broke my hand. Wei Jisheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then turned to the police. I did not. She is slandering me. She was making a scene in our shop, disturbing business. I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. She even falsely claimed our products had quality issues, so I called the police. She tried to run, I grabbed her. She tried to scratch my face, so I gently held her hand, and then she faked a fall claiming I broke her hand. The police officer said, "Neither of you have valid statements, no evidence, not even witnesses. You need to make a statement." Xie Danju tugged at Wei Jisheng, who naturally knew he couldn't leave the shop for more. The middle-aged woman was helped up. She smiled provocatively at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng walked to the cash register, picked up a camera, and handed it to the police. "I had the camera's recording function on. There's evidence inside." The woman's smile froze for an instant, then vanished completely. A young officer said, "Your hand is not broken at all. You're lying." The woman turned to him and said, "Impossible. I can feel it still hurts. You can't lie to me." The police officer rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, I'm lying. It doesn't matter, we're going to the hospital anyway." The lead officer finished watching the footage in the camera and said to Wei Jisheng, "Calling the police was the right decision. This camera will serve as evidence. We'll return it to you tomorrow. You don't need to come with us." Wei Jisheng nodded. "It's fine, this camera is useless anyway. Returning it or not is the same." The police escorted the woman away. Wei Jisheng smiled provocatively at her and even waved at her from the doorway. He mouthed, "I'm waiting for you to kill me." She was so enraged she seemed on the verge of turning monstrous, but the police subdued her. Xie Danju walked over to him and said, "You scared me to death. You can't fool around like this anymore." Wei Jisheng faced Xie Danju. "How was I fooling around? Look, your shop is now empty. Isn't that an achievement?" Xie Danju smiled gently. "That is an achievement. After we get out of this instance, I'll treat you to a meal." Wei Jisheng walked into the shop. "Trust me, from now on no one will dare steal here." "How can you be so sure?" "Because none of you knew you could call the police." In a bizarre instance, as long as the profession of police officer reasonably exists, they hold supreme authority, the kind that can be dictatorial. So basically no bizarre beings dare to break the law, and that's why that person tried to run after I called the police. The police are also bound by rules, but there are some rules they can choose to ignore as long as they can rationalize the reason for not following them. Xie Danju asked, puzzled, "How do you know all this?" Wei Jisheng smiled. "It's a secret. You'll know later. Anyway, we have plenty of time ahead. Pu Luo is injured. I need to keep an eye on him. Take care of yourself, but rest assured no one will dare steal." Xie Danju returned to the cash register. "All right, go check on him quickly. Be careful not to get bitten." Wei Jisheng waved. "Goodbye." Reality. Bizarre world. Wei Jisheng walked into the pitch-black corridor. Having resolved the mental contamination at Xie Dance's place, Oi Pu Luo was now the toughest one. He passed by Aria's office. His steps faltered. He opened the door. The gloominess in the room seemed to have vanished, and he saw Aria looking for medicine. Aria heard the sound, glanced back, then turned around to continue searching for medicine, completely ignoring him. The moment Wei Jisheng saw Aria, he was somewhat stunned. "BBI Aria." Aria did not answer him. She turned and fed the medicine in her hand to a cat nearby. Wei Jisheng walked over to Aria and said, "Aria, I am the real Wei Jisheng." Aria looked up at him and said expressionlessly, "How could you be someone else? Of course you are Wei Jisheng." Then she turned back to her work. Wei Jisheng sighed. "Aria, I know you don't really believe now, but I need to tell you something. The boss office door is locked and won't open. In your timeline it might be open. I need the key inside, and I'm..." Aria's hand that was picking herbs paused, then resumed. "Stop talking nonsense, Wei Jisheng. Are you bored?" Wei Jisheng felt a bit exhausted. Aria having a guard up is good, but she's too guarded. Aria, you like an area. Aria's hand trembled, and the medicine instantly fell to the ground. She turned around in shock and asked incredulously, "How do you know that?" Wei Jisheng scratched his head. "You told me in Pu Luo when you were drunk. Now you can believe I'm the real Wei Jisheng." Aria composed herself from her shock. "All right, you really are. But how did you?" Wei Jisheng noticed the gloom in the room reappearing, and he interrupted Aria. "Listen, Aria, this instance has two timelines. That is dual timelines. You are now in another timeline. The versions of me, Pu Luo, and Xie Danju in that timeline are all fake. In your timeline is the cafeteria locked." Aria was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "The cafeteria has an iron gate, no lock, but the gate... I don't know if the boss office door is open because the boss is always in the office, so I cannot explore it." Wei Jisheng noticed the gloom around them increasing rapidly, and he said quickly, "He'll find a way to get the boss away. If the door can be opened, go and get me the set of keys hanging on the wall in the boss office. If not, remember the shape of the lock. Tomorrow he'll come find you here. Wait for me, got it?" Aria nodded. The room was again enveloped in gloom, and Wei Jisheng's expression changed instantly. Aria asked, "Wei Jisheng, is something the matter?" Wei Jisheng shook his head. "Nothing, just came to take a look." With that he walked out. Reality. They sensed that one of the chosen ones was acting unusual, but they had already used up their opportunity to send notifications, so they could only watch helplessly as their chosen one walked toward death. Dual timeline instances require mutual cooperation. Although this had never appeared before, anyone who had played dual timeline games knew it. Bizarre world. Wei Jisheng indeed discovered the moment Aria was swapped. Because Wei Jisheng sensed on the swapped Aria the aura of a similar being. When Byaria gave Pu Luo an apple, or rather after returning from the cafeteria on the first day, he had already discovered it. He had been puzzled about where the real Byaria had gone until he saw the temporal barrier. He immediately understood that this instance was the only dual timeline instance in the bizarre world. Byaria had likely been pulled into another timeline, and the cafeteria where Xia Danju went was probably the cafeteria in Byaria's timeline. Wei Jisheng arrived at the entrance of the boss office. Through the window, he could see the boss figure by the desk. He leaned against the doorframe, lowering his gaze to the crimson invitation in his hand. I used the invitation item to summon the boss from the take care of the animals instance. The red invitation vanished. He turned his head, and the boss was no longer at the desk either. It was as if the boss had never existed. He knew there were other ways to get rid of the boss, but he was out of time. Piluo could not keep taking leaves of absence. His mental strength had already succumbed to even the lowest level of spiritual contamination. Birya had been in the other dimension for too long. He had no idea if there were side effects or if she had encountered danger. He could neither know nor help. All the uncertainties made him uneasy. Only by ending this instance as soon as possible and bringing everyone safely back to reality could he feel at ease. Wei Jisheng returned to his workshop. Opening the door, he said, as usual, feeding time. A black dog lay before him barking woof woof woof. Just in case, he left the white rope in the workshop. He closed the door and went to Piluo's side. Piluo sat slumped on a stool while the caged cats and dogs kept yowling. The moment Wei Jisheng stepped in, the noise ceased instantly. Sensing something amiss, Piluo looked up and saw Wei Jisheng holding a dog about to place it into the pool. Piluo said, "You're back." Wei Jisheng nodded. "I found a new clue, but I still don't know how to get out." Piluo rubbed his head. "No rush. Nothing serious for now. How are Birya and Xia Danju?" Wei Jisheng thought of Birya and let out a helpless sigh. He didn't know whether to be relieved or not. Relieved that it was Birya who remained in the other dimension instead of Piluo, or not relieved that it was Birya instead of himself. "I've removed the threat on Xia Dan's side, but the danger you face is different, so I can't eliminate yours. I can only take time to check on you." Piluo nodded. "And Birya?" "Birya is fine. She's much more steady and meticulous than you. I feel more at ease with her." Hearing this, Piluo couldn't help but chuckle. "You're not even older than Birya, yet you say you're at ease with her." Wei Jisheng rinsed the foam off the dog. "Take this dog over there, blow dry it, and put it back in the cage." Piluo followed the instructions. Wei Jisheng decided not to tell anyone about the dual dimensions, not even Xia Danju, and especially not Piluo. He had a premonition that this matter would be resolved soon, and there was no need to worry Xia Danju. As for Piluo, his mental state was already unstable. If he were to be agitated by this news, his mental strength would only drop further until he could not even resist the simplest spiritual contamination. Many believed that the 7-star instance was the most difficult in the weird world, but no one knew that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Even more formidable instances lay ahead. Wei Jisheng also knew that the weird world's instances were constantly evolving and perfecting themselves. Because when the fake Biryu appeared, he had not realized she had been replaced. He only discovered it because of the eerie aura she carried. If he hadn't seen the real Biryu today, he might never have guessed that this instance had activated dual dimensions. For the rest of the time, Wei Jisheng stayed with Piluo, helping with tasks that weren't his. Piluo said, "I think something's wrong with my body." "Wrong? Where?" Piluo locked the cat in its cage and scratched at the wound. "Ever since I woke up this morning, the wound on my hand has been itching. As time goes by, the sensation grows stronger." Wei Jisheng stopped what he was doing and looked up at Piluo's face. "Roll up your sleeve and let me see." He pushed up his sleeves, revealing a pale arm. The wound on his arm was slowly healing, but blood still oozed out from time to time. Over time, it began to flow more freely. Bright red blood pooled on the sleeve, coagulating into a large dry black stain. Seeing that the wound was not worsening, but healing, Wei Jisheng felt uneasy. "You haven't scratched it, have you?" Piluo let his sleeve fall back down. "It was too itchy. I had to scratch it sometimes." Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes and continued his work. "Better not scratch it from now on. You might get an infection." Piluo sighed. "Infection? This wound is obviously different from those in the real world. Even if I don't scratch it, it will probably get infected." "Wei Jisheng, do you think it might mutate?" Wei Jisheng shook his head. "I don't know, but it's very possible. No matter what you do, it could still worsen, but if you leave it alone, it might progress more slowly." Piluo stroked the cat's fur as he spoke. "I should have been more careful back then." "Wei Jisheng, from whom did you hear the rumor about me and Lian Shui?" Wei Jisheng's hand trembled slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. "Why do you ask?" Piluo laughed. "Nothing, just asking." Wei Jisheng absolutely did not believe him. "Shut up. You're disturbing my work." Piluo grumbled. "You're doing your thing. Oh, what's wrong with me talking?" Without looking up, Wei Jisheng handed a clean dog to Piluo. "Your voice is hurting my eyes." Piluo paused. "Now I realize you've never been that aloof male god. Tell me, was that old attitude of yours just an act?" Yes, whatever you say, I don't object." Wei Jisheng told Puluo to stop talking, but Puluo kept babbling on, and Wei Jisheng responded to each comment. The two worked in tranquil companionship. Xie Danju sat by the cashier's desk, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, no longer showing any sign of the earlier anxiety. In the fake beer Yas workshop, she had completely ignored the caged cats and dogs on the floor. Work's over. Let's go eat. Puluo locked the last dog in its cage and walked side by side with Wei Jisheng. Why does this voice sound so strange today? It wasn't like this yesterday or the day before. Wei Jisheng glanced at him. Who knows? But curiosity killed the cat. Puluo said, I'm not afraid of death. If there's nothing left to tie me to this world, dying isn't so bad. Isn't death just another form of release? Wei Jisheng looked at him. You'd have a hard time dying. Puluo asked persistently why. Wei Jisheng walked up to the meal counter. No answer. He'll take 1, 3, and 4. After a moment, he picked up his tray and left. Puluo followed a few steps behind. During the meal, Puluo asked, never mind that you want answer, but you said Xie Danju and Biryu are both over there. How come we can't see them in the same cafeteria at the same time? Wei Jisheng put some meat into a plastic bag while discreetly surveying the surroundings. Who said it's the same cafeteria? He stood up and walked out of the dining hall. Puluo followed behind him. Not the same cafeteria? There's no other cafeteria here. Wei Jisheng went to his own workshop, tossed the meat near the dog cage, and the white rope flew into his pocket. You wouldn't understand. Even if I explained, you wouldn't get it. They returned to the dormitory. To their surprise, Xie Danju and Biryu were already there. Puluo sat down beside them. You two are really early today. You beat us here. Biryu said, you think we're as chatty as you two. Xie Danju said, when I went to get my meal today, I saw a huge iron cabinet by the window. It looked like a refrigerator, but not really. Did you see it? Wei Jisheng thought back. There did seem to be one, but he had never paid it much attention. Puluo nodded. Yes, I've seen it. That iron cabinet is huge. No ordinary refrigerator would be that big. I doubt it's for storage. Wei Jisheng countered, if it's not for storage, what is it? Puluo frowned for a moment. It looks like a door. A door. Xie Dan's voice overlapped with Puluo's. Wei Jisheng thought back. There did seem to be one, but he had never paid it much attention. Puluo nodded. Yes, I've seen it. That iron cabinet is huge. No ordinary refrigerator would be that big. I doubt it's for storage. Wei Jisheng countered, if it's not for storage, what is it? Puluo frowned for a moment. It looks like a door. A door. Xie Dan's voice overlapped with Puluo's. Wei Jisheng wore a barely perceptible smile and said, right, it's just a door. Xie Danju asked, do you have new clues? Wei Jisheng shook his head. No, I just feel it resembles something from what you said. The cafeteria door is locked. The key might be in the boss office, but that door is also locked without a key. Puluo said, if there's a door, there must be a key. It must be that we haven't found it, or there are other clues. Bilia said, it's so late now, let's not talk about this. Anyway, Wei Jisheng, you have a way, right? Wei Jisheng glanced at her. Yes, I have a way. You all stay out of it. Let's go to bed now. Xie Danju wanted to ask something more, but Wei Jisheng patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear, go to sleep. You might be needed tomorrow. Wei Jisheng turned to go to bed, while Puluo watched him, thinking it's not like I'll be needed. Asking more would just complicate things, so I might as well obey orders. Xie Danju glanced at Bilia, feeling that she seemed a bit off, but ultimately said nothing and went to bed. The light was still on, left by Puluo. Xie Danju was filled with doubts and couldn't sleep soundly all night. But once his eyes closed, he fell into a deep slumber. Slowly the day began to brighten. Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju got up together, and Bilia woke up behind them. Wei Jisheng woke Puluo, saying, we're leaving first, you can sleep slowly. Puluo looked at him in shock. You guys are leaving, why are you calling me? I barely just fell asleep after not sleeping. Wei Jisheng smiled faintly. I won't disturb you anymore, sleep slowly. Puluo covered his head with the blanket. Get lost. Xie Danju asked, is Puluo taking leave today? Wei Jisheng nodded. His hand injury has issues, so he's taking a day off. Xie Danju glanced at Bilia walking behind them. That's fine. Wei Jisheng noticed his gaze. It turned out that aside from Puluo, everyone knew that the person beside him wasn't real. They parted ways, and Wei Jisheng stood at the door of his office for a while. Feed at 2 meals every 5 hours, understood? Woof woof woof. Hearing the reply, he satisfactorily moved a chair to Bilia's studio. When he opened the door and walked in, Bilia was clearly startled. Wei Jisheng, is there something? He placed the chair in a corner and unceremoniously sat down, crossing his legs. Nothing much, just worried you might have trouble, so I came to see. Wei Jisheng didn't confront Bilia because he was concerned about what this Bilia might represent as an important NPC, and the alternate version of Bilia might have some connection to her. He didn't know when the real Bilia would appear, so he could only sit and wait. Bilia glanced at him twice, pretentiously, starting to show symptoms of illness to the cat and dog. Wei Jisheng sat on the stool for a long time, so long that he estimated it had been 2 hours. But was sore, but the dimness in the room showed no signs of fading. He thought about going to see Xie Danju, but he couldn't. If he left, and the real Bilia appeared, and then he came back, the real Bilia would disappear again. Wasn't that a waste of time? Wei Jisheng sat in a daze, gradually noticing that the dimness in one corner seemed to be starting to fade. He stood up and surveyed the entire room. The dimness was becoming lighter with some areas already disappearing. He approached Bilia. Bilia seemed to sense him and looked up. Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng smiled at her. Bilia put down the cat in her hands. The boss office door wasn't locked. I got the key last night. There weren't many keys on the wall, just one. What shape is it? Oval. Wei Jisheng thought if it's oval then it fits. Bilia's hand reached into her pocket and fumbled. Her faint smile cracked slightly. She touched her other pocket, feeling nothing but smoothness. She pursed her lips, frowned, and looked up at Wei Jisheng, saying, "The key is missing." Wei Jisheng moved his legs, as expected. "You appeared directly in the guise of the fake Bilia, so it's normal that you don't have the key in your pocket." "Then how am I supposed to give you the key?" Wei Jisheng thought for a moment. Remembering yesterday's conclusion, it turned out that Xie Dan's main role was still here. Xie Danju doesn't eat in the same cafeteria as us. During meal times, he is affected by the space-time and crosses over to your time zone. You should give him the key when you go to the cafeteria later. He should be able to bring it over. Bilia thought for a moment and nodded. Wei Jisheng asked, "Are you injured?" Bilia shook her head. "No. I do hear human voices when giving medicine, but it's okay. That's mental pollution. You need to be careful." Wei Jisheng saw the faint dimness beginning to emanate from Bilia. "Goodbye, friend. Wait for me tomorrow." Bilia also noticed the dimness behind Wei Jisheng starting to recover. "All right, good luck to you." Bilia closed her eyes, and the surrounding dimness rapidly restored. Wei Jisheng moved his chair and left the medical room, strolling towards the shop. Xie Danju was leisurely sitting at the cash register collecting money. There were many people in the shop today, but unlike before, it was orderly with each person lined up to pay. Xie Danju didn't need to keep an eye on the outside, which allowed him a bit of leisure. Wei Jisheng walked over, placed the chair next to Xie Danju, and stood behind him. The queue of people began to whisper. The originally quiet shop became somewhat noisy because of his arrival. "Please remain quiet, dear customers," Wei Jisheng said indifferently. Xie Danju tilted his head to glance at him, his eyes lingering on him for a moment before returning to the computer in front of him. The shop quieted down in response to Wei Jisheng's words. Xie Danju felt that the eerie feeling stemmed from their fear of Wei Jisheng, considering it was the events of yesterday that had intimidated them. Wei Jisheng sat down on the chair, his eyes fixed on Xie Danju, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Talking to you now won't disturb you, right?" Xie Danju shook his head. "It's just collecting money, very simple. There won't be any mistakes. If you don't come, no one talks to me, which makes it lonely instead." Wei Jisheng's elbow rested on the armrest of the chair, leaning slightly forward, getting closer to Xie Danju. "Then you shouldn't mind if I ask you for a favor, right?" Xie Danju put the money in the cash register. "Of course, it's my honor." Wei Jisheng stared at him. "You should smile more, it looks better when you do." Xie Danju turned to smile at him. "Is this enough?" "Of course. Not enough. I'm a bit greedy and want a little too much. What you want your country will satisfy. Is it too hard to tell them?" Wei Jisheng retracted his hand from the armrest, leaning back against the chair, appearing relaxed. Though he changed his posture, his gaze remained fixed on the young man. "I don't want so much." Xie Danju smiled faintly. "Then you said you are greedy." Wei Jisheng's gaze moved slowly from top to bottom, finally resting on the young man's hands. Those hands were slender and pale, with prominent bones, looking uninviting to touch. Wei Jisheng rubbed his right hand a few times. They were too thin, and it should feel rough to touch. He needed to gain some weight. "I'm not greedy for those things. Well, I just want you to smile more, not just a professional smile, but a heartfelt smile. A sincere smile towards me from your heart." Xie Danju paused while collecting money, clearly sensing that this statement was somewhat off, but unable to pinpoint what was wrong. "Your gaze is a bit warm." Wei Jisheng blinked, retracting his gaze from the young man and shifting it to his own hand. "Maybe it likes you." Xie Danju found it absurd and laughed. "Your gaze likes me, or your eyes like me. Both like you." Wei Jisheng unintentionally looked at Xie Danju again, causing Xie Danju to almost drop the money all over the table. "In the real world, I'm not greedy for anything else. If I'm greedy for you. Tisk, such a sweet spot. If you don't clarify, I might just ship it. Shipping anything will just harm you. No shipping anything will only balance my nutrition. Tisk, tisk, tisk." I reasonably suspect that Sheng Gu previously asked Bilia what love is because he realized he had developed unusual feelings for Xie Danju. Look at his eyes, they're practically glued to him. The moment he sees Xie, the corners of his mouth don't go down, and his eyes seem stuck on him. "Don't joke about our country's heroes. They are not to be shipped, and you corrupt girls should not ruin their image." Eerie world. Xie Danju placed the money in the cash register and shifted the topic. "Pu Luo might need someone over there. You should go check on him." "I don't need your help for now." Wei Jisheng averted his gaze. "He doesn't need me. He's very safe now." Pu Luo. If Pu Luo in the dormitory knew Wei Jisheng was so at ease about him, he wouldn't be very touched, because he really did have something going on. Upon waking from sleep, Pu Luo found that the ticklish sensation at the wound on his hand had vanished, replaced by a sharp ache, as though needles were incessantly piercing within his arm, eager to burst forth and behold the world outside. The stabbing pain was no exaggeration, it was excruciatingly real. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered that the wound had healed completely, leaving not even a scratch behind. Yet this brought him no solace. For beside the wound had sprouted a tuft of fine hair, gray hair identical to that of the dog that had bitten him that day. Upon seeing the hair on his hand, Pu Luo's mind went blank. He sat frozen on the bed, uncertain what to do. He tugged at the tuft. No sensation. He gave it a sharp yank, and the feeling hit him instantly. Pain. Like the sting of ripping off leg hair with it. Logically, such force should have pulled out the hair, but not a single strand fell. Instead, the piercing ache in his hand only intensified. Pu Luo stopped touching the tuft and averted his gaze, pulling down his sleeve. Yet his heart felt as though it had grown thorns, dense and prickly, offering no comfort. His mind was restless, seething with irritation as if seized by an obsessive compulsion. He sat on a small stool, staring blankly at the narrow window. No one knew whether he was gazing at the window or the world beyond. Only Pu Luo himself knew. He was composing his last words. After teasing Xie Danju for a while, Wei Jisheng began to discuss serious matters with him. He leaned close to Xie Danju's ear, outlining his plan and what Xie Danju needed to do. When Xie Danju heard that Bai area was a fake, he was not particularly shocked. He had anticipated it. But when he learned that Wei Jisheng spoke of another time-space, he was profoundly stunned. And upon hearing that he needed to bring out a key, a flicker of joy surged within him. Finally, he could contribute something within his ability. Being constantly carried by Wei Jisheng had left him with a faint sense of guilt. Leave this matter to me. Rest assured I will bring back the key. Wei Jisheng stepped back, maintaining a normal social distance. Could I trust you with this? But don't be too rigid. If you encounter danger, don't cling to the key at all costs. If necessary, discard it. We'll find other ways. Don't say such reckless things. Don't assume I'll die before achieving my goal. Wei Jisheng rose, intending to pat Xie Danju's head, but found it slightly inappropriate, and instead patted his shoulder. I trust you, Pim, just reminding you not to be too stubborn. I'm off to check on Pu Luo. Farewell. See you soon. As Wei Jisheng passed the medical room, he paused, curious whether the real Bai area would appear, so he opened the door and entered. Inside it was empty and dim. Wei Jisheng had expected the possibility of no one being there, so he was not surprised. Just as he was about to leave for some reason, he turned and walked into the medical room instead. Bemused, he wondered why he had entered. He should have left, heading to the dormitory to see Pu Luo. Wei Jisheng, you cannot escape this instance. The Weird King has set its sights on you. Do you think your path ahead will be... Hearing the voice, Wei Jisheng spun around, scanning the entire room. No one. Only a row of cages containing cats and dogs. They stared at him with wide eyes, a boundless, unblinking gaze. Wei Jisheng looked toward the door and started walking. But as he moved his feet, he suddenly found them immobile. Startled, he glanced down at his legs, then stretched his arms. They moved. He tried his torso. It moved too. Everything was functional except his legs. He recognized this as spiritual contamination. The voice in his mind came from these animals. Bai area had just mentioned it. As long as he ignored it, this room could not hold him for long. Wei Jisheng, you have no true understanding of your origins. Within you lies a power that terrifies all anomalies. They both fear and dread it. The Weird King will seize your ability, reducing you to a useless wreck. The seductive voice in his mind continued without pause. Wei Jisheng rolled his head slightly. A useless wreck. I'm already a wreck. My anomalous power is gone. What else would you call me? The voice replied. There's a seal within you, one that appeared at your birth. Break the seal, and you'll gain immense power. Power enough to destroy this world. You can use it for revenge, to slay the Weird King, reclaim your position, and protect those you cherish. Do you have a grudge against the Weird King? The voice paused. No. Then why help me? Because I am you and you are me. We are one, aren't we? No. I reject your existence. You and I are not one. Your objection is meaningless. It's the truth. Break the seal, gain that power, and take your revenge. Wei Jisheng tilted his head in irritation, channeling all his strength into his legs. At first they would not budge, but gradually he managed to lift one foot and take a step. The ground seemed to pull with immense suction, gripping his legs tightly, but he broke free with brute force, step by step, drawing closer to the door. The voice in his mind kept tempting him incessantly, harping on revenge, as if convinced that was his sole obsession. It knew Wei Jisheng well. Indeed, revenge was his obsession. But its error lay in presuming too much, its arrogance blinding it. Wei Jisheng stopped at the threshold, standing before the door, without taking the final step. He declared, I will claim my revenge myself. I will not rely on anyone else's power. Unless that power becomes mine through my own effort. I depend on no one, borrow no one's strength. Only myself. Stubbornly he took the last step. The hold on his legs suddenly released, and he crashed to the ground. He slowly sat up, leaning against the wall in the dark corridor. Drenched in sweat, his brow streaming, even his hair soaked through. He looked as if he had been pulled from water. Real world. Strange world. Strange world. Wei Jisheng stood up, using the wall for support. He had expended too much strength, and sat on the ground for a while to recover. The sweat on his body evaporated, and his clothes were nearly dry. He walked step by step to the dormitory, his pace far slower than usual, even slower than an ordinary person. Wei Jisheng was certain that the thing he had just encountered did not belong to this instance. A mere 6-star instance could not reduce him to such a state. It had to be at least a 10-star anomaly. Sure enough, the weird king had already discovered him and begun sending agents to target him. But for now he was not. He remained composed, though wariness lingered in his heart. Yet he still held his calm, refusing to yield to fear. The eerie dungeons are not the same as the eerie world. They are two different probabilities. The eerie world encompasses the eerie dungeons, not merely composed of them. The eerie dungeons rely on the eerie world for survival. There are no rules in the eerie world, but in the eerie dungeons rules abound. No matter who you are, once you enter the eerie dungeon, you must abide by the rules, including the eerie king. Failure to comply will result in disproportionate punishment. The stronger you are, the heavier the punishment. Wei Jisheng is feared because he can disregard the dungeon rules. In any dungeon, regardless of difficulty, he can choose not to follow the rules. This is the fundamental reason he stands as an enemy to the eerie king. He never intended to become any kind of king, yet the eerie king is wary of him, fearing that he would usurp the throne, thus plotting against him in various ways. However, these plots not only failed to suppress Wei Jisheng, but instead helped him gather a considerable force as his subordinates. During these confrontations, the eerie king discovered that Wei Jisheng would not die no matter what, and thus, using an unknown method, sent him to the human world. It was at this moment that Wei Jisheng realized he was immortal. He was somewhat shocked at the time and later attempted to take his own life countless times, but he could not die. The eerie king spread the word that he was a monster. Other eerie beings actually believed it. Thinking of this, Wei Jisheng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What others say becomes the truth. The king, supported by the eerie, is so narrow-minded that he cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Originally, there was no grudge or animosity, but now that it had involved Wei Jisheng, he would show no mercy. He pushed open the door to his dormitory and immediately saw Pu Luo sitting on a stool, staring out the window like a stone waiting for a husband. Wei Jisheng walked over, following Pu Luo's line of sight, where the vast blue sky and white clouds lay outside. Pu Luo was startled by Wei Jisheng's sudden appearance. "Aren't you busy?" "Not busy. I came to see you. How's your injury?" Pu Luo sighed and rolled up his sleeve to show Wei Jisheng. "It's grown hair, and I don't know why." Wei Jisheng reached out to touch it. "What does it feel like?" "Painful. Oh, it hurts whether I..." Wei Jisheng looked at the hair on Pu Luo's hand, deep in thought. Pu Luo lowered his sleeve. "I reckon I don't have long to live. You shouldn't come to see me. Ooh, I have nothing to do here in the dormitory. You should go check on others." Wei Jisheng said. "Pu Luo, do you remember what I said about the boss talking on the phone with someone?" Pu Luo thought for a moment. "I remember the night I just arrived." Wei Jisheng observed Pu Luo, who suddenly felt his scalp tingle with goosebumps rising all over his body. "You mean, does transformation refer to a person turning into a dog or a cat?" Pu Luo asked tentatively. He hoped Wei Jisheng's answer would be negative, but to his dismay, Wei Jisheng nodded. Pu Luo closed his eyes and sighed. "I really... How should I say this?" Wei Jisheng lifted his foot. "Don't worry, if you turn into a dog, the three of us will take care of you." Pu Luo opened his eyes and kicked Wei Jisheng's foot. "Get lost." Wei Jisheng asked, "Do you want some peace?" Pu Luo looked at his foot and asked, "Who is Jing Jing? Can he save me?" Wei Jisheng was speechless. "Jing Jing is just a word, not a person. I can say with certainty that if the hair on your hand grows all over your body and we still can't get out, you'll end up caged or served in a dog meat hot pot. It doesn't matter, I've long been prepared for death. But I've left a farewell message. Do you want to hear it? During a live broadcast. Aren't you ashamed? My life is almost gone, and what do I have to be ashamed of? Oh, you know what being ashamed means. I've heard of it. Don't worry, I'll well be out by tomorrow night at the latest." "Well, let's hope so." Wei Jisheng stayed in the dormitory for a while, chatted with Pu Luo, and then returned to the store. The store was nearly empty, with Xie Danju languidly sitting at the cash register, lost in thought. Wei Jisheng walked over, found his stool still there, and sat down. Xie Danju glanced at him and moved his chair slightly to the side. "Is everything all right on your side?" Wei Jisheng interlaced his fingers, leaning back in his chair, resting his head on his arms. "Not much happening on my side. I also went to see Pu Luo. It's nothing serious, just some hair growing on his hand." Xie Danju listened quietly, but when he heard the last sentence, he nearly jumped up from his chair. "Nothing serious, just some hair growing on his hand." "What?" Wei Jisheng looked at his surprised expression and chuckled, closing his eyes. "Yes, and the hair is gray." Xie Danju could not remain calm. Has he had any other changes besides the hair on his hand? Wei Jisheng thought for a moment. No. He lifted one eyelid and saw Xie Danju fidgeting, reassuring him. "Don't worry, we will be leaving soon." Xie Danju looked at Wei Jisheng. "Have you found a way out?" Wei Jisheng shook his head. "Not yet, but it's close. When we go to the cafeteria later, tell Bill to be cautious. Oh, I've almost figured out a way to get out." Xie Danju nodded. The two fell silent, both lost in thought. Wei Jisheng occasionally peeked at Xie Danju. Xie Danju was... Time passed just like that. Xie Danju had been highly tense recently. Now that he had a moment of leisure, he felt the urge to sleep. But he dared not, as this was an eerie dungeon. Wei Jisheng's voice reached his ears. If you want to sleep, go ahead. You don't need to worry. I will take care of everything. He drowsily nodded. Sleepiness had long surged in his mind. He just held on to prevent his eyelids from closing. Now, hearing Wei Jisheng's words, he nodded between dreams and reality, then truly relaxed and fell asleep. In his dreams, he found himself back in the Dragon Kingdom, dreaming that nothing had happened, that the eerie world and the rules of the bazaar did not exist. Time to get off work. This brief sentence awoke the deeply sleeping Xie Danju. His sleep had been very deep, but recently, after being trained in the eerie dungeon, it seemed that even the slightest sound could wake him. He rubbed his eyes drowsily. Have you eaten? Wei Jisheng replied, yes, I followed you to see how you traverse into another dimension in the same time and space. Xie Danju got up and walked towards the corridor, and curious too, he'll witness it firsthand. Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju walked side by side. They walked for a long time without noticing any changes until they reached the cafeteria entrance. Wei Jisheng said, it's very likely an issue with the cafeteria. Xie Danju nodded in agreement. I think so too. Let's give it a try. They lifted their feet together and stepped into the cafeteria. In the next instant, the figure beside Wei Jisheng vanished. Wei Jisheng turned his head to glance at Xie Danju's position before heading to the food station to get his meal. It was indeed the cafeteria's issue. This place was likely a junction of two different timelines. While getting his meal, he deliberately observed the iron box that Xie Danju and the others mentioned last night. He walked towards Pu Luo with his tray. Pu Luo saw him and waved. The iron box was indeed large, so much so that it merged with the ceiling above and the floor below. The more Wei Jisheng thought about it, the more it resembled a door. Did you discover anything while wandering outside today? Wei Jisheng replied while eating. No. However, I just observed the iron box you all talked about last night. What was your impression? It doesn't look like an iron box. There is no space behind it. Instead, it seems embedded into the wall. It is indeed a door that can be opened and leads to an unknown world. Pu Luo glanced towards the food station and said, then I will come to check it out tonight. Wei Jisheng raised his head and stared at Pu Luo. The cafeteria is locked. We can't enter without a key. Then how can we explore here? Wei Jisheng packed meat into a plastic bag. I have a way. You don't need to worry about it. The path behind that door is still unknown, and your mental strength has already diminished to a state where you can only maintain calm and cannot resist mental pollution. Stay in the dormitory and don't run around. Pu Luo stood up and followed Wei Jisheng's pace. Wei Jisheng didn't know where the door led, but he could feel that behind that door lay the path back to the human world. However, he didn't know how many dangers lay along the way, and he had to check it out tonight. As usual, he threw the meat into the black dog's cage and returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Xie Danju was already sitting on a small stool. Wei Jisheng exchanged glances with him, and Xie Danju understood in an instant. He knew Wei Jisheng did not want Pu Luo to worry, and even less did he want Pu Luo to overthink, so he intended to keep the matter of the key and Bilia from Pu Luo. Pu Luo noticed Bilia's face looked unwell. Bilia, what's wrong? You seem quite pale. Bilia looked up at him and forced a smile. It's nothing, I'm fine, just a bit tired from today's work. Wei Jisheng rolled his eyes inwardly. There was no one else in the studio, yet she was tired. He climbed into bed saying, Pu Luo, turn off the light. Pu Luo walked to Wei Jisheng's bedside, stood on tiptoe, and looked directly at Wei Jisheng's face. Wei Jisheng, I'm an injured person. Do you want to see why the dog is barking? Wei Jisheng opened his eyes and looked at him. Injured people still need to do what they can. Xie Danju patted his shoulder. You get on the bed, he'll turn off the light. Pu Luo smiled at Xie Danju. Thanks, you're still the best. Pu Luo turned and climbed into bed. Xie Danju glanced at Bilia, who was lying with her back to them, and placed the key on Wei Jisheng's bed. He walked to the door to turn off the light and climbed into bed in darkness. He did not sleep. He knew Wei Jisheng would definitely explore tonight and could not let Wei Jisheng face danger alone. He waited for a long time, but saw no movement from Wei Jisheng. His eyelids were becoming heavy, and just as they were about to close, he immediately opened his eyes again. For some reason, even though he had taken a nap at noon, he was still so tired. Wei Jisheng got out of bed and looked at Xie Danju's figure. He clearly wanted to sleep, but stubbornly held on wanting to help him. He turned around, gently opened the door, and quietly closed it behind him as he walked towards the cafeteria. This instance did not intend to give those who entered a way out. During the night, to prevent the chosen from exploring the instance, it used a strange force to hypnotize them, making it so heavy that they couldn't even lift their eyelids. He used the key to unlock the iron door of the cafeteria. With a clanking sound, the lock opened, and Wei Jisheng pulled the iron door open. The lights in the cafeteria were off, and it was also shrouded in darkness. He walked straight to the food counter, observing the iron door closely. Wei Jisheng lingered at the food counter for a while, then pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. There was no change, it looked just the same as outside. He walked to the iron door and extended his hand to try to pull open the seemingly heavy iron door. To his surprise, the seemingly heavy iron door was as light as paper. With just a gentle pull, the door opened. There was a bit of light inside, but mostly it was still dark with some faint glimmers. It looked like icy blue, yet also like white. Wei Jisheng walked inside, and the light gradually diminished while the darkness deepened. The rules stated not to enter the darkness apart from the corridors. This was a wrong rule. Because Wei Jisheng did not face punishment. Even if he were to die, he would first feel pain, rather than being immune to it directly. As he walked along, Wei Jisheng saw many cabinets with many people lying inside. Perhaps some could still be called humans, as they had only a little fur on their bodies. But the further he walked inside, the less those lying in the cabinets could be called humans. The deeper he went, the more fur covered their bodies. Some had half their bodies covered in fur, while others were completely furry, and some even looked unrecognizable as human forms. Those were cats and dogs. However, it was clear from the path he had walked that the cats and dogs in the cabinets were transformed from humans. After walking a long way, Wei Jisheng observed his surroundings. There were no more cabinets. Only a button was on the wall. The button was inscribed with strange characters that read cooling switch. He read it aloud, cooling switch. He quickly searched his mind for the purpose of this switch, but he couldn't think of anything. Looking ahead, he could not see the light any longer. There was also a mass of darkness, but it was a darkness that Wei Jisheng could not penetrate. He retraced his steps. Not knowing how long he had been inside, he could only run back as fast as he could. After running for about half an hour, he finally returned to the food counter of the cafeteria. He closed the iron door, locked it, and walked towards the dormitory. On the way, Wei Jisheng recalled that the goods the boss spoke of were probably the batch he had just seen. This also explained why animals harbored hostility towards humans. They had turned into animals because of humans, and as their consciousness slowly returned, they would naturally despise humanity. Wei Jisheng returned to the dormitory and climbed onto his bed slowly. The sky was already brightening. Wei Jisheng remembered something and looked towards the rules posted at the door. There was nothing there, but his work rules and Pu Luo's work rules both had it. Recalling the cooling switch on the wall earlier, Wei Jisheng seemed to understand why there was a switch there. He tucked himself under the blanket, opened his eyes, and pondered. Today he would likely be able to take them away. Billia got out of bed as she sat for a while before sluggishly standing up. Wei Jisheng was drawn to her movements. He looked at the sky outside, which was not very bright, but also not very dark. It belonged to the dawn, just before the light pierced through the clouds. He watched Billia's actions, curious about what she intended to do. Billia climbed the climbing rod to Pu Luo's bedside, tilted her head to look at Pu Luo, and then suddenly pulled out a knife from her pocket, aiming it at Pu Luo's heart. Wei Jisheng summoned a white rope which flew over and wrapped around Billia's wrist, pulling hard backwards. Wei Jisheng, himself too anxious, sat up from bed, forgetting the lesson from the last time. Bang! A loud sound shattered the silence in the room. Xie Danju, who had been sleeping lightly, opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. What met his eyes was the bedboard. He turned his head and saw Billia standing on the climbing ladder, holding a knife, preparing to stab Pu Luo. The sudden shock brought him back to his senses, and he rushed to Billia's side to snatch the dagger. Billia glared at him fiercely, and as she twisted the dagger in her hand, it plunged into Xie Dance's abdomen. Pu Luo. Wei Jisheng felt dizzy from the blow to his head. He jumped off the bed to shield Xie Danju. Pu Luo heard a familiar voice calling him. Groggily, he looked towards the edge of the bed, and the first thing he saw was a sharp knife aimed at his heart. His Boda's instinctive reaction was faster than his brain. Before his mind could process, his foot kicked Billia's shoulder. The latter lost her balance and was kicked down the climbing rod by Pu Luo. Her body hit the ground, stirring up a light layer of dust, but she seemed oblivious to fatigue getting back up the climbing rod. Pu Luo originally intended to kick again, but upon seeing that it was Billia, he forcibly retracted his leg, just like Wei Jisheng, and jumped off the bed. As soon as he got off the bed, he saw Wei Jisheng supporting Xie Danju, who had a large pool of blood on his shirt around his abdomen. His mind went blank, not knowing what to do. Wei Jisheng looked at him stunned and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Get down." Pu Luo obediently crouched down. Billia missed her stab, leaned forward, and fell down the climbing rod, landing right in front of Pu Luo. Pu Luo seized the opportunity to pin Billia to the ground and snatched the knife from her hand, throwing it far away. He dragged Billia to the bed, restraining her hands in the gaps of the climbing rod. The white rope obediently bound her hands together, and no matter how she struggled, it was futile. Pu Luo frantically tore off a piece of the bedsheet nearby, hurried to Xie Dance's side, and attempted to bandage him. Xie Danju helplessly pushed them both away. "I only hurt my hand, not my abdomen." He opened his palm, revealing a patch of blood, the wound completely invisible. "You two don't panic, it's nothing serious," Xie Danju reassured them. But neither of the two conscious gentlemen paid any heed. One carefully wiped the blood from his hand with the bedsheet, while the other tore the bedsheet into strips to use. After cleaning the bloodstains on Xie Dance's hands, a deep wound appeared before his eyes. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and even after cleaning it a bit, a large amount of blood flowed out again. Wei Jisheng was meticulously cleaning, but Xie Danju had lost his patience. The sky outside had already brightened, and they had no time to waste. Wei Jisheng, there's no need to be so meticulous, it's already bright out. I can bandage myself just fine. Wei Jisheng was oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on wiping the blood from his hands. Piluo. Wei Jisheng called out to Piluo, extending his left hand towards him. Piluo handed over a torn strip of bedsheet to Wei Jisheng, saying, "There's more if this isn't enough." After finishing the bandaging, Wei Jisheng sighed in relief. Xie Danju looked at his hand, which was wrapped up like a dumpling, with a hint of exasperation. "Really, it's fine. There's no need for this." Piluo understood that Xie Danju had been injured while saving him, so he didn't know what to say. Xie Danju noticed his guilt. "Don't worry about me, Piluo. You all consider me a friend, so of course I will help. Besides, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing." Wei Jisheng glanced past Piluo at the figure of Belia bound on the climbing frame. Piluo followed Wei Jisheng's gaze. "Piluo, this isn't the real Belia. The real Belia was replaced long ago, though I should have told you sooner." "When did this happen?" Piluo asked, looking at Wei Jisheng. "The first night." Piluo blinked in shock. "It's been so long." "That's my fault," Wei Jisheng acknowledged. "I didn't think it would stir up any trouble, so I didn't tell you." Piluo looked at Xie Danju. "You didn't know either." Xie Danju lowered his eyes, avoiding Piluo's gaze. "I found out later." Piluo, shocked, didn't know where to put his hands. "You all knew and kept it from me." Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju exchanged a knowing glance and lowered their heads. "Then what about Belia?" "This is a dual timeline instance. She is in another timeline." Piluo pressed his lips together, trying to digest this information. He looked at Belia. "If I attack this thing, the real Belia won't be affected, right?" "No, she won't." As soon as Wei Jisheng finished speaking, Belia began to scream. He looked up to see Piluo wildly stabbing with a dagger. After stabbing, Piluo wiped the blood from the dagger onto Belia's clothes. "Let's go, we need to start a new day's." As they walked out of the room, Piluo asked, "Am I really that stupid?" Wei Jisheng glanced to his left and replied, "No, you just lack a bit of attention." Piluo rolled his eyes and looked at Xie Danju. Xie Danju noticed Piluo's gaze. "You're not stupid, you just lack observation skills. In simple terms, you're not attentive." Piluo nodded vigorously. "I knew I wasn't stupid, Bim, just not attentive." As they discussed, they parted ways. Wei Jisheng opened the door. "Understand." "Woof." Upon hearing the response, he turned and returned to the dormitory. He untied the white rope binding Belia and pressed the struggling figure down the corridor. He first pushed Belia into the medical room, tying her up with the white rope, then headed towards Piluo's workshop. It wasn't that he didn't want to work for Piluo, he needed to talk to Belia today. Now thinking about Belia, Wei Jisheng paused, feeling a wave of unease. Since this timeline's fake Belia attacked Piluo, would the fake ones in that timeline also attack Belia? The more Wei Jisheng thought, the more worried he became. It wasn't impossible. The trio attacking Belia would have little chance of escaping, even if she had talent, as her talent was sometimes useful and sometimes not. Wei Jisheng opened the door to Piluo's office. Piluo noticed Wei Jisheng's restlessness. "What's wrong? Did you encounter something again?" Wei Jisheng shared his concerns with Piluo, who was equally shocked. He hadn't thought about this matter until now. Wei Jisheng said, "I must keep an eye on the medical room at all times, Piluo. I'll leave the white rope here. If anything happens, it will come to tell me." "Don't worry." Piluo nodded. "You go quickly." Wei Jisheng turned and ran towards the medical room. He had no way to contact Belia now, so he could only wait passively for her to appear. But he still couldn't shake off his unease. So he opened the door to the medical room and squatted in the dark corridor in case something happened to Piluo, allowing him to rush over in time and observe the situation inside the medical room. Time passed second by second, and the more Wei Jisheng waited, the more restless and worried he became. He was afraid that Belia would remain trapped in that timeline forever. Even under his watchful gaze, Belia dared not make any moves without the white rope binding her, sitting obediently in the chair. In fact, Wei Jisheng wanted to send Belia into one of the rooms in the left corridor, allowing the malevolence inside to tear her apart. But he thought about how Belia needed this body to contact him, so he temporarily let her go. However, once her usefulness was exhausted, she would be doomed. Wei Jisheng felt as if he was being roasted over a fire. His entire body was unbearably hot, filled with worry and agitation, suffering through the ordeal. Amidst this torment, time continued to flow. He didn't know how long had passed, but it was almost dark outside. Wei Jisheng was thoroughly panicked. Wei Jisheng looked up to see Belia standing at the door looking at him. "So what happened?" "Did you?" Hearing her familiar tone and seeing the dimness in the room dissipate, the strange aura disappearing, he finally sighed in relief. He slumped down weakly on the ground. "There's nothing major." Piluo was robbed of the dagger and lunged at Wei Jisheng, who swiftly dodged to the side. He took the opportunity to grab Piluo by the collar, sending the white rope flying to bind Piluo's hands. Wei Jisheng knocked Piluo unconscious with a swift strike. The Piluo under his control was not the real Piluo, but a strange polluted substitute. Wei Jisheng had no desire to waste words with the strange substitute. Knocking it out was preferable. He glanced at the animals behind him cowering in their cages, their heads resting on the ground in submission. It didn't seem like they were the cause of the mental pollution. Each studio contained a certain amount of it in varying degrees. This was also why Wei Jisheng had to move between different studios every day. He placed Pu Luo on a chair, letting him lie on the table to sleep. He felt that something was off with Byaria. He couldn't be sure, as it was merely a conjecture. Byaria appeared in that body which happened to be injured, so it made sense that Byaria seemed off. He glanced at the unconscious Pu Luo, contemplating whether to leave the dagger here. If he left it, he feared Pu Luo might harm himself upon waking. If he took it away, he worried about Pu Luo encountering some danger. After some thought, he decided not to check on Xie Danju. He felt relatively assured about Xie Danju. His only concern was that Xie Danju had no weapons for self-defense. He noticed the white rope binding Pu Luo's hands. Go protect Xie Danju if you can't come back for me. The tail of the white rope moved up and down, as if nodding. It released Pu Luo and floated in midair, circling a few times before flying away. Wei Jisheng looked around. There was no place for him to sit. He walked over to Pu Luo, gently lifting the unconscious Pu Luo and tossing him into the pool. Before throwing him, he ensured the pool was clean and dry. He approached the chair, adjusted its position, and sat down. The entire movement was seamless without any hesitation. Then he began to daze off. The work rules didn't state that he had to work all the time, so it was fine for him to slack off. Xie Danju was on patrol when he turned around and saw a white rope flying behind him. To be honest, he was quite startled. The white rope seemed to sense his fear, so it flew up to Xie Danju's face and rubbed against it, showing affection. Xie Danju gently pinched the rope and took it off his face. Are you the rope of Wei Jisheng? The end of the white rope swayed up and down, as if nodding. It stopped flying and lay limply in Xie Danju's hand. Do you have a name? The end of the white rope shook. How about I give you a name? The white rope didn't move, as if contemplating. This person wasn't its master, but his master had a fondness for him, so it wouldn't mind having a name. So it moved up and down. Xie Danju spread his palm, allowing the white rope to rest in his hand. He took the white rope back to the cashier's desk, saying, let's call you Bai Ling. After all, that's your role. The white rope nodded, accepting the name. Bai Ling couldn't speak, but it could move, so Xie Danju started chatting with it. Although Bai Ling couldn't respond at times, it still helped alleviate his boredom. Time passed quickly. Wei Jisheng occasionally moved to indicate he was still alive. Xie Danju was having a pleasant chat with Bai Ling. It's time to get off work. Wei Jisheng heard this delightful voice, stood up to stretch, and walked over to Pu Luo. This guy had been sleeping for 9 hours. Oh, why wasn't he awake yet? Could it be that he had hit too hard? But that was impossible. He had been careful. He nudged Pu Luo. Pu Luo, wake up, it's time to go home. Pu Luo didn't respond, still lying there. Wei Jisheng dragged him off the edge of the pool and laid him on the ground. He turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it directly on Pu Luo's face. No response. Pu Luo didn't even move his eyebrows. Wei Jisheng scooped up another handful of water and splashed it again. After repeating this several times, Pu Luo finally frowned. Wei Jisheng used Pu Luo's clothes to dry his face. Just as he finished wiping, Pu Luo opened his eyes. His eyes were misty and his face was confused. Wei Jisheng stood up, stop thinking, it's time to go home. Pu Luo was pulled up by Wei Jisheng, standing there in confusion for a moment. I remember not sleeping. You must be mistaken. Pu Luo followed Wei Jisheng, saying, I just felt a cool sensation on my face, and it disappeared as soon as I woke up. How strange. Wei Jisheng replied calmly, that was a dream, you were dreaming. Pu Luo frowned slightly, scratching his head, I don't think I usually dream. As usual, after finishing the meal, Pu Luo returned to the dormitory, first while Wei Jisheng took the meat to the studio. He opened the door and walked inside. He crouched down beside the black dog, placing the meat near its mouth. Eat up, this is your last meal. The black dog was about to eat when it heard his words and instantly raised its dark head to look at him. Wei Jisheng sensed that he hadn't explained clearly, I mean, this is your last meal of meat. The black dog stared at him for a moment before bowing its head to start eating the meat. This meat doesn't taste good, does it? Upon hearing Wei Jisheng's question, the black dog nodded. Although it wasn't tasty, the meat had a deadly attraction for it. It's hard to quit, just like a drug addict encountering drugs. Wei Jisheng said, come with me, and I'll make sure you have meat for every meal, and it'll taste much better than this. Although Wei Jisheng couldn't taste the meat from the human world, at least it had no flavor, unlike the bitter food from the strange world. Thus, food from the human world was better than that from the strange world. Pu Luo had also told him this. The black dog paused its eating, raising its head, its dark eyes fixed on Wei Jisheng, as if confirming whether Wei Jisheng's words were true. Wei Jisheng met its gaze unwaveringly. I'm speaking the truth. Think for yourself. He left, leaving the black dog and a group of animals locked in cages behind. It turned to look at its caged companions. Just this once it didn't have to be confined, but who knew what the future? Previously, it had always been confined, restricted by rules. Without freedom, infinite time and lifespan were spent in confinement. No one came to this instance, and it remained in darkness, spending its time in obscurity. When someone entered this instance, it was locked in a cage, held captive until the instance concluded. This life had repeated countless times, so many that it couldn't even count anymore. Now the opportunity to leave was right before it. How could it choose to stay? Wei Jisheng returned to the dormitory, and Bairia was also there. He walked over, pressing down on Baieria's neck, and said to Xie Danju and Pu Luo, "I have something to take care of, see you later." He pressed Bairia and left, stepping into the corridor outside the dormitory. Bairia sensed the overwhelming killing intent, struggling continuously, even starting to become strange. Wei Jisheng remained unfazed. He slapped its face, then kicked its stomach. After kicking it against the wall, where it couldn't get up, he grabbed its collar and walked towards the left corridor. After walking for a while, he heard the sounds of cats and dogs and chaos. Wei Jisheng stopped, kicked the door open, and threw the terrified Bairia inside, quickly closing the door behind him and turning to leave. A cacophony of wails and cries erupted from behind, filled with pleas and anguished howls. Wei Jisheng didn't look back. After all, they were all destined to die. It wasn't even worthy of his attention. Moreover, the things inside would truly make this instance's strangeness a living hell. He opened the dormitory door. "Let's go, it's time to go home." Xie Danju looked at Wei Jisheng. "What about the fake Bairia?" Wei Jisheng walked ahead, leading the way. "I sent it to meet the king of hell." Wei Jisheng brought Piluo and Xie Danju to the entrance of the cafeteria, only to find it locked with an iron gate. He took out the key, unlocked it, and then opened the iron door. Wei Jisheng walked inside the cafeteria and said, "Be careful, it'll cover you." Piluo nodded, and Wei Jisheng, he calculated the time. Today was when the boss returned from the class reunion dungeon. With him around, the night might not go smoothly. When they reached the iron box, Wei Jisheng opened it and said, "I'll go ahead, you two watch the back." Piluo was about to take the rear, but Xie Danju refused, citing his unstable mental state due to his injury. Wei Jisheng also said, "Piluo, you take the middle, and Xie Danju, you take the rear." Piluo had no choice but to comply and walked in the middle. Wei Jisheng led them forward for a while. Piluo was somewhat shocked by the items in the cabinet, but more than that, he was afraid. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was terrified of becoming one of those inhuman, ghostly creatures. Xie Danju was also somewhat surprised. Although he had guessed that these animals were likely mutated from humans, he did not expect there to be so many of them. Xie Danju. Hearing the voice, Piluo paused, and Wei Jisheng turned back. Xie Danju saw Wei Jisheng looking back before he turned around. It was Bairia. The moment Piluo saw Bairia, he drew a dagger. Bairia approached them, clearly noticing the dagger in Piluo's hand, but why should she be afraid? Wei Jisheng patted Piluo's shoulder and said, "Brother, this is the real Bairia. This place is a convergence of dual timelines, so it's not wrong to see her here." Upon hearing Wei Jisheng's explanation, Piluo sighed in relief and put away the dagger. "Bairia, I truly have psychological trauma regarding you now." Bairia asked in confusion why. Piluo helplessly shook his head. "It's a long story, I'll explain out." Xie Danju stepped aside and said, "Bairia, you take the middle." Bairia did not move forward and said, "This is fine, I'll cover the rear. Let's go." Wei Jisheng walked ahead. Xie Danju said nothing more, and the group moved slowly. Suddenly Bairia spoke, "There's something ahead, it's dangerous." Wei Jisheng did not stop. "We have no choice, we must move forward. Even if we turn back now, this thing will block the way tomorrow." Although there was nothing blocking their way yesterday, when Wei Jisheng came, it didn't mean there wouldn't be anything today. He had memorized this route, so he wasn't afraid. "Who are you? Who allowed you to come here?" Upon hearing the roar, Wei Jisheng stopped, his gaze fixed ahead, where a person appeared. It was the portly boss, glaring angrily at them. Wei Jisheng didn't waste words and said, "Piluo, give me your dagger." Piluo summoned the dagger and handed it to Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng charged at the boss with the dagger, and the boss reacted, preparing to dodge. Wei Jisheng executed a precise strike and stabbed the dagger into the boss' belly. The boss kicked at Wei Jisheng as if he felt no pain. Wei Jisheng skillfully dodged. They exchanged several blows. Piluo and the others wanted to help, but the space was too narrow for them to intervene. They could only watch. The boss was a low-level anomaly transitioning to a mid-level one, but as long as the transition was incomplete, he remained a low-level anomaly. With authority comes power, and not to mention Wei Jisheng was a high-level anomaly. However, he currently lacked the powers of an anomaly while the boss was using his powers, which is why he hadn't been killed in one blow. Pucci. Wei Jisheng drove the dagger into the boss' neck, dark blood gushing out and splattering onto Wei Jisheng's face and clothes. The boss attempted to transform into an anomaly, and his body was already halfway transformed, but with a swift slash, Wei Jisheng severed his head from his body. He was not dead, he had merely lost the ability to move temporarily. He possessed the anomalous power of the Anomaly King, and no matter how powerful a human was, they couldn't kill him. Wei Jisheng looked at the headless corpse and the head on the ground, smiling. "Did you think I couldn't kill you? You, a mere human, cannot kill me. What gives you the audacity to challenge the Anomaly King?" it boasted. Wei Jisheng crouched down, shaking the dagger in his hand. "Sorry, I kill whoever I want without needing anyone to give me courage, nor do I care who stands behind them, whether they are human or ghost. I only know that you have offended me, and you must die. Your anomalous power cannot protect you, because you're a—" He stabbed the dagger into the head, twisting his wrist slightly. The head let out a painful scream, causing even the corpse beside them to start twitching. Do you see if I can kill you now? The head realized it was truly going to die at the hands of this human, as its killing intent was no less than that of any high-level anomaly. This person might not be human. In its final moments, its mouth moved slightly, muttering in a language that Piluo and the others could not understand. They couldn't comprehend it, but Wei Jisheng could. He knew this anomaly wanted them to accompany it to the grave, which was absolutely impossible. He glanced at the corpses in the surrounding cabinets. They were all undergoing changes. They occasionally moved, their eyes trembling as if they were about to open in the next second. He couldn't kill it immediately. He could only wait for his spiritual power to slowly enter its head. During this time, he could not stop. He must not stop. The corpses in the cabinets around him had already begun to move. Some had opened their eyes and were starting to stir. Piluo and the others were also panicking. The cabinets were densely packed. If the things inside really came out, they would have no way out. He wanted to take the initiative, but he had nothing that could harm those inhuman ghostly beings, and he also dared not act recklessly. If he accidentally killed one, it could incite others into a frenzy, which would truly be fatal. Wei Jisheng shouted, "Xie Danju, use your talent. The farthest distance has no cabinets. There's a cooling switch on the wall over there. Go press it quickly." He was certainly not worried about these things waking up, since they wouldn't kill him, but there were 3 humans here, so he had no choice but to let Xie Danju do this. He glanced at the distance and saw it was still far. Xie Danju activated his talent, and in the next second, he arrived in another place. This place was also engulfed in pitch-black darkness, but the things in the cabinets here had already sat up. They were awakening much faster than those over there. Xie Danju ran forward at the fastest speed of his life. Fortunately, the things that woke up in front were still sitting in the cabinets, just about to emerge. He ran quickly, keeping an eye on the cabinets around him. After running for an unknown amount of time, he finally vaguely saw that there were no cabinets ahead. He was already out of strength, his waist and throat burning painfully. He supported himself with his left hand on his waist and quickly walked forward. He stood there surveying his surroundings. It was all darkness, and he could only feel his way along the wall. There was nothing on the left wall, so he groped towards the right wall. His palm touched a protruding circular switch, and without hesitation he pressed it. The temperature around him dropped instantly. In an instant, the originally warm atmosphere became cold. Xie Danju felt the hair on his body stand on end. Wei Jisheng also felt it. The head on the ground had closed its eyes. Dead, completely dead. Piluo shuddered. Why is it so cold? Wei Jisheng stood up. The things in the surrounding cabinets stopped moving, curled into a ball. Wei Jisheng walked forward. What these monsters fear is the cold. My rule says animals only drink hot or warm water, meaning they don't drink cold water. Piluo's rule also has this clause. Since humans have mutated into animals, and animals cannot use cold water, it must be that they are afraid of the cold. I didn't know this at first. Last night when I came to explore, I saw the cooling switch. Putting these together, that's the meaning. Piluo pursed her lips. You're a little impressive. Wei Jisheng looked ahead. I'm not impressive, you're just not smart. No, I praised you. Why are you stepping on me? Bailia asked. Can you go out exploring at night? Piluo asked. Is it not allowed at night? Bailia said. At night, for some reason, I'm very sleepy, so sleepy that I could fall asleep standing up. It was okay for a while, I could resist, but later it became different, like last night. Piluo looked at Wei Jisheng. Others might be sleepy, but Wei Jisheng was also human first. Wei Jisheng said, I'm different. Bailia knew that Wei Jisheng didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask further. They walked for a long time, arriving at a place with no cabinets. Piluo looked around and asked in confusion, where is Xie Danju? Wei Jisheng looked ahead into the impenetrable darkness and beckoned to Piluo. Piluo, come here. Piluo walked over. What is it? Xie Danju is missing. Wei Jisheng said, I know. Hey, race your dagger back. Piluo took the dagger and saw Wei Jisheng take a few steps forward, and then he disappeared. He stood there dumbfounded, holding the dagger. Bailia walked over and bumped his shoulder. Let's go, this is the way. Bailia also walked over and disappeared as well. Piluo closed his dropped jaw and cautiously walked forward a few steps. The next instant, white light pierced his eyes. Congratulations, chosen one, on clearing the instance. You received dagger attack power 5, talent 5, immunity 7, agility 3. Bailia obtained the time-space gate item talent 10, immunity 7, agility 5. Xie Danju simply stepped backward and cleared the instance. He was anxious and flustered. Only after seeing that Wei Jisheng and the others had also cleared the instance did he feel relieved. He did not receive any item, immunity 5, agility 4, talent 6. Wei Jisheng obtained Black Dog Wraith of the Strange Heart of Help, Key of Exploration, Teleportation Formation. The instance ended and Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. A familiar room. However, judging by the time, he would soon return to Dragon Country. As he thought of this, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Dong Zhuyu. Hello. Wei Jisheng, it's time for us to go back to the country. I'm waiting for you on the basement level 2. Wei Jisheng put the phone in his pocket. He wanted to know how long this instance had taken because Dong Zhuyu had already made preparations to return to the country. He went out and arrived at the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he called Piluo. The call was quickly answered and Piluo's voice came through the phone's earpiece. Wei Jisheng, you're going back to the country. Yes, just wanted to ask how you're feeling. Not great, just a bit dizzy, but otherwise okay. Bailia should still be staying at the hotel for a while. Don't mind sending me her number. I don't know if she wants to give it, but if she does, I'll definitely send it to you. By the way, send me Xie Dan's his number once you have it. What? What do you have to say to him? I can relay it. What's wrong with you? It's just saving a contact. Can't a friend have contact info? Fine, I'll send it to you once I have it. The elevator's here, I'm hanging up. Goodbye. Wei Jisheng hung up, walked into the elevator, and pressed the floor button. When Bailia woke up, she was in her room. Just as she woke up, a knock sounded. She went to open the door. Outside, Bailia stepped aside. Come in and sit. Piluo walked in. Just what I was thinking. Wei Jisheng has gone back to the country. Now it's just the two of us. Bailia closed the door. The staff don't count. Piluo sat on the sofa. I mean, among people we know, it's just interested in exchanging phone numbers. Bailia nodded. Of course. They exchanged numbers. Piluo said, he'll send you Wei Jisheng's number, and he'll send him yours. This counts as a task he left me before leaving. And Xie Danju. Wei Jisheng will send it to me, and then he'll send it to you. Okay. After the instance ends, I always feel like there's nothing to do, so boring. Bailia glanced at the time on her phone. Don't be bored. I estimate he'll be leaving soon too. You'll be even more bored then. At least now you have me to chat and relieve the boredom. Piluo sighed. I kind of envy Wei Jisheng. He has Xie Danju to keep him company. And they can communicate without wearing earphones. Wearing these earphones for too long makes my ears hurt a bit. Interested in learning some of my country's language. Since we have nothing to do. Piluo smiled. Bailia, you must have been good at studies in your student days. No, just average. You've won quite a few awards, right? Not many, just over 20. Piluo forced a smile. 20. That's good, you're very impressive. Wei Jisheng taught me a term called Versailles. Ooh, I think it suits you. Bailia looked at Piluo. What does Versailles mean? Piluo took out his phone. It means you're very impressive. I'm not interested in studying. Let's play a couple of games. Since you're good at studying, you should be good at games too. Bailia unlocked her phone. It might take some time because I don't have any games on my phone. Ew, I need to download one. No problem, I'll start a game first. Bailia and Piluo were chatting enthusiastically while Wei Jisheng was in a car heading to the airport. He received a message from Piluo. Bailia's number. He asked Dong Zhuyu to teach him how to save the number. After saving it, Dong Zhuyu gave him Xie Dan's number. He hesitated for a moment, then sent it to Piluo. Dong Zhuyu also taught him other apps on the phone such as games and WA messaging app. Wei Jisheng had no interest in WX, but was interested in games. He still remembered the game he played during the first instance was very fun. He played one round then arrived at the airport. He hadn't had his fill, but there was no choice. On the plane there was no internet on his phone, so he could only stare blankly. Dong Zhuyu glanced at him. Young people nowadays are so addicted to their phones, you can't do without them. Wei Jisheng withdrew his spiritual sense. Don't you have anything to ask me? He still remembered the time. He instantly disappeared in front of Dong Zhuyu. It wasn't using eerie power, that was just his normal speed. Dong Zhuyu paused his drinking motion, then put down the cup. That was an eerie item, wasn't it? Wei Jisheng understood that Dong Zhuyu was giving both of them an out. He didn't want to know unnecessary things. Dong Zhuyu's job was to ensure Wei Jisheng's safety. As for other matters, he neither could nor would intervene. Wei Jisheng was the hero of Longwa, the nation's sole hope. He did not wish for anything intolerable to be revealed. Anomalous artifacts are important, they do not use them carelessly. If certain people see them, malicious rumors will spread about you. Dong Zhuyu admonished Wei Jisheng in the tone of an elder. What sounded like a lecture was truly a warning, a reminder that this ability must not be squandered. If a calculating eye perceived it, Wei Jisheng's identity would be called into question. I know, but I trust you would not let anything leak, because this concerns more than just me. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Dong Zhuyu glanced out the window. Beyond it lay immaculate clouds and an endless blue. It was beautiful. This seven-star instance had never before appeared. As expected, the chosen from other nations had perished. Only Wei Jisheng, Piluo by area, and Xie Danju had managed to clear the instance. Yet, without Wei Jisheng, the other three could not have succeeded. Many eyes outside had already fixed upon him. This was a crucial time. They could not allow those people to seize any pretext, or panic would follow. Perhaps from the beginning, when nothing incriminating was found on Wei Jisheng, they should have suspected something amiss. Even in lawless regions, it would be impossible to find absolutely nothing. Longwa needed him now, so no matter what Wei Jisheng truly was, so long as he posed no harm to Longwa or to the people of Lanqing, the nation would spare no effort to protect him. Wei Jisheng kept his eyes closed. He did not want to speak, so he pretended to sleep, and unexpectedly, he actually fell asleep. The anomalous rarely dreamt unless stirred by anomalous influence. He slipped into a dream. The dream was a blinding light that made it impossible to open his eyes. If it had been darkness, it would have been easier to bear. But now it was light. Wei Jisheng loathed light, loathed the sun. Indeed, he despised everything that glowed. From the moment he gained awareness, he had lived in the dark. He knew instinctively that only in the shadows could one avoid betrayal and find the chance to turn the tide. Standing in the open, basking in light that clashed with the surrounding darkness, he would become a living target, food for the anomalies to carve apart. Thus he hated being in brightness, even when no darkness lingered nearby. He had grown used to vanishing into shadow, to lying in ambush like a venomous snake. After too long in darkness, being suddenly thrust into light made him deeply uncomfortable and repulsed. Every motion exposed him to others' gaze, and with it vanished any chance of a comeback. He felt his energy waver. He knew why. It came from the dream. Wei Jisheng, long time no see. A low voice spoke. The voice sounded distant, as if emanating from some primeval age, like a demon's wail that bred annoyance, and Wei Jisheng felt his mood tilt. I do not remember meeting you. Ha ha ha, it matters not that you do not remember, it suffices that I remember you. Did I not say we were one? Wei Jisheng frowned and retorted, I said that only if I admitted are we one. If I do not, then you are but a figment. Besides, if we truly were one, you would know my hatred of light. You hate the light, but I do not. You live in darkness and cannot bear sunlight, while I live in radiance and am admired by 10,000. The dream is my realm. How I rule it is none of your concern. Merge with me, and I will help you avenge yourself. Wei Jisheng crouched, hands pressing against his head. Get away from me. I do not need your power. Get lost. Ha ha ha, you think you do not need my power. Without me, do you imagine you could have survived so long in the world of anomalies? Without my assistance, you would have perished long ago. Wei Jisheng, this is my body, you have occupied it so long. I am merely reclaiming my own flesh. Why do you try to stop me? If you were truly as bold as you claim, then return the body to me. You have brazenly stolen my body like a shameless transmigrator, using it to do as you please and spouting grandiose lies. What of me? I should not be suppressed, my consciousness sealed inside this body by you. Wei Jisheng, you are a usurping soul. By what right do you swagger in my flesh? Wei Jisheng clutched his head as if to shut the maddening voice from his mind. This is my body. By what right do you call it yours? You are nothing but a creature without a spirit form, trying to deceive me in this fashion. What do you take me for? Wei Jisheng tried to rise against the pressure, but the surrounding light seemed to come alive, flying at him and forcing him downward, demanding his submission. He braced on his knees, the crushing weight across his back, leaving him breathless, yet he would not kneel. Wei Jisheng, do not struggle. After all, I am the original owner of this body. Oh, compared to you, an intruder, the body prefers me. Wei Jisheng did not reply. He had no strength to spare for words. All his remaining power was spent resisting the pressure and preventing his knees from giving way. In a short while, his clothes were soaked through with sweat. Large beads rolled down his forehead. In the space between, sweat traced his cheeks and gathered under his jaw. Some droplets fell to the floor, while others ran down. Distinct beads hung from his chin. Where the drops struck the ground, faint wisps of white steam rose and then vanished. Wei Jisheng had not felt such immense pressure for a long time. Long ago, in the anomalous realm, the Anomaly King and other high anomalies united to try to crush him. The force they unleashed then was much like this. The burden on his back intensified, and his knees slowly buckled. He had no strength left in his body. Wei Jisheng had never faced such overpowering force. Had he possessed anomalous power himself, there might have been a way, but now he was only being suppressed. Wei Jisheng, kneel. Submit. This is your only path. You have no other choice. After all, this body belongs to me, ha ha ha. A grotesque laugh pierced his eardrums, and his nerves throbbed. A splitting pain ran through him, as if his body were being pulled apart. Even his brain burned, and his scant strength ebbed away. Wei Jisheng felt the pain across his body. Nothing unprecedented, he had expected it, but its intensity exceeded what he had anticipated. This hurt 100 times worse than being turned into a human steak, and before the wound had scabbed, being thrown into Guatan Lake to soak. A pain beyond imagining. His whole being shouted to kneel, to submit. But Wei Jisheng was not one to yield easily. He simply would not. If his bodily strength failed him, then he would use willpower. His spiritual resolve was formidable after all. The instant he unleashed his mental strength, the pain eased for a moment, only to surge like a tide into his mind. Yet as his will coursed through every meridian, Wei Jisheng steadied his frail body and stood erect. He stood straight and unyielding, even as the pain tore at his flesh and clawed into his brain. This body is yours. If it is not yours, what then? Now I command it, therefore it belongs to me. You said it yourself, I occupied your body, I occupied it. This is something I seized. How could something won by strength possibly be yours? If this body truly were yours, then seize it back by your strength. If you lack the power, do not make a spectacle of yourself, you worthless fool. Wei Jisheng's voice was low, even smaller than usual. The tone bore the unique purity of youth, yet that purity could not hide the disdain and scorn lacing his words. It was like speaking to filth with utter contempt. Proud and unbowed, even his manner of speech was defiant, a portrait of his character. Wei Jisheng, you will regret this day. I will slay everyone you hold dear, shatter this filthy world, and burden you with infamy for the rest of your life. Wei Jisheng swallowed the blood in his mouth and curled his lips into a wry smile. Very well, I'll wait. But should you fail, you'll be crushed beneath me forever with no hope of rising again. The youth stood ramrod straight, laughing with reckless abandon. His eyes crinkled with mirth, yet devoid of warmth. Within those black pupils shimmered only blinding white light. Yet through that searing radiance his gaze seemed to pierce straight to the source of the deep, resonant voice. He bore the audacity of youth and a spirit too wild to be tamed. He stood there, arrogant beyond measure, gazing down upon all as if they were dust. Yet every inch of him pulsed with an uncontainable, murderous aura. Excellent, truly worthy of his discernment. Still I wonder, what tears of anguish will well in your eyes? What bitter remorse will bloom from your boundless pride? I've watched you for years, yet never once seen a tear fall. Tell me, do you possess none at all, or are there simply no things in this world worth your sorrow? The low voice showed no anger at Wei Jisheng's provocation, only genuine curiosity. I am not human, nor do I weep, and nothing here is worthy of my tears. Hearing that reply, the deep voice chuckled softly. Ha ha ha, you've long known you're unlike other aberrations, then why pretend to be one? I told you before, you carry a truth even you don't know, a secret about yourself that would fascinate you deeply. You are neither human nor aberration. No aberration fails to undergo aberration, no human lives without a heart. You are a monster, immortal, indestructible, eternal. Wei Jisheng staggered backward. This monster hopes one day to flay your skin from your bones with my own hands. Then his figure dissolved slowly into the white light. Truly monstrous, to withstand the Savior's spiritual pressure unscathed. Wei Jisheng snapped his eyes open, chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Reality, not dream, greeted him. Dong Zhuyu sat asleep before him. The water on the table had long gone cold. Only then did Wei Jisheng relax, sinking back against the chair's firm support. He reached out, seized the glass, and drank it dry. Not a drop spilled, not a drop left behind. Then he turned his gaze toward the window. Night had fallen. That familiar darkness calmed his fraying temper just slightly. An endless expanse of night. He found it beautiful. He didn't know what the dream had been, but he sensed dimly that he was unlike others. Piecing together the voice's words, Wei Jisheng surmised he harbored a secret, even from himself. His eyes remained fixed on the sky beyond the glass. He stared until dawn broke. Dong Zhuyu opened her eyes to find Wei Jisheng gazing transfixed at the pale blue sky outside. Boring. He withdrew his gaze. A little. We're nearly there. You seem to get along well with Xie Danju. Surely you won't mind sharing quarters with him, at least temporarily. Wei Jisheng lifted his eyes to Dong Zhuyu. I'm to live with Xie Danju. Yes. Time is short. We couldn't secure another residence, so Xie Danju will stay with you for now. Don't worry, it won't be long. Just a few days. By the way, the person you asked about is Xie Danju. A faint knowing curve touched Wei Jisheng's lips. I knew it was him. Recognized him at once. If time is truly tight, I wouldn't mind him staying longer. Dong Zhuyu nodded. She'd prepared arguments expecting refusal, yet Wei Jisheng seemed almost eager. You can read Longwa's script, correct? Wei Jisheng paused. Nearly all of it, reading and writing alike. The script itself poses no difficulty. He was deeply puzzled. Why did he understand Longwa's script, even its subtle meanings? This question had haunted him for a long time, since his very first trial realm. Once it was mere puzzlement. Now it had hardened into suspicion. He remembered with absolute clarity having so why did it feel so familiar? Another soul resided within his body. If that were true, the only logical explanation was that this body had been acquired through soul seizing, and its original owner had mastered Longwa's language. But if he had seized this body, he would surely recall his past life. Soul seizing, possible but improbable. Try another path. What if someone had deliberately erased his memories? At that thought, Wei Jisheng turned once more to the window. When lost in thought, he always cast his gaze far, fixing it on some distant point until the world around him blurred into indistinct haze. Only when everything faded could he glimpse the true path. Wei Jisheng wondered, what if his entire life had been scripted by another? Every step he took already written upon parchment. Born of darkness, repelled by light, perpetually detached, a spectator in his own existence. Even this temperament had been engineered to suit their design. He had mastered self-control perfectly, each footfall landing precisely where they intended. To control him, to educate him, to reshape him, even to puppet him. Wei Jisheng blinked, and the world snapped back into sharp focus. If such a being could forge an ageless, deathless monster, then erasing memory would be but a minor feat. Wei Jisheng lowered his head, pressing a thumb hard against his brow. The second hypothesis was absurd, nearly impossible. Yet if such a power truly existed, what did they desire? The aberration world, the human world, or both, simultaneously? No being possessed such authority, not even an aberration. Thus the first hypothesis remained the most plausible, however preposterous it seemed to admit he had seized this body. Without comparison, there is no measure of absurdity. For if he accepted that his entire life had been authored, every choice, every breath laid out on paper, that would be infinitely more grotesque. Whether this body was seized or not, whether he had lost memories or not, the man before them now was Wei Jisheng. The one and only Wei Jisheng. He had time, abundant, endless time. He would investigate gradually. If soul-seizing was the truth, he would return this body to its rightful owner. If not, if another soul had deceived him, then deception would bear its due price. Soul or spirit, no liar escaped consequence. He had slain countless spectral beings. Adding one or two more changed nothing. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes, refusing to let his guard down. His mind remained fiercely alert. His spiritual energy was severely depleted. Should he fall asleep again, he risked losing dominion over his body, surrendering to passivity, or slipping into irreversible slumber. On this day, Puyo spent the entire time playing games with Byaria. Although it was a bit exhausting at first, later on Byaria mastered the essence of the game, and he was effortlessly carried by Byaria. He stared blankly at Byaria. I think I understand why your grades have improved. Byaria clicked on the screen, and the interface changed from a blue victory message to a golden MVP. She looked up at Puyo. This hero is quite fun. Puyo smirked slightly. Maybe, but I think the hero you're playing isn't that great. Shall we play another round? Puyo shook his head. Wait a moment, let's do ranked matches. I'll invite you. Looking at the ranked interface, Puyo fell into silence. It's his fault for not knowing Byaria's true skill level at the beginning. He thought he could carry him. However, Byaria was just too bad at playing. Even after he dominated the canyon, he still kept losing. His current rank is gold. His previous rank was king. After the season update, he dropped down to platinum and hadn't played since. As a result, after these few matches, he fell directly from platinum to gold. After Byaria entered the room, Puyo started the game. He recalled Byaria's actions in the previous few matches and how everything felt off. Byaria, honestly, are you using hacks? Byaria clicked confirm and began selecting a hero. After choosing her hero, she looked up at Puyo. Why do you think that? Puyo pondered what to play and said, you're a squishy character. When an assassin comes to gank you, you turn around and kill them instead. You're a squishy. When a tank charges at you with their ultimate, you just use your sprint to dodge, and you even manage to take out the tank along with the support. How can I not suspect anything? Isn't that a normal play? Byaria asked, puzzled. As the game began, Puyo controlled his hero, but assassins can go invisible when they come to gank you. How did you dodge? Byaria slowly cast her skills. I have that golden one and the shield booster. When he throws his black dagger, I activate the golden one, and after 3 seconds my ultimate locks him down, and then I cast my skills. He's too squishy, and he just disappears. Puyo adjusted his vision towards Byaria's side and looked at the hero she was playing. It feels like we're not playing the same hero. The enemy jungler, mage, and support are coming to gank you. You're out of mana. Puyo released his hand and saw that there were 3 people on his side. He ran directly. On the minimap, Byaria ran into the jungle, not knowing what she was doing. Get out of there, you're going to die there. Just as Puyo finished speaking, the double kill announcement echoed from his phone. Puyo watched as his hero's health slowly recovered, biting his finger in confusion. Most importantly, Byaria was still alive. He glanced at the combat area and then at his phone screen. He sank into deep self-doubt. A small black box appeared on the game interface. Someone was calling Puyo. Since he was in the fountain, he answered. Puyo, hello, I am from the Monster Talk Analysis Bureau. Hello. The person you asked us to investigate has been found, but unfortunately, he passed away in a work transfer about a year ago. The city he was in experienced a riot, and he unfortunately died while trying to save a child. Puyo switched to speakerphone. Byaria heard it too. After those words, the entire room fell into a long silence. The person on the other end of the phone didn't dare to speak, nor could they hang up, just standing there holding the phone and waiting for Puyo to respond. Byaria secretly glanced at Puyo, who had no expression on his face. His eyes remained wide open like before, and his mouth showed no sign of frowning. Puyo opened his mouth a few times before saying, all right, I understand. If you have time, go and see him and mention Puyo from AL City. He should still remember me. Okay. Puyo hung up the phone. He swallowed hard, blinked his eyes, and his fingers started tapping on the screen. Byaria cautiously asked, are you okay? Puyo looked at his phone screen. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I'm fine, it's okay, let's keep playing. Byaria saw the way he looked and didn't say anything further. She just lowered her eyes and continued to play. Byaria could feel that Puyo was out of sorts throughout the entire game. Pretending to be indifferent, but actually caring deeply. No, if he didn't care, then why pretend? After the match ended, Byaria turned the tide and secured victory by sneaking a tower. Puyo exited the game interface. Forget it, I'm done. Oh, it's not fun. You can play by yourself. Puyo stood up and smiled at Byaria goodbye. Byaria had not yet responded when Puyo turned and left. Byaria's gaze followed Puyo's silhouette, which slowly faded from her view and finally turned into a white door. Byaria turned off her phone. That person was the one Puyo asked to investigate, and he seemed to be quite important to him. She had never seen Piluo look so downcast. The Piluo of the past always exuded youthful vigor and a blunt demeanor. However, today Byaria clearly felt that something was off with Piluo's emotions. Gone was his previous exuberance. He now emanated a sense of gloom. If the emotions he radiated could materialize, they would surely be dark and rope-like wrapping around him. To an outsider, it was clear without asking that he was definitely in a bad mood. However, Piluo was just feeling down, not sad. This left Byaria perplexed. Byaria sat on the bed in contemplation. She knew that perhaps she should go comfort Piluo, but she didn't know. She had been comforted before, but only by one person. The way of comforting was also somewhat different. After thinking it over, she picked up her phone. All problems in life can be resolved by finding answers on the browser. After browsing for more than half an hour, she summarized a few ways to comfort others. Drinking definitely wouldn't work. Because she has a low alcohol tolerance, she also doesn't know what she would be like when drunk. As for food, let's forget it. Piluo doesn't seem like a glutton. As for giving gifts, she also doesn't know what Piluo likes, so how could she give anything? As for saying comforting words, if she knew how to say them, she wouldn't have to check. After looking around, Byaria unfortunately found that the few representative ways to comfort someone she had painstakingly found were useless. What a waste of time. She opened her contacts. Wei Jisheng should still be on the plane. Even if she called him, he wouldn't receive it. As for Xie Danju, it was less certain. However, she wasn't very familiar with Xie Danju, and calling him now might cause him trouble. After hesitating for a long time, Byaria still dialed Xie Danju's number. On the call, she explained the origin of the phone number and the reason for calling Xie Danju. After a moment of silence, Xie Danju provided her with a solution. But whether it would work had to be tested. After all, they were just some comforting words, and Xie Danju wasn't certain if they would be effective. After thanking Xie Danju, Byaria hung up the phone. She thought for a moment, and then asked the waiter for 2 bottles of wine. She only dared to ask for 2 bottles, not more. She took the wine to Piluo's room door. She knocked on the door, and Piluo's voice came from inside. "Come in, the door is open." Byaria opened the door holding the wine. When Piluo saw it was her, he came over to take the wine, while Byaria closed the door. Piluo placed the wine on the table. "Did you come to drink with me for something?" "I put a small cup on the table. You drink from the big bottle, and I'll drink from the small cup." Piluo opened the wine bottle. "How you really?" "Forget it, I don't know how to describe you." "Why are you looking for me to drink today? Are you in a bad mood?" "I was worried you were in a bad mood." "Why, oi?" Vilia poured a little wine into her small cup, and Piluo frowned, saying, "You drink from a small cup, but you only pour such a little amount." Vilia lifted her cup, signaling for a toast with Piluo. Piluo clinked glasses with her. Vilia said, "I didn't come to drink because I'm in a bad mood, but because I'm worried you might be feeling down." Piluo paused in his drinking, and some wine spilled from his mouth. He hurriedly placed the cup on the table and grabbed some tissues to wipe the wine-stained clothes. "Actually, I don't have a bad mood. I'm quite fine. It's just that someone's life and death have nothing to do with me." Vilia looked at Piluo, who was hurriedly cleaning up the mess, and said, "But your emotions have changed, haven't they?" Piluo looked down at the tissues in his hand, which were already wet and crumpled. "Perhaps there have been changes." Piluo forced a smile, "but I can't feel it, which is strange." Vilia looked at his smile, which was more sorrowful than a cry, and remained silent. She didn't know what Piluo was doing with his handsome face. Sometimes it's okay not to smile when you can't. You don't have to force it. Vilia comforted him. Forcing a smile would only drive everyone away. Only when emotions are expressed will others notice you and think about comforting you. "But I just can't feel any emotions. Although you think I've changed, I can't feel it." Upon hearing this, Vilia gazed at Piluo in a daze. Piluo spoke of how he was different from others, sharing his unique feelings. Vilia looked at him with complexity before shifting her gaze to his hands. "You can't perceive the emotions of the outside world, either." Piluo nodded, "But after meeting you, all things changed. When I'm around you, I can sense a—" "What do you mean by kin?" Piluo looked up at her. "Is it the same for you?" Vilia didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was just very strong. "You who have not been understood or accepted for 21 years encountered someone exactly like yourself at the age of 20. It felt as if she had met a misaligned version of herself through a time warp. This feeling was quite chilling, causing Vilia to shudder. "I am just like you. Unable to understand external emotions, not knowing why others are happy or laughing. But I seem different from you, because there is someone who can make me feel." Piluo stared wide-eyed, unsure of what to say. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and drank it all in one go. Piluo looked at Vilia, who was also looking at him. The two just stared at each other, neither taking the initiative to break the silence. "When I'm with you all. When I'm with Wei Jisheng, you, and even Xie Danju." Both spoke at the same time, with Vilia shutting her mouth first. Piluo continued. "When I'm with Wei Jisheng, you, and Xie Danju, it seems I can feel just a little bit of emotion. Happiness, anger, or sadness. Before I could only feel negative emotions like disgust and hatred." "You." Vilia replied the same. Piluo was momentarily stunned, then suddenly stood up the chair, sliding across the floor with a harsh He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit skyscrapers outside, brushing his hair back from his forehead. A shock surged through his mind, making his nerves pulse. Vilia lowered her gaze, looking at the small cup in her hand that shimmered with vibrant colors. After the shock, an even more astonishing and incredible thought appeared in Bilia's mind. There cannot be so many possibilities in the world, nor so many coincidences, let alone people who are exactly the same in every aspect. What if someone created them? If they were never meant to be connected, or even were never meant to exist, then these things wouldn't have happened. But what if someone created them? What if that person controlled them? If they were created, then identical personalities could be explained. If that person had been surveilling them to make them completely identical in some aspects, then the identical events they experienced in the past also make sense. Vilia was shocked by her own thoughts, goosebumps rising all over her body. She hesitated and asked, "Were the people around you isolating you, and did your parents not care about you?" Piluo, hearing Bilia's question, recalled the actions of those people, and couldn't help but sneer. If being isolated wasn't bullying, it would be fine. If it was neglect rather than abuse, that would be great. He sighed and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Yes, it was both isolation and neglect." Vilia heard the answer, her expression unchanged, but a surge of emotion rose within her. Completely identical, their experiences entirely the same. There absolutely cannot be such coincidences in this world, absolutely not. Even if there are, it wouldn't happen more than 3 times in the same person. The same experiences, the same chosen ones, the same, except for not being able to feel anything but negative emotions. Vilia gasped. If her conjecture was correct, then what did the person who created and even controlled them want? Even if her capacity for acceptance was good, it was impossible to accept in such a short time that she was a pawn in someone else's hand, that her life was controlled. If that person didn't exist, would all this not have happened? Aniria wouldn't have become a vegetable, she wouldn't have been isolated or ignored. Vilia exhaled, repeatedly telling herself that this was just a conjecture and not reality. But this was the result her intuition had derived. Her intuition represented her talent. Her talent would not deceive her. Vilia stood up from the sofa and turned to look at the still Piluo beside her. Vilia wanted to confirm one more question. "Piluo, in your past life, did you ever meet someone who treated you well?" Piluo turned around, not understanding why Vilia would ask this question. "Yes, to. Why?" Vilia found it hard to not believe anymore. Vilia looked at Piluo's face. That face bore no resemblance to her own, yet their experiences were striking. If her conjecture was correct, then this person who treated them well was a seed of hope planted by the one who controlled them, fearing they could not survive in their bleak and failing lives. Regardless of whether this seed sprouts or not, they would still harbor hope for survival because of it. Vilia forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, just asking. I'll head back first." Vilia ran away under Piluo's gaze. She quickly returned to her room. She felt like a fish out of water, struggling on the parched ground. If her whole life was controlled, what would that mean? What about Aniria? She should have had a bright and beautiful future, but now she could only lie in bed unconscious. Why? Valeria stumbled to the edge of the bed and sat down. All of this left her in utter shock and disbelief. She relaxed her body and leaned back, the soft mattress catching her. She curled up, using all her strength to shrink into a ball, hoping that this was an absurd dream and wishing to wake. But facts are facts. No matter how you evade them, it is of no use. It stands right there waiting for you no matter how you try to escape. Even if you evade countless times, time will turn like a wheel, bringing you back to face it. When you truly begin to escape reality, the decline of fate begins right here. Valeria fell into a deep... Of course, she could not fall asleep at this moment. It was merely a special force pulling her reason down. She opened her eyes again, finding nothing around her but a dark corridor. The further she looked, the deeper and denser the darkness became. Valeria stared expressionlessly at the dark path. It is said that one cannot control oneself in dreams, often unaware of their actions within, and some even forget the content of their dreams upon waking. But Valeria clearly knew what she was doing and could control her body's movements. "Who are you?" Valeria asked. No one answered, only countless echoes entered her ears. Valeria looked up ahead. She was not afraid of the darkness, but rather felt a certain joy when facing it, as if that was where she truly belonged. She lifted her foot and stepped into it. The darkness swiftly engulfed her. In the black whirlpool, Valeria was at the center. She walked forward with the darkness following behind. With each step she took, the darkness moved with her. If she took a step back, the darkness would retreat as well. After completing one path, many more appeared ahead. It started with 3 paths, gradually increasing and becoming more numerous. Eventually, they became so many that she could not see the end, and they continued to change. Valeria stopped walking and sat down. She never dreamed except in bizarre worlds. Now dreaming in the real world was merely a setup by those behind her who suspected she might know the truth. Whether she walked or not, it was death. It was better to conserve her strength by not moving. "Valeria, why aren't you moving?" Valeria did not respond. She curled her knees, wrapping her arms around herself, burying her head in her knees. Even now, she could not accept that she was created by someone else, that the misfortunes she had carried all her life were merely part of someone else's plan. Even Aniria, she was not supposed to be like that. Now she just wanted to be alone, quietly sitting in one place without being disturbed. Byaria, why aren't you moving? Byaria did not answer. The voice kept asking endlessly. Byaria covered her ears with her hands, pressing them tightly. But that voice, as if enchanted, penetrated through her hands and reached her eardrum. Are you sick? Get lost, Byaria shouted into the void of darkness, holding her head. It was not that she found it hard to accept being subtly controlled by others, that her misfortunes were fabricated by someone. Rather, she could not forgive herself. If it weren't for her, Aniria would be living well now, gracefully dancing on stage, the center of attention, instead of lying unconscious on a hospital bed. What she was obsessed with was Aniria, and her inability to forgive herself was also because of Aniria. Why aren't you moving? You've only taken so few steps. How long is that path? Why are you stopping? Mind your own business. Get lost as far away as possible. Byaria yelled. She did not want to talk to anyone right now, nor did she want to hear anyone's voice. Byaria, why fall apart emotionally? How much do you even know? You only know half of it. Collapsing like this, what will you do when you truly learn the truth? Will you go mad? I'd rather be mad. Sometimes being mad is much better than being awake. But you still cannot know so much, nor can you go mad. Forget it, forget everything you've guessed, it will make things easier. The voice kept tempting Byaria. She did not want to forget, as she did not want to be controlled by others for her entire life. That absolutely could not happen. She resisted the force within her mind. Byaria, there's no need to feel guilty. Aniria didn't become a vegetable because of you. Because without you she wouldn't exist. Do you know who I am? After a pause, the voice continued, I guess you don't know, so I'm not going to tell you. After all, you will forget all of this. You are the most insightful among them, the one who sees the clearest, yet also the most stubborn. Clearly forgetting would be best, yet you insist on remembering. Aren't you just seeking pain for yourself? Byaria, give up, you cannot resist me. Your mental strength is not as strong as Wei Jisheng's. You cannot. Byaria fainted amidst the voices, soliloquy collapsing to the ground, her figure beginning to fade. In the end, only the voice remained in the void of darkness. She could only hear it muttering to itself, sometimes being mad is indeed much better than being awake. Byaria, the most insightful one, the most stubborn one. So stubborn that you even consumed your own lifespan to open a time-space tunnel, yet you ultimately overestimated Wei Jisheng's mental strength. A figure appeared in the darkness, moving its lips and talking to itself. Wei Jisheng won't remember you, but because of this my mental strength has dropped significantly. Ha ha ha, as expected of what I have cultivated, achieving something I never even imagined. What savior nonsense. Byaria woke up in her own bed. She sat up, closed her eyes, briefly adjusting to the surrounding light. She looked at the light on the floor. Did she forget to draw the curtains yesterday? Wei Jisheng followed Dong Zhuyu to the villa arranged for him upon arriving in the country. The door of the villa was pushed open and a black sedan drove in. In the spacious yard, the black car came to a stop. The car door opened and Wei Jisheng and Dong Zhuyu got out together. Dong Zhuyu adjusted her clothing. The weather had gotten colder recently. Wei Jisheng walked straight into the villa with Dong Zhuyu following behind him. As soon as he entered, Wei Jisheng saw a person sitting on a simple sofa, their back to him, as if they were looking down at them. From a distance, just a glance at the silhouette made Wei Jisheng's troubles disappear instantly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Xie Danju, long time no see. Xie Danju turned around upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Wei Jisheng standing behind him with Dong Zhuyu walking over behind Wei Jisheng, he put down his phone and stood up. Hello, Wei Jisheng. I think we're friends and shouldn't be so distant. Xie Danju smiled. I thought you didn't consider me a friend. Wei Jisheng was taken aback for a moment. No, Bilia and Puluo both said you are my friend, and since I didn't refute them, you must be my friend. Dong Zhuyu said. You two get along quite well, so you should take care of each other in the future, especially since you will be living together. The villa has heating, and it's getting cold now, so remember to turn it on. Hearing the words living together, a smile appeared on Wei Jisheng's face. Yes, we will take care of each other from now on. Xie Danju and Dong Zhuyu were both taken aback by Wei Jisheng's smile. It wasn't that they were amazed by Wei Jisheng's smile. Rather, it was that Wei Jisheng's image in their minds was too aloof and proud, unlike someone who would show them a smile. Seeing Wei Jisheng smile reminded Dong Zhuyu of how Wei Jisheng seemed to smile before fighting the anomalies in that strange world. A chill ran down his back and his instincts told him he should leave quickly. You guys take your time chatting, I'll head out first. By the way, someone will be specially delivering your food in the future. Try not to go out. There are also vegetables and some fruit in the refrigerator. If you need anything, you can tell Ahu outside. Xie Danju nodded. Okay, Dong Zhu. Dong Zhuyu left quickly, and the large living room was left with only Xie Danju and Wei Jisheng. Xie Danju said, I might have to trouble you for a while because... I know it's alright. Wei Jisheng sat down on the nearby sofa. Dong Zhuyu has already told me. If it's inconvenient, I don't mind if you stay a bit longer. Xie Danju had prepared a lot to say, as he did not expect Wei Jisheng to agree so readily. Even Dong Zhuyu was surprised. So now he liked Dong Zhuyu found himself at a loss for words. Wei Jisheng said, Dong Zhuyu gave me your phone number. I'll add you on WeChat. Xie Danju hurriedly took out his phone. Okay. Wei Jisheng watched his actions feeling dissatisfied. Why was he so flustered? He was intriguing yet harmless. You don't need to panic, we are friends. Just interact with me like you do with Pure. Xie Danju accepted Wei Jisheng's friend request and awkwardly smiled. I don't have friends so I don't know how to interact with them. Wei Jisheng keenly sensed something was off. He looked up at Xie Danju. You didn't have friends before. Didn't you feel lonely by yourself? Sometimes when you get used to it you don't feel lonely anymore. Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes to look at the messages on his phone. Xie Dan's profile picture was a blue sky with the name Shuiying Changfeng Shui. It was quite simple, standing out among Wei Jisheng's few contacts. Because Dong Zhuya's profile picture was a cool car with the name Calm. I must say he really is quite calm. Xie Danju might be like him. This thought crept into Wei Jisheng's mind. He might also be a pawn controlled by someone. Xie Danju didn't know what Wei Jisheng was thinking. He looked at the new contact on his phone. Wei Jisheng's profile picture was blank and his name was a period. Quite simple fitting for him. Wei Jisheng put away his phone and thoughts looking at the light coming through the door. When will it snow? Xie Danju thought for a moment. Soon, I guessed it shouldn't be long. If we calculate by usual days, there are still about 10 days left. Wei Jisheng's phone rang, and he picked it up to see it was a WeChat friend request. Someone was adding him as a friend. No need to think it must be Piluo, or else it would be Bilia. People from Longhua are very discreet and wouldn't recklessly add him as a friend. Opening it, there were two people. That could only be Piluo and Bilia. After adding them, a person named Feng Zhou sent him a message. Guess who I am? Piluo, correct, I reward you with a slap. Wei Jisheng couldn't be bothered to respond, directly asking, where did you learn the Longhua characters? It's simple, Bilia, help me translate. Hello, Wei Jisheng. Hello, Bilia. How do I differentiate between you two? Piluo doesn't like to use punctuation when sending messages on the opposite. Wei Jisheng looked at the messages on his phone, remaining silent. He felt that Bilia, after spending so much time with Piluo, had also become somewhat silly. He organized his WeChat and then created a group. The group included him, Xie Danju, Bilia, and Piluo. Piluo sent a block of English letters in the group. Wei. Riluo Bu 1 Piluo means Shuiying Changfeng Shui. Is it Xie Danju? Shuiying Changfeng Shui, that's right, it's me. Piluo sent another block of English letters. Wei, if you can't use Longhua Chinese characters, let Bilia help you translate, otherwise send a voice message. Wei Jisheng labeled them using their names. Xie Danju was different. He labeled himself as a little bamboo. Bilia, he means to add a friend. A little bamboo, sure, I'll add you all. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Jisheng changed his WeChat name and profile picture. The profile picture was a light green grassland, and the name was Lu Chu Wuing Zong. Piluo Lu Chu Wuing Zong, then he sent a voice message. After Wei Jisheng opened it, he heard Piluo's voice chattering away, completely unintelligible. Wei Jisheng put on his headphones and opened it again. You changed your WeChat name so quickly, have you figured out your phone? Wei Jisheng replied yes. Piluo said, let's play a game, come to the international server and log in. Wei Jisheng put down his phone. Are you coming? Xie Danju didn't expect Wei Jisheng to ask him, paused for a moment, and said, no, I don't know how to play games. In the group, Bilia also asked, is Xie Danju coming? Xie Danju saw the message, feeling warm inside, but he didn't know how to respond. He wanted to play with them, but he really didn't know how and was afraid of holding them back. Wei Jisheng said, it's alright, it's just a game, we're not playing ranked. But I'm really bad at it. It's fine, just practice slowly, I will play a few matches with you. Xie Danju nodded. Wei Jisheng sent in the group login, waiting for Xie Danju to download. Piluo said, why don't we start a game first, and once he's done downloading we can invite him. Wei Jisheng, you all go ahead, I'll wait for the update. Alright. Bilia logs in, and once you're all logged in I'll tell you how incredible Bilia is. Wei Jisheng opened the game, and after a while of loading the screen showed start game. Then Wei Jisheng turned off his phone, pretending it was still updating. He chatted with Xie Danju while finding topics. After Xie Danju finished updating, they logged in, and waited for Piluo to finish his game. Once Piluo finished, he invited them into the room, and then the game began. In the game, Piluo chattered on about how powerful Bilia was yesterday, how incredible he was. Wei Jisheng got annoyed and impatiently dug at his ears. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll mute you. Don't. I'm serious, Bilia is really amazing. I know, just stop complimenting him. Can't you see that Bilia feels embarrassed and has muted his mic? Piluo saw that Bilia had muted himself and he rushed over to ask, Bilia, are you really embarrassed? Bilia looked at him speechlessly. By the end of the day, Piluo had risen from platinum to starry. I heard there's something called a matching mechanism. How come we still went up so many stars? Wei Jisheng answered Piluo, because I'm powerful. Come on, you do play quite well, but without Xie Danju's support, can you still take on 5 alone? Wei Jisheng scoffed, saying, even with the support you can't take on 5 alone. I find that you really don't understand social etiquette. After playing all day, Piluo found himself feeling very happy today. It wasn't just a feeling, he was genuinely happy. Without the burden of negative emotions, it truly felt wonderful. It seems that as long as he was with them, positive emotions would arise. Today he also experienced what it felt like to team up with many friends in a gaming session. Although thinking of Wei Li now brings some negative emotions, he ultimately couldn't grasp the meaning of such feelings, and soon enough the negativity faded away. He had his last dinner with Bilia as she would be leaving after today. He too had to return to his country to the house arranged. It's time to say goodbye, Pu Luo. After tonight you'll have to return home. Pu Luo drank from the goblet of red wine and said, that villa, I might have found it quite special in the past, but now I really do find it special. However, that's not my home, it's merely a cold house. It's only when you are around that I feel a sense of home. With you, with Wei Jisheng, or even with Xie Danju, I feel at home. Although I'm not very familiar with Xie Danju, I always feel a connection with him, a fondness that is hard to resist. I really want to be brothers with him, but he seems quite shy. Bilia looked at Pu Luo, whose face was slightly flushed from the wine, and paused for a moment. Over the years, aside from an area, no one else had made her feel at home. She smiled and said, who isn't the same? Once it's allowed, I'll introduce my partner to you guys. Pu Luo put down his fork. Really? That would be great. A friend's boyfriend is like my brother. He should be easy to get along with, right? Not a boyfriend, a girlfriend. You can also be brothers with her. Pu Luo's smile froze on his face. What did she just say? Girlfriend? Bilia answered a phone call. The conversation was brief. Then she stood up and walked over to the still-dazed Pu Luo. My friend is leaving us. She's very easy to get along with, so you don't need to worry about that. By the time Pu Luo reacted, Bilia was already at the door. He stood up and looked at her. Bilia, call me when you arrive, and let's keep in touch. Sure. He said this out of concern that this hard-won friend would become distant due to the distance. Pu Luo sat down, and the dining table was left with just him. He reminisced his memories, lingering on the times he shared this table with Wei Jisheng, Bilia, and himself. How lively it was back then. Now he was left all alone, feeling desolate. He had few friends, and could only follow the advice he found online. The internet said that as long as you keep in touch, feelings won't fade and friendships won't grow distant. A group of friendless people gathered together, cherishing each other while anxiously fearing loss. Not all friendships are straightforward, nor is love the only thing approached with caution. Xie Danju sat on the sofa staring at his laptop, his fingers tapping incessantly on the keyboard. Wei Jisheng sat next to him looking at his phone. Xie Danju glanced at the table before lowering his head back to the laptop screen. Wei Jisheng placed his phone down, walked into the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and returned to the living room, handing the water to Xie Danju. Xie Danju looked up at the water in front of him, momentarily stunned, then accepted it, and took a sip. Thank you. Wei Jisheng sat down. No problem. Are you very busy with work? Xie Danju placed the cup on the table. A bit, but not much. I just want to finish this work since there's nothing else to do right now. Aren't you a chosen one like me? You shouldn't have too much excess work, right? Xie Danju pressed the delete key. Right, but this is old work. I need to hand over my tasks to someone else, so I have to prepare the transfer report. Are you hungry? Not really. Why? Are you hungry? Wei Jisheng nodded. I am a bit hungry. I'm fine with anything. Xie Danju closed the laptop. You tell me what you want to eat, and I'll go outside to find Ahu to bring it to us. It's okay, you do your work. Just tell me what Ahu looks like, and I'll go see for myself. Xie Danju thought of the mountain of transfer reports piled up and nodded. All right. Ahu is tall and strong, with a scar running from his left eye to his left ear, his skin a healthy wheat color, a buzz cut, and a deep voice. Wei Jisheng noted this down. I'll go find him. You take your time working. Xie Danju opened his laptop. If you're bored, you can try to get to know those people outside. They can chat with you. Wei Jisheng paused in his steps toward the door. What about you? Can't you chat with me? Sure, but there won't be much time for chatting. I have a lot of work, and it'll take some time to finish the transfer report. Wei Jisheng walked toward the door. No worries, I won't be too bored. You take your time working. Is there anything you don't eat? Xie Danju didn't answer his question, but instead asked, what do you like to eat? Nothing in particular. I can't eat spicy food much, but if you want to eat it, don't mind me. Wei Jisheng stepped outside where there was a large courtyard. Flowers and trees grew on either side, with plum blossoms already budding, likely to bloom soon. In the middle of the courtyard was a large fountain, its water clean and clear. As he reached the villa entrance, a plainclothes person stopped him. Mister, wait, do you need something? I'm looking for Ahu. All right, please wait a moment. The plainclothes personnel walked towards a small room, and through the window one could vaguely see the scene inside, though the curtains were drawn. Within less than 2 minutes, a tall, dark-skinned man walked out from inside. He was dressed in thick clothing, striding heavily towards Wei Jisheng. At about 1.8 meters tall, Wei Jisheng appeared like a small bird in front of this man. He looked up at him, estimating him to be nearly 2 meters tall, with a slight build, dark skin. This description didn't quite match Xie Danju's, but there was indeed a scar on the man's face leading to his ear. I'm Wei Hu. What does Mr. Wei need from me? Wei Jisheng replied without changing his expression. I'm looking to buy some food. Wei Hu pulled out his phone. What would you like to eat? Wei Jisheng slipped his hands into his padded coat. You should be quite familiar with Xie Danju, right? Hearing Xie Danju's name, Wei Hu smiled faintly. We're quite familiar with him. Although others find Xie Danju easy to get along with, I always feel like he wears a layer of amiable clothing over an unapproachable exterior. Wei Jisheng pondered over Wei Hu's words. Beneath that unapproachable exterior lies a layer of amiability. This description truly fits him well. Though Xie Danju seems easy to get along with, and is indeed so, upon closer observation one would realize that no matter what you couldn't integrate into his life, he exudes a subtle aura that keeps strangers at bay. He is very slick with a pair of amber eyes that perceive the intricacies of power struggles, knows how to lighten the atmosphere, and understands how to handle inappropriate matters. He seems like someone born to thrive in the realm of politics. He's difficult to approach, making it hard for you to know how to. Wei Hu continued, I get along relatively well with him. After spending time with him, I feel like Xie Danju is a perfect person, perfect to the point where he seems entirely fabricated. Witty and humorous, a gentleman with charm, that's Xie Danju. Spending enough time with him gives you the impression that he's all a facade. This isn't surprising. Wei Jisheng already feels this way. Is there anything else? Wei Hu didn't understand why Wei Jisheng was asking all this, but still responded truthfully. For some reason, he makes you feel like a complete gentleman, yet he is excessively dull. Wei Jisheng shifted his posture. Why is that? Because his life is monotonous. Every day he works and makes plans, and the key is that he can stick to them. He acknowledges you as a friend, but he won't joke with you or do anything unnecessary. He's even more rigid than Director Dong. Every word he speaks sounds like it comes from someone who has lived for a very long time. He is devoted to the country. He won't do anything unrelated to the nation, to his work, or to his plans. He doesn't attend gatherings of friends or colleagues. Even Director Dong invited him, but he didn't come. A monotonous life would bore most people, but Xie Danju seems oblivious to it. His life is planned and clear. If you know him well enough under normal circumstances, you could even predict his. Wei Jisheng turned his head slightly, glanced at the villa behind him, and imagined Xie Danju still sitting on the. Indeed, it was monotonous. He recalled his interactions with Xie Danju. Indeed, he didn't feel like a real person. He turned back. Is there anything else? Like what he likes to eat, what he does, or his health condition? Wei Hu thought for a moment, then crossed his arms, frowned, and remained silent, still thinking. Wei Jisheng wasn't in a hurry, he waited. After about 4 minutes, Wei Hu said, not really. But he can't eat spicy food, and his health isn't good. In winter, he's basically on medication. All right. He seems to like sweets. Last time my wife gave birth, he visited and ate a lot of candy. I wanted to give him a few packs, but he refused. Wei Jisheng looked at the floor tiles. Sweets. He raised his eyes. Please bring 2 packs of the candy he ate last time. For meals, order dishes like sweet and sour fish. Wei Hu nodded. Okay. Anything else? Wei Jisheng shook his head. No thank you. Wei Hu didn't reply. He looked at the sky and said, you should wear more these days. This winter will be colder than usual. It'll probably snow in a few days. Wei Jisheng looked at his own clothes. He was dressed lightly, a pair of jeans, a cotton jacket over a short-sleeve shirt. He then looked at Wei Hu's outfit. He couldn't tell how many layers he had on, but it looked thick. He wondered if it was easy for him to move around. A phone rang. Wei Jisheng hadn't brought his, so it had to be Wei Hu's. Wei Hu struggled to pull his phone out of his pocket. The moment he saw the screen, his expression softened slightly, carrying a hint of tenderness. He answered the call. Xiaojuan, what's up? A woman's voice came through the receiver. Ahu, are you still at work? When are you coming back? The new year is coming, and you need to come home to prepare some things, and go back to my parents' place to see them. Wei Hu chuckled sheepishly. I'm a bit busy with work. I can't come back soon. Can you wait a little longer? Busy, busy, busy. You're busy all day long. When will you actually come back? The child and I are waiting for you to celebrate the new year. You said you'd definitely come last year, but the year passed, and I didn't see a trace of you. The person on the other end was clearly angry. Wei Hu chuckled twice. Oh, don't be mad. I'm just busy with work. I stayed idle at home for so long before, so it's only right that I'm busy now. I promise I'll come home this year to see you and the child, okay? Same old story. Wei Hu, don't bother coming back this year. The line went dead. Wei Hu shook his head helplessly and put away the phone. Despite his helplessness, the smile on his face hadn't faded. Wei Jisheng asked curiously, shouldn't your wife support you? Why is she urging you to come home? Wei Hu looked at the call log on his phone. My job is special. I can't let my family know. They only know I'm working away from home. They don't know what I really do. Everyone in the family is kept in the dark. She's tough on the outside, but soft inside. I've been with her for so many years. I know her well. No matter how angry she gets, she never says the word divorce. Even in a fit of rage, she reminds me to dress warmly. He exited the call log and opened WeChat. You look quite young. You have a child at this age. Wei Hu smiled. We went from school uniforms to wedding gowns. I hadn't started this job at first, so I married her and spent a lot of time with her. Later, after I took this job, I had less time to see her and the child. Wei Hu opened his photo album. This is my wife and child. Wei Jisheng looked. On the screen was a slightly plump woman with freckles holding a child in a floral dress. They were both smiling happily at the camera. The woman was ordinary, even a bit plain, but the girl was pretty. Wei Jisheng wondered why a handsome man like Wei Hu would marry her. This is my youngest daughter. My eldest son is about your age. He'll be a senior in high school this year. Wei Hu swiped, and another photo appeared. A girl in a school uniform with a high ponytail holding a graduation certificate, smiling at the camera with a peace sign. She was beautiful with a great figure, worthy of being called the class beauty. This is what my wife used to look like. That last picture was after marriage. Quite a change, right? My colleagues and friends all say so, but I don't think so. I just think she's a bit heavier than before. It's normal for a woman's body to change after childbirth. I don't see anything wrong with it. Wei Jisheng looked at the smile on Wei Hu's face. You and your wife are very much in love, aren't you? Wei Hu put away his phone, his dark face broadening into a bigger smile. Maybe. I love her deeply, but she says she doesn't like me as much anymore, that the feeling is gone. She only stays because of the child. I know my absence is too much. It's natural for her to feel that way. If she wants a divorce, he'll still let her go. Wei Jisheng frowned. Why, oi? Wei Hu's smile faded. Because she deserves better. I can't let my love be a burden to her. I don't have time to be with her. After the divorce, she can find someone who can stay by her side. Wei Jisheng was utterly puzzled. Wanted her to see her marry someone else. Wei Hu opened WeChat. Yes, it will. But as long as she's happy, that's enough. Wei Jisheng asked in confusion. But isn't love about possession? Wei Hu looked down at the young man before him. Who taught you that? Love is not possession. I believe love is fulfillment. If you think love is possession, then the one you love will be unhappy for life because of your love. Wei Hu simply regarded Wei Jisheng as an innocent child with a mistaken understanding of love. He took the opportunity to guide him so the boy wouldn't suffer later in life. Wei Jisheng lowered his head, pondering those words. In the bizarre world, there was a 10-star instance. That instance told him that love was possession. Even if the beloved died, you must swallow her ashes and be together forever. He loved her, so they had to be together forever. That instance was a city-level dungeon, the strongest one, sustained solely by love. Wei Hu tapped a voice message on WeChat. It's cold. Remember to wear more clothes. Don't freeze to death out there, or there will be no one to support me and the child. Hearing her voice, Wei Hu smiled and replied, Okay, I know. Don't worry, he'll definitely come home for the new year. While Wei Jisheng and Wei Hu were chatting, someone had already brought the meals. Wei Jisheng took the food, put the sugar into his bag, and said, Thanks, I'll be going now. Wei Hu was talking with his wife, and seeing him about to leave, he said goodbye. Wei Jisheng carried the meals back. Xie Danju was still working. He walked over and set out the food, saying, Stop working, come eat. Only then did Xie Danju lift his head. He noticed the clothes Wei Jisheng was wearing, picked up the coat beside him, and draped it over Wei Jisheng's shoulders. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold going out like this? Wei Jisheng glanced at the coat on his shoulder. It's fine, we have heating at home. Wearing more would actually make me hot. He took off the coat, folded it, and set it aside. Xie Danju stared at the dishes on the table, puzzled. Do you like sweets? Wei Jisheng followed his gaze, nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, I prefer sweet food. Wei Jisheng snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks and handed them to Xie Danju. Wei Hu said it might snow in a few days. You should wear more clothes. He mentioned you're not in good health. Xie Danju picked up a rib and took a bite. It was delicious. His taste buds were greatly satisfied. It doesn't really matter to me. I catch a cold every winter anyway. Have you met Wei Hu's wife? Xie Danju nodded. Yes, I went to see her after she gave birth. They're a loving couple. Xie Danju chuckled. Indeed, Ahu adores his wife. If you chat with him for a few sentences, he'll start telling you all about her. All our office colleagues know his nature. Apart from work, he practically always has his wife on his lips. Wei Jisheng ate his meal. I think his wife is quite ugly. She doesn't deserve him. Xie Danju paused in his eating, looked up. You didn't say that in front of Wei Hu, did you? Wei Jisheng didn't notice Xie Dan's odd expression. No. Xie Danju put down his chopsticks. Wei Jisheng, you're 19, right? Wei Jisheng nodded. Xie Danju said, Stop eating for now. I need to tell you something. Wei Jisheng obediently set down his chopsticks. Xie Danju looked him in the eye and said seriously, I know you grew up in the lawless zone and aren't very clear on many manners, so I'm telling you now. No matter what, never comment negatively on anyone, anytime, anywhere. That's the basic respect for others. How others are, what they do, what they look like. That's their business. Some things aren't within their control, like appearance. We only need to be bystanders, or we don't need to judge others' choices. They have their own lives and their own choices. No one has the right to object, not even their parents. Understand? Xie Danju was very stern, and Wei Jisheng had to take it seriously. Got it? Wei Jisheng raised his finger. I swear from now on I will never speak ill of anyone again. Really? Xie Dan's serious expression vanished. You need to know you are the chosen one of Dragon Country. You represent the nation. Not a single word or action of yours can have any problem, understand? Hearing this, Wei Jisheng's heart grew cold. He had thought Xie Danju said that out of concern for him, but it turned out he only worried about Dragon Country. Wei Hu was right. Xie Dan's heart held nothing but work and Dragon Country. He didn't like this version of Xie Danju. He wanted the Xie Danju whose eyes and heart were filled only with him. Just like in the bizarre world. The Xie Danju who worried only about him. A thought clamored in his mind. Since he can't be all eyes and all heart for you, tie him up, lock him away, make him see only you. Then he'll be all eyes and all heart for you. Wei Jisheng looked up, watching Xie Danzhu talk on and on. The sound in his ears became a prolonged tinnitus. He could clearly see what Xie Danzhu was saying, but couldn't hear. He recalled what it had said in the Tin-Star City instance. Love is possession. Only when a person can see only you is it called affection. If you can't have them, trap them by your side forever, then they can only see you, and that counts as loving you. Wei Jisheng stood up and walked towards Xie Danzhu. Noticing his movement, Xie Danzhu stopped his relent. Wei Jisheng crouched down, raised his hand, and began massaging Xie Danzhu's temples. Go on, I'm listening. Whenever you're not satisfied, just tell me. Feeling the comfort at his temples, Xie Danzhu's heart instantly softened. Xie Danzhu knew he should keep his distance from Wei Jisheng, but the exhaustion that had clung to him seemed to melt away. This feeling made it impossible for him to utter the words of refusal. He didn't push Wei Jisheng away, which brought Wei Jisheng a small joy, but also a sigh of relief. Wei Jisheng exhaled. Screw possession. Humans say love is fulfillment. Xie Danzhu is human, so will play by human rules. He knew it. In the Tin-Star instance was mentally unstable, so there was no way he would believe its words. It was a lunatic to begin with. He had almost been corrupted himself. Xie Danzhu talked, and Wei Jisheng listened while massaging his temples. Wei Jisheng memorized everything Xie Danzhu said, using those words to change himself. Maybe this way Xie Danzhu would start to like him a little. Xie Danzhu would never allow anyone to get as close as Wei Jisheng did. His obvious allowance now meant he cared. That was a softening of the heart. The ever-perceptive Wei Jisheng didn't notice, and neither did Xie Danzhu. That night, in Wei Jisheng's room, Wei Jisheng lay on the bed chatting with Pu Luo. Pu Luo, do you want revenge? There was a pause on the other end. What, you know? Wei Jisheng pursed his lips. No, I guessed. Just tell me, do you want revenge or not? Yes, but right now I can't. I'm being watched. I have a way. No one will suspect you. Aren't you going to ask me what I want revenge for? A friend always stands by you. No matter what, if something is bad for you, then revenge is a must. No need to ask. I trust you. Pu Luo laughed. But I don't just want ordinary revenge. I mean the kind that involves killing. What a coincidence. I happen to have exactly that. Pu Luo hesitated for a long while before saying, you're serious. They'll send you some flower stamens. Give the stamens to them, and they'll die. Really? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, watch the live stream of that class reunion incident. I asked the anomaly for a flower. Its stamens are poisonous. You just have to have them plant it and raise it. But want this flower. Don't worry, it's no big deal. If no one tends it, the flower will naturally wither. After they die, find a way to burn it, or keep it by your side until it dies. Okay, Pu Luo, can I ask why you want to kill them? It's fine, it's in the past. I don't mind telling you. Those people bullied me for 13 years because they found it amusing. My parents didn't care for 19 years and beat me for no reason. Wei Jisheng remained silent. Pu Luo summarized half his life in those few brief sentences. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial, utterly indifferent. To reach this point, either he had truly let go, or he would never let go for a lifetime. The nation urged me to let it go, saying it was in the past, and I shouldn't mind anymore. They said I shouldn't dwell on the past, that no one would dare do it again, because from now on the nation would stand behind me. But they all told me to let it go now. Can they still be reliable in the future? I studied hard, earned my place in school, wanted to become a high-ranking official and crush them with a higher rank. But now my rank is higher than anyone's. Even the president has to proactively make conversation with me when we meet. I'm no longer the person who could be bullied at will. I've become who I wanted to be, yet I still can't take revenge. It seems that I can never take revenge in this lifetime. I can only live in the present, as if my persistence is just a grand joke. I cannot go back, as I have no way of witnessing their retribution, nor can I move forward, for I face unknown dangers. This life is useless, pitiful, and tragic. I have never thought of giving up, nor have I ever thought of letting go. A single thorn does not hurt much, but when there are many, it becomes an ugly scar that is hard to ignore. I wish to tear it away, yet it is a scar I must bear for life. Pu Luo's voice remained calm, without a ripple, devoid of anger, resentment, or tears. There was no emotion, her tone as cold as indifference. Yet Wei Jisheng could discern Pu Luo's unwillingness. How could he ever resign himself to this life? I am an extreme person, or whatever I desire, if I can obtain it, I will. If not, I will pursue it for a lifetime, unless it disappears, or I die. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. I want them to live in hell for eternity, to endure 1,000 times my pain. Perhaps I am the real madman here. Wei Jisheng scoffed. Madman. Pu Luo, none of us are mad. We are merely forced into a corner by circumstance. Even the best of people, when pushed to the brink, will want to kill everyone. This is not madness, it is normal. No one's life is easy. I can accept the pain life gives me, but I cannot accept the suffering imposed upon me by others. If someone makes my life difficult, then I shall make them struggle alongside me in the dark flames. I must not have a good life, nor should those who make my life difficult expect to have one. This is a normal thought for everyone. Do not feel it is your fault. Life in this world and the bizarre realm is already painful enough. I absolutely cannot allow anyone to impose unnecessary suffering upon me. Killing is all there is to it, and besides they are not innocent. If I kill them then, so be it. There's no need for further consideration. That ugly scar on your body will, after you kill the one who gave it to you, become your honor, a symbol. It does not matter. I will eliminate all those who target me. Pu Luo asked, do you really feel that way? Wei Jisheng replied lazily, of course, I've already killed quite a few in the bizarre realm. Pu Luo, as long as you do not harm the innocent, we shall always be brothers. Pu Luo said, someone called me. I have to hang up now. Alright, I will send you the flower bud. Just send me your address. After hanging up, a new message appeared on WeChat. Wei Jisheng looked at it, turned off his phone, and prepared to sleep. The numbers on the alarm clock indicated that it was getting late, but for some reason, he couldn't fall asleep. He used to fall asleep within minutes whenever he wanted. It was strange. Wei Jisheng sat up. He got out of bed and drew back the curtains. His room was a large bedroom with floor-to-ceiling windows. He could see the distant lights outside, the orange glow reflecting on the window, casting a unique light. Perhaps this is the essence of human life. Such a scene was completely absent in the bizarre realm. He had never seen it before. Wei Jisheng brought a stool over and sat by the window, gazing at the lights outside. Unable to sleep, he thought it better to enjoy the beautiful scenery outside than to lie in bed with his eyes closed. He sat there witnessing the beauty of lights illuminating the silent roads in the night, and the sunrise igniting the night sky with white clouds. As the alarm clock rang, the sky in Wei Jisheng's eyes transformed from black to blinding white. He stood up, went to his desk, turned off the alarm, and then left the room. It was already quite late, and winter days are slow to brighten. Descending the stairs, he saw breakfast laid out on the table connected to the living room. Wei Jisheng sat down waiting for Xie Danju. However, after a while there was still no sign of Xie Danju, so he began to play with his phone out of boredom. After playing 2 games, Wei Jisheng finally saw Xie Danju. Time passed quickly, and Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju lived a peaceful life together. From time to time, he checked his phone and played games with Bilia. Recently, strange creatures had appeared in the great fearless nation, and Pu Luo was busy killing the bizarre with no time to game with them. Due to this situation, people worldwide were on edge, and even the higher-ups of the country held numerous meetings. Xie Danju and Wei Jisheng attended no less than 3 times, while Bilia was present nearly every time. As time went on, Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju noticed something was wrong. In the past, the bizarre dungeons opened quickly, but now it had been nearly half a month without any sign of them opening. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but allowed them some respite. Wei Jisheng stood at the entrance of the villa, watching the snow fall outside. It had already started snowing in Longhua, and while Wei Jisheng felt no cold, he distinctly sensed his body temperature dropping. This was one way he perceived temperature. When it first started snowing, he sent a few videos to Pu Luo and Bilia. Bilia envied them for the snow, and said he would definitely come to Longhua to see it when he had the chance. Wei Jisheng sent his message at 12 noon, and Pu Luo replied at midnight, so beautiful, I really hope to come. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a message. He looked at the blinding screen, staring at the message with a bewildered expression, while sitting up in bed with messy hair. He hadn't slept well for several days, and just as he managed to fall asleep, Pu Luo's message woke him up. After a long time he replied, actually some messages don't need a response. Then that night he sat in bed all night. He wasn't tired at all, but for some reason he wanted to go outside and see, like building a snowman or having a snowball fight. But the snow kept falling outside, and as soon as he stepped out he was immediately soaked. Moreover, Xie Danju was physically weak and couldn't join him in building snowmen or having snowball fights. The only person he was familiar with, Wei, who had also gone home for the new year. He probably wouldn't return until after the holiday. It was still a bit early for the new year, but counting the days it wouldn't be long. Gradually the snow began to lessen, until the sky no longer snowed, casting a little sunshine that represented warmth on the cold winter. Xie Danju walked over to him and said, it's not snowing outside anymore. Didn't you always want to go see it? Let's go now? Wei Jisheng looked at Xie Danju and smiled, sure, I haven't seen snow yet. He ran outside to see the snow in the large courtyard. The sound made by his feet stepping on the snow was pleasant, which Wei Jisheng particularly enjoyed. The fountain had also stopped spraying water due to the low temperature. Xie Danju walked behind him, watching him run slowly in the snow. He looked at the snow on the ground, and a mischievous thought popped into his mind. He quickly scooped up a handful of snow, intending to throw it at Wei Jisheng ahead of him. Wei Jisheng sensed Xie Danju's intention, swiftly turned around to snatch the snow, causing Xie Danju to lose his balance and fall into Wei Jisheng's embrace. Wei Jisheng teased him, trying to ambush me. Xie Danju's face flushed slightly, but his face was already quite red, so it was hard to tell any difference. Xie Danju shook his head. I didn't know, I was just curious. I want to build a snowman. His shaking head revealed his fair neck. Since home was not far, Xie Danju didn't wear a scarf. With a slight movement of his head or neck, his neck would be, but Xie Danju didn't realize he only felt a bit cold. Wei Jisheng stuffed snow down the back of Xie Danju, but Wei Jisheng did not do that, because Xie Danju's health was already frail. If that snow truly touched Xie Dance's neck, he would likely be confined indoors for the entire winter. Wei Jisheng discarded the snow in his hand and grasped Xie Dance's reddened fingers. Rubbing them gently, he said with a hint of reproach, "Why aren't you wearing gloves? Your fingers are all red, yet you dared to grab snow. Do you not want your hands anymore?" Xie Dance's hands were held in Wei Jisheng's grasp, yet what should have been a warm touch felt icy cold. Wei Jisheng breathed warm air onto his hands, finally bringing him a sense of warmth. A radiant smile spread across his face. "It's fine, my body has recovered quite well recently." Wei Jisheng tucked Xie Dance's hands into his own pockets, and with an arm around his shoulder guided him back into the villa. The heating inside was on, and after Wei Jisheng closed the door, the room became even cozier. "Warm yourself up first, I'll go boil some hot water for you." Xie Danju had to drink Chinese herbal medicine every day, and in winter, he was particularly fragile. Wei Jisheng, well aware of this, kept a close eye on the time each day to ensure Xie Danju took his medicine, terrified of missing even a single dose. At first, Xie Danju thought it unnecessary, but Wei Jisheng persisted stubbornly, so he had no choice but to start taking the medicine. Later, however, he somehow developed a pampered habit under Wei Jisheng's care. In the past, he hadn't found the medicine bitter, but now every time he took a dose, Wei Jisheng would give him a piece of candy, so that now the mere smell of medicine made him think of bitterness and crave sweets. He hadn't even realized that subconsciously he thought if there was no candy, he wouldn't drink the medicine. Wei Jisheng brought over the warm medicinal broth and handed it to Xie Danju, then placed a piece of candy on the table. "Drink the medicine, then you can have the candy." "No medicine, no candy." Xie Danju sipped the medicine slowly. "What do you take me for? I'm not a child anymore." Wei Jisheng smiled tenderly. "Why not? No matter how old you are, you'll always be a child to me." Xie Danju gave a helpless chuckle. "I'm 6 years older than you know. Age is not an issue." After Xie Danju finished the medicine, Wei Jisheng peeled the candy and gave it to him. Glancing at the sunlight streaming in, Wei Jisheng asked, "Xie Danju, what do you think sunlight is?" Xie Danju followed his gaze. "I think sunlight is what makes willow branches dance, rivers surge and roar, and all creatures rejoice. With sunlight there are all things. Because sunlight exists, the world gains all its tender brilliance." Wei Jisheng looked up at Xie Danju. Xie Danju turned his head and smiled. "What's wrong?" A smile curved at the corners of Wei Jisheng's lips. "Nothing. I just think the sunlight in your eyes seems different from the sunlight in mine." "How is it different?" Wei Jisheng gazed into Xie Dance's eyes. "In your eyes, sunlight represents everything beautiful. In my eyes, it does not." Xie Danju frowned. "Why not?" "In my eyes, sunlight is blinding, an undeniable existence, an intruder that forces its way into my life. I have no need for sunlight's nourishment nor for it to give meaning to the world's existence. Because when it comes, it drives away the darkness, and darkness is what I rely on to survive." Hearing this, the smile on Xie Dance's face faded slightly. Instinct told him that there was something off about Wei Jisheng continued. "After I met you, I regarded you as my darkness because I depend on you and trust you deeply. But the meaning of darkness in the human world is entirely different from that in the weird world. Sunlight is an ill omen in the weird world. Darkness is a beautiful symbol there. If in your eyes sunlight is truly so wonderful, then I am willing to honor you as my light. I will no longer see you as darkness. I refuse to regard you as something tainted in the human world." Xie Danju was utterly stunned. He knew he should interrupt Wei Jisheng, but his body seemed out of control, frozen in place. He could not move at all. He felt a surge of joy within, and perhaps he had hoped that Wei Jisheng would say such things. Wei Jisheng leaned forward, his face drawing close to Xie Danju. "Xie Danju, if sunlight can make willow branches dance, rivers surge, and all creatures rejoice, then you are my light. You make my heart beat, you give me new emotions. If sunlight is not so wonderful in your eyes, then you are my trusted, dependent darkness. In my world, there is only darkness and light. You are both darkness and light. You are everything." Wei Jisheng had never known what love meant until he came to the human world and learned roughly. With the help of Birya, he realized that he liked Xie Danju. Under Wei Hu's explanation, he understood that love is not possession, but fulfillment, so he did not make a grave mistake. He couldn't fathom why loving someone required so much concealment, nor why so many people kept their affection and love bottled up inside. Because no one had taught him, no one had told him. He only knew that many things could only be obtained through one's own efforts, and that if he liked Xie Danju, he had to say it out loud. Regardless of the outcome, as long as there was a process, Wei Jisheng could take many steps. Step by step, one after another, some big, some small. Accumulating little by little, he could draw closer and closer to Xie Danju. "Xie Danju, I am not a man of many emotions, but every time I see you I fall deeper." Before he could finish, Wei Jisheng didn't know how to continue. Because that line was something he had copied from the internet. He had made many preparations for this confession. Yet when it came to the actual moment, he never knew what to say. Every sleepless night he had rehearsed every word, yet now the words all surged into his throat, clogged at his lips, tangled together. Unable to be spoken, unable to be swallowed. After a long silence, he finally said, I am. He didn't know how to put it. Before he could claim to be a weird being, but now. Now he knew he was neither a weird being nor a human, something created by someone else, neither man nor ghost. How should he describe himself? Wei Jisheng had never considered how to define himself to others, because before he firmly believed he was a strange entity. I don't know what I am, but am certainly not human, because I have no heart. Even though I have no heart, every time I see you I can feel a heartbeat. So do you understand? Wei Jisheng lowered his gaze, not looking at Xie Danju, and declared firmly, I like you. I have repeated I love you countless times in the darkness, afraid you wouldn't hear, yet afraid you would. Look, no matter how powerful someone is, when they pierce that thin paper veil in front of the one they love, they still dare not lift their heads, still stammer. Wei Jisheng blurted it all out in one breath, then looked up at Xie Danju. Xie Danju was unlike others. Others, upon hearing a confession, would first hesitate, then consider a refusal. But upon hearing Wei Jisheng's confession, his first thought was that if this got out, it would surely harm Wei Jisheng. His second thought was that their age gap was significant, and not everyone accepted same-sex relationships. It would definitely damage Wei Jisheng's reputation. Yet the stirring in his heart, Xie Danju could not ignore. Xie Danju said, You are still young and do not understand what it means to like someone. Upon hearing this, Wei Jisheng felt his heart grow cold. Xie Danju continued, You are very young, and there is an insurmountable chasm between us. Do not be sad because of this rejection. There will be better people waiting for you in the future. It's alright, just don't make reckless decisions next time. Your path ahead is still long. You are so exceptional, many will like you, and you will find better people, but not me. There is no possibility between us. We will be friends afterward, but only as friends. Wei Jisheng returned to his seat. But I just feel you are the better one, the best person. Because I've seen you, everyone else will pale in comparison. Oh, no one is better than you. Just like after seeing the stars in the ocean, can one still find the twinkling stars beautiful? Xie Danju remained silent for a moment before saying, The future is uncertain. What is to come cannot be confirmed now. I am not as good as you think. I am not the stars and the ocean. Your stars and ocean are still ahead. Someone who has seen the ocean can still unconditionally love a small stream, and so can you. There are not many beautiful sights in my life. Just having seen one is enough. I am not greedy. You are the best, and I will not meet anyone better than you in the future. You are you. The balance in my heart unconditionally tips towards you. Xie Danju raised his head to look at him, his amber eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. It was complex, like a tangled ball of yarn that could not be unraveled. Wei Jisheng did not understand what that gaze meant, for he could not think clearly enough to comprehend others' meanings. I am very ordinary, very plain. I am not a beautiful sight, nor the stars and the ocean. I am just an ordinary person. It is the naive emotions in your heart that have cast a layer of light on me, making you think I am exceptionally good. But it is not like that. I am very lacking. When the feelings in your heart fade with the passage of time, and the years wash them away, only then can you see the true me through that layer of light. Wei Jisheng lowered his head, looking at his empty palms. The bright rejection was understood by everyone. Wei Jisheng knew it all too well. What emotion Xie Danju held towards him, Wei Jisheng did not know. But he was sure that Xie Danju did not see him merely as a friend. His intuition told him that Xie Danju's gaze just now was indeed filled with desire, not the cold rejection he displayed now. In the spacious living room, only two handsome men sat facing each other, both with their heads lowered, their expressions hidden from view. After a long silence, Wei Jisheng asked, Will my feelings trouble your life? Xie Danju did not move or respond. He was contemplating how to answer this question. It had already caused some, but not much trouble, but if he said so directly it might hurt Wei Jisheng. It will, but not too much. Wei Jisheng nodded. We will still be friends in the future, but if you want we can be more than... He stood up and walked to the stairs, but when he was about to go upstairs he paused. After standing at the stairway for a while, he looked towards Xie Danju. Xie Danju had his hands clasped on his lap, his head lowered. The sunlight streaming in from outside allowed Wei Jisheng to see the glasses on Xie Danju's face clearly. Do not mind what I said. Just consider it the ramblings of a madman. But I will always wait for your different answer. Remember to take your medicine. Only after taking the medicine can you have sweets. After Wei Jisheng finished speaking, he stood there for a few seconds before stepping up the stairs. His gaze never left Xie Danju. Hearing the sounds of footsteps upstairs, Xie Danju finally looked up towards the stairway. He did not know why, but he felt compelled to look up. Not looking up made him uncomfortable. His feelings surged violently within him, causing pain in his chest. He looked up, and Wei Jisheng looked down, their gazes intertwined. Wei Jisheng's footsteps on the stairs faltered, and he stumbled a bit. He did not expect Xie Danju to look up. Xie Danju's body instantly froze, reacting faster than his mind. He averted his gaze and turned to look outside. Wei Jisheng looked down at his feet and hurried upstairs. That day they had no interaction. Wei Jisheng stayed in his room, while Xie Danju sat in the living room. To avoid embarrassment, Wei Jisheng did not go downstairs for dinner. He just sent Xie Danju a message saying he was not hungry and would not be joining for dinner. Xie Danju replied with a simple "mm." That night, he lay in bed playing games. Suddenly a video call interface popped up on his phone screen. It was Bilya. Wei Jisheng found his earphones and answered the call playing games while waiting for Bilya to speak. He did not notice this was a group call. Bilya said, "It's good that you are all here. I have something important to tell you." Bilya's tone was lively, and one could hear she was very happy. Completely the opposite of Wei Jisheng's dullness. Piluo said, "Bilya, you picked this time very well. I just got off work." Wei Jisheng lazily asked, "Piluo, what do weird creatures look like?" Piluo sighed, heavily exhausted. "They don't look like anything. They are the kind that can't even turn into a person. I killed them without using any talent. The strongest one I have encountered so far didn't even manage to injure me much." Wei Jisheng kept moving his hands. "Good luck. Bilya, what do you want to say?" Bilya smiled and changed the camera angle, revealing another girl's face on the screen. The girl was very pretty with a high nose bridge, blue eyes, and golden hair. However, she looked very weak, as if she were still wearing a patient gown. The girl forced a smile at the camera, a strained smile, as if it took a lot of effort. "This is Anya, my girlfriend. Let me introduce you to her." Wei Jisheng heard Piluo's coughing sound and instinctively leaned back, disgustedly saying, "Piluo, can you be a little cleaner and not spray everywhere?" "Hello, Anya. I have heard Bilya mention you." "Hello, Anya. I am Xie Danju." Upon hearing the voice, Wei Jisheng jumped up from the bed, looking around to ensure the lights were off. He did not pay attention and did not even realize Xie Danju was also there. He tidied up his messy hair and then turned on the light, pretending to be indifferent. Piluo paused for a moment and said, "Haha, hello, Anya. I have also heard Bilya mention you. She likes you a lot. We all know about this." Anya smiled again. Bilya explained, "Anya just woke up, so she can't speak for now, but she is very happy that I have friends like you." Piluo smiled a bit forced. "Likewise, I am also very grateful to have you as my friends. When I have time, I will visit my friends. Girlfriend in the setting sun country, Bilya, do you mind?" Bilya cheerfully said, "You are very welcome. Let me tell you another piece of good news. Anya's parents have agreed to us being together." She held Anya's hand in front of the camera. Both girls wore matching rings on their hands. Bilya had engraved letters on the inner side of the rings, the initials of Anya's name connected by a heart in the middle. "I picked up these rings today. They had been ordered a long time ago. However, Anya had been sick and just woke up recently, so I just want to pick them up." Wei Jisheng exited the game and enlarged the video. His gaze lingered on the hands of the two girls, staring intently at the ring. Xie Danju smiled and said, "Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. May you always be joyful." Piluo did not know what to say and could only say, "Anya, if Bilya ever bullies you." Wei Jisheng came back to his senses just in time to hear Piluo's words and burst out laughing. "What? You can still beat Bilya?" Piluo clicked her tongue. "What you said is also true. However, I trust Bilya. She is a really good person and won't be abusive." Bilya had one arm around Anya's shoulder and held her phone in the other hand, looking at Anya with a broad smile. Wei Jisheng rubbed his forehead. "Actually, if you can't speak, you can just keep quiet." Piluo possessed and shot a white-eyed glance at Wei Jisheng. "Bilya, would you mind telling us how you got together? Or you could share some of your past stories with us as well." Xie Danju and Wei Jisheng exchanged knowing glances, closing their eyes and shaking their heads. They knew that Anerya was lying in bed because something bad had happened before, yet Pu Luo deliberately walked into the line of fire. "Tisk, why is this person so smart, accurately mentioning the unboiled kettle?" Wei Jisheng thought to himself. Sure enough, Bilya's smile faded for a moment, but quickly returned. "Actually, it wasn't a big deal. I was just a bit reclusive back then, and Anerya thought I would feel lonely, so she started accompanying me to and from school. Our original friendship gradually transformed into love without us realizing it. We secretly dated behind our parents' backs, but were discovered by Luo, who is the child of my foster parents. He told my foster parents, who then contacted Anerya's parents. After a discussion, they decided that we should never see each other again in this lifetime. That night we decided to elope. Anerya had already gone to the place we agreed upon, but Luo found out about the plan and informed my foster parents, who locked me in the house. Anerya waited for me, but decided to go to my house to look for me. Unfortunately, she got into a car accident on the way and became a vegetable. She has been in bed for 4 years. For the first 3 years I searched for her. My parents knew about Anerya's accident, but never told me. It wasn't until I found a clue about her that my foster parents discovered it. They told me that if I wanted to see Anerya, I had to run away from home and not stay with them. They could never admit that they had a daughter who was like a monster, so I ran away, leaving a card with most of my savings to repay them for their upbringing. I went to the hospital to see Anerya, but her parents saw me and believed I was the one who harmed her, so they kicked. Later I visited her more frequently, and as I spent more time with her, Anerya began to recover quickly. Her parents no longer chased me away when they saw the benefits I brought to Anerya. I took care of her for 3 years, and then I entered the bizarre world. You all know what happened afterward. As soon as I returned to the country, I received news that Anerya had awakened. When I arrived at the hospital, I found that the country had already mediated with Anerya's parents, who agreed to my However, they said that if I went to the bizarre world and couldn't come back, you shouldn't wait for me. This is only natural, we are already openly together now. Bilious' voice transformed from heavy to increasingly cheerful, as everything was progressing positively. Bilia wiped his face, brushing away the inconspicuous tears. We are already starting to prepare for the wedding. Wei Jisheng chuckled softly. Of course I will come. How could I miss your wedding? Just wait, I will bring you a big gift. Aeneria, cradled in Bilia's arms, weakly shook her head. Wei Jisheng asked in confusion, what? Don't you believe me? Bilia replied, it's not that I don't believe you. Aeneria means you can just come without bringing a gift. Wei Jisheng shook his head. That won't do. One of my few friends is getting married. How could I not bring a gift? Xie Danju added, of course bringing a gift is a must. It's a tradition in our dragon kingdom. Bilia, remember to send us a wedding invitation, okay? Bilia shyly smiled, which was rare for him. Our wedding is at the end of January. The exact date has not been set yet, but don't worry, there will definitely be invitations. Wei Jisheng glanced at Pu Luo and asked, what is Pu Luo doing? Pu Luo suddenly said, sorry. I just fell asleep, but I heard everything. I remembered the wedding at the end of January. Oh, I will definitely come. Bilia frowned. You might as well skip it. We all know the situation in the Dawei country. No way, if Wei Jisheng is going, how could I not go? Among the four of us, you are the only one who has gotten into a relationship, so of course I have to go and see. By the way, he yawned and continued, by the way, you'll scout around to prepare for getting into a relationship. Anyway, whoever among us ends up last in a relationship is a dog. Pu Luo spoke in a fragmented manner, his voice growing softer. Wei Jisheng sighed. How long will he sleep? I feel exhausted just listening to him talk. Bilia stroked the ring on Aeneria's hand and thought for a moment before saying, he gets up at 5 in the morning and usually sleeps at 2 or 3 in the morning. Tisk, isn't that suffering? Aeneria yawned, and Bilia gently rubbed her hair. Alright, that's all I wanted to say tonight. Aeneria is tired, I'll log off now. Goodbye. Goodbye, remember to add her to the group. Bilia nodded and hung up the phone. Now only Wei Jisheng and Xie Danju were left, and a Pu Luo, who was unconscious. Wei Jisheng pursed his lips and said, Xie Danju, are you still angry? Why should I be angry? Aren't we getting along just fine? Upon hearing this, Wei Jisheng realized that Xie Danju was telling him that nothing had happened between them, just friends. He smiled wryly and asked, alright then, did you take your medicine at noon and dinner? Xie Danju nodded. Then take care and sleep early. I'm hanging up now. Wei Jisheng ended the call, and the unease in his heart finally faded away. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes and then opened them again. He still couldn't fall asleep as usual. However, he did not expect that as soon as he opened his eyes, the scenery around him had completely changed. It was initially a rather luxurious bedroom, but now it had turned into a shabby rental room. Wei Jisheng sat up bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He was certain he had not fallen asleep and entered a dream, for there was a familiar scent here, an inexplicable sense of reassurance, and a feeling of belonging. What provided him with this sense of belonging was not just the darkness, but also the eerie world. Thus it could only be the uncanny realm. Sure enough, the next moment a sound like electricity crackled in Wei Jisheng's mind. Eerie Dungeon, City of Home. Dungeon mode, Team Dungeon. Dungeon difficulty 10 stars. Congratulations, Chosen One, on unlocking the 10-star dungeon mode. The difficulty of the 10-star dungeon is immense, and the Chosen One must proceed with utmost caution. However, correspondingly, the rewards upon completion will be plentiful and substantial. Wei Jisheng rolled his eyes. Congratulations. What nonsense. You can keep your congratulations. Due to the high difficulty of the dungeon that the Chosen One is participating in, you may freely select eerie assistance items. Warning. Warning. Error. Error. The Chosen One can select items they have previously possessed to assist in passing the dungeon, but there is only one chance to choose. Please make your selection. Wei Jisheng realized something was off. The voice had completely changed. It shifted from a buzzing sound to a deep magnetic male voice. Who could this person be? Wei Jisheng paid no mind to this question, or it didn't matter much, so he decided not to waste time on such things. In the next instant, various types of items appeared in his mind. A dazzling array of items, overwhelming to the eye. Wei Jisheng noticed that these items were all things he had possessed before venturing into the human world, but they had vanished after he entered. So these were consumed by darkness. He spotted a peculiar-looking safe house, hazily familiar. He clicked on the safe house, and its purpose appeared. Safe house. After use, you can spend a safe 7 hours inside the safe house. After the dungeon ends, the purpose of the safe house disappears, and the Chosen One returns to the real world. One-time use. After a few moments of hesitation, Wei Jisheng chose the safe house. His intuition told him that this time he would likely need the safe house item. Since it was a city dungeon, Pu Luo and by area had to be here, but Xie Danju definitely wasn't. In a city dungeon, only one person from each country is allowed to participate to prevent cheating. The pressing urgency was to find by area and Pu Luo, but if he didn't know the rules, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. He then began to explore this old shabby rental house and found the rules in the toilet stall. Eerie rules. 1. Do not disclose your rules to anyone. 2. The only way to exit the dungeon is to survive for the designated duration. 3. Do not approach areas marked forbidden. The things inside are terrifying, and entering could have dire consequences. 4. There are many eerie beings around. You can kill them to make them serve you. 5. You must be wary not only of the eerie beings but also of humans. Humans are the most greedy and ungrateful creatures in the world, aren't they? 6. Do not trust your kind, for humans are untrustworthy. 7. You may go to the Lake of Strange Tales, but there is a capricious, high-level eerie being there. Try not to get close. 8. If an eerie being invites you to dinner, you must learn to refuse. 9. Good luck, and may your fragile heart not break. A simple reminder: do not take this rule too seriously. It has no real meaning and is not a warning to the chosen one. Wei Jisheng stared at the unprecedented rules, falling into deep thought. Such rules had never appeared before, and he had never seen anything like them. There were parentheses behind the rules. The difficulty of 10 stars was extraordinary. In this dungeon world, one must be cautious of eerie beings and also wary of one's own kind. It seems some people's rules are different. For example, killing one's own kind. Wei Jisheng tossed the note away and stepped out the door. The capricious, high-level eerie being at the Lake of Strange Tales. Just a fool who can act. He didn't take it seriously at all. In the real world, I can't believe it. Who starts an eerie live broadcast in the middle of the night? My phone was flashing in the dead of night. I thought eerie creatures had come to Longwa. Don't worry, everyone upstairs, we must trust the country. As long as the country is there, we need not fret. Brother Shin, good to see you again. So come, let me give you a kiss smack. Woke up late and missed the notification. What star level is this? I woke up with a start. Saw the 10-star dungeon. Hurry back, and sleeper, really, what kind of eyes do you have? 10 stars. I can loop infinitely, you know. Representative of the eerie world. Good evening, dear viewers. This is the 10-star dungeon. Oh, the name upstairs is too fake. Who believes that? TSK Wait is his ID address in the eerie world. It's over. My blood pressure is rising. I said staying up late isn't good. I should go back and sleep more. Representative of the eerie world. Dear viewers, please speak civilly. The eerie world has prepared a big gift for every chosen one. Oh my heavens, that is indeed the address of the eerie world. Can our chosen ones from Longwood decline this big gift? Representative of the eerie world, of course not. This is a gift from our eerie world, and everyone must sign. Also, our king is very interested in your chosen ones. Wei Jisheng stepped out, wandering around outside, but found no further clues. Not even a shadow could be seen, let alone a clue. He was currently squatting by the roadside. Wei Jisheng turned around to see Bai Area and Pu Luo, who had deep dark circles under his eyes. Hey, I've been looking for you two for ages. Wei Jisheng walked over, and Bai Area said, I also wanted to take a stroll outside, and ended up seeing Pu Luo and you. Wei Jisheng patted Pu Luo's shoulder. Oh, look, a giant panda. Pu Luo looked at him speechlessly. I really want to slap you, Wei Jisheng. You have a handsome mouth, yet why do you refuse to speak like a human? Wei Jisheng curled his lip. I don't like speaking human words, but you understand me, which is good. A dog can be taught. He raised his hand, and a black dog appeared at his feet. The dog's glossy black head looked around and spotted Wei Jisheng. It ran towards Wei Jisheng like a spoiled child, but when Wei Jisheng stepped aside, the dog didn't stop and directly pounced into Pu Luo's arms. See, your kind seems to like you quite a bit. Pu Luo pushed the dog away. Isn't this you? He yelled at the black dog. Stop barking, Wei Jisheng. The black dog bared its teeth as if to bite Pu Luo, who took out a dagger. He brought the dagger to his mouth, exhaling on it. The dagger's pitch-black blade remained unchanged, and Pu Luo wiped it with his sleeve. The black dog swallowed its saliva and turned to run towards Wei Jisheng. Woof, woof, woof. Help, this demon wants to stew people. Puff, stew dogs. Wei Jisheng raised his hand again, and the black dog vanished. Pu Luo clicked his tongue and sheathed his dagger. Your dog is like you, you are like your dog. Bai Area chuckled. You two are getting more childish by the day. Pu Luo said, I don't look like Wei Dog at all. Wei Jisheng walked over to them. I don't look like Pu Dog either. Where's Xie Danju? Mentioning Xie Danju, Wei Jisheng's lips curled into a faint smile. He didn't come. In a city dungeon, only one person from each country is allowed to participate. Bai Area asked, how do you know so clearly? Pu Luo's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that he was afraid Bai Area would find out that Wei Jisheng was eerie, it was that they were currently live streaming. I told him. If I hadn't informed him before, do you think he would have the right to know? Pu Luo casually continued. Wei Jisheng rested his hand on Pu Luo's shoulder, cooperating. Come on now, you found out from the phone in the eerie world, didn't you? Upon hearing this response, Pu Luo felt relieved. Thankfully, he had reacted fairly quickly. By the way, what was the star rating this time? He didn't even mention it when we came. Wei Jisheng replied truthfully, 10 stars. What? Pu Luo was so shocked his voice cracked, and Bai Area stared at Wei Jisheng in disbelief, clearly Wei Jisheng sighed. 10 stars, I'm not lying to you. Pu Luo gulped, already envisioning his own gruesome. Well, I guess I'm dead meat today. Wei Jisheng snorted. Dead? With me here, how dare you speak of death? Pu Luo glanced at Wei Jisheng, then at his own palm. Forget it. Though I should trust you, I can't shake the feeling that this time you can't even save yourself. Just watch, see if I can get you out. Let's go to my place first. Bai Area nodded. Let's go. Pu Luo remained listless, shrouded in gloom. Bai Area comforted him. It's okay, we have Wei Jisheng. He'll save us, won't he? Wei Jisheng nodded. What's with that attitude? You don't believe me. Pu Luo shook his head. I don't believe in myself. Bai Area walked between them, a smile tugging at her lips. I've already set the wedding date, January 30th. Make sure you come. Bai Area brought up the wedding at this moment solely to lighten the mood, to lift them from their lifelessness. Pu Luo understood, so he said, Alright, if I calculate the time, by the time we escape this bizarre instance, it'll be your wedding. I'm really looking forward to it. But it's a pity. Because of the bizarre creatures, I can only stay for a few hours. Still, even a few hours to witness a friend's wedding is wonderful. Remember to send me an invitation. Bai Area chuckled. I know I remember. And Area remembers too. Wei Jisheng opened the door. This shabby place has nothing. Find yourselves a spot to sit. Bai Area, tell me, what kind of wedding are you planning? Bai Area tilted her head, thinking. Nothing special. Just whatever an Area wants. If she wants something lavish, we'll have a nationwide wedding. If she prefers simplicity, just a few tables. Pu Luo surveyed the rundown surroundings. He found a relatively clean spot. Bai Area, sit here. He'll stand for a while. What about the wedding plan? Your country doesn't allow same-sex marriage certificates, does it? Bai Area walked over and sat down. Of course I want a grand wedding. Let the whole world know we're a couple meant to be together forever. No marriage certificate. No problem. We'll just be lovers for life. Wei Jisheng sat on the bed. Let the whole world know. That's easy. I bet the whole world already knows. Or after we get out, Pu Luo, and I can help you spread the word. Pu Luo pushed Wei Jisheng aside and sat down himself. Of course I'd be happy to. Out of my sparse public announcements, your wedding with an Area will be the first pinned post. When Wei Jisheng or Xie Danju get married, those will be the second and third. Bai Area's fingers traced the ring on her hand, its silver gleam catching the light. Pu Luo asked, should we go out and buy some supplies? Wei Jisheng shook his head. No need. We won't starve for a few days. Pu Luo closed his eyes. That's best. I really don't want to move an inch. I just want to sleep. Wei Jisheng looked at the person beside him and softly called out, Pu Luo. No response. He gently nudged Pu Luo's shoulder. Pu Luo. Still no response or movement. Wei Jisheng's expression was unreadable. Impressive. Even a sleepwalker couldn't compete with his sleeping. Bai Area gazed at Pu Luo, who had collapsed onto the bed. There's a kind of sleep where you're fully aware of the outside world and can hear everything clearly, but you just can't open your eyes. Wei Jisheng relaxed and fell back onto the bed. I can only hope he doesn't die from exhaustion. The three of them, Wei Jisheng, Bai Area, and Pu Luo, began to live together in the bizarre world. Apart from the old dilapidated house, everything else was relatively decent. There was a place to shower, though no one used it. First, because their bodies didn't get dirtied. Second, because in the bizarre world, everything was live-streamed. There was no privacy. They ate only when they felt like it. But cooking required lighting a fire. Pu Luo always started the fire, and Bai Area did the cooking. After Wei Jisheng burned down the kitchen, they banned him from entering that sacred space. A note was posted on the kitchen door. Wei Jisheng is not allowed to enter. The handwriting was neat and precise, clearly Bai Area's. Below it, in addition, scrawled a legible script. Wei Jisheng knew what it said. Pu Luo had written, and dogs. The full sign read, Wei Jisheng and dogs are not allowed to enter. Wei Jisheng pretended not to see it. After all, he didn't need to light the fire, he just had to eat. The rental had 2 beds. Bai Area naturally took one for herself. Wei Jisheng didn't want to argue with Pu Luo, and wasn't used to sharing a bed, so he voluntarily took the sofa. Time passed like this. So far, no troublesome creatures had come to disturb them. They lived in leisure, exuding an air of peaceful tranquility. Real world strange. My sister abroad said she can't see the bizarre live streams, but she's sure there are chosen ones participating. Why is that? Other countries can't see it either. When I try to enter a live stream from another country, it says you are not within the country's location range, so you cannot watch the live stream. I initially thought it was to prevent plagiarism, but it turns out foreign countries can't see it at all. How strange. Why can we in Longwa see it? By the way, how many hint opportunities do we have? It seems we have expected. It's normal for a 10-star instance to have no hints. Bizarre World. Wei Jisheng was reading a book in the living room. Pu Luo was setting the table, and Bai Area was tidying up the room. Oh, look at our esteemed master. Sitting there reading, trying to build a bookworm persona now, huh? Wei Jisheng turned a page. Listen, there's a dog barking again. Bai Area put down the feather duster and walked to the table. Enough, you two, stop bickering. Wei Jisheng, come eat. Wei Jisheng dog-eared a page, closed the book, set it on the sofa, and sat down to eat. Pu Luo picked up his chopsticks, but then suddenly noticed his hand becoming translucent. Bai Area clearly saw it too, because her body was also slowly changing. Wei Jisheng glanced at them. Good luck to you both. We'll meet again when I get out. Bai Area sighed. We could have left together, but we're leaving you behind. Wei Jisheng smiled. It's better this way. Both of you are here. If I had to leave either of you, I'd worry. Byaria isn't strong in combat, and Pu Luo is weak in everything except combat. How could I feel at ease leaving either of you here? Pu Luo clicked his tongue impatiently. Seriously, I'm about to leave and you're still taking shots at me. Wei Jisheng chewed on his chopsticks, mumbling, Your unhappiness is my happiness. Be generous and let me enjoy myself a little longer. Get lost. Good luck, my friend. As soon as Byaria finished speaking, her figure vanished. Pu Luo was also quick. Good luck. When we get out, we'll drink together. This time you must tell me about Lin Shui. If you said the same thing last time. Pu Luo did not reply, nor did Wei Jisheng look up, because he was now the only one left in the room. Wei Jisheng set down his chopsticks and gazed out the window. If only a 10-star instance could be cleared by simply living a peaceful life within it, how wonderful that would be. From the moment he entered the instance, Wei Jisheng sensed something amiss. The rules stated that one must survive 4 weeks, but they did not specify what kind of survival this entailed. The first 3 weeks were certainly manageable, but the final week would be different. After a moment of thought, he picked up his chopsticks and calmly resumed eating. Strange instances had not appeared for a long time, yet now a 10-star instance emerged with such low difficulty. Anyone would be suspicious, let alone Wei Jisheng, who was inherently distrustful by nature. He knew that the true 10-star instance had only just begun. Sending Pu Luo and Byaria away first was simply a means to reduce his allies. However, this worked in his favor. Without them as liabilities, he had a better chance of survival. After eating for a while, he put down his chopsticks, stood up, and walked out of the rented room. This world was a 10-star instance, one of the few such instances in the strange world. In the past, he had possessed a 10-star instance of his own as a trump card, but now it was likely gone. In the eyes of the strange king, since Wei Jisheng had gone to the human world and had no chance of returning naturally, all the instance worlds that had once been loyal to him had to be annihilated. Wei Jisheng's inherent suspicion had been honed by the strange king, showing how intolerant the strange king was of any imperfection. Wei Jisheng intended to visit Guitan Lake because there awaited an old friend. He strolled leisurely to a stone tablet. On the tablet were large red characters, Guitan Lake. He stood in front of the tablet for a moment, then stepped in without hesitation. Speaking of Guitan Lake, it had a profound connection with him. Real world, Brother Sheng, what are you doing? The rules say Guitan Lake is dangerous. Why did Byaria and Pu Luo clear it so easily? Is this really a 10-star instance? Well, why did they leave while Brother Sheng stayed? What's the reason? Maybe the clearance conditions for a 10-star instance are different. I guess each person has different rules. Strange world. After a few steps, Wei Jisheng saw a stretch of brownish lake. A faint scent of blood permeated the air. Wei Jisheng held his breath. He wouldn't die even without breathing. The stench was unbearable, akin to opening the coffin of an ancient corpse that had lain for 1,000 years. Just a whiff of that odor could make one lose their appetite for 2 months. A natural diet. Wei Jisheng advanced. Who are you? An aged voice entered Wei Jisheng's ears. It was not harsh, but reassuring. The familiar voice, the familiar figure, the familiar face. Wei Jisheng stared fixedly at the face of the creature before him. Its hands were bound by chains that extended far into the cold rock. The chains did not look strong. They were as thin as a necklace. The creature's hair was extremely long, likely several meters, dry at the crown, with many strands floating on the water. The hair on the water tangled into clumps, floating before and behind the creature. This was a cave devoid of light, with only cold rock walls and freezing temperatures. Wei Jisheng walked forward. Even though he could already see the creature's face from his current position, he was not satisfied and strode on. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the creature's hands were not merely bound by chains. The chains had pierced through its arms. At its wrist bones, the chains disappeared, and black blood dripped from its wrists. The originally brown lake water was stained by its blood, turning black around its body. Scattered long hair covered part of its face, making it hard to see clearly. But Wei Jisheng saw it very clearly. He would remember that face for a lifetime. Even if it turned to ash, he would still recognize and find it. The creature's blue eyes stared straight at Wei Jisheng. He stopped at the lake's edge, the water rippling, but not touching his feet. After a long silence, a voice resonated in the empty cave. So it's you. You still remember me? The creature smiled faintly. Of course I do. After all, I am the only strange you ever trusted, am I not? Wei Jisheng raised his head, looking down on it with contempt. Its body was covered in long scars, iron chains piercing through its shoulders, with large patches of blackened bloodstains on its chest. Its palms were also pierced by iron nails connecting to long chains. At the slightest movement, the chains clattered in the cave. Does it hurt? Wei Jisheng asked, coldly staring at the creature in the lake. Every inch of its body was wounded. Under the brown lake water, its lower half bore thick blood marks and unhealing injuries. Thus it looked less like a human and more like a malevolent ghost, a water ghost that had been flayed and discarded. The creature replied with a smile, it hurts. Every slight movement causes pain all over. I have remained still for many years. It lifted its head, revealing a face covered in horrifying scars. There is a kind of pain that looks painful just by seeing it. Even Wei Jisheng felt a wave of phantom pain surging through his own body. It now appeared neither human nor ghost, but only Wei Jisheng and a few strangeness knew how breathtakingly beautiful that face once was. Calling a man breathtakingly beautiful might be inappropriate, but its beauty was of an androgynous kind. Whether seen up close or from afar, one could not tell if it was male or female. That face had once been stunningly striking. Even Wei Jisheng was overwhelmed at first sight. But now it was so hideous that a second glance evoked disgust and even nausea. When Wei Jisheng saw those blue eyes, he was momentarily dazed. It was as if he had returned to that time. The time of the one who smiled gently at him, who tended to his wounds. Those blue eyes had once been filled with tenderness, smiling at him, as if about to overflow with water. Your name is Wei Jisheng, meaning you kill strange creatures to survive, not for momentary pleasure. Do not fall into the abyss of slaughter, nor lose your original heart in the frenzy of killing. That is the intention behind giving you this name. As for me, my name is Jisheng. The familiar, gentle voice echoed in Wei Jisheng's mind. He forced a bitter smile. Wei Jisheng. That name has been a disgrace to me my entire life. The creature was taken aback. So you think that way too? I remember you used to like that name. Don't you like it anymore? Wei Jisheng kicked a stone off the ground. It flew steadily into his hand. He hurled it violently toward the creature in the water, with such force that the entire cave echoed with the sound of the stone flying. Bang! I never liked that name. Never. Never. A large pool of blood flowed from the man's head. He felt the pain in his skull, yet suddenly realized that it seemed he had no sensation there. After a long time of pondering, he recalled that the pain had persisted for so many years that he had slowly become accustomed to it. Such trivial discomfort no longer caused him real pain. Wei Jisheng roared, I have never liked that name. Tell me, what do I mean to you? Did you really come close to me just to push me into the abyss? Or do you see me as someone else's substitute? You truly don't want me to lose my true self in slaughter, or do you simply regard me as your dreams, Jisheng? The man was taken aback, slowly raising his stiff head, disbelief filling his blue eyes. How do you know? Wei Jisheng smiled bitterly. How could I not know? Every time you scream in your nightmares, it's this name you call. Every time it's Jisheng. How could I not know? How could you expect me to be unaware? Wei Jisheng's emotions completely spiraled out of control, unable to rein in his actions. He roared and howled, venting his dissatisfaction like a wolf gone berserk. Rather than resembling a fierce wolf, it was more like a child who had endured enough grievances outside, running to an adult to cry and express his grievances. Wei Jisheng maintained absolute rationality in front of anyone, and in any situation, never losing his temper or control like this. He seemed to see through everything like a deity, as if he were the chess player controlling everything behind the curtain. Yet he stumbled upon this person. He was not angry, but rather felt wronged. He clearly trusted this person deeply, yet he betrayed him without hesitation. Even when he turned back to glance upon leaving that year, they would not speak like this now. Since that time, Wei Jisheng had not lost control for a long time. The only one who could make him lose control was Jisheng, the person he hated to the bone, the one he wished to flay. The man quietly gazed at him, waiting until he had shouted out all his anger before asking, so what is your name now? Wei Jisheng's eyes grew slightly red. I am now called. You are not worthy to know my name. Jisheng, that name is quite nice, taken for the sake of your beloved, truly beautiful. Unfortunately, no one will find your name beautiful anymore. You will remain here for the rest of your life. The strange talk lake naturally suppresses the uncanny. You cannot escape, and no strange being dares to enter. No one will discover your existence. Beings like you deserve to live in darkness. You know I fear the dark, yet you still locked me in here. I have spent many years in darkness, many years. Unaware of the passage of time, without the light's illumination you left, without a shred of compassion. What benefits come from being loyal to the king of the strange? Tell me. Wei Jisheng's eyes reddened, his nose also tinged with red. There were no tears in his eyes, but he could not make out Jisheng's expression. After a pause, he said, forget it. What use is it to question someone as unfeeling as you? Jisheng thought for a moment before asking, you actually like the light, don't you? Wei Jisheng snorted in derision, as if answering his question, yet also as if speaking to himself indeed. In the past, what I loved most was light. Only when the light arrives do those monsters cease to exist, and the darkness can be dispelled. Only when the darkness dissipates can the uncanny world restore order, and I can survive. But now, because of you, I detest the light, and even prefer the darkness. When the uncanny world plunges into darkness, I can find those monsters, and in slaughter, I can find my true self. I can know that I still exist in this world, that I am still alive. After a long silence, Wei Jisheng blinked his sore eyes, and said, ridiculous. I actually hate the light that has saved me countless times because of a betrayer. Ha ha ha, I am truly foolish. Foolish, really foolish. Jisheng frowned. Why would you hate the light? Because of me. Wei Jisheng raised his eyes to look at him. Why? Because you are just like light, barging into my life and saving me in the way you think is right. But the light never appeared just for me. Just like you. You approached me not for my sake, but for your beloved. You did not come to me purely for me. I do not need light, nor do I need someone to redeem me. You who casually barges into others' lives are not despicable and shameless. I thought you would be different, but you are still like light, ignoring my pleas and leaving regardless. This is my Isn't that enough? Jisheng swallowed the lump in his throat, the corners of his mouth curling up into a pale smile. Yes, who isn't despicable and shameless? He murmured softly, so it turns out all of this is a game, a chess game laid down by the savior. I thought I was the player, but did not realize I was also a piece on the board. He spoke softly, and Wei Jisheng did not hear. Sensing his emotional instability, he prepared to leave. He absolutely would not allow himself to show signs of emotional instability, as that would only lead to sorrow, leaving behind a handle for others to grasp. With a handle, it would be much easier for them to catch him. Though he would not die, he did not wish to live without freedom. He sought a life that was free and unrestrained, not one trapped in a place enduring torment. Jisheng raised his head and asked, "So, did you come to find me just to throw a stone at me and scold me?" Wei Jisheng halted his steps, turning his back to Jisheng, his once straight spine now bending down. "I don't know." Jisheng laughed a loud, pleasant laugh. "Wei Jisheng, have you forgotten what I taught you? Your spine cannot bend, are you?" Wei Jisheng stiffened for a moment, then straightened his spine, redirecting his gaze to Jisheng, mocking Hefula. He then turned and walked away, not looking back, without a trace of reluctance, just like the person he was back then. In the cave, only the sound of Wei Jisheng's footsteps remained, gradually fading until it disappeared completely. Jisheng watched his departing figure grow distant, the light in his eyes slowly dimming. His lips moved slightly, murmuring an unknown incantation. In the cave now alone, the cold wind whistled. If one listened closely, they could hear his last words. "You will not be the boy trapped in a cage yearning for freedom. You will attain a new rebirth. I will take your place and be forever trapped in the cage, guarding the peace between the two realms." Jisheng's figure gradually bent, resembling a soulless corpse. The chains binding him clanked with his movements, and the flow of blood within him quickened. Black blood dripped steadily into the brown lake water, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains. Drip, drip. Jisheng seemed to lose all sensation of pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably, allowing the chains to sway continuously, stretching out and burrowing into his flesh. "Ah!" Jisheng screamed, his body suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain. His soul was being pulled within his body, and the wounds on him tore open again with his struggles. At a visible speed, like a knitted sweater unraveling, it tore rapidly to both sides, revealing a blood-red half-heart within. He was now an uncanny being, and should not possess a heart. Yet that heart beat fiercely within his chest. The half-heart pulsed, adorned in blood-red, glaringly bright, relentless. Use of uncanny artifact successful. Wei Jisheng walked forward. Though his vengeance was fulfilled, and he had witnessed the other's wretched state, neither human nor ghost, he felt no relief or pleasure, only an indescribable sensation. Sour and astringent, swollen and distended. This emotion filled every corner of his body, as if he were a vessel, each part saturated with the feeling. Yet it was not enough. These emotions seemed to surge out of him, threatening to drown him, to watch him struggle or suffer. Wei Jisheng forcibly suppressed the emotion and strode forward. He moved farther from the weird lake, never looking back, unaware that the man he so despised had vanished. And he would never know that the life in Wei Jisheng was his own. Whether in the shape of the character, its meaning, or the true owner of the name, it was all him. When he named himself Wei Jisheng, he had not realized the implication. Wei Jisheng. The heartless thrive while the devoted are left bone dead, hated by their beloved. Real world, damn, thank goodness. The screen went black just now. I thought Brother Sheng was done for. Glad he's still alive. Brother Sheng is back, but wait, his eyes look a bit red. What's wrong? Did he lose a fight? If he lost, you wouldn't still see him. You're pretty impressive. Isn't the weird lake supposed to be off limits? Wei Jisheng went in and came out unscathed. Nonsense. Rules are for the weak. Do you think Brother Sheng is weak? But can anyone tell me why it went black again? I thought he was dead. Scared the hell out of me. Weird world. Wei Jisheng returned to his rented room and slept. When he woke, he heard footsteps outside, yet the footsteps had been there for a long time. Some stopped, others followed, cycling endlessly. Wei Jisheng had been listening intently. He hadn't slept. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. It seemed Jisheng harbored many secrets. From their first meeting, he had appeared to know him well, but he had never pondered. Suddenly these overlooked details surfaced, and he could not sleep at all. He had been lying awake, merely closing his eyes in feigned rest. He mulled things over while listening to footsteps approach, stop, approach again, then stop. He sighed, utterly baffled by what those outside wanted. They clearly intended to kill him, yet they lurked outside, afraid to enter. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. In a blur, his peripheral vision caught the figure of Xie Danju. He quickly sat up and looked. Xie Danju tilted his head, smiling faintly at him. Wei Jisheng stood. After a few steps before he drew near, he halted. He noticed something different about Xie Danju. No change in face. There was no aura of a bizarre creature either. Yet Wei Jisheng stopped in his tracks. For Xie Danju's eyes were blue, a pale blue. He would never forget those eyes, even if beaten to death. In an instant, Xie Danju vanished. Wei Jisheng scanned the entire room, No one else was there, as if the figure had been nothing but his hallucination. A rare thin layer of sweat broke out on him. He grew worried about Xie Danju. He stretched his limbs, walked to the door, and opened it. Outside stood a Wei Jisheng looked out. There were thousands, if not tens of thousands. Those things were all unspeakably grotesque, definitely not human. Most of them were quirky beings, a few were humans. And they were all in a weirdified state. Inevitably, in the weird world, when a quirky being was in a weirdified state, it was highly aggressive, yet still rational, only attacking those it intended to. But if manipulated by someone, that was a different story. Wherever Wei Jisheng's eyes reached, there were quirky beings. Beyond his sight, behind the dense wall of weirdness, stood humans. Kill the weird, manipulate the weird. Using them as scapegoats was a decent method. The rule on the paper was clearly a reminder for him to kill more weird beings to gain self-preservation. But Wei Jisheng feared no such ghastly things. Since he couldn't die anyway, let's see who kills whom first. Now he understood where all those footsteps came from. Wei Jisheng raised his hand and released the black dog. It sat by his feet, looked around bewildered, then none. Wei Jisheng patted the black dog's head. You see, they're all weird beings. You sense it too. A 10-star dungeon, extremely difficult. If you still want to stay with me, this will be the norm. You'll have to fight by my side. It's dangerous. If you find this life too perilous, you can leave now. They're after me. Walk away boldly, and they won't bother you. The black dog raised its dark head, its black eyes reflecting Wei Jisheng's figure. Woof, 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 woof. I want meat. Their meat looks good. Wei Jisheng understood the reply, the corner of his mouth lifting. Good, worthy of being my dog. After this he'll get woof, woof, woof. Fine, but it better be a good name. Wei Jisheng smiled silently, raising one hand. A white rope appeared in his empty hand, happily wrapping around his fingers. Wei Jisheng held it up. One end of the white rope turned toward the weirdified beings, then back to Wei Jisheng. He understood. I have a name now. Zhu gave it to me, Bai Ling. I love it. Master, I like him. Can we take him home? Wei Jisheng's rising smile stiffened for a moment. Zhu. The white ropes and bobbed up and down. His smile widened. Very good. That name is lovely. He'll take it. You call him master from now on. Bai Ling was displeased. Its raised body drooped slightly, but under Wei Jisheng's pressure it nodded. Wei Jisheng, we know you're a hero of Dragon Country. But to get out we must kill you. Surrender now, and it'll be easier for both sides. Otherwise you'll die horribly. Wei Jisheng didn't look up. He gazed at Bai Ling, his left hand stroking the black dog's head. You want me to use my life to build a staircase for you to leave? That's not what we mean. If you do this you'll be a hero to the whole world, and well, I'll repay you. Repay me after I'm dead. Don't you find that ridiculous? Wei Jisheng, your life is precious, but so are the lives of all of us. You're one life for so many of us. You should be glad. Would you be glad if it were you? Besides, you want my life, but mine is far more valuable than yours. Wei Jisheng, you're making enemies of the entire world. Wei Jisheng sneered. Enemies of you? You're not worthy. I fight to live, so do you. Your lives are lives, but mine isn't. In a weird dungeon, the strong rule, the weak perish. Since you are bound by minor rules and need to kill me to leave, let's settle our differences by the universal rule of the weird dungeon. Wei Jisheng, don't be ungrateful. You can't beat us all. Your life for all of ours, why not? Oh, a Sakura country person spoke. Typical. Only people from Sakura, all nations, and A3 would say something so shameless. And your master Migwa just chimed in too. No matter, he'll send you all to the Yellow Springs soon. But tell me, when you try to guilt trip me, did it ever occur to you that I have no conscience? Charge. Wei Jisheng patted the black dog's head. Go eat some meat. Woof, woof, woof. The weirdified beings surged toward Wei Jisheng. The black dog ran to the side, intercepting many. Wei Jisheng casually pointed his right hand in another direction, and the white rope shot out with a whoosh. Wherever it went, slapping sounds echoed. A white blur darted among the terrifying weird beings. Wherever the white blur passed, weird beings fell in droves. Wei Jisheng flexed his wrist and pulled a dagger from his pocket. He looked at the dagger, tossing it in his hand. Its weight was good, just right. This dagger was the fruit knife Bailaya used to cut fruit. He raised his head. Before him, weird beings charged. He twisted his wrist, the sharp blade pointing downward, ready to strike. What's all the commotion? Pulyuo's voice interrupted Wei Jisheng's impending move. He looked toward the source in surprise. Pulyuo stood on the rooftop, arms crossed, looking down at them. Wei Jisheng's pupils widened, unable to believe that Pulyuo was still here. The strange disturbances around them ceased, and the black dog and white silk also stopped moving. The moment Pulyuo appeared, the tense atmosphere around them seemed to dissipate in an instant. Bullying the weak with numbers is that the virtue of your kind. Bilya's voice emerged from behind Wei Jisheng. He quickly turned around, and Bilya's handsome face reflected in Wei Jisheng's dark eyes. Behind her, a black vortex fleetingly appeared. She wore a disdainful smile, turning her back to the thousands of troops and horses behind her, only looking at Wei Jisheng's shocked expression. Pulyuo jumped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully on his feet. He casually clapped his hands as he walked towards Wei Jisheng. Don't be so shocked, my friend. You've been targeted by so many people. Of course, as your good friends, we will come to help you, just like you said. Even if we know we're going to get beaten, we should get beaten together. Wei Jisheng came back to his senses. How did you get in? The strange world can't possibly open the door to you. Billia turned around facing the endless strangeness ahead and said, we obtained new strange tools that can open the door to the strange world, allowing us to come and go freely into any strange instance, but the time is limited only 4 hours. But that's enough. Billia Pu Luo, are you two chosen ones really going to help Wei Jisheng? Pu Luo gently grasped the air with his right hand, and a glowing black dagger appeared in his hand. He took a few steps forward, standing in front of Wei Jisheng. Come on, you're bullying the weak with numbers. Can't we help our friend? Then we'll just kill you all together. Billia said calmly. I will accompany you to the end. Wei Jisheng then noticed she held something resembling a whip. Billia, what is that in your hand? Billia glanced at the whip in her hand. I don't know, it's a strange tool from this strange instance. Pu Luo asked. Wei Jisheng, with so many strangeness here, it can't possibly have it inside, right? Wei Jisheng quickly suppressed his shock feelings he couldn't quite describe bubbling up inside him. Perhaps it was happiness, perhaps it was excitement. This time he was no longer alone. He no longer bore the pressure of the strange world by himself. It turned out that being chosen by others felt like this. Yes, it is not here, so we can use the strange tools freely. Pu Luo and Billia exchanged knowing smiles. Since those people were bullying the weak, they could not blame them for seeking external support. Using the strange tools wins forgiveness and wins Jade Pendant. Billia and Pu Luo's voices echoed simultaneously as the strange tools were instantly activated. Truly stubborn. Attack. Leave not a single one behind. The surrounding strangeness regained its previous form, roaring violently as it charged at them. The first strange entity to attack them quickly switched teams due to the tool's influence, turning around to strike one of its own kind 3 meters away. It then targeted the next victim. Wei Jisheng watched as Billia and Pu Luo fought fiercely against the strangeness ahead, activating their strange tools, then plunged into the mass of strange entities to wreak havoc. The strange tools influenced the strangeness, and a very small number of strange entities affected by the tools began to assist them. However, there were few. The tools were limited and only targeted one strange entity, so the influence was not extensive. Wei Jisheng had several strange tools on him, and also activated the strange soul tool. The strange entity he summoned was incredibly powerful. At the moment it appeared, the originally agitated strangeness calmed down significantly, even its aggressiveness diminished greatly. Wei Jisheng gazed in surprise at the strange entity he had summoned, and Pu Luo and Billia paused for a moment to look at it as well. Others might think this strange entity was extraordinary, but only Wei Jisheng knew that its power was absolutely beyond what the strange tools could possess. It was powerful enough to destroy an 8-star instance. Wei Jisheng shaped his lips silently, saying, "Well hidden this time, your scheme is quite good." It smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment. It's been a long time since we last met. I hope to witness the rise of a god of slaughter with my own eyes." After saying this, the two strange entities, one strange entity and a creature of unknown origin, no longer exchanged pleasantries and began to immerse themselves in their own world of slaughter. Although Pu Luo's combat ability couldn't match Wei Jisheng's, he was still quite strong. His enhanced talent from the last instance allowed him to see the weaknesses of every strange entity and reduced his cooldown time significantly, so self-preservation was not an issue. "You are really ugly and a thin dog." The strange entity in front was enraged. Even under the pressure exerted by Wei Jisheng's summoned strange soul, it was still agitated. It wriggled its unidentifiable mass of flesh closer to Pu Luo, only to be dispatched by Pu Luo with a single slash. He was cautious while his talent was on cooldown. When the cooldown of his talent ended, Pu Luo began to act rashly. With a single line, he caused a mid-level strange entity to pay with its life. While Billia's combat ability was not as good as the two boys, the whip in her hand was perfectly in sync with her, as if the whip and she were one. The silver-purple whip carved through the air, leaving traces behind. All one could see were silver-purple phantoms momentarily lingering in the air, and with this 3 strange entities lost their lives. In the real world, Wu am really crying. Billia and Pu Luo are just too good. Is the strange world target? Shouldn't our high officials in the Dragon Kingdom ask the chosen ones from other countries what's going on? The country can't manage this. In the strange world, everyone fights to survive, killing whoever they need to save themselves, and no country can intervene. Is it because the chosen ones from other countries have their live broadcasts closed off that they are killing strange entities to get rid of Wei Jisheng? The high officials of the Unyielding Nation and the Never-Setting Sun Nation were already in a state of panic in the They had originally felt relieved, thankful that their chosen one had emerged from the dangerous strange instance, and that they would not be implicated in this incident. But who would have thought that they would disregard their own safety and use strange tools to enter the strange instance just to save a chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom? The faint spark of hope they had finally seen could be extinguished today. Dong Zhuyu frowned, his anger palpable enough to transform into substance. Xie Danju stood beside him, his face expressionless, yet his mere presence made others shudder. The golden-rimmed glasses on his nose could not conceal the faint anxiety and intense coldness in his eyes. It was hard to tell whether it was a sense of oppression or fear in his heart. He now felt completely different from his former self, projecting a powerful aura that pressured everyone in the conference room, making them reluctant to meet his gaze, many instinctively lowering their heads. No one knew what emotion Xie Danju was feeling. The pressure he exuded was even more formidable than Dong Zhuyu, who had been ruthless in the political arena for half his life. Even Dong Zhuyu felt overshadowed by him. Someone knocked on the door. Director Dong, the unyielding nation has sent us a message. Their strange creatures are increasing rapidly, and they need our assistance. Dong Zhuyu loosened his furrowed brows, removed his glasses, and wearily rubbed his forehead. Let's send some people from our bureau. The situation in the great fearless nation is more challenging than in the Sun Never Sets nation. Let Wei Hu lead the team to the Sun Never Sets nation, and let Qi Yi lead the team there as well. A silence enveloped the conference room as footsteps echoed. The two reporting personnel walked farther away. No one dared to speak. They remained motionless, their breaths becoming exceedingly cautious. In the eerie world, initially Bailaya and Pu Luo had the upper hand, but gradually their stamina waned and their strength could no longer support their intense dodging. Consequently, they bore some injuries. Wei Jisheng needs no introduction. He is not human. His body is filled with inexhaustible stamina. He used the Heart of Assistance tool to help Pu Luo and Bailaya restore their mental energy to 100%. The lower-level anomalies have all disappeared, and the mid-level ones are mostly gone, but the 10-star dungeon is not lacking in high-level anomalies. High-level anomalies are abundant, more than they can handle. Bailaya and Pu Luo felt increasingly overwhelmed when facing mid-level anomalies, let alone high-level ones. Wei Jisheng charged at the front, blood covering his body, face, and hands. Black blood congealed on his clothes and face. Even if it wasn't a bright and glaring red, it made him look like a demon who had slain a god, holding the severed head aloft. The blood-soaked demon merged with the darkness during the massacre, appearing and disappearing without a trace, killing anomalies unseen. The knife in his hand pierced the heart of an anomaly, black blood splattering onto his hands, yet his figure remained unseen. The long massacre left Bailaya and Pu Luo covered in black and blood-red stains. The mixture of black and red blood emitted a foul odor. Wei Jisheng instructed the Black Dog and White Ling to protect Pu Luo, while the anomaly's soul safeguarded Bailaya. The Black Dog bore many wounds, with black liquid dripping from its belly onto the ground, mixing with the thick black sediment below. White Ling is not an anomalous creature, so it cannot be injured. Its originally white body now exuded a black mist, obscuring any trace of its original color. The anomaly's soul needs no introduction. It is powerful and the ruler of this dungeon. To it, those anomalies are merely insignificant ants. Wei Jisheng resembled a god of slaughter, not hiding the bloodshot veins in his eyes. With swift strikes, both high-level and low-level anomalies fell at his hands. He is neither human nor an anomaly. Yet he is more powerful than anomalies, and also more fragile than humans. Bailaya and Pu Luo sat on the ground, soaked in black blood, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for stale air. Wei Jisheng had vanished, and the surrounding anomalies were nearly wiped out. During the prolonged massacre, Bailaya felt as if she were losing control, her hands swinging the whip uncontrollably, the bloodthirsty nature within her gradually surfacing. At that moment, she only wished to kill more, just a bit more would suffice. But her body just wouldn't stop. It felt like a puppet controlled by someone else, manipulating her body and thoughts. Fortunately, Wei Jisheng's tool had restored her mental energy. This state did not last long. You two remarkable chosen ones are truly powerful, but you've simply chosen the wrong camp. A deep voice reached Pu Luo and Bailaya's ears. They turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual approaching, accompanied by a few others. The person walked slowly towards them, looking down at the two seated on the ground. The Black Dog and White Ling sensed no malice, so they did not attack, but maintained their defensive postures. My name is Jeanboat. I'm from the United States. I've heard of your great names for quite some time. Pu Luo frowned, standing up to shield Bailaya. Leave, you are not welcome here. Jeanboat smirked. There's no need for any welcome. I bear no ill will, I merely wish to befriend you. Bailaya pulled Pu Luo behind him. We do not befriend the enemies of friends. You should leave. A rough voice emanated from behind Jeanboat, prompting them to look at the group behind him. My name is Hung Yim from a San country. You must come with us. I want to survive. No one can stop me from living. I survived in the slums, and here I will continue to live. Jeanboat disregarded a Hung, his lips curling up. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame us. He stepped back a few paces and said softly, go. Bailaya summoned her whip, while Pu Luo tightly gripped his dagger. As soon as he spoke, a swarm of bizarre anomalies appeared before them. Bailaya and Pu Luo distinctly felt that these anomalies were extraordinary, far stronger than the ones they encountered initially. The Black Dog trembled. No matter how strong it was, it remained a mid-level anomaly from a 7-star dungeon, incapable of defying its nature to fight against several high-level anomalies far superior to itself. The nature of anomalies is to submit to the strong, never opposing any anomaly more powerful than themselves. Anomalies are drawn to strength, that is their nature. The black dog steadied itself and charged at the few anomalies. White Ling is different from the black dog. It is merely an inanimate, anomalous tool. Since Wei Jisheng attained a bit of consciousness, it only knows to obey its master's commands regardless of how powerful the opponent is. Pu Luo and Bai Lia also advanced. However, they found it challenging to deal with mid-level anomalies, let alone high-level ones. Pu Luo used her talent, but could only inflict minor injuries, and none were fatal. Those anomalies did not use lethal force either, as per their master's orders. The black dog and White Ling were entirely different from them. The black dog had lost much of its black fur, revealing its white body, yet it was still more covered in the sediment of black blood. White Ling also sustained significant damage, its long body riddled with holes. They did not retreat. Even severely injured, they continued to uphold the commands left to them by Wei Jisheng, doing their utmost to protect the two humans behind them, never taking a step back. The anomaly's soul squinted at the chaotic battle before it, showing no intention to intervene. After a long while it sighed, truly useless. A few high-level anomalies can't even kill a mid-level anomaly and an anomalous tool. Jinbo looked at it. Wei Jisheng is very powerful. The things in his hands are of course formidable too. The anomaly's soul slightly moved its fingertips, a thick black aura wrapping around its fingers. I do not have time to waste with you here. I have already completed the orders of the Anomaly King. As for you. It did not finish its words, leaving Jinbo feeling bewildered. Its fingers clenched tightly, and the black gas shot toward the black dog and White Ling at an imperceptible speed. It turned and left. After all, these humans were all on a path to death. Only by killing Wei Jisheng could the root of the problem truly be eliminated. Yet how could something the Anomaly King couldn't kill be slain by a group of humans? What awaited them was not just hell. At that time one could bring you out to see. Oh, after all, she loved to watch the excitement the most. When the black gas entered the black dog and White Ling's bodies, they stiffened for a moment. Then they began to slow down, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, White Ling exploded, black cloth fragments scattering across the sky. Its original body was nowhere to be found, leaving only a few short pieces of cloth on the ground. The black dog began to howl, the turmoil within its body causing great discomfort, as if it were about to explode. Its previously still heart seemed to start beating frantically, the congealed blood within its body surging like a torrent, relentlessly crashing against its blood vessels, longing to escape its body. It ceased its attacks, standing still with its head lowered, the discomfort making it somewhat unsteady. It shook its head, then suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Out of the corner of its eye it saw Bai Lia and Pu Luo stop their attacks because of it and turned to look at it. And a thin black skeletal hand from an anomaly reached out toward Pu Luo. It leaped up, puff. The sharp sound of claws piercing flesh echoed across the blackened ground, reaching every ear. Pu Luo stared blankly at the black dog's body, plummeting down. In that moment it felt as though he had been struck at a pressure point, immobilized and unable to move. A thud. The black dog's body hit the ground without stirring up any dust, yet it caused the ground to tremble slightly. Bilia stared in shock, her eyes wide, her body moving uncontrollably as she rushed to crouch beside the black dog. She saw a hole gouged out of the black dog's body, a wound that pierced through both sides, and through it she could see the hollow interior. Inside, something unknown was writhing rapidly. The hollow body had no organs, yet blood continued. Pu Luo released the dagger, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing to his knees. His hands trembled beside the black dog as he wished to lift it, unsure of how to proceed, fearing he might hurt it. The black dog's mouth moved slightly, a voice that was hoarse and inhuman emerged. Tell Wei Jisheng my name, it must be a good name, otherwise I want. Pu Luo's lips trembled, unsure of how to respond, his hand shaking as it brushed against the black dog's body. He wanted to speak, but found his throat unable to produce any sound. Bilia looked stunned at the dissipating form of the black dog. She sensed someone approaching and prepared to resist, but was overpowered. After being blindfolded, both she and Pu Luo were knocked unconscious. In the midst of a hazy consciousness, Bilia vaguely heard someone calling her name. She opened her eyes, the black cloth over them torn away, revealing Wei Jisheng standing not far away. He was surrounded by many high-level anomalies, and he bore some injuries. Notably, his face was marred by multiple scratches and his clothes were stained with a mix of red and black. Pu Luo also awoke, staring ahead, lost in thought. Wei Jisheng had initially been frenzied and irrational in his killing. However, the flow of something within him drew his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the death of the black dog and Bai Ling. In that moment, discomfort surged through Wei Jisheng. A wave of fear surged within him. He had rushed here in haste and saw Pu Luo and Bilia bound. Wei Jisheng, you can't possibly think we would be foolish enough to fall for this, right? Of course we have a backup plan. Aren't you, friends? Then why not just kill yourself? If you do, we will spare the two of them. Jean Boer looked down disdainfully at Wei Jisheng, who was standing on the ground. Wei Jisheng gazed at Bilia and Pu Luo, ignoring Jean Boer's words. Where are the black dog and Bai Ling? He asked Bilia and Pu Luo. Although he knew they had already vanished, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. He hoped that the sensations he perceived within him were false. Though many subordinates had sacrificed themselves for him in the past, he had been unable to feel emotions back, and now, however, it was different. Bilia looked at Pu Luo, who appeared lost and dejected, and said, the black dog is dead, and Bai Ling is too. The black dog wanted us to tell you. It asked for a good name. If it's not good, it won't want it. Wei Jisheng gasped, all dead. He looked up. Are you both all right? Bilia shook her head. Wei Jisheng, don't worry about us. Use the anomalous items you obtained from this copy. Jean Boer was not worried at all that Wei Jisheng would use the anomalous items, for the two individuals in his hands were of extraordinary importance to Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng recalled the safety house item. Bilia and Pu Luo could only stay in the anomalous copy for 4 hours, whereas the safety house could provide protection for 7 hours. Now, even if he disregarded the time they had spent entering this place, he could ensure one person's safety in leaving. He looked at Bilia and Pu Luo. For the first time in his life, he found himself in a dilemma. Wei Jisheng stood at the crossroads of fate. Choosing one path meant the other would lead to death. The emotions within him boiled like water, scalding Wei Jisheng from head to toe. For the first time, he felt what it was like to be roasted over a fire. He forced himself to calm down, reflecting on everything that had transpired before. Yet with his emotions in turmoil, how could he possibly calm himself? He could only waste his mental energy in recalling past events while suffering. He currently possessed no anomalous power and could not fight back. His mental energy was also unusable, as it was too strong and could harm Bilia and Pu Luo. Bilia was about to get married, an opportunity she had waited many years for. As for Pu Luo, he possessed a life-saving token. Even if something went wrong this time, he still had a chance. I can kill myself, but I must see the injuries on Pu Luo and Bilia. Jean Boer stood up from his chair. Of course, come up and take a look. Wei Jisheng took large strides forward. Anomalous items, except for those of a mental nature, required contact between two individuals to be utilized. He approached Bilia. The safety house item had been swirling in his mind for a long time. Using the item safety house is successful. No one heard this voice, for long ago the item had already begun to activate, merely waiting for the right moment. Wei Jisheng's expression darkened as he turned to walk towards Pu Luo. He grasped Pu Luo's hand tightly. Use the item safety house. Pu Luo looked up in shock at him. Wei Jisheng had mentioned the safety house item to them before, but at that time he had not taken it seriously. Now it should not have been him using the safety house, it should have been Bilia. Are you crazy? Wei Jisheng. Bilia is about to get married, you should use it on her. Before Pu Luo could finish speaking, he vanished. The item safety house has been used successfully. Wei Jisheng heard the voice and instantly snapped back to reality. He stood rigidly in place, knowing what he had just done. It should not have happened this way, or it should have been Bilia who was to use. His mind felt like a city wall collapsing under the waves, rubble crashing down on his head. It should have been Bilia's. He turned to look at her, and Bilia smiled at him, but that smile vanished in an instant. Wei Jisheng suddenly felt something within him disappear. In an instant he understood everything. Someone had planted an anomalous item within him, which activated automatically at the moment of use. Who was that person? Who could predict such events? No, there was someone. The one who created him and controlled everyone. This item was likely planted by him. He wanted Bilia dead. That could not happen. Bilia absolutely could not die. In just a few seconds, Wei Jisheng pieced together the cause and effect of these events. Jean Boer had not expected Wei Jisheng to act this way. He quickly reacted, pressing a knife against Bilia's neck. His strength was immense, leaving a faint trace of blood on Bilia's neck. Wei Jisheng took a step forward, but was blocked by Jean Boer. If you dare take another step forward, Bilia will die with. His shout startled the chosen ones from other countries, who immediately surrounded Wei Jisheng, ready to attack. Bilia's expression tightened as everyone heard a metallic sound. Using the item is successful. Bilia said, take me and Wei Jisheng to the forbidden area. Jean Boer slashed downward with the dagger, loosening the bonds on Bilia's hands. A powerful high-level anomaly descended from the sky, seizing Wei Jisheng and fleeing before anyone could react. Bilia was also taken away by Jean Boer, and everyone immediately set off in pursuit. They never imagined that Bilia would possess the item of compliance. The group reached the entrance of the forbidden area. Before entering, they felt a bone-chilling cold. This cold seemed to possess its own consciousness, relentlessly penetrating into the bones of each person. All the anomalies they controlled came to a standstill, unwilling to advance another step. Even the anomaly holding Wei Jisheng merely tossed him to the stone wall and stopped at a distance. Bilia walked to Wei Jisheng's side, while Jean Boer stood aside. Bilia said, Wei Jisheng, the rest of the path depends on you. Don't be afraid, everything will be paved for you. Wei Jisheng grasped Bilia's hand, but she unexpectedly released him, pushing him into the abyss behind her. The latter looked at her in shock, not with fear or disappointment, but saw Jean Boer raising the dagger in his hand originally aimed at him, but Bilia seemed to anticipate it. She stepped forward and pushed, taking the blow meant. Instantly the pitch-black dagger turned crimson with blood as Bilia spat a gush of scarlet fluid from her mouth. Blood streamed from her lips and welled steadily from the wound over her heart. Blood coursed down the blade, dripping steadily from its razor-sharp tip. More blood trickled from her mouth, sliding along her cheek to pool beneath her chin. She opened her mouth and abruptly vomited a violent spray of blood that splattered across Wei Jisheng's hand. Though he felt its warmth against his skin, an icy dread colder than any venomous curse seized his entire being. Struggling, she moved her lips, feebly forcing out fragmented words, live well. Blood flooded her mouth, her voice emerged as choked sobs and ragged coughs, barely intelligible. Yet those faint, trembling words struck Wei Jisheng's hollow chest like unbreakable diamond blades. Again and again, each blow echoing with unbearable force. Where no heartbeat pulsed, each impact reverberated with searing pain. That pain coiled like a serpent, rising through his veins, climbing into his skull, winding tightly around his nerves, constricting without mercy. His cranial nerves contracted violently, his head throbbed as if ready to shatter. Then darkness swallowed him whole. He saw nothing, heard nothing more of the world beyond. His body collapsed silently onto the ground. Real world, holy hell. Did Bilia just die? Why did Bilia push Wei Jisheng into the forbidden zone? The rules explicitly forbid entry. Stop barking upstairs. Get lost. Damn black screen again. As the British Empire watched the Chinese livestream plunge once more into darkness, not a single voice broke the silence in their high-level conference room. Yet the atmosphere had grown markedly heavier, darker than before. Bilia was gone. The British Empire's last hope had shattered. China Dong Zhuyu lowered his gaze, refusing to look at the vast monitor's sudden consuming blackness. He had never imagined this 10-star dungeon would claim Bilia's life in such a manner. Their worst contingency had been death by rule violation, or at the hands of the uncanny. Never had they foreseen her falling to another human. Yet no one could speak up to declare it wrong. Every act committed was born of sheer will to survive. No one held moral authority to condemn another's desperate choices. Xie Dongzhu's expression remained unchanged from the very beginning, until Bilia's blood spilled, staining his white robes crimson. His brows knotted fiercely, tendons stood taut on his clenched fists, cracking fissures into the solid wood table corner. Uncanny world. Wei Jisheng sat motionless on the ground, stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. He refused to believe his own eyes, refused to accept that Bilia was truly gone. He failed to notice the pale mist now gathering thickly around him. Jean Boer glanced disdainfully at Bilia's corpse sprawled upon the earth, and let out a contemptuous snort. So much power, so many uncanny artifacts, yet still she fell beneath my blade. He sheathed the dagger and strode outward. Lingering here too long had left his entire body frozen, every bone marrow chilled as though freshly roused from an ice coffin. His limbs had long since numbed, he walked now only on instinct. This had been his desire for years, to slay the strongest chosen ones and ascend solitary and supreme. That ambition had taken root long ago, deep, enduring, unshaken. Now the rules themselves offered the perfect conduit to fulfill it. There was no flaw in that design. Years earlier, when China's chosen one Shui and perished Jean Boer had felt this same elation. His body might be frail now, but it mattered not. His spirit soared untouched. The rules stated clearly 1 week after Wei Jisheng's death, they would be released. Beyond that threshold awaited torrents of honor, national reverence, unimaginable wealth, and absolute unchallenged authority. Jean Boer smiled, already glimpsing his radiant future beckoning like a golden dawn. After all, Wei Jisheng had entered the forbidden zone. To him, that was indistinguishable from death. 1 more week, and his glorious life would begin. What he did not know, what he could not see, was that lowering his guard before confirming his enemy's corpse would deliver him not to triumph, but to unspeakable torment. He returned to base camp. Nations' representatives watched him approach, faces flickering with suspicion, awe, and fear. Wei Jisheng is dead, he declared. I killed him. Bilia is dead too, also by my hand. Their uncanny artifacts are now mine. Should any of you harbor rebellious thoughts, I shall end you myself. Jean Boer knew his body was dangerously weakened, but trust was a luxury he could not afford. In this world, only himself was worthy of faith. Only by asserting dominance, by delivering a crushing warning, could he prevent unrest and secure his position. He summoned healers, the rest idled, aimless and idle. Though attendants treated him for days, he remained listless. His mind fogged, his thoughts sluggish. Even in the sweltering summer heat, he alone wore heavy layered garments. Others celebrated freely. Laughter rang across the camp. The final day arrived swiftly, the culmination of their 7-day wait. They gathered around the bonfire, drinking wine and feasting on roasted meat, savoring these last hours within the uncanny dungeon, dreaming vividly of futures bathed in prosperity. No uncanny entities guarded the perimeter. Not even a single soul lingered nearby. Their confidence ran deep. Nestled deep within a forest, the camp was encircled by groves of emerald bamboo. Bamboo leaves rustled softly in the wind. Shush, shush, shush. A gentle hush that masked the faintest, most elusive footfalls. Then, without warning, a figure materialized behind a slender stalk. Surrounded on all sides by dense bamboo, even the sharpest eye would miss him, standing utterly still, watching their merriment with glacial indifference. How dare they laugh and feast, while Bilaya lay unbared, her body still warm. His hand closed around a thick bamboo stalk, and with brutal force he wrenched. Cracks splintered across its rigid surface, revealing the pale, fibrous core within. He raised his hand, and there, gleaming obsidian black in his grip, appeared a dagger. Not a single inch escaped its absolute darkness. Not hilt, not edge, not tip. A blade of pure void, like a poisoned instrument forged in shadow, wreathed perpetually in swirling. It was tightly held in someone's hand, belonging to its master. Its master was a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to strike with lethal precision when you least expected it. Wei Jisheng stood behind the bamboo, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Jinbo drank, feeling a bit dizzy, and got up to return to his room to sleep. In his dream, he felt someone moving him. He wanted to open his eyes to see who it was, but his eyelids wouldn't budge. After a while, he fell back into a deep sleep. Whoa! Jinbo awoke in shock. He had dreamt that he died, and it was a terrible death. He instinctively screamed a few times, only to find his mouth was covered. Jinbo looked around and saw familiar faces. They had fought side by side not long ago. But he shouldn't be seeing them now. A week had already passed, and he should have been back in the United States. He moved his hand, but felt a piercing pain. He looked down to see his body bound tightly with ropes, every inch of him ensnared. He didn't know what had just happened. Looking up again, he saw the person across from him staring at him with fear, as if something terrifying loomed behind him. He wanted to turn around to see, but his body was restrained, and he couldn't twist his neck to look behind. At first, Jinbo thought it was a prank, but now he was genuinely panicking, realizing he should be in the United States, not in this familiar environment. Someone removed the tape covering his mouth and fed him a fruit. Before he could react, it was swallowed whole. He was terrified, but he knew the most important thing was to stay calm and not let the enemy see his panic. Who are you? Let me tell you, if you dare to harm me, the United States won't let you go. As Jinbo spoke, he tried to control, but despite numerous attempts, it was futile. Jinbo, do you think your country will always stand behind you? Hearing that voice made Jinbo's hair stand on end. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating, and even his internal organs chilled. It was Wei Jisheng. But Wei Jisheng had entered the forbidden area. He shouldn't still be alive. He should have been. This person was definitely not Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng must be dead. It was merely a voice that sounded similar, or perhaps a strange tool had altered his voice. Isn't Piluo the one who escaped too? Yes, it could be Piluo. It must be Piluo. Oh, it couldn't possibly be Wei Jisheng. Jinbo consoled himself. Jinbo, not everyone can escape the strange world of the 10-star instance. You all must die here, so that I can get out. This is the rule I have received. Why? Why must your survival come at the cost of so many lives? Jinbo stumbled over his words, disturbed by the provocation. But what have I done wrong? I just want to survive. You can kill me to live, but why can't I kill you to survive? Your life matters, but mine does not. Wei Jisheng's hand pressed down on Jinbo's shoulder, fingers tightening slowly, effortlessly, breaking bones. Jinbo screamed. The pain in his shoulder was enough to shatter his sanity. Wei Jisheng, I warn you, if you kill me, the United States won't let you off. Hehe. What can you use to threaten a strange being who has escaped from the forbidden area? If I wanted to, the United States would become the next horror instance. Unfortunately, someone taught me that the mistakes of a dog have nothing to do with its owner, who knows how to apologize and take responsibility, so I will temporarily spare the United States. But if your master shares your temperament, then the mistakes you make will not just be yours to bear. Speak carefully and think before you act. You cannot represent your country right now. Do you think you can match a country? Wei Jisheng, don't be delusional. Let us go and I can spare you. Wei Jisheng placed his other hand on Jinbo's other shoulder, tightening again, producing another crisp sound. Sweat poured from Jinbo's forehead. His eyes turned red and veins bulged on his arms. His screams echoed throughout the base. No one across from him dared to lift their gaze to see his current state. It was fear, pure terror. They knew what awaited them. They were afraid for their futures. Wei Jisheng maintained a smile, leaning closer to Jinbo's ear, whispering, Jinbo, look around you. These are the people who fought alongside you against me. I don't hate them, they merely want to survive. But I hate you. Because you killed Bilya. You only needed to kill me. Why did you have to harm Bilya? Just a little more, and she could have. I won't let you die. I will make your life worse than death. You will live without dignity, just as you fear, like a dog. Wei Jisheng unconsciously applied more force, teetering on the edge of losing control. The only remaining sanity was to torment Jinbo. Everything else was irrelevant. Jinbo was in so much pain, he could hardly stop rolling on the ground, yet the weight on his shoulders remained unchanged. Wei Jisheng suddenly released his grip, pointing at someone in front, saying, Jean Boer can't you, and these people survive. If you survive, these people must die. If you do not survive, they can live. Choose one. Jean Boer was nearly devoid of rational thought due to the pain, but hearing the word live brought back his dwindling sanity amidst the agony. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, I want to live. I want to live. Wei Jisheng's shoulders trembled. He laughed, the sound low and dark like a demon's whisper. But the lives of these people matter. Is it worth sacrificing so many for just you? Your life could save so many. Shouldn't you feel honored? Shouldn't you be willing to trade your life for theirs? Jean Boer was in so much pain, he could barely speak, only whimpering, my life. The rest of his words were incoherent, but Wei Jisheng understood. He was saying his life was more important than others. Wei Jisheng straightened up, released his grip, and the smile on his lips faded, his expression turning cold, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. He coldly asked, then why is your life more important than others? Are the lives of others not lives? You should feel honored. This is what you told me, Jean Boer. What gives you the right to demand from others what you cannot do yourself? Your life in my eyes is worthless, even less than a piece of rope. Any one of them is more important than you. But don't worry, you won't die. None of you will die. You will all survive in my... No, you all must die. Only Jean Boer. Only Jean Boer. Only you can survive. You will live until the end. Are you happy? Jean Boer. Woo-woo. Jean Boer's mouth was sealed with tape by Wei Jisheng. Just enjoy the gift I left for you here. Wei Jisheng threw Jean Boer onto the ground, not sparing him a glance, stepping over his rolling body. A group of people was left in the room by Wei Jisheng, each bound with ropes as thick as 2 fingers. After Wei Jisheng left, they began to struggle, shaking their bodies incessantly, hoping to loosen the ropes. But it was all in vain, only exhausting their strength. They were too far apart to help each other. Wei Jisheng stood outside the door, listening to the commotion inside. Is this all there is, Sheng? Wei Jisheng's expression was devoid of emotion. Is it possible? This is just the prelude. The real gift has yet to be delivered. For now, it's merely a taste of sweetness for them. Sheng, is that woman important to you? An ethereal voice drifted into Wei Jisheng's ears. The voice felt like an ancient call, seemingly far away yet close at hand. A crack appeared in Wei Jisheng's expression as he remained silent for a long while. Is it important? Not important. I initially just found them interesting. Not important, as she means nothing to me. He was now devoid of the previous madness and instability, appearing calm like an outsider. As he spoke, a smile from the day of Bilia flashed in Wei Jisheng's mind. A faint and delicate smile. It was hard to describe the feeling. Her smile carried a sense of desolation and relief, as if tinged with regret. The face in his mind pricked at Wei Jisheng, causing him to frown slightly and shake his head, trying to dispel the pain from his thoughts. Sheng, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. No big issue. What are you planning to do about the strange king? Wei Jisheng moved his body slightly. I'm planning to kill him. In the real world, damn, Sheng has finally shown up again. I really thought he was dead. It's been so long since he went dark. Isn't it forbidden to go into the forbidden area? I feel like something's off with Sheng. Is Sheng talking to himself? Is his mind really starting to crack? That shouldn't be possible. Maybe he obtained some strange artifact. But aren't strange artifacts only obtainable when entering a strange world? Let's not discuss that for now, but let's pray that Sheng returns safely. He actually tied up those people. Is he preparing for revenge? But that will surely provoke public outrage. Didn't you hear Wei Jisheng's words? He said he has to kill those people to leave the strange world. That's normal, just like what that group of people is doing. So what if there's public outrage? They can't do anything to Wei Jisheng. I didn't mean to criticize him, a psychologist. I see Wei Jisheng like this, and it seems his mind is a bit unhinged, on the brink of collapse. I think so too. Has anyone ever seen him lose control like this? This was to be expected. Who can maintain their sanity after witnessing the death of a close friend? The comments section fell silent. They didn't know how to mourn Bilia, nor how to face her. For Bilia's death was not only the breaking point for Wei Jisheng's sanity, but also a pain that the people of Long Kingdom and the land of the setting sun were reluctant to mention. No one brought it up, nor would anyone forget it. They just didn't know how to confront it. To put it plainly, they just didn't want to face reality. In the strange world, handle those people inside as I told you. I want to see Jean Boer when I return. Understood. Wei Jisheng glanced at the tightly shut door and left. He knew this matter was inextricably linked to the strange king, and that strange soul was in essence in cahoots with the strange king. It didn't matter, he still had plenty of time ahead. Revenge one dead at a time. Wei Jisheng walked a long way. He was quite familiar with this city as he had grown up here. This city had many winding roads, and one could easily get lost if not careful. That's why in the past Pu Luo and Bilia rarely ventured out. Wei Jisheng squinted his eyes, feeling a strange emotion welling up in his heart. He shouldn't be feeling this way, he should be like before. No matter who it was, whether she was alive or dead, it shouldn't provoke any unusual feelings. He reassured himself that this feeling stemmed from guilt over Bilia. She was merely an inconsequential person, and he would avenge her. His care for her was solely because he found her interesting, like an intriguing toy. Having spent a long time by his side, losing her suddenly made him feel nostalgic. An inconsequential person and inconsequential feelings. He thought this way, yet he forgot that he had lost control twice over Bilia. He rarely acted this way when faced, but Bilia was not a traitor. Wei Jisheng climbed the mountain, standing at the summit overlooking the winding paths below, houses illuminated with bright lights. It was still morning, the dawn light just piercing through the clouds, so some lights were understandable. Wei Jisheng turned around, finding a smooth stone to sit on. He sat quietly motionless. His eyes reflected the distant scenery. The light blue sky was veiled by clouds, and the colors of the distant mountains grew fainter to the point where Wei Jisheng couldn't distinguish between the sky and the mountains. As the light shifted from dim to bright, the light from the houses at the foot of the mountain gradually disappeared. Time alternated and flowed swiftly. The sky turned black again, and night fell once more. Emotions within Wei Jisheng stirred, a murderous intent rising. Though darkness brought him a sense of security and trust, the night also stirred a restless urge to kill within him, accompanied by the turbulent emotions coursing through his body. At the foot of the mountain, the twinkling lights ignited the night sky, setting the distant sky ablaze in red. Wei Jisheng gazed at this scene, lost in thought. Is this what humans refer to as the warmth of humanity? Is this the life Bilia wanted to live? Is this where Bilia would live with Aniria after marriage? Is this what Bilia once envisioned her home to look like? This isn't it. This is the strange world, a dangerous and eerie replica. Not the human world, not the true warmth of humanity, not a place to describe as home. Home, another unfamiliar word. Wei Jisheng lowered his gaze to the scattered stones by his feet. He had never had a home. The strange replica was his only home. Suddenly Wei Jisheng recalled that Bilia seemed to have told him that after marrying Aniria, their house would be his and Pu Luo's home. A home. Unfortunately, just a little bit short. He was so close to having a home. But in the end there was nothing to regret. He didn't need it anyway. Home was merely a burden. He didn't need any burdens. He lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions, got up, walked to the side, stepped on the ground, and then squatted down to take out a shovel, starting to dig. His movements were swift, and the soil here was loose. In no time, he had dug a large pit. Wei Jisheng stood up, looking at the pit beneath his feet, lost in thought. After a long while, Wei Jisheng finally sighed and placed the meat beside the black dog's mouth. I was just joking with you. You love meat the most. How could I possibly throw it away? And you're not called Black Dog. That name is far too ugly, unworthy of a dog I raise. You really don't mind it, do you? Still, you accepted that name. Your name is Heizhou. How does it sound? Nice, isn't it? I thought about it for a long time. Started coming up with a name when I brought you out of the copy. I just never got around to telling you. Now it's fine, but you won't respond to me. I imagined how you'd act once you had this name. You'd be so silly, circling around me, barking and wagging your tongue. But I never imagined it would turn out like this. I never thought that after getting this name you would lie here motionless, ignoring. Is it because you don't like this name that you won't move? Heizhou, Heizhou, hey silly dog, I'm calling you. Why don't you bark or at least stir? Don't you want the meat anymore? Heizhou. Wei Jisheng lowered his gaze to the still Heizhou, his voice hoarse. Forget it, I won't push you anymore. Heizhou, you've been in the eerie copy for so long, and you were tired before. Now let you rest a while. Wei Jisheng paused for a moment, then said, Bai Ling, why are you like Heizhou? Don't you love drifting beside me? Now I won't bother you. Just take that leaf off my head and I'll never hate. This is your only chance, just this one time. He waited half a quarter of an hour, then raised his hand to remove the leaf from his head and placed it beside Bai Ling. Forget it. I've ordered you around so many times before. This leaf lying next to you counts as if you took it off for me. I won't bother you anymore. I'll never hate you again. Wei Jisheng muttered to himself for a long time until the dawn pierced the darkness and light spilled from the clouds. He looked up at the sky, hesitated for a moment, then began to mound the earth back into the pit. His hands were cut by the jagged rocks, red blood flowing out, mingling with the soil as they together concealed the bodies of Heizhou and Bai Ling. Wei Jisheng patted off the dirt, then stood up. I'm leaving now. Don't you two fight. I'll come see you again. He spoke the words, but after finishing he stood there for a long time. He knew what he had to do, which was why he was so reluctant to leave. He knew that he would probably never have the chance to return. He raised both hands and began reciting an incantation again. When the incantation was finished, a person appeared in Wei Jisheng's arms. Wei Jisheng lowered his eyes to look at the person for a moment, then raised his head to inspect his surroundings, finding a relatively clean and smooth stone, the very one he had been sitting on. He placed the person on the stone, letting their back lean against the tree. Wei Jisheng took out a handkerchief and wiped the person's face. You're about to get married, but you're so dirty. She might dislike it when she sees you. By the way, she just woke up not long ago, and she can't see you like this. You're covered in filth. Who knows how many germs you have? Don't make her sick again. Wei Jisheng's handkerchief stopped at the person's collarbone. He saw that the cloth was stained with his own blood and feared it would dirty Bai area again. I can't clean it properly, but it's fine. When we get to the real world, someone will clean you up. Wei Jisheng thought for a moment and said, don't worry, I'll take you out. I'll let you see an area and let her see you too. And your revenge, I'll take care of it. Wei Jisheng put away the handkerchief, then holding Bai Area in both arms walked down the mountain, while chanting an incantation. Bai Area's figure vanished. Wei Jisheng shoved his hands into his pockets. Real world, holy crap, are my eyes blind? Is that Bai Area? Is Bai Area's body still there? Does that mean she isn't really dead? Impossible. She's completely still, that means she's definitely dead. Can someone who died in an eerie copy be brought out? Big Sheng must have another way. Eerie world. When Wei Jisheng returned to his station, a voice whispered in his ear as soon as he stepped inside. Sheng, someone's here. Wei Jisheng stopped and looked back. He listened carefully. Someone. Eerie beings have keen hearing, but Wei Jisheng, though not an eerie, had even sharper senses. Yes. I heard a faint heartbeat. Wei Jisheng looked around. Why didn't I hear it? The voice paused. But I'm sure I heard it. Wei Jisheng withdrew his gaze. Where? I don't know. I only heard the heartbeat, but I can't locate the person. Forget it. If we can't find them, we can't. Where's Jean Boer? Follow me. Wei Jisheng looked at a faint green light in the void. That was the source of the voice. It was more like a flame than a light. It resembled a will-o'-the-wisp, but its color was paler and its shape larger than a typical ghost fire. Wei Jisheng followed that flame to a secluded little room. Even standing outside, he felt the cold emanating from within. His body was growing cold. For his body to undergo such a sudden change, the cold must be extraordinary. Wei Jisheng pushed open the door and a stench like rotting corpses rushed into his nostrils. He stepped inside. The room was pitch black, devoid of any light. Outside, the sun was blazing, the light harsh and the temperature high. It was no easy feat to create a place so dark and frigid. In the darkness, Wei Jisheng looked down at the writhing figure on the floor. Jean Boer, has no one ever told you that rolling on the ground doesn't lessen your pain? Wei Jisheng. Jean Boer was startled by Wei Jisheng's sudden voice, but once he recovered, he screamed. Wei Jisheng, I'm telling you, doing this will make all the people of America hate you. They'll kill you. Wei Jisheng looked around, pulled a chair, and sat down in front of Jean Boer. If America dares to do anything to me, I can turn this country into the next horror copy. Wei Jisheng said it casually, as if it were nothing. Jean Boer sneered contemptuously. You. Don't make me laugh. Wei Jisheng, didn't Dragon Country teach you to draft a plan before you brag? Wei Jisheng crossed his arms over his chest. Humph. Jean Boer, you're the first person to say that to me. You don't know me at all. I don't brag, and I don't like planning everything on paper beforehand. You haven't suffered much yet. Not even a tenth of what Bai Area endured. Wei Jisheng raised his hand and summoned a dagger, one that gleamed black. It was entirely black, coated with deadly poison. Do you recognize this dagger? I think you should. It's your trophy after all. Jean Boer couldn't see Wei Jisheng in the dark, only heard his voice. Wei Jisheng gestured to the ghost fire beside him. The ghost fire transformed into a human figure, touched a candle at its edge, and the candle burst into a huge flame with a bang, before gradually shrinking to a normal size. Jean Boer lay on the ground, having been tormented in the dark for too long. The sudden flare of light made him extremely uncomfortable. He blinked, then looked at the dagger in Wei Jisheng's hand. The instant he recognized it, the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. He was as if struck by an acupuncture point, lying motionless on the ground. Even the pain seemed to cease its clamor. He had personally thrust that dagger into Bai Area's heart. That dagger was coated with a deadly venom. A mere scratch would leave a deep wound, and the vile toxins would linger at the gash before surging through the bloodstream to every corner of the body. Before the poison reached every part, it ensured the victim remained fully conscious and alive, preserving their life while the torment unfolded. During this process, the afflicted faced not only the excruciating pain of having their muscles torn and bones scraped, but also a spiritual devastation, a torment that ravaged both body and soul. Jean Boer distinctly remembered putting that dagger away. Now seeing it in Wei Jisheng's hands, he was filled with terror. He knew the dagger's lethality and cruelty, and he understood exactly why Wei Jisheng had retrieved it. Wei Jisheng was of course well aware of its venomous nature, because this dagger was born for him. It was back in the days when he and the Weird King had finally torn off all pretense and begun their open confrontation. The Weird King could not subdue him initially, but what he never expected was betrayal from the one closest to him. That person sold him out. He was captured by the Weird King, who personally crafted this dagger in order to kill him. Those years were the darkest period of his life. The dagger had left countless scars across Wei Jisheng's body, covering every inch of his flesh. Back then, the only thing he felt was pain. His entire body felt as though it were being ripped apart alive. A dull ache at the wounds, with the venom seething and boiling inside him. Even so, the Weird King was not satisfied. He then submerged Wei Jisheng into the Weird Lake. The Weird Lake possessed a natural suppression over anomalies, magnifying their pain by dozens of times while trapping them in its waters. No anomaly could break free or swim out of the Weird Lake. It would corrode any part of an anomaly's body that touched the water day after day, slow and relentless, the agony increasing with each passing day. The reason Wei Jisheng could endure any kind of pain was that he had survived these inhuman tortures. He had suffered the dagger's venom churning and gnawing inside him. All the while he had also been corroded by the weird lake. Wei Jisheng thought to himself that if there was one thing in this world he never wanted to see again, it was the weird lake. The lake that had left a shadow in his heart was no ordinary force. Wei Jisheng examined the dagger in his hand. Jinbo, do you know what HFS is? Jinbo shuddered, the cold around him paling in comparison to the chill inside his heart. Everyone knew that Wei Jisheng was a madman. Yet after being threatened, no one dared mention it again. Jinbo in his own arrogance had forgotten that fact, but now fear jolted his brain, causing him to remember everything. Wei Jisheng was a lunatic. No one could stop him from doing whatever he wanted. It was entirely possible that he would use something like HFS to end Jinbo's life. But could something like HFS really exist in an anomaly dungeon? Jinbo clung to the hope, praying down. Wei Jisheng said, "Your rule set forbids entering the weird lake. Do you know why? Because the water in that lake is nearly the same as HFS. No, it's slightly less potent than HFS. You humans are truly formidable, creating something even more terrifying than the most dreadful lake in Anomaly Tales. I really don't know whether to destroy you or to slap the Cherry Blossom Kingdom." Wei Jisheng rose and walked over to Jinbo, toying with the dagger. Even before seeing the dagger, the moment he witnessed so many high-level anomalies following these humans' orders, Wei Jisheng already knew that the Weird King had made his move. But that meant nothing. So what if he couldn't kill his defeated foe? He didn't care. Yet whenever he thought of Bairia, a blaze of rage seared his body. The first thing Wei Jisheng saw when he left the forbidden area was Bairia lying on the ground. Her body was stained with grime, and her once pale face was smeared with black mud. Apart from her pallid complexion, the bloody spots on her clothes, and the clotted blood at the corners of her mouth and collarbone, she looked no different from an ordinary person. At first, Wei Jisheng found it strange that Bairia's body had not decayed. The chill in this place was pervasive. Even a stone would be split apart by the cold, let alone a human body. Later he learned that it was because Bairia carried something of his. The chill released by the undead army had not dared to approach her. But that was a story for later. For now he was relieved that her body had not been eroded by the cold. However, he noticed black spots on her wounds. Those were marks left only by that dagger. At that moment, Wei Jisheng had forgotten how distraught he had been. Now all he wanted was to leave and seek vengeance. Inside the anomaly dungeon, the Weird King couldn't target him. The real battle was yet to come. Jinbo felt Bairia's suffering. Wei Jisheng crouched down and gently stabbed with his left hand. With a soft thud, the sharp dagger pierced Jinbo's skin and blood splattered onto Wei Jisheng's hand. He slowly twisted the dagger, savoring Jinbo's screams. To Wei Jisheng, that sound was like beautiful music, a balm to his ears. "Jinbo," Wei Jisheng said, pulling out the dagger and tossing it aside. "Now let's go let you experience the harm of HFS." He grabbed Jinbo by the collar and signaled to the person standing nearby. That person nodded to Wei Jisheng, stepped forward quickly, and placed a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, they teleported to the weird lake. The place was as damp and musty as ever. Wei Jisheng's eyes swept across the lake. It was empty. His gaze narrowed dangerously. It couldn't have run away had it died. Oh well, it was just an insignificant traitor anyway. After all these years of suffering, he had paid his dues. Wei Jisheng dragged the terrified Jinbo to the water's edge, holding him by the neck and forcing his head close to the lake. "Jinbo, take a whiff. This is where you'll be living from now on. Don't worry, you won't die. Because the food I fed you yesterday was meant to keep. Did you really think your life was so tough that you could endure all that torment without dying?" Jinbo thrashed his head, his hands desperately bracing against the shore. Wei Jisheng, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Spare me, please let me go." Jinbo wept and screamed, his body straining backward, but with Wei Jisheng's grip on his neck, he couldn't. In moments of extreme terror, all physical pain is usually forgotten. However, Jinbo felt no relief from his suffering. The venom had already begun spreading. He could clearly sense it flowing and even churning inside him. Wei Jisheng chuckled softly. "Fine. Then kneel. Kneel and apologize to Bairia. Maybe you'll still have a chance to live." Wei Jisheng released his grip and stepped back. Feeling the restraint vanish, Jinbo immediately crawled backward on his knees. He retreated to a spot farther from the lake, knelt facing Wei Jisheng, and kowtowed while shouting, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." He kept repeating the kowtow and those same words. The smile vanished from Wei Jisheng's face. "I told you to apologize to Bairia, yet you're apologizing to me. What do you mean by that?" Jinbo immediately changed his tune. "Bairia, I was wrong. Forgive me. I know I was wrong. I want Wei Jisheng beckoned, and the person who had been acting invisible walked over and grabbed the kowtowing Jinbo. Jinbo was terrified, his face streaked with tears and snot from sheer fright. Wei Jisheng said, "All right, Bairia hasn't forgiven you. I made that decision. If she had, she would have spoken. But since you apologized, it'll still give you a chance to live." Wei Jisheng pointed at the weird lake. The person holding Jinbo nodded. He led Jinbo into the weird lake. Oh. Within less than a second of entering the lake, Jinbo screamed and passed out. The man did not stop. He brought Jean Boer to the center of the lake, tied ropes around him, leaving only his head above water to breathe. Once done, he walked back. At the shore, Wei Jisheng stared intently at the unconscious Jean Boer. He knew very well that whether unconscious or dead, as long as his body remained in the weird lake, his consciousness and body would suffer more pain each day than the last. "Let's go," Wei Jisheng said to the person beside him. He walked out of the cave, and the figure behind him turned into a ball of green flame. "Sheng, the rest of those people are barely alive. What are your plans?" Wei Jisheng rubbed a leaf in his hand. "You just got out, so you're not in good shape. Are the other—" "Yes, the other two leaders are about the same as me, but their subordinates are in bad shape. Can you find them? I can contact them. They're far from us. However, they can reach this dungeon by tomorrow." "Good. As for those people, you and your subordinates can divide them up. Leave some for them." "Understood." Wei Jisheng walked ahead. The road before him long yet short. Time passed quickly yet slowly. At least for Wei Jisheng at this moment, time moved sluggishly. He wanted to leave the world of anomalies and return to the human world. He wished to witness Baiaria's wedding, to have a happy family, to live an ordinary life, and to stay with them forever. He wanted so many things, but he had never had them. Once so close, they now felt impossibly distant. He had to take revenge, but only after returning to the human world. He longed to see Xie Danju and Piluo again. Wei Jisheng quickened his pace. He suddenly realized that he was being greedy, now wanting so much, this and that. It hadn't been like this before, not before he met them. But none of that mattered now. He had never gotten what he wanted. This time was no exception. Forget it, revisiting the past now was pointless. Wei Jisheng consoled himself. Back at the camp, he suddenly heard a powerful heartbeat. His steps faltered, and he turned to look. Behind him was a winding path, empty. "Sheng, did you hear that too?" Wei Jisheng frowned. "What is it?" "I don't know. I've never encountered such a thing. When the others arrive tomorrow, they'll ask them." Wei Jisheng relaxed his brow. "All right." He found a room that had never been occupied and settled there. That night, Wei Jisheng lay on the bed. He deliberately ignored the occasional agonized screams in his ears. His nerves had been taut since last week, never relaxing. Though he had avenged Baiaria, there was no ease in his heart. His consciousness sank, and he drifted into a dream. He didn't care what the dream held, because he was in no mood. "Wei Jisheng." Wei Jisheng heard the voice, his body stiffening as he turned. "Wei Jisheng, don't feel guilty or sad. I was born for you." Wei Jisheng turned, his feet moving involuntarily forward. He reached out a hand, wanting to touch the figure before him, but couldn't lift it. He could only watch as the figure approached him. Baiaria raised her hand and touched Wei Jisheng's forehead. He felt nothing unusual and wanted to keep her there. "Wei Jisheng, no one will betray you, I'm sure of it. You just didn't notice, and the traitor hid too well. I have to go." Wei Jisheng tried to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat. He could only utter incoherent sounds. "We were born for you. If I can exchange my life for the survival of a few of you, that is something to be happy about. Don't dwell in the past, and don't live only for revenge. Live for yourself, not for the hatred others have imposed on you. What I want is for you to live well, not to live well for my revenge. Tell Piluo not to be sad. My death was fated, and it has nothing to do with any of you." Baiaria's figure slowly faded from Wei Jisheng's sight. Though she seemed still, she was constantly receding. "Baiaria, don't you want Aniria anymore?" Wei Jisheng forced out these words, breaking some kind of restraint to speak, and coughed up blood. Sure enough, Baiaria's figure paused, stopping its retreat. "Aniria won't live long. Her body can't hold up much longer. Better me than Piluo. After all, whether I live or die doesn't matter." "No. Baiaria, listen to me. Your life matters. Your life matters to me. I don't want you to leave you. I want you to live well in this world. Aniria might not necessarily die. I have many strange items on me and plenty that can save people. I can definitely save Aniria, I swear. If you truly can save Aniria, then please do. I hope she can dance on a stage, not be sealed in a coffin like me. She deserves a better life. I have neither the ability nor the right to decide." "Baiaria. Don't go, Baiaria. Stay. Wei Jisheng suddenly sat up in bed, drenched like a drowned wretch, his clothes soaked through. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He looked around in a daze. Was that just a dream? Wei Jisheng swallowed, but his lips were parched like someone who had trekked through a desert. Bang, bang, bang. He lifted his head, alertly scanning his surroundings. He heard the strong heartbeat again, but had no idea what it was. Though the sound was right in his ear, he could not trace it. He looked down and saw his own heaving chest. Suddenly, an utterly impossible thought crossed his mind. Even as he thought this absolutely cannot be, his hand reached up to his chest. The powerful heartbeat traveled through his palm to his brain. Wei Jisheng froze. His mind was like a computer that had just booted up, blank, unable to process anything. Why did he have a heartbeat? Baiaria. That's right, it must be Baiaria. In the dream, she had touched him. Wei Jisheng's lips trembled. He could hardly believe his own thought. But his entire life had been a pawn in others' games. Why should this be impossible? That meant Baiaria's death was tied to the one controlling him, or perhaps that person was the real murderer. Before he could think further, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged from his chest, engulfing him. He clutched his chest, leaning against the wall and gasping. A boulder of immense weight pressed down on his heart, suffocating him. The pain in his chest was excruciating, as if invisible hands were pulling it apart in opposite directions or squeezing it with crushing force ready to burst. Or as if someone were threading a needle through his heart, stitching it over and over. There was not only pain, but also a sour, bitter sensation. Wei Jisheng felt his heart about to shatter, making it impossible to breathe. This agony was greater than being submerged in the weird lake. The sour, bitter feeling roiled like ocean waves crashing against the walls of his heart, each wave higher than the last, threatening to drown his reason. Silence surrounded him, not a single sound. So different from the wailing and howling of the day. Wei Jisheng felt abandoned by the world, curled up alone in a soundless, sobbing realm. Wei Jisheng. Hearing someone calling his name, Wei Jisheng struggled to lift his head and looked around only to find no one nearby. The laughter of Belia surfaced in his mind. The sensation in his heart was even more intense. Wei Jisheng closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, trying to shake Belia's face out of his mind. But it was of no use. Belia's smiling face was etched deeply in his mind, carved stroke by stroke. Wei Jisheng wanted to hide. He wished to conceal himself in a world devoid of people, to let the emotions in his heart lose track of him, to escape alone. He wanted to run away. Anywhere would do, as long as it was a place without people. As long as it was a place devoid of such emotions, anywhere would suffice. But he found himself exposed before everyone's eyes, with nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. He wanted to evade, yet he could not escape at all. Wei Jisheng's eyes turned slightly red, sparkling with fragmented light. Those were his tears. He felt an unbearable soreness in his eye sockets, so he blinked, and a glistening tear fell onto his hand. The icy touch startled him, and he looked down to find a crystal droplet. Wei Jisheng, hello, I am Beili, the chosen one of the sun, never sets kingdom. Wei Jisheng, has anyone ever told you that you are actually quite good? Wei Jisheng, what is your secret? Wei Jisheng, we are friends. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to talk to me. Wei Jisheng, I am getting married to Anerya. You should come to the wedding along with Puyo and Xie Danju. Our wedding is scheduled for after the new year. You must come. Wei Jisheng, the rest of the journey depends on you. Do not be afraid, everything will be paved for you. Wei, live well. The words spoken by Belia echoed in Wei Jisheng's ears. Each word felt like a sharp knife striking at his heart repeatedly. A wave of sourness surged from his nose and eyes like a tide. Tears uncontrollably flowed down, falling onto his clothes. Outside the house, the long night abandoned Wei Jisheng on the bed, leaving him to endure waves of unrelenting pain that surged forth. He pressed his hand against his warm chest, with each heartbeat feeling as if his heart might leap out of his chest. He curled himself into a ball, hunching over on the bed like a young beast. Caught in a hunter's trap, the young beast was held fast by a steel jaw, unable to move. It felt as if he was trapped in an endless fog of suffering. Everything around him was a blank white, and he could find no direction to escape, only struggling painfully in the mist. Wei Jisheng, this is not your fault. My fate was predetermined by heaven, and it was not your doing that led to my death. The words spoken by Belia suddenly appeared in Wei Jisheng's mind. Every word etched itself forcefully onto the empty walls of his mind. As each phrase emerged, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart by a pair of aged hands, his soul suspended in the air, enduring endless torment. Wei Jisheng was neither strange nor human. Yet he was stronger than strange, yet weaker than a human. Reality, what is happening? Why has the screen gone black again? Is Brother Sheng going to be okay? Shouldn't be Brother Sheng. I'm not sure. In the strange world, Wei Jisheng struggled on the bed for a long time, enduring the torment, alone, bearing that clawing sensation of his heart. Thinking of Belia intensified the feeling. He did not want to remember her, yet he would inadvertently recall her words and her smiles. So this is how it feels to lose someone important. Clearly I have had my heart ripped out, had my hands and feet severed. Clearly the water in the lake of strange tales is so cold and piercing. Clearly all of this hurts. Why do I not feel even a fraction of that pain? This time I am not injured at all, yet it feels as though I have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. It seems, Wei Jisheng said, drenched in sweat, raising his hand to touch his heart. It seems even more painful than being pierced by 1,000 arrows. He said calmly. Perhaps the pain from last night was too prolonged, leading him back to that indifferent state, where yet only the sour and bitter sensation in his heart remained, the face that kept appearing in his mind, the voice that continually echoed in his ears, and emotions that clawed at his heart, yet couldn't be expressed, reminded him that he was still alive. Someone was still waiting for him to seek revenge. He always believed that Belia wanted him to take revenge for her, but all she truly wanted was for him to live. Another Belia thought this way, and the Belia of this world thought the same. Wei Jisheng sighed deeply, as if this could expel the feelings in his heart. Sheng, our people have arrived. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot with red rings around them, his eyelids swollen, and his nose was also red. He must have cried. Wei Jisheng did not remember. He got out of bed and opened the door to go out. Outside stood countless skulls stretching as far as the eye could see. They stood in neat rows, well trained. However, one pair was red, another pair was green, and yet another pair was blue. Wei Jisheng lazily lifted his eyelids and scanned the scene for a while. Then in a hoarse voice he spoke, "Undead army, listen up." His voice carried a heavy nasal tone, sounding like someone who had been crying all night. Even the undead army sensed something was off, but Wei Jisheng was completely unaware. Order. 77 City Home, 21 Reality. Why did the live stream suddenly end? Did Brother Sheng die? It would be better if he did, or our country will not let him go. People above get lost. No way the notification didn't sound. Brother Sheng should still be alive. Official website. Check the official website. A message has been posted. Wei Jisheng has successfully left the strange world. What about Beilia? Wei Jisheng, your return was something none of us expected. Where is Xie Danju? I am here. Wei Jisheng turned to look, and Xie Danju stood at the door gazing at him with slightly reddened eyes. Wei Jisheng's gaze lingered on Xie Danju, reluctant to leave even for a moment. Dong Zhuyu, you may leave. I have something to discuss with Xie Danju. Okay. Dong Zhuyu glanced at the two of them, feeling that their atmosphere was quite good, and left. Wei Jisheng strode over and stopped in front of Xie Danju. Xie Danju looked up at him, but was suddenly embraced by him. Xie Danju, let me hold you just for a moment. He'll let go after a while. Xie Dan's hand hovered in midair. He wanted to embrace Wei Jisheng, but could not convince himself. He was very clear-headed and rational when facing his feelings. While in the strange world, he realized that his concern for Wei Jisheng seemed excessive. Thus he speculated that he might also have feelings for Wei Jisheng. However, discussing their feelings now was inappropriate. He could not move past Belia's death, just as Wei Jisheng now burying his head in his collarbone and silently sobbing. He noticed Wei Jisheng's shoulders trembling. He was crying. Xie Danju had thought that Wei Jisheng would cry since he was just a 19-year-old child, newly adult. In the face of the life and death parting between friends, he didn't know how to deal with the emotions within, nor could he accept the departure of a friend. Xie Danju lowered his hand, making a silent decision. After this event passes, he would definitely confront his feelings heat-in and tell Wei Jisheng about it. But this event referred to his acceptance of Belia's death. Upon witnessing Belia's death, he felt agitated and angry. He wanted to tear Jean Bowler apart. But after the anger came a wave of uncontrollable emotions. This was the first time for him. It was the first time he could not move past a death for a long time, and it was also the most out of control he had felt about death. Wei Jisheng's muffled voice came, "Xie Danju, do you have anything to say to me?" Xie Danju stiffly shook his head and said, "Nothing personal. But about Belia's death. Enough. I do not wish to hear anyone mention her. I do not want to lose control of my emotions again. I do not want to struggle back into pain." He didn't say this sentence out loud because he didn't want anyone to know his true feelings. "I do not want to hear you mention any official matters either. Xie Danju, I love you. I truly love you. I will love you for a lifetime. I will love you forever." Just as Xie Danju was about to refuse, he felt his consciousness begin to blur. He quickly reacted and tightly gripped Wei Jisheng's clothing. "Don't." Before he could finish the words, "mess around," he fainted, and Wei Jisheng caught him steadily. He bent down, cradling Xie Danju in his arms, and turned to walk upstairs. He walked while saying, "Xie Danju, I do not wish for you to live under the shadow of all truths. You are fine as you are not loving me nor liking me. This way I can do what I need to do without worry." He laid Xie Danju on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then he stood by the bedside gazing for a long time. Finally, he placed a kiss on Xie Dan's forehead. A gentle kiss, yet he did not pull away. "I love you, Xie Danju. Forget me, Xie Danju." Wei Jisheng left this sentence by Xie Dan's ear and turned, leaving without looking back. He reached the door and paused. He wanted to look back, but he couldn't. He sighed and stepped away. He walked downstairs and Dong Zhuyu stopped him. "Where is Xie Danju?" Wei Jisheng replied expressionlessly, "He hasn't slept in a long time, why let him rest." Dong Zhuyu thought about how Xie Danju had been sitting in front of the screen for these past days and nodded in understanding. "Wei Hu is dead." Wei Jisheng turned his head in surprise. "What? How did Wei Hu die?" Dong Zhuyu said, "We sent him to the Dao Wuwei kingdom to help with the strange occurrences, but at one point he was careless and lost his life to a white flower." Wei Jisheng's heart jolted, and he turned slightly to face Dong Zhuyu, asking, "A white flower? What kind?" Dong Zhuyu pondered and said, "It's like the flower you brought from the class reunion instance, but it's not." They brought the flower back for investigation. It only looked similar, but it was not the flower Wei Jisheng had brought back. Yet Wei Jisheng knew. The properties of that flower would change after reproduction, and human instruments could not detect it at all. Wei Jisheng opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. A flurry of words was blocked in his throat, like paper being crumpled into a ball, unable to be swallowed down or spat out. Wei Hu's death was caused by him alone. This fact lingered in Wei Jisheng's heart. "I have informed his family. We comforted them for a long time." His wife said she had long known that Wei, who was not in a normal line of work, and his death was within her expectations. She said that Wei, who was bringing glory to the country, making them proud, and bringing honor to their family, and there was no need for comfort. Wei Jisheng, do not be too arrogant. You are powerful enough to protect the world, but not everything is within your control. You are not a god. Beilia's voice exploded in Wei Jisheng's mind. Wei Jisheng's eyes widened. Suddenly a memory that did not belong to him surged in his mind. This memory had never appeared in his mind before. Taking care of animals, the 7 stars instance, the time-space tunnel. He recalled encountering a time-space disturbance in the instance of taking care of animals where he met someone resembling Beilia, yet somewhat different. This memory became a lighter igniting the bomb in Wei Jisheng's mind. The strange items were obtained through Beilia, who had opened the time-space barrier. Double time-space. Wei Jisheng suddenly thought, since strange instances can have double time-space, why can't this larger world have it? The strange item that obediently resided within his body was planted by another Beilia who broke the time-space barrier in the instance of taking care of animals. She advised herself not to be arrogant, yet led herself to choose Puyo. Wei Jisheng realized that his counterpart in another time-space might have saved Beilia but harmed Puyo. That is why the Beilia from another time-space wanted to open the time-space barrier to plant the strange items in him. Wei Jisheng recalled Beilia's smile from that day. That smile was from another Beilia awakening in this time-space Beilia. She felt fortunate for her choice, which is why she smiled. The fuse burned out, and the bomb exploded. Yet Wei Jisheng's spirit was engulfed in the smoke of this bomb. Everything made sense. But did Beilia ever truly consider the consequences of her actions? Wei Jisheng thought if he had not been so arrogant would this all have happened. Because of his arrogance, Wei who was killed. Wei who died because of him due to his pride and arrogance. The connection between these two was inseparable, which is why he recalled Beilia's words of caution. The youthful arrogance would eventually come at a price. Wei Jisheng had sworn he could control everything. Yet he was controlled by his own arrogance. His eyes turned red and the soreness in his eyes surged once more. He vividly remembered the discomfort in his body after the memories were sealed. If at that time he had not given up investigating due to his arrogance, if he had persisted in probing the discomfort in his body with his abilities, he would have certainly discovered this segment. Memory sealed away. If only he could prevent all of this from happening. Belia would not die and Wei who would not die. Clearly all these beautiful endings lay before him, yet he found himself missing out on them. Wei Jisheng could not accept the sudden turn of events. He wanted to escape, to hide away. He blinked his sore eyes and looked around searching for a place to conceal himself. He rushed back to the villa and locked himself in his room, securing the door behind him. He crouched at the door holding his head in his hands. If only he had investigated carefully at that time, none of this would have happened. Belia would not die as she would have a wonderful home. She would have a forever home with someone by her side. Pu Luo, Belia, and Nereus Yadanju, and they would all have a different future. Wei would not die, he would live happily with his family. All these beautiful endings lay before him, yet due to his pride and arrogance he let them slip away. The most painful thing in the world is not what I can have, but what I could have had. This principle is simple and easy to understand. However, understanding it in youth comes at a cost that is far more than a trivial matter. At this moment, the opportunity for understanding would become a lifelong scar of pain that lasts forever. His tears fell one by one onto the ground as the emotions hidden within him surged forth, overwhelming Wei Jisheng's reason, tormenting him in agony, rolling in the tide of his feelings, drowning him in ways that would leave him unable to rise for a lifetime. It is just like that saying, a shot fired in childhood hits right at one's own brow in adulthood. Wei Jisheng is such a knock. Wei Jisheng, what's wrong? Are you okay? Wei Jisheng lifted his head. His eyes were frighteningly red, bloodshot where there should have been white. This was a sign of him losing his sanity. Is Belia's body with you? Upon hearing this name, the blood vessels in Wei Jisheng's eyes receded, revealing the whites of his eyes, though some red veins still clung to the edges of his pupils. Dong Zhuyu, book me a ticket to the never-setting sun country and quietly notify Pu Luo to come there too. There was no response from outside for a long while until eventually a voice came through, understood. Days later, the senior officials of the never-setting sun country gathered at a funeral home. They received news from Dong Zhuyu that Wei Jisheng would secretly visit the never-setting sun country and bring back Belia's body, hoping that the never-setting sun would prepare what was needed for the funeral. Regardless of the circumstances, Belia was a hero of the never-setting sun country. She deserved a grand farewell. However, Wei Jisheng informed them that the funeral would be kept simple. A secret ceremony for Belia's funeral would take place. No one in the never-setting sun country knew, not even those in the funeral home, who was to be buried. At first, when they received the news from Dong Zhuyu, they did not believe it, thinking it was a prank. However, the next day, the Dawu Wei country sent them a telegram stating that Pu Luo would come to the never-setting sun country to attend Belia's funeral and hoped the never-setting sun country would take care of Pu Luo and keep the news hidden. At this point, the never-setting sun country began to believe Dong Zhuyu's words. They monitored the airport's activity while preparing for Belia's funeral. The never-setting sun country sent someone to the airport to pick up Pu Luo, who had secretly arrived, and then took him to the funeral home. A large group of people wore deeply furrowed brows. Their mood was extremely heavy. Not only was it because of Belia's death, but also because her death directly impacted the future of the never-setting sun country. It would be more accurate to say they were not just grieving, but were also worried for themselves and the future of the never-setting sun country. Pu Luo stood at a distance, his face expressionless, as if he were treating an inconsequential matter. His eyes were fixed on the entrance, hoping to see a familiar figure there. A group of people waited for a long time, and everyone was growing impatient, and Pu Luo felt a bit anxious as well. At this moment, someone finally appeared at the door. The group of people who had initially been in an extremely bad mood slightly relaxed their brows upon seeing that person. The president of the never-setting sun country approached, saying, "Hello, Wei Jisheng. How many people came?" Wei Jisheng nodded. "Just 10, all high-ranking officials from our never-setting sun country. Including Pu Luo, there are a total of 11 people. Rest assured, we have kept the burial of Belia well hidden. Currently, no one knows, not even the funeral home knows who the deceased is. We used false identities, and after the funeral home staff arranged the scene, we let them leave." Wei Jisheng nodded. "Very good, well done." The president of the never-setting sun country, noticing Wei Jisheng had come alone, felt a bit worried. "Then what about—" Wei Jisheng did not respond. He surveyed his surroundings. It was neither too extravagant nor too low-key, just Belia. "Green Soul." Wei Jisheng turned to look at the entrance, softly calling out. The high-ranking officials of the never-setting sun stood behind him, unsure of what Wei Jisheng meant, standing there in confusion. In the next moment, they watched in disbelief as a figure appeared out of thin air on Wei Jisheng's left side, cradling Belia in his arms. Before they could even be amazed, they saw Wei Jisheng carefully walking towards them, holding Belia. The president of the never-setting sun country rubbed his eyes as he watched Wei Jisheng carrying Belia toward the coffin, then turned back to look at the spot where Wei Jisheng had just stood. It was empty, but there had clearly been someone there, disappearing and then reappearing like that. Such a thing, although this event greatly shocked the high-ranking officials of the never-setting sun country, what mattered now was not whether that thing was human, but properly burying Belia. Despite their shock, they were seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms. Their mental fortitude was impressive. In just a few breaths, they had adjusted their mindset. Everyone present understood that what had just happened must not be known to outsiders. If this matter became public, Wei Jisheng could face dire consequences. After all, some countries have no bottom line. Ultimately, they did not consider that Wei Jisheng was not human. They merely thought that the person who had just appeared was simply a peculiar prop. Wei Jisheng walked to the edge of the coffin, carefully placing Belia inside, and then gazing at her. Pu Luo stood to the side, witnessing everything, yet he showed no surprise. He had long been aware that Wei Jisheng was not human. Everything happening now was based on the premise that Wei Jisheng was not human, so there was nothing to be shocked about. He stepped forward, stopping a meter away from Wei Jisheng. He looked down at the person in the white coffin. A faint odor of decay emanated from Belia, and some areas of her body had begun to rot. Her face was painted with a perfect, albeit thick, makeup that was not unpleasing. Only the heavy makeup could cover the decay on Belia's face. She looked as though she were sleeping, but the thick layer of powder added a hint of eeriness to the scene. Yet the two men found nothing wrong. They continued to gaze fixedly at Belia. Wei Jisheng's hand rested on the coffin lid, gently pushing it forward. Pu Luo placed his hands on the coffin lid, wanting to stop Wei Jisheng, but found he could not muster any strength. What supported him in standing there was his obsession. A strong hatred, a torrent of negative emotions welling up inside, and an indescribable bitterness spreading throughout his body. "Wait!" A girl's voice echoed in the quiet funeral home. Wei Jisheng instinctively halted his movement, and Pu Luo turned to look at the entrance. Upon recognizing the arriving person, tears pooled in Pu Luo's reddened eyes. The high-ranking officials of the never-setting sun country furrowed their brows at the sight of the person standing at the door. The president stepped forward to block her path. "Miss Aniria, this is not a place for you, and the attire you are wearing is inappropriate." They all knew about Aniria and Belia's past. The moment Belia became the chosen one, her entire history had been laid out on their desks. They could neither allow Aniria to enter, nor could they prevent her. The president did not understand why, despite all precautions taken for Belia's burial, Aniria was still able to find her way here. Moreover, she should have been lying on a hospital bed instead of standing in front of them stubbornly trying to break in. "I brought her here, you don't need to stop her." Wei Jisheng maintained his previous action without turning around, merely staring blankly at Belia. The people of the never-setting sun country heard Wei Jisheng's words, hesitated for a moment, but still allowed Aniria to enter. Aniria walked to the side of the coffin. Pu Luo gazed at her, his mind momentarily unable to process what was happening. Until Aniria stood before him, he stiffly stepped back 2 paces to give way. Aniria walked up to Wei Jisheng, holding her long skirt, opened the coffin. Wei Jisheng did not move. Belia should rest well. Aniria grasped Wei Jisheng's wrist, her fingers slowly tightening, using all her strength to grip his wrist. Yet she had just awakened from a serious illness, so where would her strength come from? To Wei Jisheng, her meager strength was akin to a tickle. Aniria looked at Wei Jisheng with hatred. A hatred to the bone. But ultimately Belia's death had no direct relation to him. Thus she did not know what reason she had to hate him. Wei Jisheng felt the touch on his hand, but remained motionless. Today is my wedding with her. I have not put a ring on her yet. I order you to open the coffin. Wei Jisheng was taken aback for a moment, then instantly realized. Calculating the time, today was indeed Belia and Anaria's wedding day. A joyful occasion turned into a funeral. What should have been a day filled with laughter and blessings now fell into silence. What should have been a harmonious day turned into words stuck in the throat, unable to come out. Weddings are white. Funerals are also white. Both are white, but with different meanings, different emotions, and after a long moment Wei Jisheng pushed the coffin lid back. He released his grip and turned to look at Aniria. In the instant their eyes locked, Wei Jisheng's pupils constricted sharply, and he stumbled back 2 steps, his body instantly freezing. Aniria adjusted her pure white wedding dress, leaning on the edge of the coffin, smiling as she looked at Belia. How do I look? Pretty, right? Aniria stood up again, twirling gracefully while holding her skirt. Belia, today is the day we promised to marry. I have come to fulfill my promise. Will you still marry me? Let me clarify first. You have 5 seconds to think. If you don't answer in 5 seconds, it will be taken as agreement. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Belia, you have finally married me. Although there are no blessings from family, no praises from friends, and no grand wedding, it doesn't matter. I don't mind making it up in the next life. Look, everything around is white, just like our designed wedding. The hall for the wedding is ready. Wei Jisheng and Pu Luo are your friends. We have friends as witnesses too. I brought the rings myself. Aniria opened her right hand, revealing a white velvet gift box resting in her palm. She opened the box, and against the black backing 2 silver rings shone brightly. We have everything. The hall for the wedding is ready, friends as witnesses, and we have the rings. It doesn't matter if there is no officiant. After all, it just involves asking if I am willing to be with you forever, whether the future brings suffering or happiness. You already know my answer. Even if the future is filled with pain, I still want to be with you. I am willing to spend my life with you. As long as you are in my life, no matter what, it is good and cannot be considered suffering. And you? After her words fell, a long time passed without anyone responding. Anaria's voice grew choked. It's okay, no answer means you agree. You also want to be with me for a lifetime. All right, now, let's exchange rings. She took out the 2 rings from the box, placing one on her own hand. She took Belia's hand, slowly sliding the ring onto her middle finger, the silver ring sparkling in the light. Aniria gazed silently for a long time, then lowered her head to place a kiss on the ring. Belia, the ring is now on your hand. You can't take it back. With this tiny circle, I have tied you down. You cannot escape. By this, when I find you in the next life, you must make it up to me for the wedding. You must remember you owe me a wedding. When I find you in the next life, you must fulfill it. Aniria leaned down, placing a kiss on Belia's lips. Her tears slid down her cheeks, falling onto Belia's. This kiss was not heavy, but it was long. It was her first kiss with Belia. It was also her last kiss with Belia. A kiss that transcends worlds. If it isn't long enough, there may never be another opportunity. Aniria straightened up her hand, touching Belia's face, her pale fingers wiping away the tears on Belia's cheek, where the thick foundation had become slick. It's okay. This time you left me. I will forgive you, but next time I want. But next time, if you beg me, coax me, and say nice things to me, I won't be angry. I didn't bring the bouquet. I will make it up when you return the wedding to me in the next life. You owe me a wedding, and I owe you a bouquet. There has always been an unfinished bond between us, lingering for a long, long time. Aniria retracted her hand, glancing at the surrounding crowd, and left, lifting her skirt. Luo looked at Anaria's departing figure, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. It felt like being trampled by someone, yet unable to catch that person, forced to let them walk back and forth in one's heart. Wei Jisheng turned his back, quickly covering the coffin. After a long while, no one made any move. Wei Jisheng leaned on the coffin lid, unsure if he was crying or what. He buried his head in his arms, surrounding himself in darkness. Today was the wedding of Belia. Today, she could finally marry the girl he had been longing for years before everyone. She should have been smiling, should have held Anaria's hand to say the vows. She shouldn't have been wearing heavy makeup merely to cover the decay on her face, nor should she be lying in the coffin with Anar, you putting a ring on her. Everything could have been beautiful. Everything was supposed to progress in a good direction. But all of this was utterly contrary to what was supposed to be. His tears fell like beads, one by one, striking the coffin lid. The sound of tears hitting the coffin lid stimulated Wei Jisheng. He had originally intended to let go of his hatred and not seek revenge on the strange king anymore. But now he couldn't let this hatred go unavenged. Bang! A loud noise echoed from outside the door. The death of Aniria. Luo turned to look. He was too far away to see clearly. The people from the Sunset Nation changed their expressions upon seeing the scene outside, panic rising in their hearts. Quick! Call the police. Some rushed outside, and one person was on the phone. Aniria has committed suicide. Luo heard this amidst the chaos outside. He tilted his head, disbelief etched on his face, his brain feeling like a computer with its wires pulled, unable to process any thoughts. He stiffly stepped outside wanting to see who was spreading rumors, but halfway there someone grabbed his hand. Luo turned back to see Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng's eyes were slightly red, clearly having just cried. Luo spoke. Wei Jisheng, they said, "Ainer, you committed suicide." "How can that be? I need to see for myself. Come with me." His voice was hoarse as if it was the first time he had spoken in a long while. His voice sounded like it had been smoked for many years. If you didn't listen closely, you couldn't even tell what he was saying. And indeed, that was the case. Since Luo came out of the urban home instance, he hadn't spoken a word. The brave nation was very worried and had taken Luo to the hospital for many tests. But Luo simply didn't want to talk. He just didn't know how to communicate with others at that moment, so he chose to remain silent. When Wei Jisheng didn't leave the urban home, he always held his phone, as if he were an unmoving statue staring at the screen without blinking. Aside from eating and using the restroom, he didn't move at all. It was only after Wei Jisheng left the urban home that he began to change his initially motionless life. He began to kill the strange beings frantically moving between different cities, dealing with various difficult-to-handle anomalies. During that time, he had no thoughts, not even understanding why he was doing this. Although his body was already exhausted, his brain continued to shout for bloodshed. He only had 1 or 2 hours of rest each day. The higher-ups of the brave nation advised him, but he wouldn't listen. He was like a robot that only knew how to execute orders, unable to hear what others said, only knowing he had to kill the anomalies. He didn't collapse entirely because the brave nation had given him an injection, allowing him to fall asleep. When he woke up, he received news from Dong Zhuoyu, then disregarded the country's obstruction and insisted on coming to the Sunset Nation alone. He hadn't spoken a word for 2 consecutive weeks. Even Wei Jisheng was momentarily stunned when he heard him speak. Then he said, "Ainer Ya's death has nothing to do with us." Luo didn't let Wei Jisheng finish. He tightly grabbed Wei Jisheng's collar and roared, "What are you talking about? Wei Jisheng, do you dare to say Ainer Ya's death has nothing to do with us? We all know who she died for, don't we? Are you truly unaware of who she died for? She died for Bilya, and Bilya died for us. Do you dare to say that if Ainer Ya dies, it has nothing to do with us? Bilya is still lying here, she is right here, yet we let Ainer Ya die before our eyes. Do you think Bilya won't be heartbroken by this? Wei Jisheng, don't you have a heart?" Wei Jisheng grabbed Luo's hand, not using much strength, just holding it. "Yes, I have no heart, didn't you already know that?" Luo released one hand and punched Wei Jisheng's face, causing his head to tilt slightly. Luo used only a little strength, but he still felt pain in his hand. "Wei Jisheng, you have no heart. Is that your excuse? Is that why you can watch others die without feeling a thing? Is that your justification? It doesn't matter for others, but that person is Ainer Ya. She is the person Bilya has loved for many years, the one he wanted to marry. She died before Bilya's coffin, and you felt nothing. Is that your reason?" Wei Jisheng used his tongue to touch the spot on his face where Luo had punched him, turning to look at the enraged Luo, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. He asked, "Shouldn't it be like this?" Luo was provoked by Wei Jisheng's calmness. He looked at Wei Jisheng's face, his anger growing, but his mind gradually calmed down. One of his hands gripped Wei Jisheng's collar, while the other hung by his side, clenched into a fist. Wei Jisheng held onto Luo's hand with one hand, the other hand in his pocket. They stared at each other, locked in a stalemate. Luo's eyes burned with fierce anger, while Wei Jisheng's eyes were devoid of any emotion. In contrast, Luo's heart grew increasingly calm, while Wei Jisheng's became more chaotic. Neither was willing to let go first, neither was willing to concede. Until the noisy sounds from outside reached Luo's ears, he suddenly remembered that this wasn't the time to confront Wei Jisheng. Ainer Ya's fate was still uncertain outside. He pushed Wei Jisheng away, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "Wei Jisheng, you have no heart. You don't understand my emotions and feelings right now. Then let me give you my heart. Oh, would that be okay?" Wei Jisheng looked up at him, confusion and disbelief filling his eyes. Luo stood opposite him, never expecting to see such determination in Luo's eyes. What was even harder for him to accept was that Luo's determination arose from his desire to give him his heart. A few seconds later, just as Wei Jisheng was about to respond, he saw Luo turn and walk away. He was left alone in the empty funeral home, surrounded only by a white coffin. He turned to face the coffin, gently placing his hand on the smooth lid. "I want to see Ainer Ya too, but I can't. Right now, I am a monster, unable to perceive my own emotions. I don't possess a heart that can understand external feelings. If I go, I don't know if the strange king will notice anything. At that time, my revenge could very well have no opportunity. Bilya, wake up and tell me what to do. Bilya, I will truly listen to you from now on, I promise. I won't be arrogant again. Please wake up." Wei Jisheng's voice was low, so soft it resembled a mosquito's buzz. "Sister, didn't you want me to call you sister? If I do, will you wake up? Please tell me how I should do better." Wei Jisheng rested his head on the coffin, lit his hands embracing it as he whispered, "Sister, I'm so afraid that my plan won't succeed this time. I'm so afraid that this time I might miss another good opportunity for revenge due to my arrogance. I'm so scared it won't succeed. Can you please tell me what I should do? The strange instance has opened again. How annoying, can you just die already? What is the name of this instance? How many stars? Who from the Sunset Nation is participating? Have you heard? Ainarya has died. Ainarya was Bilya's girlfriend, who she died after Bilya was buried. How does the person upstairs know? I studied in the Sunset Nation. Oh, I heard about it before returning home. It's being circulated in the student group now. What a pity. Strange world. Wei Jisheng opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. He looked around. There was a desk, a bed, and a wardrobe. It seemed to be a bedroom. Wei Jisheng discovered the rules within himself. 1. Mom has a good temper. You can go to her if you have something to discuss. 2. Dad has a bad temper. Don't stay with him when there's nothing going on. 3. Listen to mom, because parents like obedient children. 4. Don't be naughty. It will make both dad and mom angry. 5. This is your home. You must remember it. 6. Both dad and mom are good people. You can feel safe living here for a lifetime. 7. If you become their child, they will protect you as long as you don't anger them. 8. At home, you should be free. There are no strict rules. 9. You're already a big kid. You should take on some chores. 10. Be polite when facing dad and mom. 11. Mom hates it when others talk badly about her. Never speak ill of her in front of her. 12. If there's something you can't resolve, definitely go to dad and mom. 13. You have a younger sister at home. You're the older brother, and the brother must give in to the sister and not refuse her requests. 14. If you promise your sister something, you must do it, otherwise she will. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Wei Jisheng's thoughts. He walked to the door and opened it. A woman in a pink floral dress stood outside. She looked to be in her 30s, very young and quite beautiful. With red lips and white teeth, her figure was also well maintained. Sheng, what do you want to eat today? Mom will make it for you. Wei Jisheng looked at the smiling woman in front of him, unsure of what to say. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who she was. No, I can cook by myself. That won't do. Of course, mom has to help you make it. That's what moms are supposed to do. Wei Jisheng wanted to check the living room, but the woman in front of him blocked his way, making it awkward for him to push her aside. Really, I can do it alone. I'm not that hungry. I can skip a meal if needed. That's not acceptable. A breakfast is a must. What do you want to eat? Hurry up, a mom will go make it for you. Noodles will be fine, thank you. The woman smiled and ruffled Wei Jisheng's hair. Of course, that's fine. Look how polite you are to mom. It seems our Sheng has truly grown up. Go watch some TV. I'll go make you breakfast. The woman left, and Wei Jisheng sighed in relief. He stepped outside. The space was spacious, estimating over 100 square meters. Wei Jisheng walked into the living room, where 2 people were sitting on the sofa playing with toys. Wei Jisheng froze. Xie Danju was also taken aback when she saw him for the first time, then smiled at him. A little girl held Xie Dan's hand and said, "Brother, will you be my boyfriend from now on? And stay here with me for a lifetime?" Xie Dan's beautiful brows furrowed. He hesitated, unsure how to Wei Jisheng walked over with his hands in his pockets, sitting beside the little girl. Don't think about it. A brother is a brother's boyfriend. The little girl turned to look at him, frowning as she pondered for a moment. What? Wei Jisheng picked up the little girl. Upon closer inspection, she resembled his mother a lot. This brother is my boyfriend. Don't think too much about it. The little girl stared at Wei Jisheng, her round eyes filled with disbelief. Wei Jisheng picked up a toy nearby and handed it to the girl. Shue, why not ask this brother? Shue turned to look at Xie Danju, blinking her watery eyes, and asked, "Brother, is that true?" Xie Danju struggled to maintain his smile as he replied, "Aha, yes, right. Reality world, what? That's quite bold to say. Is this an official announcement? Just go watch Luo's live stream. He seems to have taken a liking to that girl named Shue. Strange world, what's your name?" The little girl sat on Luo's lap, looking at him with her head tilted. "Brother, my name is Shue. Do you forget?" Luo frowned. Shue, do you have an elder sister?" Shue shook her head. Luo looked at the little girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Shue, lost in self-doubt. It could be a pitfall in this strange instance, but it might not be. So who can tell him why Shue and her mother look so much like Lin Shue? Reality world, hey, doesn't Shue look familiar? Lin Shue? She looks almost identical to Lin Shue, and so does her mother. Strange world. Wei Jisheng clearly hadn't realized this matter yet. He was contemplating whether Xie Danju was real or fake. Because Xie Dan's various behaviors indicated that he still remembered him, but Wei Jisheng had used a strange item on Xie Danju when he left, making him forget their past. But he couldn't be sure, for Xie Danju didn't emanate any strange aura. Wei Jisheng could recognize Wei Jisheng at a glance, but this person could not be replaced. In the following days, Wei Jisheng's life consisted of looking after the child and pretending to be a good child. The rules did not mention how to leave the instance, so Wei Jisheng was not in a hurry to depart. Moreover, he had not seen the so-called father even once during these days. Perhaps this father was the key to clearing the instance. Wei Jisheng sensed that this aberrant instance was different. Maybe this would be his final stop. During these days of living here, he played the obedient child in front of his mother and the good brother in front of his sister. In front of Xie Danju. He never had a moment alone with Xie Danju because he didn't know how to get along with him. He had also thought that if Xie Danju were fake, he would toy with him. If Xie Danju were real, he would do everything to ensure his safety. The instance had no indication of its star rating, so Wei Jisheng dared not make rash decisions. After suffering the consequences of his arrogance, he no longer dared to take risks without certainty. Even when he was confident, he would ponder for a long time before making a decision. The blows along the path of growth were relentless. Every change in a person was the result of immense pain. Wei Jisheng was afraid. He feared that his arrogance would cost Xie Danzhu his life, and he also feared that his arrogance would cost Pu Luo his life. He was now overly cautious, completely devoid of his former pride and recklessness, no longer the confident and arrogant person he once was. Once bitten, twice shy. Xingxing, your father is coming home today. He's been busy with business trips lately. You must be sensible, you know. Even though I know you're already very sensible. Wei Jisheng sat on the sofa watching TV, his mother's nagging in his ears. He nodded perfunctorily. The sound of the door opening came, and a tall man walked in from outside. Mother immediately went over to take the briefcase. You're back. Hungry? Not hungry, it's fine. You rest. All right. Sheng is on break, go see him. Okay. Mother carried the briefcase back to the bedroom. Xie Danzhu was in the sister's room playing with her. The entire living room was left with only Wei Jisheng and his father. Wei Jisheng turned to look, and when he saw who it was, his eyes darkened. Even before leaving the instance, the king of anomalies had already grown anxious. This anomaly was powerful, not belonging to this instance. Just like the first instance where the teacher inside was not part of that instance either. Wei Jisheng raised his hand, instinctively summoning the white rope. But his palm was empty. It took him a long time to come to his senses. The white rope was in the city instance. How could it appear here? The father watched him staring at his palm in a daze and sat down beside him. Wei Jisheng, long time no see. Wei Jisheng turned to look at him. Long time no see. Real world, another black screen. I'm so done. If it's really broken, go fix it. Don't force open the instance, okay? Is it the problem of the aberrant instance or the problem of the aberrant tale? What does that anomaly mean by long time no see? Father turned around smiling at him. Wei Jisheng, we've met before, haven't we? Wei Jisheng moved back a few steps, his face full of vigilance. Have we met? Of course. At that time I was wearing a different face. It's normal that you don't remember me, but now you must recall. Wei Jisheng looked at the fake smile on his face, feeling a chill run down his spine. Because once you remember me, you will receive the gift I have prepared for you. A thought crossed Wei Jisheng's mind, but he wasn't sure. What if I say I do? What will you do? The father smiled, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. Of course I won't do anything to you. You are my child. But isn't there a guest at home? That guest seems to be called Xie Danzhu, right? Wei Jisheng frowned at him. He sensed a pressure emanating from the anomaly before him, one that made him involuntarily want to submit. Perhaps it wasn't easy for the king of anomalies to have such a powerful anomaly by his side. You came to kill me, why say so much? You think I came to kill you? Ha ha ha, of course not. I told you you are my child, I won't do anything to you. I just want to know whether you really know who I am. Wei Jisheng watched coldly as he put down the teacup and looked at him. You're not here to kill me. That doesn't matter much either. I'm very curious, why do you insist on making me remember you? Because I am your father. If you can't even remember me, it wouldn't look good, would it? Wei Jisheng clenched his hands tightly. If Xie Danzhu were not in this aberrant instance, Wei Jisheng would have already charged at the anomaly and fought him. He stood up. I have no father. This is just an aberrant instance. I remember who you are and I can tell you, but on the condition that you let Xie Danzhu go. The anomaly, sitting on the sofa, squinted at Wei Jisheng, who looked like a young beast, an indescribable feeling stirring in his heart. In his eyes, Wei Jisheng was nothing but a cub, without even the ability to protect himself. His only trump card was the undead army. But the undead army could not threaten him. Still, it was quite impressive that Wei Jisheng had grown into what he was now. When he casually discarded Wei Jisheng in the aberrant world, he never imagined that Wei Jisheng would survive and become what he was today. He was like a seed. Abandoned carelessly on the ground, he could still sprout endless weeds. Fire could not burn them all, nor could they be uprooted completely. Overnight they grew wildly, spreading rumors of him throughout the entire aberrant world. In his plan, Wei Jisheng was supposed to hide in a corner and live a life of survival, not possess the courage to defy him as he did today. Nor should he have aroused the king of anomalies' fear, let alone stand against him. And the undead army in his hand should have remained sealed forever. There were too many uncontrollable factors in Wei Jisheng. For the sake of his future plans, he could only send Wei Jisheng to the human world to settle down. He knew full well what the monster sealed inside Wei Jisheng was. He witnessed how fast Wei Jisheng developed. He had also seen how powerful Wei Jisheng was. All of this was based on the fact that the monster had not yet awakened. Relying on his own abilities, Wei Jisheng made the entire aberrant world fear him, making all anomalies afraid. They even gave him the title of Madman. This powerful anomaly had witnessed Wei Jisheng's rise, and also his brief decline. He was very pleased in his heart. Because Wei Jisheng was his child, he had never expected his child to possess such powerful abilities. He was certain that if he continued to let him run wild, his original plan would be completely disrupted by Wei Jisheng's untamed growth. So he began a new plan. He watched Wei Jisheng grow up, saw him develop the habit of arrogance, watched him step by step as he was about to ascend to the position of the King of Anomalies. But the throne of the King of Anomalies was not meant for him. If he did not reign in Wei Jisheng, he would single-handedly control the entire aberrant world and claim the throne. Him taking the throne would be no different from indirectly unsealing the madman within him. The King of Anomalies was incompetent, merely being suppressed by Wei Jisheng. As the man behind the scenes, when everything deviated from the original path, he had to step in and trim the weeds, putting the strayed matters back on the right track. You must understand you are not in a position to bargain with me. But considering you have given me unexpected surprises, I have decided to listen to you. If you answer correctly, I will let Xie Danju go. But if your answer is wrong, I will keep Xie Danju in this instance. Wei Jisheng ignored his threat. You are the teacher I encountered in the first instance. The teacher who seemed very difficult to kill, wrapped in thick blackness, immensely powerful. The anomaly clapped his hands. Congratulations, my child. Your answer is correct. However, Xie Danju was originally an entity spawned from this instance. If I let him leave here and go to the human world, it would cause chaos in the human world. Wei Jisheng's face showed no excessive emotion. He only frowned, and the surrounding temperature subtly dropped. The anomaly noticed. He said, "Don't be angry, Wei Jisheng. You don't have the capital to be angry with me yet. Haven't you already known the answer in your heart? You already knew that Xie Danju was not real. Why can't you be as confident as you used to be? Is it because Bai Aria's death truly struck you, causing the towering tower in your heart to collapse, making you deliberately doubt yourself? Wei Jisheng, I have always admired one of your qualities. You are ruthless and merciless to traitors and never treat loyalists poorly. But the unruly temperament in you annoys me. Your pride is a bit excessive, almost arrogant, and that also annoys me. You are my child, you should know some manners." Wei Jisheng listened to his words without a ripple in his heart. Even if what he said was true, even if he hit every point of Wei Jisheng's transformation, Wei Jisheng never denied the truth. You caused Bai Aria's death, didn't you? The smile never left the anomaly's face. What if I did? Even if I killed her, what can you do to me? Do you think the undead army in your hand is truly invincible? Do you think there is nothing in this world that can kill you? Do you think you really can't die? Wei Jisheng, in the face of absolute power, those little tricks of yours are utterly insignificant. This is the second lesson I teach you. In the face of absolute power, the things that protect your life are worthless. Red bloodshot veins crept into Wei Jisheng's eyes. What was the first lesson? The first lesson? Of course, it's to teach you to get rid of your bad temper, to make you less arrogant. Wei Jisheng stepped forward. Did Bai Aria really die by your hand? The anomaly stood up. He was slightly taller than Wei Jisheng, half looking down at the boy before him. He really resembled him, when angry bloodshot veins also climbed into his eyes. How can you say I killed her? Without me, she wouldn't even have existed. She gained life because of me. Now I need her to do something. Taking back her life is only natural, isn't it? The anomaly spoke calmly, but his calmness ignited the fury in Wei Jisheng's heart. The rage rampaged through his body, shaking his internal organs with pain. The anomaly before him was the one who created him, was the one who manipulated his life, was the one who determined his life and death, was the mastermind behind everything. This matter did not receive much attention from Wei Jisheng, because he had already guessed it in his heart. When he heard the anomaly reveal the truth, Wei Jisheng felt neither tension nor pain. More than anything, it was relief. Since the true culprit had been found, his revenge was not far off. After being immersed in the pain of Bai Aria's death for a long time, Wei Jisheng had shed all his thorns and washed away his unruly nature. In the face of things that would have angered him before, he became extraordinarily calm. He could even be said to be emotionless. Bloodshot veins filled the whites of Wei Jisheng's eyes, obscuring all trace of white. He stared fixedly at the person sitting leisurely on the sofa. After a long while, he let out a soft laugh. I had already guessed it. You don't need to tell me. I already know it with near certainty. So, I don't want to hear about these things. Wei Jisheng took a big step forward, his hands pressing on the table, looking directly into the anomaly's eyes. I only want to know, why did you betray the Dragon Kingdom? As the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, why did you betray it and choose to live in the aberrant world? These are the answers I want. I wonder if Cui Anji, the first chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, can tell me. The fake smile on the anomaly's face cracked for a moment, and he looked up at the boy staring straight at him. The boy no longer had thorns, and even the unruly feeling had faded significantly. But the surging hatred in his eyes seemed intent on killing him. This too was a manifestation of unruliness. In the end, the anomaly had only plucked his thorns, not destroyed his extremely keen intuition. Wei Jisheng, you are very clever. Your intuition is terrifyingly accurate. You couldn't have recognized me from the very beginning. How did you figure it out? Wei Jisheng blinked. There's nothing difficult about it. I also know. You are not only the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, you are also. Wei Jisheng didn't finish his sentence. He dragged out the word "are," piquing Cui Anzi's curiosity. The savior. Wei Jisheng said each word through gritted teeth. Cui Anzi's expression changed. He grabbed Wei Jisheng by the neck and pulled him close. Wei Jisheng, how dare you cooperate with that monster? Have you gone mad? Wei Jisheng's neck was tightly gripped. He felt he couldn't breathe, but that didn't matter because he could function without. However, his face was flushed with a lack of oxygen. Am I not a madman by nature? You have been stalking me for so long, glaring at me with that disgusting, contemptible gaze. Do you still not know what kind of being I am? Chuanji, do you think you are the only one who can control others? Do you think you are the only one who can toy with people? You say I am your child. If that is true, then the rebellious and arrogant nature within me is inherited from you. You say I am arrogant, but are you not? You think everything is under your control, yet you do not realize it has already begun to awaken, already awakened through my body. You have raised me to be a madman. Oh, what does it matter if I am mad now? Chuanji roared. You have no idea what it truly is. If you let it out, it will destroy the world. You madman. Wei Jisheng's lips curled into a smile expressing he hadn't smiled like this in a long time. Ever since Bilia died, the pain in his heart had never faded. This persistent pain made it impossible for him to smile and drained his tears. What are you in a hurry for? You destroyed Bilia, and now you won't let me destroy the world. Don't you want me to be your savior? Didn't you take my heart as a seal for it? Didn't you want to live with Lien and for a long time? I was so close to living the life I wanted for a long time. You have no idea what it feels like to lose the closest person. I can't describe it. I can only tell you it feels unbearably painful. Since I am not having a good time, then neither should anyone else. Chuanji, you ruined my life. You ruined Bilia and Aniria, so you must be prepared to face the consequences. Did you really not think I would seek revenge? Since there is no meaning for me to live in this world, then no one should live. What about Luan Luo? What about Wei Jisheng? Tell me who will save them when the world is destroyed. You only remember Bilia dying for you, but you forget that Luan Luo also risked his life to save you. You only know that Jisheng is a traitor. You do not know he died for you, bearing your wrath. You only remember yourself. Have you ever thought about others? At least I have not forgotten my mission, but what about you? Just because of a little unhappiness, you want everyone else's unhappiness to accompany you to the grave. Wei Jisheng's smile froze. He did not know how to respond. He only knew that his mind was in chaos like a tangle of yarn that could not be unraveled. After a long time, he raised his head to look at Chuanji. What do you mean by saying I only remember Jisheng and do not know he died for me, bearing my wrath? Chuanji forcefully pushed Wei Jisheng, slamming him against the wall. His back hit the hard wall, but he had no time to care about the pain. Chuanji, tell me, what do you mean he died for me? He bore my anger. Tell me. Speak up. Chuanji glanced at him indifferently, raised his hand to summon a light orb, and with a twist of his hand the orb instantly struck Wei Jisheng's heart, merging with his body and disappearing. Wei Jisheng did not know what the orb was, nor did he have the heart to care. Jisheng was his savior, and for him, Jisheng's significance was extraordinary. He was not only a savior, but also a kin. He was the one who saved him from the abyss. If everything was as Chuanji said, then Jisheng was not a traitor. He had his reasons. He saved himself, yet he repaid kindness with enmity. Wei Jisheng felt a warm current flowing through. Chuanji said, this is your strange power. Use it, and it can help you suppress the monster within. Wei Jisheng remembered, do not let it out again. It is not a good thing. It will destroy the world and indirectly kill Xie Danju and Luan Luo. Chuanji rubbed his temples with one hand while waving to Wei Jisheng with the other. Wei Jisheng felt himself being pulled backward by some force. But there was a wall behind him. Where else could he move? Wei Jisheng did not know what Chuanji was going to do. He could only close his eyes to prevent the sudden bright light from blinding him. As expected, the next moment a strong light pierced his eyes, even though his eyes were closed. When he opened them again, the surroundings were utterly silent. Wei Jisheng looked around at the dense trees. He could no longer feel the aura of the strange world. It seemed he had left the bizarre instance and returned to the human world. Wei Jisheng reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and opened the live stream. The live broadcast screen had gone black since he left. The familiar notification appeared on the screen. The chosen one challenge failed. Wei Jisheng's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt an intense fear in his heart. Because what he opened was Luan Luo's live stream. He did not want Luan Luo to die, nor did he want Bilia to die. His mind began to feel unstable, and everything around him appeared blurry. Wei Jisheng was struggling for control of his body against the monster within him. Just as he was about to be forced out of his body, a voice stimulated him. Calm down, Sheng. Luan Luo has a Gatuda fail-free card. 85 Luan Luo, I love you. Luan Luo opened his eyes from the chaos. He remembered that he had failed. He did not know what had angered his father. He suddenly erupted in rage, and then lost consciousness. Luan Luo looked around. All around him was darkness, and he could not see what was there. This must be hell, he muttered to himself in the dark. Although he did not believe in such things, the current scene forced him to believe. Because heaven should be a place of light, not darkness, the opposite of that hell is just like this. What kind of punishment awaits me? Luan Luo spoke lightly, showing no fear. He knew that once he made up his mind to kill those people, he might spend his future in hell. He understood those punishments and was not particularly anxious. He only felt regret. What a pity Bilia and Aniria are in heaven and I will not see them again. They must have married in heaven. Luan Luo, what are you talking about? Hearing his name, Luan Luo instinctively prepared to turn his head. However, the vigilance he trained in the bizarre instance suppressed the motion. Who are you? Luan Luo, can't you recognize my voice? Luan Luo felt the voice echoing in his ears was somewhat familiar. Now hearing it said he instantly remembered. Lian Shui. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, a pink floral dress appearing before Luan Luo's eyes. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Luan Luo hurriedly stepped forward. How are you here? I am not dead yet. Lian Shui nodded proudly. Of course not, with me protecting you, how could you die? Also, I read the letter you wrote to me. Your experiences are very interesting. Although I was not by your side, I know everything you mentioned in your letter. How I thought. How did you see it? Lian Shui walked behind Luan Luo. The letter you wrote to me, can I? Luan Luo turned to look at her. Of course not, I'm just curious how you saw it. Lian Shui pouted. The first question you asked isn't something I experienced, okay? Aren't you worried about me? Luan Luo smiled helplessly. This was the first smile he had shown since Bilia's death. It was a faint smile. No, I see you standing in front of me looking, well, even more beautiful than before. How could it possibly be that you are not doing well? Luan Luo, I want to tell you something. Luan Luo looked at Lian Shui seriously. Speak. Lian Shui raised her eyes to look at him. Do you want to stay in the strange world and live with me? Luan Luo was taken aback for a moment. I am human, not strange. This was a roundabout rejection, and Lian Shui understood. She smiled sadly, and then heard Luan Luo say, do not misunderstand. It's not that I do not want to. Alright, I understand. You cannot let go of your friends in the human world. You cannot let go of Wei Jisheng, nor can you relax about Xie Danju. Luan Luo nodded. Lian Shui looked at Luan Luo for a long time. The two fell into a long silence. Luan Luo did not know what to say. He felt that Lian Shui's silence must mean she was angry. If he said anything more, Lian Shui would definitely get angrier. Lian Shui waved her hand, and the surrounding darkness was instantly pierced through. A bright path appeared not far from Luan Luo. That path was shining blindingly bright. Luan Luo turned his head to take a glance, squinting his eyes, then turned back. That is the path to the human world, Luan Luo. Once you walk that path, there will be no turning back. Have you thought it through? Luan Luo stared blankly at Lian Shui. Returning to the human world. Lian Shui, you're not joking, are you? I'm quite capable. Getting you home is just a small matter. But you must remember you only have this one chance. I won't help you again. We won't have a chance to meet again. Yes, so have you made up your mind? After a long silence, Lian Shui was not anxious. She stood in front of Luan Luo waiting for an answer. I've made up my mind. Lian Shui, take care. Luan Luo said this with his head down, then turned and walked back. He did not dare to look into Lian Shui's eyes. Luan Luo. This path is very dangerous. Close your eyes, think of nothing, and walk straight ahead. No matter who calls you along the way, do not stop, do not open your eyes, and do not look back. I left a red thread on your hand. When you reach the human world, the bell on the red thread will ring, and at that time, you can open your eyes and stop. As Luan Luo stepped into the blinding passage, these were the words he heard. He closed his eyes and moved forward. He felt as if something was obstructing him ahead, but he could not stop. He could only walk forward with his eyes closed. Even with his eyes closed, the light still hurt Luan Luo's eyes. Luan Luo, I married Aniria. Can you open your eyes and see what we look like now? Upon hearing Bilia's familiar voice, Luan Luo did not hesitate and did not stop. Tisk, what a hassle. Hurry up and come over. I'm here to get you. You can open your eyes now. Wei Jisheng's voice reached Luan Luo's ears, and he fearlessly continued to walk forward. Many people called out to him along the way. Vili, Wei Jisheng, Bilia, his father, mother, and even those bullies. He never hesitated for a moment. He could not see the path ahead, and the bell on the red thread had not rung. He could only walk aimlessly forward. Luan Luo, I'll take you out. Lian Shui's voice came closer, and Luan Luo felt a chill in his hand. Lian Shui held his hand. He did not refuse. As long as he did not open his eyes, did not stop, and did not look back, nothing would happen. Luan Luo did not know how much time had passed. He only knew his legs had begun to feel weak. All right, we've arrived. The icy sensation in his hand disappeared. Luan Luo keenly sensed that the bell on his hand had not rung. He hesitated for a brief moment, but still chose to move forward. Whoever appeared on this path could not be trusted. Luan Luo maintained absolute rationality. He took 2 steps forward when someone suddenly grabbed him. He frowned, wanting to summon a dagger, but it was useless. His whole body was unable to move, and this feeling was like his fate was not in his own hands. The feeling of being like a fish on a chopping board made Luan Luo feel utterly powerless. Clearly the opportunity was right in front of him, yet he still failed. Suddenly he felt a cool sensation linger on his lips for a moment. It was a brief moment, a fleeting sensation, but he still sensed it. Luan Luo, I love you. Upon hearing this voice, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. What kind of disgusting thing dares to use Lian Shui's voice to speak such deceiving words to him? Ding ding ding. The bell in his hand shook violently, making a huge noise that almost deafened Luan Luo. But the good news was that he was now safe. He opened his eyes and looked around. If he found that dog pretending to be Lin Shui, he would definitely kill it. Behind him in the mist, a pink figure and a dark shadow stood side by side. All right, Xiao Xue, it's time to go. I know. I thought you were just momentarily interested in him, but I didn't expect you would trade your yearning for freedom for his life. But after all you've done for him, he has no idea. Won't you feel aggrieved? He will only feel aggrieved if he knows. As soon as the words fell, the pink figure vanished. The black shadow, Luan Luo. Luan Luo heard the voice and stopped his steps forward. He turned to look back. Behind him, he could not see what was there. But Luan Luo felt that someone had been watching him the whole time. He heard Lin Shui's voice and thought it was simply Lin Shui calling him. Yet when he turned around, he found no one behind him. Perhaps he had misheard. Luan Luo turned back and continued. Is she really just treating Shui like a younger sister? Had I known this would happen, I should never have sent Shui to the human world. Even if she forgot the moment they met again, she would still fall for him. Oh well, I underestimated Shui's obsession with him. But from now on there will be no ties between them. Wei Jisheng stood amidst the ruins. The ruins behind him were the gate of the weird world, the passage between the human world and the weird world. He was inside the mental realm of a high-level weird entity. Smashing it open with brute force was absolutely impossible. But with the help of the undead army, even this was not impossible. Yet now his head ached. The damage to his mental realm left him listless. He knew the consequences of this action, but he had no other choice. He had been unable to enter the weird world, so he had smashed open this gate by sheer force. Before this, he had imagined many possibilities. But the rage burning in his heart kept howling, churning, and boiling. He could no longer endure it. So without considering the consequences, he recklessly smashed open the passage. Wei Jisheng thrust his hands into his pockets, lifted his eyelids, and cast a faint glance around. Then he raised his foot and walked forward. As time passed, the path beneath him stretched farther and farther. The surrounding weird entities gradually increased in number. Wei Jisheng had just returned from the human world, still carrying the scent of humanity. To weird entities, the scent of humans was the most fragrant, and the human body the most exquisite. Lured by this aroma, the surrounding weird entities all turned to look at him. They stirred restlessly, but none dared to make a move. For the young man exuded an aura too fierce, preventing them from approaching easily. Weird entities revered the strong. Before the strong, the weak submitted. For the weak, the strong were the law. Thus they possessed an extremely keen perception of power. The young man before them was clearly no ordinary being. They dared not act. The aura of the strong suppressed them, and they could only watch as the delicacy passed by. Wei Jisheng walked into a shop as if no one else was there. Sir, what would you like? The weird entity in the shop, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, asked. I need a ticket to the city home. The weird entity at the desk sensed something amiss and looked up. It furrowed its brow. The weird entity before it carried the scent of humans, yet was undeniably a true weird entity. Moreover, that face seemed familiar. Upon closer thought, a chill crept up its spine. It bore an unsettling resemblance to that madman. Hurry, please. Thank you. The weird entity snapped back to reality, hastily mumbled a couple of sounds, and turned to fetch the ticket. It carefully handed the ticket to Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng placed a few weird world coins on the counter and turned to leave. The weird entity picked up the money. It couldn't understand why a high-level weird entity capable of teleportation would bother buying a ticket. But soon it reasoned only a resemblance. That madman would never be as polite as this child. Wei Jisheng clutched the ticket and arrived at the station. The moment he appeared, a bus-like vehicle materialized. The difference was that its decorations were not stickers, but skulls. Wei Jisheng boarded the bus, placed the ticket on the counter, walked into the cabin, and took a seat. Welcome to the city home instance. Wei Jisheng stepped off the bus by the rear door. The moment his foot touched the ground, a thunderous roar erupted around him. Even the earth quaked. Wei Jisheng strode forward without averting his gaze, the ground beneath him bulging high in one moment and sinking low in the next. He walked on it, as if on level ground. Wei Jisheng, you are not welcome here. A voice came from behind. He tilted his head, slightly glanced back, but never paused in his steps. He heard heavy footsteps charging toward him. Wei Jisheng did not turn around. He lifted his foot and ascended. Boom! A tremendous crash behind him failed to catch his attention. As if deaf to the sounds, he climbed upward with unwavering steps. Before him stretched an endless flight of stairs ascending into the sky. The staircase beneath him spiraled upward into the heavens. Wei Jisheng knew that above the clouds, amidst the white mist, stood an immensely magnificent and vast castle. Your opponent is me. You're not worthy of facing him. The undead army. How dare you? Let's settle the score from when you sealed me back then. Unfortunately, I cannot calculate debts, so we'll just take your life as compensation. As the words faded, thunderous sounds of battle echoed into the ears of Wei Jisheng as he ascended step by step. This was a 10-star instance. The guardian of a 10-star instance was this formidable. A green soul of the undead army could demolish a 5-star instance with a mere gesture. and the guardian behind him was locked in an evenly matched battle with the green soul. Its strength was not to be underestimated. Wei Jisheng cared nothing for this, he only wanted revenge. Shun, this road is still long. Let's teleport directly. No teleporting would spoil the fun. He once helped me, so this is a courtesy I owe him. I'm not in a hurry to find the one I seek. Revenge. I've waited so long I can endure a little more. Hong Wan, go to a place. Where? A place where I can control him. Time passed slowly. Wei Jisheng's pace remained swift. He paused, looked up at the castle towering into the clouds. He lifted his leg and stepped onto the highest point. Gazing back, the stairs behind him stretched on endlessly, continuous and dense. Before him stood a golden gate. This was the castle's entrance. Wei Jisheng approached, placing his hands on the door rings on either side. Familiar place, a familiar door. He exerted force and pushed open the gate. The interior of the castle blazed with light. Rows of candelabra were nailed to the surrounding walls, the candles upon them burning tirelessly. The flames flickered and danced in the wind stirred by the opening door. The door behind him closed automatically. The ancient castle, like the prince's palace in a fairy tale, emitted a deep, groaning sound from its heavy, time-worn door, like a call from the distant past. Wei Jisheng, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Wei Jisheng halted, lifting his head to gaze at the figure seated on the high throne. The figure opened his eyes, a lucid gleam within them. I thought you would teleport here, but instead you climbed step by step. Wei Jisheng spoke softly. This is the last shred of dignity between us. The moment I set foot on the final step, everything between us was severed cleanly. The figure stood up, slowly descending the glittering golden stairs. Are you really going to ruin our deal for a human? This is hardly worth it, Wei Jisheng. You know my power. I can help you, but that dead human cannot. Yet I remember saying that when I set foot on the final step, everything between us would be severed. So now we no longer have an alliance. We are simply enemies. The figure approached Wei Jisheng, his aura not inferior in the slightest. If we join forces, we can maximize our gains. I can help you reclaim everything you once had, even kill the weird king for you. Wei Jisheng sneered. I can accomplish those things myself. We are enemies now. Discussing cooperation under these circumstances seems hardly reasonable. The figure spread his hands. Nothing is unreasonable. You know the weird king is suspicious. After your disappearance, your subordinates were all executed, not a single one left, even that renowned 10-star instance. They died miserably. Even in their final moments, they called your name, hoping you would save them. I heard only a weird entity named Bai who was spared, but she was imprisoned by the weird king and tortured endlessly. Wei Jisheng's hands in his pockets clenched tightly, but his face betrayed no emotion, maintaining that inscription. Qi Shang, if the deaths of He Zhou and Bai Ling are your gift to me, then I shall give you a gift as well. Wei Jisheng stared at him flatly. A gift you will never forget for the rest of your life. Qi Shang curled the corners of his lips, revealing an unfathomable smile. Fine, I am looking forward to it. Hong Wan, bring the person up. No sooner had Wei Jisheng's words faded than a figure appeared beside him. The figure was clad in red garments adorned with red accessories. His red hair was tied high with some pendants hanging down, giving him an exotic air. Upon closer inspection, even his eyebrows were red. His entire body was snow white except for his skin. Everything else was red. He gave a slight bow to Qi Shang, then moved to the side. As he stepped away, what lay behind him came into Qi Shang. Qi Shang's pupils contracted sharply once he saw it clearly. The hand behind his back moved slightly, and a blood-black mist gathered in his palm. Wei Jisheng stepped back a few paces, revealing a composed smile. He spoke slowly. Don't be hasty. Withdraw the weird energy in your hand, or I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Qi Shang's face twisted, his handsome features darkened. He clenched his palm, and the blood-black mist vanished. How about it? Do you like this gift, eh? Qi Shang stepped forward. Wei Jisheng, don't be agitated. What? Wei Jisheng retreated a few steps. Am I the one who's agitated now? Qi Shang, I have always been calm, never agitated. You are the one who is agitated. Are you scared now? Originally I intended to kill you, but since you once saved my life, I will spare you. Besides, killing you would not satisfy my anger. I want to see you suffer as I do, only then can I find a shred of solace. Don't move, Qi Shang. Qi Shang halted his forward step. This is all my fault, you has nothing to do with it. Wei Jisheng turned to look at the woman behind him. She lowered her eyes, clearly unfocused, her face an unhealthy pallor, her lips devoid of color. She was frail and thin, barely able to support the gorgeous dress she wore. Though she was quite beautiful, her body was as pale as a corpse. Her vibrant dress seemed utterly incongruous, even forming a grotesque picture. But what about our affair? What about your betrayal with the weird king? What did Bai Area, He Zhou, and Bai Ling ever do to deserve this? Your mission was to kill me. What did they have to do with it? You killed them anyway, and you indirectly killed Bai Area. Wei Jisheng, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I beg you, don't touch you. Don't touch her. Wei Jisheng turned to look at the frantic Qi Shang. He raised a finger to his lips. Qi Shang, you are very agitated now. Keep calm. Besides, is this any way to beg? Qi Shang dropped to his knees on the cold floor with a thud. Wei Jisheng looked down at the kneeling white figure. You also have someone precious to you. Then when you helped the Weird King and caused He Zhou and Bai Ling's deaths, did you ever consider they were precious to me? Qishang kowtow. Say it's your fault, all your fault. Say you are sorry to He Zhou, sorry to Bai Ling, sorry to Bai Area. Say it. Qishang immediately slammed his head heavily against the floor. The vast castle echoed with the sounds of his kowtowing and apologies. Hehehe, Qishang, look at you now. So even the proud you would kneel and beg for forgiveness. But unfortunately they cannot answer you. And I no longer care whether your apology is sincere, because my purpose here is to make your life worse than death, to make you writhe in pain, just like me. Rest assured, in this castle besides you there will not be a single other inhuman creature left. Wei Jisheng laughed heartily. What? Are you scared now? Where is your calmness? What happened to the demeanor you had when you wanted to negotiate with me? Qishang, to be honest, she's just a soulless corpse now. Keeping her is utterly useless. However, since you are reluctant to take action due to past sentiments, why not let me help you? Qishang looked at Wei Jisheng with reddened eyes showing signs of an eerie transformation. Wei Jisheng, don't harm her. You can take my life if you want to. I am willing to endure any torment you desire. I beg you. Wei Jisheng ceased his laughter, a clear smirk still playing at the corners of his mouth, unabashedly flamboyant. But I don't want that. I don't wish for your death, nor do I wish for you to suffer unbearable torment. Because such punishment would be far too light for you. Qishang, since you have shown me kindness I will spare you, but I intend for you to live a life worse than death. After all, you are already powerful enough, and you don't need this soulless corpse to uphold such a significant Qishang shook his head, tears gathering in his eyes, falling to the ground. If he had known it would come to this, he would never have helped the Eerie King. He couldn't understand how Wei Jisheng had found him despite his careful concealment of you. He didn't know why. He didn't want to know why anymore. He clearly understood that Wei Jisheng was a madman who repaid every grievance. He also knew that his humble plea to Wei Jisheng would be futile. Wei Jisheng would still destroy you. He dared not act, fully aware of the terrifying strength of Wei Jisheng. Previously, Wei Jisheng's eerie power hadn't recovered, but now his strength was no weaker than during his peak. Qishang could never forget the terror of Wei Jisheng. He would always remember how insane Wei Jisheng had been. Even when on the brink of death, he could still struggle and fight fiercely against the undead army. Qishang was present during the battle between Wei Jisheng and the undead army. He witnessed Wei Jisheng at his most frenzied and experienced his formidable strength. He saw all the undead knelt before him, calling him their master. He watched as Wei Jisheng looked down upon everything with disdain. He had witnessed the powerful aura of Wei Jisheng, which was as strong as that of a higher being, and he had also seen Wei Jisheng behaving like a king, dismissing everything. But when the Eerie King threatened him with the method to save you, he found himself with no way out. He could only assist the Eerie King and numbly wait for Wei Jisheng to come for revenge. Now if he took action, he had no chance of winning. Not to mention Wei Jisheng, there was also a powerful leader of the undead army by his side. And it was a red soul. The undead army was divided into 3 types. The weakest were the green souls, while the strongest were the red souls. In the middle were the dark purple souls. If the green souls still retained some humanity, the red souls were devoid of any humanity. Red souls would unconditionally complete the tasks assigned by Wei Jisheng. They could not sense human emotions like green souls, acting merely as emotionless machines executing orders. They could not distinguish right from wrong, and could not comprehend any emotions in the world. They possessed absolute rationality, but lacked any sense of sentiment. They were loyal only to Wei Jisheng, obeying only his commands. Green souls had human-like thoughts. They could distinguish right from wrong, balancing rationality and sentiment. They excelled at maintaining a detached perspective in any situation, always possessing the clearest mind and unwavering rationality, unaffected by sentiment or reason. They could be considered the commanders of the undead army. Purple souls were the mental powerhouses. In terms of combat strength, they were indeed weaker than the previous 2. However, in the realm of spirit, they were stronger than anything else, even surpassing Wei Jisheng's mental power. Thus their ability was mental attack, shattering the enemy's spiritual world, causing their mental realm to collapse, and leading to their death without injury. In Wei Jisheng's hands, their greatest utility was to enter the enemy's spiritual world and explore their memories. Hence the undead army was regarded as the most terrifying existence in the eerie world. They were one entity, able to connect and even sense each other under any circumstances. Being of the same origin, they would not fall for others' instigation. They would not generate divisions. Their common goal was to protect Wei Jisheng. The Red Soul was slightly different. Its second task was to protect Wei Jisheng, while its primary task was to follow Wei Jisheng's arrangements. The undead army possessed unbeatable mental power, formidable combat strength, and an absolutely astute mind. They had everything that other Eries lacked or did not possess entirely. Most importantly, the undead army was immortal and indestructible. Similar to Wei Jisheng, they could only be sealed. Their composition comprised countless souls. From each type of soul, the strongest one was chosen as a leader. Therefore, possessing the undead army meant possessing the capability to rival the eerie world, which was no exaggeration. Indestructible, numerous, powerful, and unconcerned with instigation, this was the strength of the undead army. Jisheng would never forget the scene from that day. The strongest red soul could not defeat Wei Jisheng. The most powerful purple soul could not control Wei Jisheng. The terror of Wei Jisheng was deeply etched in his mind. Kill. As soon as Wei Jisheng's voice fell, the woman behind him exploded instantly. There was no sound, no blood splattering, and no chunks of red flesh flying around. Only a cloud of mist was produced which lasted no more than 2 seconds before dispersing rapidly. Jisheng's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the sound. He only saw the drifting mist. Wei Jisheng glanced back at the white figure behind him, saying, "Let's go." "Yes," Hong Wan replied. Moments later, Wei Jisheng's figure and that splash of red vanished into the white mist. Jisheng's hand trembled as he raised it to touch the mist drifting towards him. He gently grasped it, but there was nothing in his palm. The emptiness in his hand instantly ignited a painful sense of loss in his heart. It felt like stepping into a void, causing a jolt in his heart. Wei Jisheng was taken back to the eerie world by Hong Wan. "Sheng, what should we do next?" Wei Jisheng leaned against the wall, one foot propped up against it, only one leg steadying his body. With his hands in his pockets, he looked down at the uneven ground, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly said, "Call Green Soul and Purple. I need you to go to the Loving Family's copy and bring something back. I can go alone. They know that copy is different. You can't win alone. What you need to do is to hold someone off with Purple while Green Soul goes to bring that thing back." "Okay." A purple figure appeared at the entrance of the dark alley. Wei Jisheng lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "Did you send the flower?" 89 State Secret. No comment. Wei Jisheng lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. "Did you send the flower?" Purple walked up to Wei Jisheng. "Yes, I found that little girl's home as you instructed, but..." But followed a long pause, and none of the 3 figures spoke. What happened? Wei Jisheng had a bad premonition in his heart. After waiting for a long time without an answer, he finally spoke up. "When I arrived there, it was already a ruin. I inquired with the passers-by, and they said there wasn't a single survivor in the chaotic area of the human world. All were killed by the invading Eries." Wei Jisheng's heart sank, his hand in his pocket, trembling slightly. "Is the situation true?" Purple nodded. "Yes. I entered the spiritual worlds of some people to check their memories, and it was indeed the truth." Purple opened his palm, extending it in front of Wei Jisheng, where a white flower appeared out of thin air. Wei Jisheng turned his gaze to the flower. He didn't know what feeling was clamoring inside him. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps regret. This flower had been with him for a long time, but due to some delays, the flower that could have been delivered was now unwanted. A girl once loved it, but now it had become a wildflower with no one to cherish it. Wei Jisheng's lips opened and closed repeatedly. He didn't know what to say or how to express it. It felt like anything he said would be wrong. It was as if he couldn't articulate anything clearly. If he hadn't delayed, perhaps that girl could have fulfilled her little wish in her brief life. Wei Jisheng was organizing his thoughts in his mind. Time seemed to stretch on a bit too long. He didn't notice. Hong Wan and Purple exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. If only Green Soul were here. Among them, only Green Soul knew how to comfort people. Only Green Soul understood human emotions. Sometimes Purple envied Green Soul. Wei Jisheng picked up the flower, turning its stem as the white flower spun in his hand, while distant fragments of light sprinkled into this area. Wei Jisheng stored the flower away. Green Soul. At the entrance, illuminated by some light, a person appeared, entirely green except for their skin. The green made the skin appear whiter. Green Soul's skin was already very pale. The green hue made it seem almost reflective. Among them, only Purple had a normal human skin tone. Not overly pale, nor too dark. Leaning towards pale, but not cold white skin. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Jisheng had sent it to the human world to deliver flowers. What a pity. You all have your own tasks now. In the real world. Go find out where Wei Jisheng was last. Dong Zhuyu pressed his hands on the table, his eyes fixed on the screen, shouting at the people around him. Yes. Xia Danju stood beside him, watching the boy on the screen. The boy was the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. That was all he knew about the person on the screen. He remembered Wei Jisheng and everything about him. But he felt as if something was missing in his mind. He lacked some information about Wei Jisheng. They indeed lived together and experienced the copy, and Wei Jisheng had indeed helped him. All the details connected, yet he still felt something was off. He felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He remembered having something very important to tell Wei Jisheng, yet he couldn't recall it. He was certain that the relationship between him and Wei Jisheng was much more than what he remembered. However, after checking in the hospital, there was nothing wrong with his brain, nor was there selective amnesia. He realized something was off because he sensed he was overly concerned about Wei Jisheng. Every move Wei Jisheng made drew his attention, and every word he spoke influenced his heart. Dong, there are many people online saying that Wei Jisheng is not human. This matter has escalated online, sparking a lot of discussions. Dong Zuyu's gaze never left the screen. Hearing someone speak to him, he turned to glance at the phone on the table. The phone displayed Wei Jisheng is not human. He is likely Eerie, and we should not trust him. But he is our country's chosen one. He has done many things to help our country. So what? He is Eerie. He might be a spy sent by the Eeris. Dong Zhuya's frown deepened even more as he saw these comments. Release a notice. Do not speculate recklessly until we have true evidence of the situation. The internet is not a lawless place. The country will not tolerate anyone publishing slanderous remarks about heroes without real evidence. Yes. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Dong the Sun Never Sets Nation has called asking who Wei Jisheng really is. This is state secret, no comment. Dong the United States has called inquiring about who Wei Jisheng is. Regardless of which country inquires about Wei Jisheng's identity, the answer is always the same. This is a state secret, no comment. Yes. Eerie world. Wei Jisheng had probably already guessed that the real world was in chaos. He knew that when he entered the Eerie world, the real world would definitely fall into disarray. After all, the fact that a country's chosen one is Eerie is not just an issue for one country. But he had no other. When the Eerie copy reopened, he would be restricted from entering the Eerie world. This was his only option. It was the only way to seek revenge, and the only plan he could think of. However, when his identity was truly exposed, it was likely that Xie Danju. Perhaps they would feel disgust toward him as well. Or maybe now the people of Dragon Country were in a state of panic, likely eager to distance themselves from him. Sacrificing the pawn to save the rook, Wei Jisheng had done that too. The old Wei Jisheng wouldn't have cared, but now he no longer wished to be the one cast aside. Yet he had no way back. Aberrant creatures were pouring into the human world in an endless stream. Wei Jisheng knew this. He had also ordered the undead army to investigate the passage leading to the human world, but so far there were no clues. Wei Jisheng halted and stood before a colossal door. The door knockers alone were as large as the heads of the carvings on the door were unrecognizable. Wei Jisheng looked up. What he saw were the severed horns of a demon and a single rotating eye. Where the other eye should have been was a massive hollow empty inside. That blood-red eye fixed its gaze on Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng stared back at it expressionlessly. What? Have you forgotten me too? He tilted his head, and the eye dilated rapidly before his very eyes, and the massive door before him swung open as fast as possible, leaving only a gap just wide enough for a single person. Only one person could enter, and only one person's stature could fit. Wei Jisheng didn't care. He lowered his head and stepped inside. The door behind him slowly closed, and the candles on both sides of the corridor ignited instantly. The flames flickered, casting Wei Jisheng's shadow dancing on the stone walls. Although the door outside was enormous, the space within was not very large. It took only a few hundred steps to reach the end. Wei Jisheng knew this, because this was where he had been imprisoned. He hadn't come here to revisit old memories, but to. The place was very damp, and every step Wei Jisheng took produced a faint sound. But because it was both narrow and empty, the slight footsteps bounced off the walls and turned into echoes that entered one's ears. In this damned place, even the slightest movement would trigger a tremendous echo. This echo had been deliberately designed to prevent Wei Jisheng from escaping back then. But the Weird King never expected that after being imprisoned here, Wei Jisheng never thought of fleeing. Because escape was, Wei Jisheng had simply slaughtered his way through and walked out openly. He glanced at the mottled marks on the walls. Back then, blood had flowed like a river here. Black blood dyed Wei Jisheng's entire body, leaving him utterly unrecognizable. Later, the Weird King captured one of his subordinates, and he came here to demand the person back, but the outer door remained stubbornly shut. Since words were useless, violence would do. The weird world was ruled by the strong. That was the universal law. He had forcefully pierced the blood-red eye on the door and chopped off the two demon horns atop it. Leaving that eye behind was meant to mock the Weird King, to ridicule his incompetence for allowing Wei Jisheng to slaughter his way out of the dark domain back then, and now to walk in openly once more. He walked to the innermost part of the dark domain and stopped at the very center. Before him stood a cage. An iron cage. The space inside was small, only a few square meters. And inside the iron cage lay a person. That person lay lifelessly in the center of the cage. The clothes she wore were so stained that their original color was indistinguishable, covered only in black grime. A head of snow-white hair was matted with black deposits, barely revealing its white color. The person was lying with her back to Wei Jisheng, so he couldn't see her face, but he could tell it was her just from her silhouette. You're here again. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Don't come here to ask me anything. I don't know anything anyway. Wei Jisheng extended his index finger and tapped the iron cage, instantly flooding it with his eerie power. Wei Jisheng looked at the person inside, who couldn't even make a single move, and still withdrew his force. Clang! The cage door burst open, and Wei Jisheng stepped inside. You're nothing but a defeated opponent. What do you think your end will be when Wei Jisheng returns? I'm not afraid of death, nor of pain. No matter how you torture me, I won't tell you anything. Wei Jisheng will come back and avenge us. The person on the ground was barely breathing, yet could still utter so many words in such a short time. Someone must have been using something to keep her alive. Wei Jisheng crouched down and carefully lifted the person from the ground. It's me. He clearly felt the person in his arms stiffen violently, and the endless stream of taunts in his ears ceased. Wei Jisheng looked down at her, and she quickly averted her gaze. Don't look at me. It was only then that Wei Jisheng noticed her hand and foot tendons had been severed and the wounds on her neck were covered in large patches of bruises. He was not surprised that this was within his expectations. Wei Jisheng lifted Baihu horizontally in his arms. She struggled incessantly, but it was more like a writhing of her body. How could someone with severed hand and foot tendons truly struggle? You bastard. Let me go? Wei Jisheng frowned in confusion, not because of Baihu's struggle, but because of her resistance. Baihu, what are you doing? Baihu kept her head down, refusing to let Wei Jisheng see her face. She said bitterly, what do you want now? Do you think that by pretending to be Wei Jisheng you can pry useful information out of me? Get lost. You're not worthy of talking to me with that face. Get out. Wei Jisheng understood. Baihu, I'm not pretending. I am Wei Jisheng. Tell me a secret, and I can answer it. Who knows what you've dug up, you vile schemer? Get lost. Wei Jisheng carried Baihu toward the exit. Hongan. Here. Hearing the familiar voice, Baihu stopped struggling and lay still in Wei Jisheng's arms. Hong Wan had been sent out by Wei Jisheng on a mission, so now only the subordinate remained by his side. The three leaders were gone, but thousands upon thousands of souls still lingered. One command from Wei Jisheng, and they would appear instantly. Hongan was merely the name of a soul, or rather a code name. Every soul in the undead army had no name. Wei Jisheng had given names to their leaders, and the code name for all souls was in. Otherwise, with so many souls, naming them all would be impossible, let alone remembering them. Only the undead army could prove that he was the real Wei Jisheng. Only in this way could Baihu believe him. Master, let's teleport. Wei Jisheng replied flatly, betraying no emotion. But Baihu knew he was a little angry. Baihu nuzzled her head against Wei Jisheng's chest, and he didn't stop her. In the blink of an eye they returned to a small instance. This instance was the school instance, his first one. The truth of the school. The principal had left, and Lian Shui was nowhere to be found, leaving the group without a leader. The aberrants below had started fighting over the ownership of the instance again. They had been squabbling for a long time, and each one bore more or less injuries. Before Wei Jisheng's arrival, the entire school had been divided into two territories. One was the student faction led by Wu Mo, and the other was the teacher faction led by the instructors. Of course, some students were also part of the teacher faction. After Wei Jisheng arrived, hardly any aberrants dared to speak out. First, because they had all witnessed his methods. Second, because of Hongan by his side. One move from Hongan, and you'd know if he had it or not. Then the teacher faction and the student faction each allocated some territory to him. The initial allocation was quite large. The principal's office, the most luxurious place in the entire school, was within his territory. But Wei Jisheng found it disgusting and declined. He only requested 4 rooms, 4 dormitory rooms. Wei Jisheng placed Baihu on the bed, and only then did he get a clear look at her face. A face that was once beautiful and captivating enough to topple kingdoms had already rotted halfway, and the remaining half was covered in knife scars. Black blood had clotted into chunks, sticking to the wounds on her face, making her entire appearance ferocious and terrifying. Baihu turned her head away, not wanting Wei Jisheng to see. Wei Jisheng knew that Baihu had once been the most vain about her beauty, but now he averted his gaze. Don't worry the wounds on your face. Don't bother. I don't need help. Wei Jisheng understood that she didn't want a second person to see the wounds on her face. No one who had been elevated to the heavens could accept losing everything, including themselves. Baihu was no exception. She loved her face the most, the face she took pride in. It was already remarkable that she could remain calm while talking to Wei Jisheng. Only Baihu herself knew how devastated she was when the weird king used the waters of the strange lake to destroy her face. She couldn't sleep night after night, and the constant pain from her face stabbed at her brain, relentlessly reminding her that her face was ruined. She had become a hideous monster. But so much time had passed that it would be excessive to still care about it. I've gotten used to it, so I don't want it. Just give me a mask. Wei Jisheng nodded. It wasn't getting used to it, it was numbness. Wei Jisheng took out a pill and fed it to Baihu. This pill will stop the pain on your face. This pill was given to him by Jisheng back then. He hadn't expected to use it now. Perhaps this was the only benefit the weird king had left him after his betrayal. Wei Jisheng, thank you. Don't thank me. It's because of me. No, it's not because of you. I brought this upon myself. Following you was the best decision I ever made in my life. None of them regretted it. Baihu's eyes faintly reddened. When they died, not a single aberrant regretted it. Wei Jisheng was channeling his eerie power into Baihu to heal her injuries. He didn't answer her words, because he didn't know how to respond. When he had gone to the human world back, then he had thought about what would become of the aberrants who followed him without his protection. But at that time he didn't care. Now looking back, Wei Jisheng didn't even know why he had been so cold-blooded. Brothers who had shared life and death died because of a decision to follow him, and he didn't understand why he had felt nothing at the time, even thinking it didn't matter. Wei Jisheng, you have a heartbeat. My family told me that an aberrant with a heartbeat becomes a human. Although your heartbeat is very faint, have you become a human now? Wei Jisheng realized that she had been nuzzling against his chest earlier to listen to his heartbeat. He sighed. Still the same as before, nothing different. I'm not sure what I am. Maybe I'm human, maybe not. You're different from before. Can you now sense the emotions of other aberrants? Wei Jisheng nodded. That's not a good thing either. I still think the old you was better because some emotions are very complicated and very painful. Wei Jisheng glanced at her. Baihu chatted with him casually. How did you get your heartbeat? Wei Jisheng paused. He had anticipated this question but hadn't prepared an answer. After a long silence, Baihu also sensed something was off. It was given to me by a person who was foolish to the extreme. By area, she didn't seek a good outcome for herself, even knowing she would meet a bad end, and still thought only of others. Wasn't that the epitome of foolishness? No, it was given to me by a very clever girl who didn't know how to protect herself. Wei Jisheng immediately changed his words, though he didn't know why he did so. Mentioning by area, the pain in his chest intensified. A girl. You went to the mortal world. Yes. I don't know why, but I woke up the next day and found myself in the human world. He concealed the fact that he had been controlled. The waters of this matter were too deep. He didn't want his only remaining subordinate and brother to get involved. Baihu was already exhausted. She shouldn't have to step into deep water because of him. Then how was your journey to the human world? Wei Jisheng gave a bitter smile. Baihu was momentarily stunned. She had never seen Wei Jisheng smile like that. In her impression, he was a formidable aberrant. Immortal and indestructible, he would heal automatically when injured, and he had no emotions at all. He was always scheming, lurking in the shadows, occasionally leaping out to deliver a fatal blow to the weird king. He was arrogant, haughty, looking down on everything as if all things were under his control. His smile had never been so bitter and complicated. His smile. It is a disdainful arrogance that scorns everything, a lethal mockery of the enigmatic king. Baihu realized that Wei Jisheng did not want to mention these experiences, so she ceased her inquiries. Wei Jisheng's mysterious power was formidable. It encircled Baihu's body several times before mending her meridians. Wei Jisheng instructed Hong and to find a mask and cautioned him that the one he brought back was not Baihu, who had already perished at the hands of the enigmatic king. Hong nodded. His efficiency was remarkable, and soon the mask was in Wei Jisheng's hands. Wei Jisheng gazed at the mask. The mask was entirely white, adorned with interspersed red and blue patterns. It was not unattractive, but understated. When Baihu awoke from her slumber, her injuries had nearly healed. She could now turn around. The ability to control her own body again was a momentous occasion for Baihu, something she had never dared to imagine before. Wei Jisheng handed her the mask, saying, Hong brought this from somewhere. I think it's quite nice. Baihu took the mask, scrutinized it for a long time, and then replied, it's beautiful. Ooh, I like it. Wei Jisheng, undeterred, asked, you used to dislike wearing masks the most. Trust me, I have the ability to heal you. Baihu's hand brushed over the mask. No, the past is behind me. Ooh, I don't care anymore. This face is already ruined, and I took a long time to accept it. I don't want to return to how I was before. I'm just glad it doesn't hurt. Wei Jisheng, there's no need to fuss over my face. Ooh, I truly don't care. What you need to do now is prepare with all your might to seek revenge on the enigmatic king. Wei Jisheng looked at her in surprise. How did you know I wanted revenge? Baihu donned the mask. Because I am the second one who understands your enigma apart from that traitor. Mentioning the traitor made Wei Jisheng's heart lurch. Chuanji had said he only remembered Jisheng betraying him, unaware that Jisheng had died for him. This statement felt inherently wrong. If his life had been orchestrated, then Jisheng must have been an important turning point placed there by Chuanji. If he indicated that this matter was suspicious, then Wei Jisheng could no longer doubt. He was no longer himself. However, at that moment, he had no time to dwell on it. Regardless, Jisheng had betrayed his betrayer. A poor outcome was a choice he made himself. Yet he clearly had his. Wei Jisheng's current feelings were quite complicated, like a tangled ball of yarn. Baihu, would you mind if I dyed your hair? Baihu touched her long hair. It had transformed from filthy to pristine, just like it had been long ago. I am no longer Baihu. I must let go of the past. This was something we agreed upon from the very beginning. Wei Jisheng moved his fingers, and a swirl of black mist flew onto Baihu's hair, turning it black at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, Baihu's white hair had turned black, cascading down to her waist. Previously, her hair had reached her knees. The excess hair was unaccounted for by Wei Jisheng. However, that was not her concern. She was no longer Baihu. The Bai clan had no descendants left. She was now Shang. Shang, we are back. Wei Jisheng heard Green Soul's voice and signaled to Baihu, who nodded. Green Soul, Hong Luan, and Z entered. Green Soul noticed the person sitting on the bed and showed no reaction, walking over to Wei Jisheng and nodding at her. Wei Jisheng understood that they had completed their mission. Z stood at the door, glanced at Baihu, and then averted his gaze. In his eyes, Baihu posed no threat. Ooh, she was not a villain. Hong Luan frowned slightly as she looked at Baihu. Wei Jisheng felt they had returned sooner than expected. Differing. You returned so quickly. Green Soul nodded. When we arrived, there was no one else. Hong Luan asked, who is this? Wei Jisheng subtly glanced at Baihu. She is Shang, a former subordinate of mine, caught by the enigmatic king, and just. Baihu nodded. She could not speak now as her voice was still her previous one. The undead army was very familiar with her. They would hear it instantly. Shang, can you remove your mask? No, Wei Jisheng replied. Her face has some issues that cannot be healed. No female enigma would willingly show their disfigured appearance. Baihu nodded in agreement. Green Soul noticed that Hong Wan seemed to want to ask something, and reminded Baihu is also someone who values beauty. Please be understanding, Hong Wan. Mentioning Baihu caught Hong Wan off guard. He knew Green Soul was hinting at him, but stubbornly asked, are you really sure? Wei Jisheng frowned. Hong Wan. Hong Wan lowered his head and ceased speaking. Shang's hands danced in the air. Wei Jisheng knew she was using sign language, but did not understand what she was saying. Z nudged Hong Wan, who raised his head to look. Green Soul translated, I am indeed not the young lady by who she died at the hands of the enigmatic king which I witnessed. My voice has also been rendered mute due to certain reasons, though I can only communicate through sign language. Hong Wan frowned and bowed to Baihu. I apologize, though I was presumptuous. After speaking, he vanished. Wei Jisheng shook his head helplessly. You all go do your own thing. Green Soul and Z hesitated for a moment, but eventually left. They harbored similar doubts as Hong Wan. They sensed that Shang's aura resembled Baihu's, yet since Wei Jisheng had dismissed them, they could only suppress their questions and exit. Wei Jisheng said, why pretend to be mute? If you continue like this, you won't be able to speak in the future. Baihu chuckled lightly. Not speaking is quite nice. I can avoid answering questions I don't want to. Hong Wan seems a bit off. Wei Jisheng remarked as he scrutinized Baihu. Other enigmas know that only Green Soul can perceive external emotions within the undead army, but they are originally one entity. Hong Wan and Zi's feelings have not yet been highlighted, in other words, not yet awakened. They need a switch, though only by activating this switch can they become like Green Soul. The difference is that Green Soul can never feel emotions, but the emotions developed in Hong Wan and Z later on are different. Baihu lay on the bed, her eyes peering through the mask at the ceiling. I am now the second enigma to know this. However, I no longer care about these things. The descendant of the Bai clan Baihu has perished, though only the disfigured mute Shang remains in this enigmatic world. Back then I was ignorant. Looking back now, it's utterly ridiculous. Perhaps Hong Wan. Wei Jisheng, his feelings towards Baihu were not love, but guilt. Baihu interrupted Wei Jisheng, something she had never done before. She did not wish to hear anything more about Hong Wan, nor did she want to follow Hong Wan as she had before without dignity. She had already been reborn through fire. In the long darkness, amidst endless suffering, through day after day of torment, witnessing the death of enigmatic friends one after another, and the gradual disappearance of countless clansmen. That proud, confident, strongest 10-star dungeon owner, the descendant of the Bai clan, Baihu has died along with the deep love she once held for Hong Wan at first sight. These feelings were worn away in the river of time, dissipated in prolonged suffering. Now what remains is the lowly Shang. Shang will not repeat the mistake of falling for an emotionless enigma. Hong Wan may come to understand emotions, perhaps like other enigmas. This is very likely to happen in the future. However, the switch that activates his emotions cannot be me, nor should it be me. Now I understand why my grandfather allowed me to chase after Hong Wan. Because all you enigmas know that Hong Wan will not develop feelings, because you all know he is an emotionless killing machine, and because of his long life he will never pause for me. In the end I knew all of this. But back then I was like a fool, believing and affirming that my passion could make him halt his steps for a moment, could make him treat me differently than others. Looking back now, I was incredibly foolish back then. Wei Jisheng frowned in disagreement. How could it not be you? How could the past and present be the same? Baihu scoffed lightly. That's right, but it's different now. The formerly noble and beautiful Baihu offered him her heart's passion, countless affections, and he never even glanced at it. Let alone now as a mute with no identity, no status, and even hideously disfigured Shang. Wei Jisheng retorted, but the matters regarding your clan weren't solely because of you. Wei Jisheng, the Bai clan has nothing to do with me. These events did not occur because of you. It was my own poor choice. Do not place all the blame on yourself. You are different now. You will feel wronged. You will feel sadness. I can empathize with the grievance and sadness of an enigma bearing all the responsibility. These matters should not be something you need to experience again. Although I am no longer a member of the Bai clan, I will still seek vengeance for the Bai clan, so I will unconditionally support you in killing the enigmatic king. Sheng, I have found the passage to the human world. Wei Jisheng quickly turned around as Z was standing at the door. He cautiously asked, where is Hong Wan? Z glanced at the nonchalant female enigma lying on the bed, and replied, he has already gone ahead with Green Soul to the passage. He did not hear your conversation with Baihu. Wei Jisheng looked at Baihu, and then at Z, who stood at the door with his head lowered. Z, you know what to do, right? Z nodded. I have never seen Baihu. She has died, and I only saw you reminiscing with Miss Shang. Wei Jisheng nodded. You inform Hong Wan to return. You, I need him, and Shang to complete a task. Understood. Wei Jisheng turned to Baihu. You said you no longer care. Can I test you now? Baihu shot him a glance, and chuckled lightly. As you wish. Wei Jisheng walked out while Z stood outside with his head respectfully lowered. When did you start listening? I just arrived at the door. I didn't hear what you and Shang were discussing, only her voice. Before Z could finish, Hong Wan's voice interrupted him. Sheng, what's the matter? Wei Jisheng looked at Hong Wan. I need you to escort Shang to a safe place like your origin. It is the safest place in the entire enigmatic world. Ooh, I don't want her to get involved any further. Hong Wan disagreed. You can send Green Soul or another Hong, and ooh, I am a significant asset to you. Wei Jisheng raised an eyebrow, and Z looked at Hong Wan with some confusion. Hong Wan was a task-executing robot. As long as it was a mission issued by Wei Jisheng, regardless of the nature, as long as it wasn't to kill Wei Jisheng, Hong Wan would undoubtedly complete it directly. He would not ask why nor speak a word. This was how Hong Wan operated. Z stared at Hong Wan, knowing that he had changed. He would not have opposed Wei Jisheng like this before. Wei Jisheng said, Hong Wan, do you remember you said you would only complete tasks without questioning anything? Hong Wan lowered his head, yes. Wei Jisheng signaled to Z, who walked beside him, using enigmatic power, to take Wei Jisheng to where Green Soul was. Hong Wan walked to the door. Miss Shang, please follow me. Bai Hu, who had initially kept her eyes closed, opened them to look at him upon hearing Hong Wan's voice. She got out of bed, please. Bai Hu did not know what task Wei Jisheng wanted her to complete, but knowing him, she understood this task would not be simple. What she did not realize was that Wei Jisheng's intent was not for her to carry out a task, but to ensure her safety. She was indeed the one who understood Wei Jisheng the best apart from Jisheng, but she understood the past Wei Jisheng, not the present one, who had a heartbeat and human emotions. The distance from this dungeon to the origin of the undead army was quite far. Therefore, Hong Wan and the others would spend a considerable amount of time traveling, at least 4 days. However, Hong Wan was not an ordinary enigma. As the leader of the undead army, he delivered Bai Hu to her destination in less than 2 days. The urgency was also because Wei Jisheng needed him on that side, as they all departed Wu Mo's side. Finally, all these masters have been sent away. Wei Jisheng is indeed an anomaly. Have you not noticed how many anomalies obey him? Moreover, he even went to a prison-like place to rescue a female anomaly. That female anomaly seemed to know him well. Can that not prove he is an anomaly? Why did he head toward the passage leading to the human world? Is he planning to lead the so-called undead army to destroy the human world? Now that I think about the foolish things I did admiring Wei Jisheng, I feel sick. Who can understand this? Bizarre Analysis Bureau. Dong Zhu's ever-present glasses lay beside his left hand. He rubbed his brow with his right hand, eyes tightly shut. The online uproar was completely out of control. Wei Jisheng's actions in the weird world had made the entire world believe he was an anomaly, and everyone was convinced he was a spy sent by the weird world. Suddenly, the online landscape shifted dramatically. The once praising and admiring remarks about Wei Jisheng turned into belittling and insults. Yet regardless of the situation, he would never believe that Wei Jisheng was a spy from the weird world. Xie Danju beside him stared gloomily at the endless scrolling comments on his phone. These people are so fickle, he sneered inwardly. Hadn't Wei Jisheng done so much to protect the Dragon Kingdom? He had spared no effort to bring Pu Luo and Baiaria out of the instance, indirectly bringing peace to the land of the never-setting sun and the undaunted empire. But now the fiercest online critics of Wei Jisheng besides the Rice country were the land of the never-setting sun. Perhaps it was because of Baiaria's death, or perhaps because they could not bear to see the Dragon Kingdom doing better than them. Now practically the entire human world was cursing Wei Jisheng, including the Dragon Kingdom people he had protected. The Dragon Kingdom had become a target because of this. However, aside from the Dragon Kingdom state, there was one country that had not spoken. The Undaunted Empire. Because their hero had posted a message. Pu Luo, the chosen one of the Undaunted Empire, I am who I am. I do not follow the wind, I do not heed rumors, I do not obey baseless online gossip. I do not take every breeze as a coming storm, and I certainly will not insult any of my friends. Before I had no stance. Now my stance is Wei Jisheng. I will always stand by Wei Jisheng, no matter if his opponent is the entire world or an army of steel and horses. I trust my friend. As long as he does not personally admit he wants to destroy the human world, I will always stand by him. My stance will forever be him. I do not represent my country, I represent only myself. Aside from being a chosen one, I am also an ordinary person. My every word and action now have nothing to do with the country behind me. After this message appeared, the entire software server crashed. Many said Pu Luo was foolish, many foreigners cursed him. But more people advised Pu Luo to delete the message. Pu Luo remained unmoved. The Undaunted Empire had tried to talk to him, but he was resolute. Even before his message hit the trending charts in various countries, he posted another one. Pu Luo, the chosen one of the Undaunted Empire, Wei Jisheng, behind you stand not only the undead army. In the weird world, Wei Jisheng was not completely unaware of the news from outside. When Z went to the human world, he brought back a phone for him. He scrolled through one insulting comment after another, his face revealing no expression. He seemed utterly indifferent, until he opened Pu Luo's official account. The first things he saw were 2 pinned messages. As Wei Jisheng read them, the words before his eyes began to blur. He blinked, and a crystalline teardrop fell onto the phone screen. It was then that Wei Jisheng realized he was crying, and that his nose and eyes were filled with an astringent sensation. He could not articulate the mix of bitterness and warmth in his heart. He was no longer an emotionless anomaly. He could feel wronged and weep. When everyone misunderstands you, having someone stand firmly by your side is more worthy of tears than all the insults combined. Wei Jisheng put away his phone and wiped his tears. He shoved his hands into his pockets. The redness around his eyes had already faded. He strode forward with his long legs. Wait, that's Wei Jisheng. Stop him. Wei Jisheng heard an anomaly shouting. Then he saw all the anomalies around him charging toward him. He slightly raised his head, looking far into the distance past the dense figures. There in the void floated a black vortex, as if it would suck people in. That vortex was exactly the same as the door Wei Jisheng had smashed open in the spiritual world. With just one glance, he confirmed he had come to the right place. He had two goals here. First, to lure out the Anomaly King and kill him. Second, to destroy this passage. The Anomaly King would surely intervene to stop the destruction, and then Wei Jisheng would not have to waste effort searching for him. For Wei Jisheng, this passage was not necessarily doomed. However, because Pu Luo and Xie Danju were still in the human world, it was better to destroy it. As the anomalies rushed toward Wei Jisheng, green and purple figures instantly appeared around him. Group after group, like an inexhaustible flow of water. The anomalies that had intended to surround Wei Jisheng immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction when they saw the undead army. The Anomaly King had told them that Wei Jisheng had not recovered his anomaly power and that the seal on the undead army was still intact. That was why they had dared to attack. But now that the undead army was flying right in their faces, even the most foolish understood they had been used by the Anomaly King. Now they could only run. No normal anomaly dared to confront the undead army heathen. They could not even bear to think about it. Some smarter anomalies ran toward the black vortex, trying to escape into the human world. They moved swiftly, fearing for their lives. But they seemed to have forgotten that the red undead army had not yet appeared. In this life-or-death scramble, who would notice? As they neared the black vortex, one anomaly's hand almost touched its edge. Bang! That anomaly was kicked away by someone rolling several times on the ground. The anomalies near the vortex paused in unison, then saw the kicked anomaly dissipate. A red figure caught their eyes. Gulu Gulu. An anomaly's head fell to the ground, severed by a blade rolling a few times. The faint sound reached the ears of the other anomalies. The eyes of the severed head were still wide open, and in them the red figure moved rapidly. Wherever the red passed, every anomaly's head fell and rolled, like a human head harvester. The headless bodies did not collapse, but slowly dissipated, and eventually the heads vanished too. It was as if they had never existed in the entire weird world. All anomalies fled at full speed while the undead army leisurely slaughtered. Wei Jisheng's ears were filled with screams rising and falling. Harsh and unpleasant. But this time he did not plug his ears, because this sound was the most beautiful music to him. Figures in 3 colors wove through the multitude of anomalies. Wherever they passed, anomalies dissipated and heads fell. But not entirely. Take the Xian, for example. They stood still, tilting their heads at the fleeing anomalies, then raised a hand and made a slight circle. Traces like fragrant particles gathered, spreading rapidly. Wherever these particles drifted, anomalies stood rooted to the spot. After a moment, they fell to the ground, their bodies rotting until they dissolved into a pool of water. Although this method killed them without injury, it was too easy a death. Wei Jisheng ordered them to make the anomalies die miserably. The master's command must be obeyed. Wei Jisheng ignored the chaotic battle around him and walked straight ahead. Wei Jisheng, do you still intend to go forward? Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Jisheng stopped and turned back. Sure enough, a figure floated in the air, looking down at everything. Wei Jisheng spread his hands. So, do you like it? This is my gift to you. The moment the figure appeared, the undead army had already noticed. But Wei Jisheng told them not to touch him, so they busied themselves with their own tasks. Wei Jisheng, I have always had a question. I wonder if I can get an answer before our final battle. The figure in the sky wore a black hood. Wei Jisheng could not see his face. Despite not seeing clearly, Wei Jisheng was certain this was his longtime nemesis, his second enemy. The Anomaly King. Wei Jisheng, before you die, I will grant you this simple wish. A smile played on Wei Jisheng's lips. What was he smiling at? Perhaps at the Anomaly King's impending death, or perhaps at the fact that after so many years his vengeance could finally be fulfilled. Your undead army is so powerful. Why didn't you use them to settle scores with me when you first obtained them? Wei Jisheng pondered for a moment and said, because I find it amusing to mock you. Don't you find it interesting? You, the Weird King, are being suppressed by a mere weird who crawled out of a low-level dungeon, and I keep taunting you. Isn't that entertaining? The Weird King did not fly into a rage as usual upon hearing his reply. Instead, he burst into laughter. Wei Jisheng, you are far too childish. For the sake of your amusement, you let all your subordinates die at my hands. See that black vortex? It was built with their lives. Even though you cannot perceive emotions, I am still oh no. I have been observing you since you entered the weird world. You now have emotions of your own, it seems, given to you by a woman. Tisk tisk tsk. Wei Jisheng, aren't you the one who doesn't rely on women? Wei Jisheng's smile vanished instantly. He endured the fury raging within his body. All he wanted now was to drag the weird king down and give him a thorough beating. Qitsong, how long do you think you can stay arrogant? Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth. Qitsong glanced at the panicked weird fleeing at his feet. Is this the gift you prepared for me? Thank you, I like it very much. However, I hope you will also like the gift I have for you. Qitsong waved his hand, and a white shadow shot toward Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng's heart jolted when he saw the familiar figure in the sky. He stopped the undead army from attacking the person charging at him from above and dodged out of the way himself. The figure landed steadily on the ground. Long white hair, a familiar silhouette. Goosebumps rose all over Wei Jisheng's body. A foreboding feeling churned in his heart, but he refused to acknowledge it. The person in front of him turned around. Wei Jisheng's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. The figure wore a pure white mask adorned with red and blue patterns. Baihu, why are you here? Wei Jisheng heard a voice he had heard many times emerge from beneath the mask. Wei Jisheng, why do you think I am here? Hearing her question, Wei Jisheng's face was filled with disbelief. Though he had already guessed the answer, he did not want to admit, but some things cannot be escaped by avoidance. Wei Jisheng knew this very well. Because of following him, the Bai clan was annihilated, by his face was destroyed, and the home she relied on was ravaged. How could she not hate? Her pride had been trampled into the dirt, and she had lost the very feature she cherished most, her face. How could she not hate? Wei Jisheng opened his mouth. Have you come to take revenge on me? Baihu let out a cold laugh. Wei Jisheng, so many of my Bai clan died because of you. How could I ever forget? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become what I am now. Shouldn't I seek revenge? An indescribable feeling surged in Wei Jisheng's heart. His lips trembled slightly. You could have told me directly. I would have let you kill me with your own hands. But why did you ally with Qitsong? Do you have any idea that this counts as betraying me? Betrayal, Baihu said contemptuously. When you abandoned the weird who followed you and went to the human world, did you ever think that was a betrayal to us, eh? A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Qitsong's lips beneath his hood. All right, Baihu, all you need to do now is kill Wei Jisheng. Of course you cannot kill him, but I can seal him. Baihu said no more. She conjured the Bai clan's unique Bailon sword and flew toward Wei Jisheng. Her speed was incredible, leaving only afterimages in her wake. But to Wei Jisheng's eyes, her speed was extremely slow, like a slow-motion replay. Wei Jisheng watched helplessly as Baihu flew toward him with the sword, the blade aimed at his heart. Throughout it all, he made no move. This was what he owed Baihu, what he owed the Bai clan. As the Bailon sword pierced his chest, Baihu's hand deviated from its original path, the blade veering straight toward his shoulder. Clang! The Bailon sword was struck by a red afterimage, the broken blade falling to the ground, without a sound, only the initial impact between the afterimage and the sword making quite a noise. Baihu nimbly retreated with the broken Bailon sword. Hong Wan stood before Wei Jisheng, staring at the broken sword on the ground with a moment of bewilderment. Wei Jisheng grabbed his shoulder and demanded coldly, Hong Wan, tell me why Shang is here. Hong Wan tore his gaze away from the broken sword and looked at the person standing not far away. That person wore a familiar mask, someone Hong Wan had spent 2 days with. But why was this person here? He clearly remembered personally imprisoning Shang in the birthplace of the undead army. She could not have escaped. Hong Wan carefully probed the aura on Baihu. There was no mistake. This aura belonged to Shang. His gaze was fixed on the Bailon sword in Baihu's hand. Shang, I am certain I locked Shang in the birthplace. She absolutely could not have escaped. Wei Jisheng's eyes were bloodshot. So you're telling me this Shang is a fake? Even when he had no emotions, he detested traitors. Now that he had feelings, it was even worse. But he had no right to blame Baihu. He could understand her, yet he could not accept that his only remaining subordinate. Hong Wan did not answer Wei Jisheng. Instead, he stared at the Bailon sword and asked, Are you really Shang? Are you not Baihu? A tiny purple particle drifted slowly into the battlefield of these three figures, moving silently toward Baihu. No one noticed. Shang, Hong Wan, you truly are emotionless. I once foolishly thought I could warm your heart. But I forgot you don't have a heart at all. How could I warm it? Baihu abruptly tore off her mask, revealing a hideously scarred face. Not only Hong Wan, but even LV Hun, who had been watching from afar, was shocked. Hong Wan's hands trembled slightly. He could not believe that the person before him was really Baihu, nor that her face had been disfigured to such an extent. Unconsciously, he stepped toward Baihu. Your face. Wei Jisheng grabbed Hong Wan's hand. Hong Wan, if you still regard me as your master, do not go. Hong Wan's forward stride halted, his movements frozen in midair. Wei Jisheng knew from the moment Baihu removed her mask that this Baihu was not the real one. The real Baihu had indeed become Shang. But the pride etched into her very bones would never allow her to expose her wounds to others. Least of all her face. In the dark domain, her first request was that Wei Jisheng never look at her face. How could such a person ever show her disfigured face to her former beloved? Baihu sneered. Look, Hongwan, your love is this cheap. I don't want it. Wei Jisheng began to think. There was only one person who could create such a perfect replica of Baihu. Chuanji. If he could manipulate, or even create people at will, why wouldn't he be able to create a flawless duplicate of Baihu identical to the original? Perhaps even the real Baihu was his creation. Sheng Hongwan, don't be fooled. This voice echoed in the minds of Wei Jisheng, Hongwan, and LV Han. Wei Jisheng was his master, the other two were strictly speaking extensions of himself. Communicating through the mind was their most common method. She is not Baihu. She is a human who was given to the Weird King, and the Weird King controls her. I probed her memories. At the deepest level, that's what they show. Hongwan's originally conflicted eyes instantly blazed with killing intent. He glanced at Wei Jisheng. Sheng, kill her. LV Han sighed inwardly at Hongwan's intense reaction. To be so moved. How could this not be considered affection? Wei Jisheng released his grip. Go. Hongwan vanished in the blink of an eye, then reappeared before Wei Jisheng a second later. Across from them, a blood-red wound had appeared on by his neck. It was not a fatal blow, not like Hong An's swift decapitation of a weird. Just a shallow cut. LV Han understood Hongwan could not bring himself to be ruthless. He could kill Baihu, but he could not treat her with the same brutality as he did other weird. Baihu's body froze in the air for an instant, then she fell. Her body began to dissolve, but a faint, barely noticeable smile lingered on her lips. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause reached Wei Jisheng's ears. He looked up. Qitsong's hands were Wei Jisheng, what a splendid show. But you don't think Baihu was the gift I prepared for you, do you? Of course not. I'm not that stingy. The gift I gave you was to make you order Baihu's death with your own mouth. Wei Jisheng curled his lips disdainfully and flashed a mocking smile at Qitsong. Ha, Qitsong, you don't think I couldn't tell a fake, do you? Qitsong pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome face. Qitsong was very attractive, a perfect face for deceiving others. The first time Wei Jisheng saw that face, he thought, if only this face didn't belong to a jealous, scheming weird. But didn't you feel that she was Baihu? Wei Jisheng, you don't remember your subordinates, but I do. After all, I tried countless ways to pry information about you out of her. Though none worked, I remember every indelible scar left on her body. When she stabbed you just now, she deviated from the original trajectory. She didn't aim for your heart, but veered toward your shoulder. Don't tell me you think she lacked the ability. Let me tell you, don't think that by killing me you can become the Weird King. Above you there are even more powerful humans. A human who can freely travel through time and space. He sent Baihu to me. He told me that Baihu had lost her mind and would only obey my orders. I didn't believe it at first, but later I did. Because she really did everything I said. What I could control was the Baihu. The Baihu you ordered killed is Baihu. The Baihu in the birthplace of the undead army is also Baihu. It's just that Baihu from different time streams converged into the same moment. The Baihu you killed is the Shang who is now in the birthplace. The Shang in the birthplace is the Baihu you will kill. So she is Baihu. You personally ordered the death of your last follower in this world. You killed the most loyal, the only remaining descendant of the Bai clan in this entire world. So Wei Jisheng, how do you like this gift? Do you like it, eh? 95. Wei Jisheng, how does it feel to be crushed? Z, tell me, is this true? Wei Jisheng did not turn back. He stared at the figure flying in the sky and asked Z. Z hesitated for a long time. It is indeed true. Then why did you tell me she wasn't Baihu? Hongwan flashed in front of Z, ready to grab his throat. Hongwan attacked Qitsong. Wei Jisheng's very light words drifted into Hongwan's ears. His movements paused in the air for a moment, then he vanished again. Qitsong frowned. Wei Jisheng, I thought you had a heart, but I didn't expect you to be so calm in the face of Baihu's death. Truly a monster without humanity. Wei Jisheng forced a smile. I am a monster without humanity. What can you do about it? Qitsong dodged backward, evading Hongwan's attack. LV Hunzi attack. Kill him. Qitsong barely managed to evade Hongwan's strikes. Under the dark night sky, two red figures flickered. Green and purple figures joined the fray. Qitsong was already struggling against Hongwan alone. With LV Hun and Z added, he had no chance of winning. He tore off his black hood and slashed his chest with a dagger. Black blood streamed continuously into the black. Hongwan, LV Hun, and Z suddenly halted, their attacks frozen, as if bound by a rope. The rope rapidly contracted, pulling them forcefully toward one another. Qitsong laughed loudly. Wei Jisheng, did you really think nothing in this world could control the undead army? Remember when you first saw them, they were sealed. Since someone could seal them once, I can seal them a second time. Wei Jisheng swept a glance around. Indeed, all the undead army members were pinned in place. Sheng, our power is being drained. Wei Jisheng heard LV Hun's words. He looked up. 3 streams of different colored strange energy were being drawn away, floating toward a distant place. So far that Wei Jisheng could not see where they were going. He propelled himself with strange energy and shot toward Qitsong at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Qitsong made no move as he approached, still holding the black hood. Wei Jisheng ripped the hood away and threw. Don't waste your effort. You won't succeed. The formation has already been activated. No one can stop it. Wei Jisheng glanced back at the dissolving undead army and swung his right hand forward. Qi Tsong saw the red, strange energy on his hand, and his expression darkened. He struggled to dodge Wei Jisheng's attacks, but to little effect. He was already severely wounded and could not continue fighting Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng, you destroyed the 10-star dungeon in my hands. Isn't it fair that I seal your undead army? Why are you so angry? Qi Tsong asked knowingly. He was merely trying to buy time. Once he arrived, not even 100 Wei Jishengs. He was incompetent, ruining himself for a living dead person. What does that have to do with me? Wei Jisheng had originally wanted to toy with Qi Tsong like a cat with a mouse, but he hadn't expected Cui Anzi's reach to extend this far, even having the ability to traverse time and space. He had to kill Qi Tsong as quickly as possible. Bang! Qi Tsong's body, like a deflated ball, was struck by Wei Jisheng into the black vortex. The black vortex was wrapped in Wei Jisheng's strange energy, so Qi Tsong was effectively being attacked from both sides. He lay on the ground looking up at Wei Jisheng's contemptuous gaze. Wei Jisheng walked over step by step, placed his foot on Qi Tsong's head, and said, "When did you become so weak? Qi Tsong, I told you. A weird like you will eventually die by my hands." Qi Tsong spat out a mouthful of blood. No one knew his body better than himself now. His strange energy had already. The strange king, once powerful, was now just a mere shadow of his former self. Who are you waiting for? Wei Jisheng held a dagger to Shikong's neck. If the person you are waiting for truly wanted to save you, they would have come out by. Shikong stared in shock, turning his head slowly to look at Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng sneered cruelly. Do you think I can't tell what you're thinking even in my peculiar state? I know you better than anyone else in this world. You think I don't understand? After all this time playing with you, he hasn't made a move and you're just a discarded pawn now. Just try it. I want you to experience the suffering I've endured to taste what you have created for yourself. Wei Jisheng released his foot and turned towards the black vortex. The path beneath him was no longer a road but a field of corpses. If the bodies of the strange beings did not dissipate, the path he walked would be filled with their severed limbs. Unfortunately, all that remained was a thick layer of black blood. He raised his hand, tightening the strange power coiling around the black vortex, the grip visibly quickening. Layer by layer, it constricted tighter. Wei Jisheng glanced back as his eyes fell, then leaped into the air. A beam of golden light followed his movement, striking the spot he had just vacated. The golden light burst forth, piercing through the strange power, enveloping Wei Jisheng. In mere moments, the golden light erupted from within, a dazzling explosion of gold and crimson. Wei Jisheng stared blankly as the light dissipated. The black vortex remained intact, yet his strange power had vanished. The vortex he had diminished began to swell rapidly, even larger than before. Wei Jisheng withdrew his gaze and faced forward. A figure radiating golden light appeared before him. It seemed. It even had wings. Wei Jisheng, you killed my follower. Today I shall avenge him. Wei Jisheng squinted. Follower? I didn't kill your follower, but I did just kill a dog. I wonder if that was your follower. You're getting greedy. Ha, greedy. Do you believe I won't stomp on your nose and gouge your eyes out later? Wei Jisheng knew this person would be difficult to deal with. At least, he wasn't confident he could win. He had never felt such a formidable threat before. This was the first time. Perhaps this is what gods are like. There is still a difference between the savior and a god. Wei Jisheng, you cannot defeat him. Let me take over. I can. Wei Jisheng tilted his head, ignoring the incessant voice in his head. Quit the nonsense. I need to kill you, then I can seek my revenge. Wei Jisheng raised his hand. Dark red mist twisted around it, and within a breath a dagger appeared in his grasp. His weapons were not fixed. Sometimes it was a sword, sometimes a dagger, and at times even a blade of grass plucked from the roadside. He did not make the first move. One could not act rashly when the opponent's strength was unknown. A gust of wind blew, causing the surrounding black leaves to tremble. Wei Jisheng narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the figure glowing with golden light vanished without a trace. He could hardly believe someone could move so quickly. He did not blink, he merely squinted slightly. The person before him vanished in an instant, and he didn't even get a glimpse. A sharp pain shot through his back, awakening Wei Jisheng as he turned to strike back with his strange power. There was no one behind him. Wei Jisheng only heard the whistling wind beside his ears, and the next moment his head was pressed down to the ground. He wanted to lift his head, but it was futile. He could sense that the person beside him was not using much strange power. He crawled on the ground, watching the golden light draw closer. Wei Jisheng, how does it feel to be crushed? It seems I need to break every bone in your body for you to obey. Wei Jisheng, relinquish control of your body to me. I can help you. Two different voices echoed simultaneously in Wei Jisheng's ears. The person's foot pressed down on Wei Jisheng's head, forcing it to the ground. Wei Jisheng's cheek was pressed against the ground, the stench of blood lingering in his nostrils, and his once pure face, now smeared with dirt. Crack, crack. Wei Jisheng heard the crisp sounds ringing out, each accompanied by a sharp pain resonating through. He could distinctly feel his bones being crushed inch by inch. Pain, excruciating pain. Not just pain, but also a sense of unwillingness and rage. He would not allow himself to crawl on the ground like a worm, nor would he permit anyone to trample on his dignity. But the strength of this person was overwhelmingly powerful, a magnitude he had never encountered in his long life. It was hundreds of times stronger than the previous Shikong. It was a power he could neither resist nor contend with. The person released his foot from Wei Jisheng's head, grabbing his face to force him to look at the black vortex not far away. Wei Jisheng caught a glimpse of a fair, slender hand gently tapping near his ear. The black vortex rapidly expanded, growing quickly in his pupils as if it had been injected with growth hormones. "What are you trying to do?" The person's voice drifted into Wei Jisheng's ears, calm and indifferent. "Nothing much. I'm just here to let more strange beings enter the human world. Strange beings are my creations, my children. Now that they are hungry, I must feed them. You are quite impressive. If you didn't stand on the side of the human world, I could even appoint you as the new strange king. You mean to drain my strange power like Shikong and toss me aside like a discarded toy? If you don't want it, that's fine. I won't force you, but remember you are an immortal body, and I have many ways to torment Wei Jisheng. This is the right choice. Congratulations on making the correct decision." Wei Jisheng's dark pupils turned golden in the blink of an eye, the white surrounding his irises fading to crimson, leaving only his eyeballs glistening gold. Wei Jisheng's body was rapidly being restored until he broke free from the strange power, gripping him, grabbing the hand that held his face, and yanking it back forcefully. That hand was torn off with a sickening sound, golden blood splattering across Wei Jisheng's face. Tu Cheng, now you can experience the feeling of being crushed. How could you? Wei Jisheng gripped Tu Cheng's hand and stood up. Is this how you greet your brother? He seized Tu Cheng's other hand and snapped it. I remember saying I like obedient and polite children, yet you are neither. A golden sphere of light gathered in Tu Cheng's hand, forming rapidly. Wei Jisheng shook his head, still not obedient. If strange beings are your children, then what about me? You truly do not regard me as your brother at all. During my absence you gathered your own forces, trying to consume their tribute power. But my dear brother, did you know that as long as I am alive, no matter who your foolish followers worship, the tribute power will always reach me? This world is under my control. You should stay in your cage. Wei Jisheng's face was adorned with a golden fluid, and he grasped Tu Cheng's neck, discarding him. Tu Cheng was strong, but there were always stronger beings outside. The heavens themselves were Tu Zi. He wiped the dirt from his face, revealing a pristine visage. He was the most powerful god aside from the Savior. The Savior barely matched him. There was more than one living blue star in the world, nor was there just one planet with a strange world. However, each of these planets was created by him. The strange world was his creation, while the human world was a natural byproduct. Under certain conditions, humans will give birth to strange beings, and strange beings will also give birth to humans. A single planet only needs the existence of strange beings to equate to the existence of a human world. In the beginning, the two worlds did not interfere with each other. Under certain conditions, humans would be chosen as This is the process of prosperity for a planet. Tu Zi was most satisfied with Blue Star, for it consistently provided him with unexpected miracles. For instance, Wei Jisheng. And furthermore, Wei Jisheng, who could seal him. Brother, I never betrayed you. I have always been obedient, truly. Wei Jisheng released his grip. All right, who am I to distrust you since you're my brother? He did not know the reason for he only knew he possessed abilities that others did not have. Over time, after mastering this ability, he began to misuse it endlessly. Beings similar to him started to appear in the world. That was Tu Cheng. There had already been more than 20 before Tu Cheng. Without exception, he had killed them all. Because they posed a threat to him, it was best to eliminate them before they could grow. Once they grew and gained control over their powers, it would be impossible to eliminate them. Immortal, indestructible. This was a trait shared by all beings of his kind, at least referring to those that had matured. As long as they had not matured, they could be easily uprooted. Wei Jisheng was immortal, indestructible, invincible. What does that make him? He'll give you a chance, run. If you run far enough, I won't kill you. Tu Cheng vanished the moment Tu Zi finished speaking. Tu Zi turned to gaze at the enormous black vortex. He murmured, my dear brother has done something I've always wanted to do. Since you've gone to such lengths for me, I won't make your death difficult. He raised his hand, twirling his fingers in the air. A small wisp of golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. He gathered his fingers as if crushing fine sand. The golden mist transformed into powder and scattered in the air. Finally, it vanished without a trace. Tu Cheng, who was far away, was also crushed like fine sand. You can't do this. Tu Zi felt elated at hearing Wei Jisheng's voice in his head. Usually it was he who was trapped in his mind, conversing with Wei Jisheng, but now the roles were reversed. Why not? This is my amusement park, my creation. I can do whatever I want. Wei Jisheng, you no longer have the authority to say no. The control of your body is in my hands. Your mental strength is indeed formidable, but you voluntarily relinquished your body. You can't blame me for that. I happen to have many unconscious high-level strange beings stored in me. Why not give it a try? Tu Zi approached the black vortex. Wei Jisheng fought for control over his body, but Tu Zi did not care. Wei Jisheng's heart had only just begun to recover. There were still some in others' bodies. However, he was not worried about the heart returning to Wei Jisheng's body, because that was impossible. Even if it were possible, Wei Jisheng would ensure it became impossible. He wouldn't let go of the friends he had painstakingly. Tuzi halted his steps and turned to look at a spot in the void. Wei Jisheng, your friend has arrived. Paleo fell from the void, crashing to the ground. The ground was greasy, stained with the blood of the strange beings. Paleo had landed hard and struggled. His clothes were stained black and emitted an unpleasant odor. But Paleo paid no heed. He walked step by step towards Tuzi, who remained still curious about what a human could do. Or rather, he was curious about what an ant might attempt. Paleo stopped near Wei Jisheng. I knew you would never destroy the human world, considering that world still has me and Xie Danju. Tuzi smirked slightly. Of course, how could I destroy the human world? I will always stand on your side. Paleo looked into his eyes. He'll take you home. Tuzi noticed the joy in Paleo's eyes and smiled elegantly. You really believe that? Paleo's smile faltered for a moment. What did you say? Tuzi leaned closer to Paleo, realizing that the person before him was colorblind. Paleo's eyes lacked the elements that should be present in a normal person's vision, a characteristic of colorblindness. I mean, I am a strange being. You, of course, I stand with the side that destroys the human world. Paleo's smile vanished. Why? Why? I trusted you so much. Paleo, your trust is worthless. I don't need it. Because I am a heartless monster. A heartless monster cannot sense trust. Naturally, I don't care about you and Xie Danju. You are merely distractions for me in the human world. Tuzi was curious about how Paleo became colorblind. Originally, when he first saw Paleo, his eyes were normal. He looked behind Paleo to the place where he had just appeared. It seemed he had used a strange item. Tuzi watched with satisfaction as disbelief washed over Paleo's face. He had no other hobbies aside from watching others' hopes shatter. Watching others struggle on the edge of suffering. He was not worried about becoming that kind of person because his power was immense. Besides, he was not love-struck, unlike Wei Jisheng, known for having no emotions. Tuzi sneered coldly. This is the emotion that Wei Jisheng cherishes, utterly laughable. Pu Luo raised a dagger and stabbed it into his own chest while his other hand grabbed Wei Jisheng's hand and forcefully pulled it towards his own heart. At the same time, Pu Luo pulled out the dagger from his chest. Wei Jisheng's hand pierced straight through Pu Luo's chest. Tuzi's eyes widened. He was prepared to flip Pu Luo over, but he never expected Pu Luo to make such a move. It's over. He is done for. This time he really messed up. Just as expected in that fleeting moment. Just as Wei Jisheng's hand pierced Pu Luo's chest, Tuzi's consciousness was violently squeezed. The sudden force causing his head to ache for a long time, and he experienced a ringing in his ears. Then Wei Jisheng's mental force began to slow down, turning into a gradual pressure that could not be ignored, particularly forceful. It was a slow yet ferocious squeezing. Tuzi attempted to resist, but he was only crushed under the pressure. In terms of mental force, Wei Jisheng not only had the enhancement of purple mental energy, but also his own, yet none of that mattered. More importantly, his mental force also contained the energy of the Savior. In the end, he returned to the place he had been before. That dark and narrow place. If he ever had the chance in the future, he would extract Wei Jisheng's soul and seal it away in a place. He would monopolize this body. However, unfortunately, he knew that he no longer had this opportunity. Wei Jisheng knelt on the ground. Pu Luo's body half reclined in his arms. His hand pressed tightly against Pu Luo's continuously bleeding chest. An endless stream of strange power surged into Pu Luo's wounds, slowly nurturing his injury. Wei Jisheng stopped with the futile efforts. Pu Luo, believe me, I can save you. I really can. I beg you not to sleep, I beg you. Pu Luo, you are all I have left. You cannot die. If you die, I will. Yes, if you die, I will destroy the human world. I will annihilate the great fearless nation. Pu Luo exerted all his strength to force out a smile. So you can be this humble too. You aren't completely heartless. Now I give you my heart, so you should be able to perceive the emotions of others right. You must live proudly like before. Do not be so humble. Regardless of anything, you will always be the strongest. And you are not only mine, you still have Xie Danju, who is waiting for you to return to the human world. Wei Jisheng trembled all over. He had never felt this way before. The emotions he only sensed after Bilious' death. He had never faced death with human emotions. He could not accept the fact of a friend's death. He felt an intense cold, as if he were in a freezing cellar. The strange power continued to flow. Pu Luo's bleeding stopped, but his breathing grew weaker. For the first time, Wei Jisheng hated his acute sense of hearing. Just now his hand could even clearly perceive the beating of Pu Luo's heart. Did you think I didn't recognize you? That's not true. I knew you weren't yourself the moment I saw you, which is why I pretend. I am already quite impressive now. I am not as straightforward as Bilious said, nor am I as careless as you think. I can observe very carefully now. Pu Luo, if time could be reversed, I would never tell you to observe carefully in this lifetime. I beseech you, Pu Luo, even if it's just pity, don't leave, stay with me, alright? Let me tell you, I am very afraid of the dark. This is my second secret. Will you stay with me in this strange world? I can never leave. I can only remain alone in this strange world. It is very dark here. Will you accompany me, okay? Now everyone in the world knows you are afraid of the dark. Don't listen to the chaos around you. I will always stand by your side. If Bilio were still alive, she would make the same choice as me. Because she worried about me, said she was afraid I wouldn't find a wife in the future, and specifically came to find me. This is what she told me. Don't be sad, Wei Jisheng. Smile a little. Wei Jisheng forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Pu Luo, I smiled. Can you not leave me? I am very afraid of the dark. Can you stay and accompany me? Consider it charity. I can be your dog. Wei Jisheng could no longer hear Pu Luo's weak breathing. He could only feel the powerful heartbeat in his chest. That is Pu Luo's and Bilia's heart. Ultimately, it is still his own heart. It is just that his heart has been split into 3, serving as a vessel to seal 2Z placed within Bilia, Pu Luo, and Xie Danju. But he can live without a heart. They cannot. Pu Luo, what do you want? I will try my best to help you. Wei Jisheng is not a traitor. He is a hero. Countless voices echoed in his ears. Life, the strange invasion, not a single one left in the no man's land. I also want to wait for the day when all of this ends and settle down. My wife is really beautiful. He watched Pu Luo's figure dissipate, ultimately vanishing. The voices around him vanished. Wei Jisheng's surroundings fell silent. He remained kneeling. Wei Jisheng, where have you hidden Lian? Wei Jisheng heard the furious shout of Cui Anji behind him. He turned to see Cui Anzi's face filled with rage. He laughed. Ha ha ha, he laughed as he stood up. Cui Anji, do you think just because you consider yourself a savior you can be arrogant and proud and be like me? What you said is indeed not wrong. Because of you, Pu Luo and the others came to life. However, they are already independent beings and should not be under your control. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with you and should not be decided by you. I don't know why you insist on having them die, but I know your responsibility as a savior is to save the human world and prevent strange invasions. Right. Cui Anji took a few steps forward facing Wei Jisheng. What exactly do you want to do? Return. Wei Jisheng grabbed his collar and roared. If I return Lian, and to you, who will bring Bilia and Neria and Pu Luo back to the human realm? Since you are prepared to let them die, why aren't you prepared to lose your loved ones? You have controlled my life, watching me grow step by step with your disgusting eyes. How can you not know I am a person who seeks revenge? Since you let them die and made my life miserable, then don't expect to have it easy. Wei Jisheng, do not go mad. Do not forget you are in the strange world, not the human world. Pu Luo and the others are dead, but Xie Danju is still alive. His life is also determined by me. Whether he should die, whether he wants to die, or how he should die, all of this is decided by me. Wei Jisheng looked at him, yelling like a madman. After all, he had already lost it. He no longer cared about perishing with Cui Anji. The human world no longer welcomed him. Xie Danju would forever despise him, even unwilling to look at him. What the world lacks is not people who are unafraid of death, but those who have nothing to lose. Such people are even more ruthless than those who are unafraid of death. He also never forgot that the person before him was the one responsible for all the tragedies of death. It was Cui Anji, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. It is now the savior Cui Anji. Cui Anji, apart from me and the undead army, nothing in this world will know Lian An's whereabouts. And you will passively wait to find her through the long years. Lian will not die. She is the only hope I left. You can slowly look for her in this river of time and space. Like I did. Wei Jisheng wore a sinister smile and pushed Cui Anji away. He gathered the strange power from head to toe. A series of silver lightnings surrounded Wei Jisheng's body, entwined with the blood-red strange power. Initially suppressed by Tu Cheng, all the strange powers seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, completely unable to awaken. But now he could clearly feel his strange power was much stronger than before. Perhaps it was because his heart had returned, or perhaps it was the final explosion from long-term accumulation. Wei Jisheng's initial intention to have the undead army take Lian into his beloved's instance was to have a trump card to limit Cui Anji now. He knew that Cui Anji was strong. He could not compete. But he never expected that due to Cui Anzi's search for Lian, and it indirectly led to Pu Luo's death. Those few close to him had all died because of him. Wei Jisheng could not accept this outcome. But there was nothing to be done. The facts were laid out before him. Even if he did not want to believe it, it was still there. The only thing he could do now was to fulfill Xie Dance's wish, sealing the strange world with his own power, allowing the human world to remain safe and sound. Perhaps it was because this was Xie Dance's wish, and because Pu Luo was from the great fearless nation, while Bilia was from the sun never sets nation. They died because of Wei Jisheng, so he had the duty to protect the people living under their wings. Wei Jisheng's body rose into the air, floating in the sky. Cui Anji frowned. Wei Jisheng, do you think you can protect the human world? Do you want to be the hero of the human world? Wei Jisheng replied casually. The world does not lack heroes, nor does humanity. I do not wish to be a hero of any race. I only seek revenge and repay kindness. Xie Danju, perhaps you do not remember. Long ago in the no man's land you helped me. This is my repayment. I am isolating the human world from the strange world. This can also be considered your obsession. In an instant, Wei Jisheng's tone changed. From the initial ease to the current painful howl, his soul was being pulled away by an invisible force. The feeling of extreme pain was as if his entire body was numb. The pain was numbing. The weather around him shifted dramatically. The originally gloomy sky suddenly turned into a thunderstorm. Raindrops fell to the ground, black blood rain mingling with the earth, mixing with the blood stains on the ground. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, completely obscuring its color. The previously bright sky turned black in an instant, with silver lightning flashing in the black night. The thunder of lightning roared. Raindrops fell incessantly. Chuanji looked up. Black raindrops fell on his face. The strange world never rains or thunders. He had lived here for a long time. He was well acquainted with the strange world. Today's events were worth more than Wei Jisheng's entire lifetime. He experienced things he had never experienced in his lifetime and witnessed things he had never witnessed. He also felt the immense power in the world. He deeply understood the truth that there are always stronger beings beyond the heavens. The overwhelming power that could instill fear, being beaten down and unable to fight back, being stepped on the head and forced to crawl, giving the order to kill his last subordinate, and the undead army following him, being sealed along with the monster within his body. And Pu Luo's death. Even the current overwhelming pain felt much worse than before. The flesh on his body felt as if it were being carved away. The bones seemed to be broken inch by inch. The flesh and blood felt as if they were being bitten, and his soul was being pulled. What degree of pain can be the most painful? Wei Jisheng once thought he understood this question thoroughly, but now he realized that it wasn't just human greed that was being infinitely refreshed. The sensation of pain could also be. I use my soul to shake the world's strangeness. Wei Jisheng shouted through the pain. I will completely sever the human world from the strange world with my flesh. His voice gradually weakened, but it was still audible. Chuanji was somewhat astonished, but more so in ridicule. Wei Jisheng, although I don't know where you learned this method, do you know that there is no way to completely separate the strange world from the human world? The human world and the strange world are interdependent, a one cannot exist without the other. You will forever lose the freedom you longed for all your life. Wei Jisheng's eyes were filled with blood, his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears were all bleeding. Although he couldn't hear clearly what Chuanji was saying, he could catch a bit of it. I used my soul to shake the world's strangeness. Once they set foot in the human world, they will be turned to ashes. I will suffer endlessly with my flesh, separating the human world from the strange world. The two realms can gaze at each other, but they can never truly connect, never. As his words fell, the clouds parted, the lightning scattered, and the black rain in the sky immediately turned red. The layers of strange power surrounding Wei Jisheng gradually dissipated. The lightning surrounding him slowly faded in color. The place where Wei Jisheng originally stood transformed into a white barrier. Transparent. Thin. Chuanji watched the white barrier rapidly spread, quickly disappearing from his sight. The other side of this barrier was the human world. A barrier, two worlds. The physical body established a powerful barrier to sever the two worlds. This barrier would not last long, because it consumes Wei Jisheng's strange power. Once Wei Jisheng's strange power runs out, the barrier will naturally disappear. It's just that Chuanji didn't think of it first. Wei Jisheng actually knew he was not a monster, but a god, shaking the world's strangeness with his soul. This signifies that his soul will be trapped here for eternity, unable to move. Chuanji laughed heartily. Look, this is the person he chose. Even while deeply immersed in pain, he could carve out a bloody path. He also ensured the human world was well protected. Chuanji raised his hand and waved. He muttered an unknown strange language. Wei Jisheng's current state was no different from being dead. When Wei Jisheng falls into silence, the undead army will also disappear. Only when Wei Jisheng awakens again will the undead army reassemble. This is one reason why the undead army remains absolutely loyal. In just a moment, the dust on the ground gathered, and some golden powder floated down from the sky. Since only Wei Jisheng and the undead army knew Lin An's whereabouts, he would create an undead army. As for the essence of the undead army, a figure slowly materialized in the air, accompanied by the cries of countless strange souls. Since he was to create one, the undead army has emerged, and it must be restored. One. He formed hand seals. Shadows in black began to emerge from the dark ground, slowly rising into humanoid forms in the air. In the real world, when Wei Jisheng vanished, the live broadcast had already gone dark. But unlike usual, the black screen no longer displayed the words, "Chosen one, challenge failed." The broadcast of the eerie world has ended. Everyone understood what this meant. It did not merely end. It was an end that was eternal. Such a joyful event, yet there was not a single smile among the viewers in front of their screens. Was this something to be happy about? Was the peace earned at the cost of Wei Jisheng's life worth celebrating? Not to mention anything else, but almost everyone holding a phone had cursed Wei Jisheng. The one they condemned so harshly was a hero who saved the world. Was this worth celebrating? The last comment in the comment section read, I really think Pu Luo must have some issues. Wei Jisheng is that kind of scum, and he still wants to help him. Xie Danju picked up his phone to read each comment. Not a single person spoke up for Wei Jisheng. Not even he himself did. It was all voices of insult. From beginning to end, only Pu Luo stood by Wei Jisheng's side. One could only imagine how heartbroken Wei Jisheng must have felt while reading these comments. Xie Danju forced a smile. His vision became blurry. He took off his glasses to wipe away his tears. He was not foolish. He recalled everything from before. He remembered both Wei Jisheng's confession and his own rejection. He clearly intended to express his feelings to Wei Jisheng. Clearly, they had mutual feelings for each other. Xie Danju set down his phone, stood up, and left. Dong Zhuyu glanced at him, then at the thin mist on his glasses. Everyone had abandoned and insulted Wei Jisheng. Now no one spoke. They didn't know how to face him. It was only at this moment they realized that Wei Jisheng had never intended to destroy the human world. The two pinned messages on Pu Luo's social media were like two resounding slaps striking the faces of all those who insulted Wei Jisheng. Dong Zhuyu looked at the words on the screen for a long time before saying, let's publish a memorial. Yes. The Dragon Country Strange Talk Analysis Bureau, we cannot forget the past. The past is history, the present existence is hope, and the future memorial is now. We are fortunate that amidst all the opposition we did not heed the wind as rain. We are sorry that amidst all the opposition we did not publish a single message. In the future we will not be swayed by the wind, will not believe rumors, nor heed unsubstantiated online statements. We are a team of the country, and our stance will always be for the Dragon Country. But we will always believe in Wei Jisheng. Wei Jisheng, standing behind you are not just the undead army, but also the Dragon Country. We cannot represent you, but you will always represent the Dragon Country. As soon as this statement was released, social media across the world was filled with familiar words. The words may differ, but the meaning remains the same. A rare unity in the world. All derogatory statements about Wei Jisheng online suddenly vanished. Almost every memorial message for Wei Jisheng quoted Pu Luo's words, Wei Jisheng, behind you stand not only the undead army, but all humanity. Eerie world. Cui Anji looked at the red wand in front of him, smiling with satisfaction. He used his mental power to probe into the spiritual world of the red wand. Nothing. Cui Anji abruptly opened his eyes. Why was there nothing? Every undead army across different timelines holds different memories, but they are buried deep within the mind, hard to find. No, that's not right. Cui Anji severed the mental connection with the red wand. His mental power was continuously being drained. Even if he severed the connection, it was futile. But she didn't care at all, as mental power was useless to her. Damn it. The white fox must know. He turned to leave, casually waving a sealing spell. Though it was a casual wave, it was imbued with immense eerie power. The surrounding eerie souls were clamoring and yelling. The red wand frowned in annoyance. He turned around and glared fiercely at the group of oblivious souls. He turned around again, facing a very familiar face. Pu Luo. The book has concluded. He didn't know how to express his dissatisfaction, and his heart was truly troubled. So he created a person using the mental power he obtained for free. The person looked nothing like him. All green, a green-haired monster, utterly hideous. The red wand commanded it to deal with that group of ghostly beings. The green soul frowned as he listened to the cries of the undead, his anger igniting instantly, and he vanished in a flash. The red wand watched with satisfaction as the creation wreaked havoc among the souls. For some unknown reason, his feelings of irritation vanished. He felt no other emotions. It was as if he were a soulless overseer tasked with supervising the green soul's slaughter of the souls. The green soul was indeed useful. However, the souls he killed all turned into green, ugly forms. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. So he derived a small purple flame from his mental power. As soon as the purple appeared, the red wand felt the creations he made begin to dissipate. But it didn't matter, he didn't care anyway. Before he could speak, many purple silk-like things appeared around the purple. The red wand curiously watched these things. He saw them float into the group of souls, and then those souls turned purple. For some unknown reason, the red wand felt something was off. He looked at the group of souls below. A pile was purple and another pile was green. He looked at the colors on himself. Dissatisfied. Thus he began his own slaughter. A group of souls turned into 3 different colors, purple, green, and red. The face of Pu Luo on the red wand also began to change. It transformed into another appearance completely different from Pu Luo. Cui Anji was using Pu Luo. He could create Pu Luo for the first time, and he could create him for the second time. However, each creation bore slight differences from the last. He used Pu Luo as the essence of the undead army. Then he let them develop on their own. Cui Anji believed that what he created was a fake undead army, but he did not know that this undead army was the original one. The undead army following Wei Jisheng. This was merely the initial form. Cui Anji arrived at the source. Sure enough, the white fox was here. The white fox looked at him warily. He walked over. White fox, with Wei Jisheng dead, will you follow? The white fox took a few steps back. Who are you? Wei Jisheng will never die, I don't believe you. Chui Anji swiftly knocked out the white fox. His fingertip pressed against the white fox's forehead. His dwindling mental power entered the white fox's spiritual world. Chui Anji probed slightly, but found nothing. He opened his eyes, and his mental power returned to his body. He looked at the white fox lying on the ground, and thought, since she is of no use anymore, I might as well refine her into a puppet perfect for dealing with Wei Jisheng from another timeline. Just as he was about to make his move after forming hand seals, the white fox summoned a sword and performed a sword flourish. Chui Anji quickly retreated. The white fox asked him, "You want to turn me into a puppet?" She suddenly realized that her connection to Wei Jisheng had been severed. This proved that Wei Jisheng was no longer in this world. The white fox felt an overwhelming sadness, yet she could not show it on her face. Chui Anji toyed with the eerie power in his hands. "So what if I do?" The white fox asked again, "Can you traverse through time and space?" Chui Anji was taken aback, then recalled that the greatest characteristic of the White Clan was the ability to sense time tunnels and even traverse through time and space. However, he was not a member of the White Clan. He was derived from the will of the Blue Planet to save humanity. Thus, he could traverse through time and space freely on the Blue Planet. But 2Z could not. He only controlled various planets and did not possess the ability to traverse through time and space freely. "So what if I can?" The white fox stood up. "A puppet only becomes stronger if it is willing, right?" Chui Anji nodded. The white fox grabbed a handful of her hair and severed it with her sharp sword. The black hair instantly turned white, twisting and intertwining in her hand until it transformed into a rope. She handed the rope to Chui Anji. "I willingly become your puppet, but you must traverse through time and space to give this to Wei Jisheng, who just returned to the eerie world." Chui Anji took the rope. "All right." The white fox nodded. "Now let's begin." Chui Anji searched many places, but did not see any sign of Lianin. At that time, when the undead army invaded the instance, he received the news instantly and rushed back as fast as he could. But ultimately it was too late. Lian Shui was sitting unharmed on one side. He approached and questioned her why she didn't stop it. She merely stated that everything should come to an end. How absurd. Chui Anji hadn't said it was over yet. His daughter spoke for him. In a fit of anger, he cast Lian Shui into another timeline. At that time, he did not know that Wei Jisheng intended to destroy the passage to the human world. The duration of traversing time and space was long, which led to him arriving too late. Chui Anji stood before the nearly disappearing white barrier. The other side was the human world. He was neither human nor eerie. Chui Anji already knew where Lianin was. She had vanished along with Wei Jisheng's eerie power. Her soul shattered. He had anticipated how ruthless Wei Jisheng could be, so this was within his expectations. However, since Wei Jisheng chose to do this, he could not blame him. Chui Anji crossed the barrier into the human world. He used an invisible eerie item. Not far from here were soldiers sent from the human world. To avoid alarming them, this was the best approach. He stood before the statue of Wei Jisheng and remained silent for a moment before waving away the item. It was already late, and there were hardly any people on the streets. This was a statue built for Wei Jisheng by the Dragon Country. Not only the Dragon Country, but many nations had erected statues for Wei Jisheng. Chui Anji gazed at the lifelike statue before him, feeling a sense of emotion. It had to be said, it really looked like him. Now Wei Jisheng was a hero of the world. People all over the world knew him. His name was widely spread. A person walked behind him and placed a bouquet of flowers at the foot of the statue. Chui Anji turned to look at that person. He stared for a while, and that person turned to look at him too. "Xie Danju, hello." Hearing his voice, Xie Danju stiffened. Chui Anji. Xie Danju had been working at the Strange Talk Analysis Bureau for a long time. Although he was not very familiar with Chui Anji, he did know him. Because all of Chui Anji's files were prepared by him. He had talked with Chui Anji many times and remembered his voice. Chui Anji smiled. He had changed his face now, yet to his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Xie Danju recognized him. "I know you are very unhappy about Wei Jisheng's death. I have a way to save him. Would you like to give it a try?" Xie Danju took 2 steps back. "Haven't you already died?" Chui Anji shrugged, helplessly, lying without changing his expression. "That was an illusion. I am not a Dragon Country person, nor am I a chosen one. I am similar to Wei Jisheng. You can consider me a time traveler." Xie Danju looked at him with suspicion. "Look, now the country is peaceful and prosperous. There is no need for you anymore. You should go accompany Wei Jisheng, or perhaps guide him. His fate does not have to lead to death. I have been assigned by the Time Bureau to find someone to save him, so you don't have to worry. How about this? I'll take you to another timeline to see what kind of life Wei Jisheng is living now, and then you can decide." Before Xie Danju could reply, Chui Anji forcibly activated the time tunnel, pulling the struggling Xie Danju into the black passage. He had already arranged everything on this side. The number of times he could activate the time tunnel was limited. Once used up, he could not use it again. He would never have the ability to open the time tunnel again in this lifetime. That was not his last time. His last time was the previous occasion, when he sent Lian Shui into another timeline. Lian Shui was his daughter. He couldn't be ruthless, and could only leave her there to fend for herself. Xie Danju felt a flash before his eyes, and he saw a shrunken version of Wei Jisheng. The child was very small, hardly half the height of Wei Jisheng. He was curled up on the ground in ragged clothes, his body trembling slightly. Cui Anji felt a rusty taste rise in his throat. He had little time left. In a brief moment, it was worth inflicting a powerful blow on Wei Jisheng as revenge for Lien, and especially since that world no longer had Lien and living on was meaningless. Xie Danju saw the shrunken version of Wei Jisheng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly open them and glare fiercely at a spot. So there's a little ghost here, it smells so good, haha, just right for a snack. A woman dressed in a qipao and holding a fan emerged from the darkness. The woman closed the fan, covering her mouth, revealing a long, large tongue. The human skin peeled away like a garment, exposing a small, ugly figure inside. Xie Danju anxiously wanted to rush forward, but Cui Anji grabbed his wrist. You can go, but not in this form. Let me give you a new pair of eyes. Cui Anji released his hand, and Xie Danju rushed towards Wei Jisheng. He shielded Wei Jisheng from the tongue's attack, only to find that the eerie entity was directly flung away. Xie Danju suddenly realized that he had acquired mental power that did not belong to him. He looked toward where Cui Anji had been, but there was no one there. For safety, Xie Danju quickly ran away while holding Wei Jisheng. When they reached a well-lit area, Wei Jisheng tugged at his collar, saying, "Big brother, there is light over there." Xie Danju turned a corner and ran there. He put Wei Jisheng down and only sat on the ground gasping for breath after confirming Wei Jisheng was unharmed. Wei Jisheng rubbed his face. "Brother, why did you save me?" Xie Danju turned to look at the face that was identical to Wei Jisheng's, because my heart is kind. Regardless, he was older than Wei Jisheng, so taking on the title of brother was no issue. Oh. Then Wei Jisheng sat down on the ground and fell silent. "What is your name?" Wei Jisheng looked up at him. "I don't have a name." "How about I give you a name?" "If you give me a name, what will it be?" "Am I supposed to follow you?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Xie Danju's lips. "Who taught you these things?" Wei Jisheng pursed his lips. "I heard it from someone else naturally. If you give me a name, then you'll have to take care of me, otherwise I won't accept that name." Xie Danju, seeing the pout on Wei Jisheng's face, couldn't resist reaching out and pinching his cheek. "All right, from now on I'll take care of you. You'll follow me." Wei Jisheng grinned at him. "Then fine, from now on my face is only for you to pinch, hee." Xie Danju had never imagined that Wei Jisheng would be so adorable as a child, so utterly different from the person he would become when grown. "Your name shall be Wei Sheng. It means you kill anomalies to survive, not for momentary pleasure. Do not descend into depravity through slaughter, nor let the killing consume your original heart. That is the intention behind the name I have given you." Wei Jisheng looked at Xie Danju. "Is this name mine now?" Xie Danju nodded. "Then what is your name?" "Me. I am Jisheng." He could neither let go of the past nor abandon the present. Naming himself Wei Jisheng was Xie Danju's way of making peace with the past. Yet he seemed reluctant to truly let go. He could not forget the fondness sprouting in his heart, nor could he ignore the love he harbored for Wei Jisheng. Nothing was ever spoken aloud. Such a small matter became a lifelong secret never to be confessed. Xie Danju's throat tightened with that unspoken sentiment. Now all possibility was lost. Wei Jisheng was someone he had raised from childhood. He could never voice the love hidden in his heart. If Wei Jisheng ever learned of this affection, he would surely despise him. Just like a foster father secretly harboring feelings for you. That feeling was utterly unbearable. Xie Danju watched Wei Jisheng's rare smile, his heart filled with inexpressible emotions. "Baihu, come quickly, we have a renowned big shot in our dungeon." Baihu leaped down from the tree at the call, landing steadily on the ground. "What big shot?" Baiji trotted over to Baihu. "It's Wei Jisheng. He's visiting our dungeon. How about it? Want to go see?" Baihu rested her chin on her hand, thinking. "Let's go. This young lady will take you to broaden your horizons." With that, Baihu vanished using her anomaly power. Wei Jisheng had been the subject of ferocious rumors among the anomalies lately. Some said he was a Rakshasa with a green face and fangs hideously ugly. Some claimed he was a cold-blooded monster who killed without batting an eye, for he never died, and even his wounds healed automatically. There were even those who swore they had seen that Wei Jisheng's chest cavity held no heart. In short, the rumors circulating were as absurd as could be. But what intrigued Baihu most was that Wei Jisheng had subdued the undead army of the Forbidden Land. If that alone were true, she would surely lead the Bai clan to pledge allegiance to Wei Jisheng. Come on, that was the undead army. Having a boss who commanded them was incredibly cool, wasn't it? And there was another point. He had been battling the Anomaly King for so long, and the Anomaly King could do nothing against him. Didn't that prove Wei Jisheng's prowess even more? According to reliable sources, Wei Jisheng had been thrown into the second most dangerous forbidden land of the anomaly world, Guaten Lake. "Grandfather." Baihulan turned his head and saw his granddaughter running toward him. Baihu didn't stop until she was right in front of Wei Jisheng. Before she even reached him, a figure in red appeared in her line. She moved her gaze sideways and saw someone she would never forget for the rest of her life. Hong Wan. Hong Wan retreated behind Wei Jisheng. Baihu's gaze lingered on Hong Wan. Baihulan coughed twice. Ahem. Baihu staring so openly at someone is not polite. Baihu glanced at her grandfather, then at the young man standing beside him. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, red lips, and white teeth, exceedingly handsome. Yet Bai Hu felt he was not as good-looking as Hong Wan. Are you Wei Jisheng? Wei Jisheng nodded. You don't look young. Call me elder sister. Bai Helen scolded softly. Bai Hu, show some respect. Wei Jisheng said calmly, I am already over 700 years old. Bai Hu's teasing smile froze on her face. This anomaly looked young, but how could he be older than her? No wonder you have that old and wise look about you. It's because of your age. Wei Jisheng glanced sideways at Hong Wan. Hong Wan is even older than I am. Bai Hu circled around to Hong Wan. You wouldn't understand. In my eyes, Hong Wan is better than you, many times better. Wei Jisheng left with a Hong Wan, take good care of Miss Bai, and walked away, her grandfather following. Bai Hu didn't know how to chase after someone, but from the romance novels she had read, persistence and pestering were the way to win a beauty. Besides, she was the most beautiful anomaly in the entire anomaly world. She had status, standing, and looks. Hong Wan had status and was good-looking too, but if she were a bit thicker-skinned, she might just win him over. Hong Wan, I like you. Hong Wan replied coldly, I do not like you. Then who do you like? No one. Hong Wan, to be honest, I don't think I'm a fickle anomaly, but the moment I saw you I felt like I had a heartbeat. Hong Wan ignored Bai Hu's scorching gaze, keeping his eyes straight ahead. You are infatuated with looks. If you truly feel a heartbeat, it means you are turning into a human. Bai Hu snorted coldly. If you won't take the soft approach, do you believe I'll try the hard way? Hearing this, Hong Wan finally turned his gaze to Bai Hu, sizing her up. You want to play rough with me? Bai Hu swallowed nervously. Haha, just kidding. Let me show you around this dungeon. Come on, come on. Bai Hu originally wanted to grab Hong Wan's hand, but was deterred by his icy glare. She could only walk ahead, with Hong Wan following her like a warden watching a prisoner. Lu Hun and Zi stood under a nearby tree. Lu Hun chewed on melon seeds. Don't you think Hong Wan seems a bit different? Zi nodded. Lu Hun spat the shells into a trash bag. Given Hong Wan's nature, he shouldn't have bothered at all. Yet he actually teased a little one, not even 1400 years old. Zi held the trash bag, looking at the vivid red and conspicuous white in the distance. Don't you think Miss Bai's white clothes have a bit of pink in them? Lu Hun looked up. Now that you mention it, yes, there is a hint. Her white dress from where I stand almost has a suggestion of pink flowers. Hong Wan walked behind Bai Hu. He watched her carefree silhouette. Clearly a white figure, yet the more he looked, the pinker it seemed. Bai Hu followed Wei Jisheng to Guiden Lake. She looked around curiously. Wei Jisheng, what are you here for? Wei Jisheng walked straight ahead, without turning. To discipline a traitor. As they drew closer, Bai Hu saw a person in the center of the lake. Jisheng, this is the price of your betrayal. If you had been like this from the start, I should never have trusted you. Bai Hu walked up to Wei Jisheng. Are you called Wei Sheng or Wei Jisheng? Why do you ask? I've heard some anomalies call you Wei Sheng and others call you Wei Jisheng. Now I hear you call him Jisheng. I'm curious about the relationship between you. There is no relationship between us. Wei Jisheng turned and left without looking at Jisheng, who was unconscious in the lake. Bai Hu stood there for a moment before following Wei Jisheng. She summoned Hong Wan. Tell me about your master's past. No comment. Lu Hun walked slowly behind them. If you ask me, I think Hong Wan is definitely smitten. Zi retorted, not necessarily. Hong Wan and I are emotionless, unlike you. Lu Hun shook his head. You don't understand. Precisely because you have no emotions, you don't get it. At Guiden Lake, a ball of black-red flame drifted to Jisheng's side just as he opened his eyes. One being and one flame stared at each other. Jisheng asked, what are you? A departed soul. Oh. After a while, Jisheng added, aren't you afraid of dying if you don't leave? I cannot. Doesn't it hurt? Hurt. It hurts a lot, but my heart aches even more. Is it because your beloved didn't? Jisheng shook his head, then nodded. He is not my beloved, but he was once almost my beloved. It's okay. From now on I'll stay with you. I believe you. Jisheng smiled faintly. You really remind me of someone. The flame trembled. Who? The lover I once had within reach, and the brother who was deceived just like now, my younger brother. Why didn't you tell him the truth? Jisheng shook his head. It would be useless. It would only create a rift between us. Even if I told him, our relationship would never be the same again. Now if I alone bear the pain, it's better than both of us suffering. The flame said nothing more. So the original betrayal was merely a framed scheme. So this was the truth Cui Anji had spoken of. So the Jisheng who had saved him was actually Xie Danju, who had traveled through time and changed his appearance. No wonder he had seen Xie Danju with blue eyes that day in the city home dungeon. And his current appearance was probably also due to Xie Danju. Perhaps Xie Danju had used some anomaly artifact. He had freed him from being trapped in the passage between the human world and the anomaly world, allowing him to live freely and happily. Xie Danju had tried so hard to change his fate, yet in the end it was all in vain. He had wanted Bai Area to live, wanted Pu Luo to live, and wanted an area to live. The flame sighed inwardly. He had seen Xie Danju saving his younger self, seen him striving to alter his fate, and seen everything Xie Danju had done for him. But now it was all over. And he understood. His heart could only achieve a better sealing effect after being washed by human sin and negative emotions. Only then could it more firmly seal 2Z. Thus in Xueyanji's plan, everyone except Wei Jisheng in Xueyanji's eyes by area Pu Luo and Xie Danju all deserved death. Only through their deaths could the heart return to Wei Jisheng. This was a known situation. If by area and Pu Luo did not die, then Xie Danju would have to die. If none of them died, the entire human world would perish. Only by the heart returning to its place could Tu Zi, who had taken control of the body, be sealed. This was a dead end from the very beginning. The script Wei Jisheng had received was an unsolvable puzzle.